In his youth, Li Yifei long dreamed of getting to the famous palmist Wang, but he was disappointed because the paths of fate are inscrutable. The fortune teller predicted loneliness for the young man, and he would even believe it. But life had other plans. The young man might have told his incredible story to the hapless fortune teller if he were still alive. Fortune-telling and other medieval superstitions are of no use. They lie. Yifei once served in the Special Forces Unit Soaring Eagle Team under the identification number 002. The fighter participated in many covert operations abroad and could brilliantly complete the most desperate mission. Yifei was known under the call sign Burkut. He could have made an excellent career if not for one unfortunate incident. The situation threatened to turn into a scandal. It was difficult to continue serving in such circumstances. Yifei retired with the rank of captain to avoid humiliating proceedings. A month later, the young man arrived in an unfamiliar city, hoping to get lost in the crowd and start life from scratch. With his military past behind him, Yifei is now a humble employee of the Huayang Corporation. However, he cannot be called a completely ordinary clerk. But it all started with an unfortunate incident on the street. Some big guy took the schoolgirl's purse and the amazed girl remained sitting on the pavement, begging for help. The victim's screams attracted the attention of the head of the company, Huayang, a beautiful lady in a luxurious red car, who was sorting things out over the phone. The young lady rolled down her window and realized that a robbery had occurred. Yifei also saw everything, but did not stop the criminal from escaping. The retired captain smoked absent-mindedly and did not seem to notice the fleeing scoundrel. The robber ran away, pushing the crowd aside with his elbows. Yifei continued to smoke, and the girl screamed that all her savings had been taken away from her. The former Special Forces soldier could easily finish off the hooligan and leave him crippled. But he understood that problems would begin as soon as he gave himself away. The businesswoman complained to the guy that her parents rejected all her suitors, and his trick didn't work. Yifei arrived at the office and took over as security guard, and then decided to have breakfast. The partner hurried the guy to start patrolling as soon as possible, but the expertly prepared breakfast whetted his appetite. A colleague thought that Yifei's girlfriend was delighted with his culinary talent, and our hero admitted that he was lonely and talked about fortune-telling. His partner wanted to introduce the guy to the girls from the office, and jokingly offered to hit on the young lady who headed the corporation. Yifei replied that it would be better for the security guard to look for a mate among ordinary women. While Director Shu drove up to the office building, the girl found out that her mother called the office again and decided to introduce a fake gentleman to the family in order to get rid of her. The partner told Yifei that Shu Yingying, at 26 years old, successfully manages billion-dollar projects. At the sight of the beauty, the second guard was speechless. But the former Special Forces soldier was not taken aback and greeted the lady in full uniform. Director Shu saw the new guard for the first time, but as soon as he introduced himself, the girl recognized him. The head of the company ordered Yifei to come to her office, and the young man was overcome with anxiety. The partner was indignant, deciding that the colleague had hidden his acquaintance with the boss and was secretly in a relationship with her, although he had seen her for the first time. Approaching the office door, Yifei heard Shu arguing with his mother on the phone and asking not to call her employees and not to undermine her authority. The girl shouted that she did not want to answer annoying calls because she was afraid to hear another portion of reproaches. Finally, Shu promised to make peace with her ex-boyfriend and come home for the new year, making sure that the screams had subsided. Yifei knocked on the door. Entering the director's office, the young man asked why he was called. A mobile phone smashed against the wall was a reminder of the scandal that had broken out. And the intensity of passions made the experienced fighter feel anxious. An angry Shu noted that the guard appeared at the wrong moment, and the guy noted to himself that he was not the one who set the time. Yifei was shocked when Madam Director handed him a resignation form because he had not yet done anything wrong. Yu replied that she did not want to see a heartless person in her company who did not help apprehend the robber. Yifei was not the only witness to the crime, but the girl said that she did not need a guard who was unable to catch the thief. The businesswoman accused her subordinate of incompetence and suggested that he was given the job through an acquaintance. The guy agreed that he could be condemned for indifference, but one should not blame him for incompetence without ever seeing him in action. Zhu did not want to listen to him and called him a coward who got into the company due to an oversight by the HR department. Yifei was outraged by her arrogance. The young man could not resist and showed the boss the schoolgirl's wallet, seized from the hooligan. The girl asked how the girl's wallet got to the guard, and he told how he taught the scoundrel a lesson. The captain did not want to start a fight in front of passers-by and waylaid the attacker in a deserted courtyard. When the criminal was counting his loot, Yifei threw a stone at him. The angry robber immediately rushed at the stranger, but the outcome of the fight with the Special Forces veteran was a foregone conclusion. Almost 5,000 yen were found in the villain's pockets, and the thief sincerely believed that he had been robbed because he had only stolen 3,000. Yifei said that he knew the girl and would return her purse after work, and the director was surprised why he did not intervene immediately. The young man explained that he did not want to attract attention to himself and was not interested in being considered a hero. The head of the company froze in bewilderment, not knowing what to answer. Having gained courage, the guy said that Mrs. Shu did not notice many obvious things and asked permission to leave, but she did not let him go. The young lady called the HR department and requested the personal file of the new security guard. The brave captain felt uneasy. He was afraid that he had revealed himself. The man's concern increased when the girl asked if he had served in the army before. The government destroyed all references to Yifei's service in the Special Forces, and he lied about not advancing beyond boot camp. The businesswoman looked at her subordinate with curiosity, and then the phone rang. Ms. Xu was informed that her mother had arrived at the office and was heading to the director's office. No one dared to stand in her way. The girl promised Yifei that she would forget about the incident if he carried out her special assignment. The young lady told the security guard to act out the role of her boyfriend in front of her overbearing parents. The beauty of the girl disturbed the forbidden feeling. Passion consumed Yifei's consciousness. The angry mother burst into the office, reprimanding her daughter for missed calls, and froze on the threshold. Finding her daughter in the arms of a fan, the woman became embarrassed and stopped screaming, and the captain lost his head from the sudden happiness. The next morning, Madam Director and her imaginary beau flew to the Shu family's hometown. When Yifei told the girl's mother that he was in love with her daughter, the respectable lady invited the young man to celebrate the new year with them. During the journey, Shu blackened the eye of her guard, taking revenge for his insolence. It was difficult for the captain to address the director by name. He had difficulty getting used to his new status. The girl warned that her dad is not a stupid person and notices every little thing. But the deception must not be revealed. Otherwise, Yifei will be fired. On the way from the airport, Ingen was accosted by 3 unbridled guys, and the leader of the gang began to pester the beauty. The offended lady told the hooligans to get out, but the impudent man persisted and roughly grabbed her shoulder. The girl's resistance provoked the impudent man, and the young man became increasingly incensed. The bastard began to give up, but the captain arrived in time. Yifei grabbed the boar's wrist with a painful hold and demanded to calm down. The intervention of the retired Special Forces soldier came as a surprise to the hooligans, and Ingen breathed a sigh of relief. The guy had such a menacing look that the young man did not dare to disobey when he was ordered to get out. The lawless man would be glad to escape this very minute, but his legs seemed to be rooted to the floor out of fear. Despite the summer heat, he felt chills, and for a moment it seemed that in front of him was not a person, but an angry ancient demon. The bandits' friends rushed to the rescue and demanded the release of their leader. Numb with fear, the scoundrel tried to persuade Yifei not to come close, and Ingen called the police. 2 other hooligans tried to attack the captain, but the enemy was too much for them. The girl watched in amazement as her companion dealt with 3 strong guys. With furiously flashing eyes, Yifei ordered the bandits to attack together, because he was in a hurry and had no time to deal with each one individually. The villains took flight, and Ingen finally admitted that she was a real professional. Now the businesswoman had no doubt that the security guard would be able to deceive the vigilant dad. But she still clarified whether he remembered her instructions. The young man assured that he could be relied upon and began to reason out loud. Ingen's father was a retired general and dreamed of an impeccable son-in-law. His daughter brought hired gentlemen, but none passed the test. Yifei didn't understand why the beautiful and successful young lady was still alone. But Ying immediately pulled him back and told him to focus on the task. The captain had no doubt that he would play his role flawlessly and charm his mistress's parents during the holiday. The guy did not know that fate would soon throw him a new test, and at the most inconvenient moment. The mission was in jeopardy, but the experienced warrior got out of it this time too. But first things first. Having learned that girls were disappearing in the city, the captain advised Ingen not to walk alone in the evening. But she was busy with her thoughts. The girl was afraid that her sister might suspect something. She had to be on guard, and to divert attention they would spend the night in the same room. A sensual scene flashed in the guy's imagination, but his companion crushed his dreams, telling him that he would sleep on the floor. Indignant, Ingen almost crashed the car out of rage. And the beaten hooligan meanwhile reported to the boss about an unsuccessful collision with a stranger. The authoritative bandit brother Hu identified the mysterious bully from a photo on his smartphone. Hu showed the photo to the main mafioso and said that the famous Burkut, whom they had been looking for so long, had appeared. An accomplice of the bandits offered to hand over the enemy to terrorists who were ready to pay generously for his head. But the Don had other plans. Reluctantly tearing himself away from dirty pleasures, the head of the gang, Nan Chen, instructed his accomplice to kill Burkut, hoping to get rid of her in this way. By evening, Yifei and Yinggen reached the Shu family residence and were greeted by loud barking. A pug named Fei Fei jumped out from behind the chair and happily rushed at the owner. The girl caressed the pet and whispered tender words to him, and it seemed to the captain that the dog was looking down on him. Injin's mother did not immediately come out to the guests because she was seeing off the plumber, who had finished cleaning the toilet. The dog suddenly attacked the plumber, and the captain also seemed suspicious. The mistress of the house was fussing over the guests. The dog rushed off somewhere, and Yifei was wondering why the master seemed strange to him. The head of the family left the house for a while, and Fei Fei took the opportunity to steal a fish from the kitchen. When the click of the lock was heard and Mr. Shu appeared on the threshold, the animal became noticeably worried. The sullen middle-aged man walked into the house, ignoring Yifei, who wished him a happy new year. The owner of the house acted coldly and was skeptical of his daughter's suitor when she introduced him as a company manager. Injin's father said that her boyfriend is breaking the rules of the house and must leave tomorrow because he smells of cigarettes. The mother was outraged by her husband's unceremoniousness, and the girl reminded her father that the choice of a man was her personal matter. Then Mr. Shu asked what kind of guy was in the house, and Yifei thought that the head of the family also noticed that the guy was strange. The hostess replied that she called a repairman because the toilet was clogged, and the jealous husband made a scene, saying that he could clean the toilet himself. A scandal broke out in the house, and the captain wondered why family members constantly quarrel and live as in the age of warring states. The young man suggested that the head of the family solve the problem like a man, over a drink and a snack. The women did not approve of Yifei's plan, but Mr. Shu readily agreed, deciding that he could easily outdrink the impudent young man. The men got along well at the table, and Ingen's father changed his anger to mercy when he saw that the guy knew how to drink. When the wife and daughter took the drunken owner into the bedroom, the captain went to the toilet, and Ingen promised that Yifei would not get away with drinking. The guy lifted the lid of the drain tank to check if the suspicious master had left any surprise. Intuition was right. There was an explosive device inside to plant a bomb. The imaginary plumber rebuilt the tank. Ordinary gangsters are unable to pull off such a thing, and the former Special Forces soldier decided that terrorist syndicates were hunting him. There were 2 minutes and 21 seconds left to defuse the bomb, but the captain was confident that he could handle it. The door suddenly swung open, and a charming girl, very similar to Director Shu, entered the dressing room. The young lady was surprised to find an unfamiliar man in the toilet and did not notice the soap thrown on the floor. The girl slipped and lost her balance, and the Special Forces veteran immediately took her in a tight grip, mistaking her for an accomplice in the crime. Yifei tied the stranger with a shower hose and began to search her. Despite the indignant cries of the offended lady, Director Shu heard noise and screams coming from the toilet and recognized the voice of her younger sister Shanshan. There were 9 seconds left before the explosion when Yingen started banging on the door, and the embarrassed Yifei explained to the captive that he was her sister's boyfriend. Shanshan asked the captain to help her clean up so that her elder sister would not think badly of them. Meanwhile, the alarmed Ingen kicked down the door and burst into the restroom. The timer was counting down the last couple of seconds, and the bathroom room was filled with smoke. Ying rushed to rescue Shanshan, unaware that the bomb was about to explode. However, the explosion did not happen. Yifei did everything correctly and disappeared before Mrs. Shu, who was fussing around her sister, had time to notice him. The next morning, Ingen introduced Shanshan to her imaginary boyfriend. Yesterday's captive whispered to Yifei that she would remain silent about what happened between them in the evening. The stern commando was touched by the girl's tact and was ready to pray to her like an angel. The young lady had amazing intuition. At the moment, Shanshan directly asked how much her sister pays her hired boyfriend. Taken by surprise, the captain blushed and insisted that Ingen did not give him money. They were meeting for love. Suddenly, Yifei felt the touch of Shanshan's shoe on his foot. Taking advantage of the confusion, the girl continued to press on the young man. Injin's mother served the guest breakfast and invited him to stay another day. Deciding that the guy was spending the night with friends out of embarrassment, as her daughter told her, Yingin stepped on Yifei's foot under the table, reminding him that he should not forget. Sitting between the two sisters, the captain thought that he found himself between an angel and a demon. Shanshan asked Yingying to pick her up after the dance lesson. She began to grumble, and Yifei was surprised at how different the sisters' personalities were. The captain went to Shudai Fitness Club with Madame Shu to accompany the sisters while shopping. Helping Yingin out of the car, the young man no longer felt awkward. Mrs. Zhu noted that her companion had settled into the role of her boyfriend well, but should not imagine too much about himself. Watching Shanshan dance, the businesswoman assumed that her sister had already guessed what the relationship between them really was. Injin believed that her sister was not inferior to her in mind and could make a dizzying career. But the corporate world did not attract her. Shanshan has exposed many mercenary gentlemen, so Yifei must be especially careful when she is around. Finally, Mrs. Shu asked where her guard had been at night. The Special Forces veteran did not like the girl's dissatisfied tone, and he replied that he had the right to go wherever he wanted because he was not her property. Yingin insisted that she must know the truth so as not to give rise to suspicion, and promised Yifei a promotion if everything went smoothly. The director continued to question the captain, and in the end, he decided to make a daring rebuke. Yifei said that he did not need a promotion. The position of security guard suits him quite well, but he is ready to help her and will fulfill the terms of the deal. Injin clearly did not expect that her subordinate would refuse the promotion. Visitors to the fitness club enthusiastically watched the squabble and gossiped about what kind of deal these two had made. Shanshan was glad to see her future son-in-law and immediately took his arm, instructing him to carry her things. Injin's indignation was so great that the gossips took her for a deceived wife, and her sister was declared an insidious homewrecker. Walking through the shopping center, Yifei truly enjoyed the company of two beautiful women. The young man wanted to hug Miss Ju, but was immediately poked in the side. And Shanshan suggested going to a lingerie store. The helpful tone of the saleswoman made Ingin's mood sharply worsen. And then her sister announced that she needed to help the guy choose underwear. Director Shu had no idea what size her guard wore, and the offended Yifei said in retaliation that he didn't know his size. To Ingin's horror, the saleswoman asked her to take her boyfriend's measurements. The captain continued to tease the arrogant woman, persuading her not to be shy and take measurements. Shanshan realized that it was not clean if the sister disdained to touch the body of her young man. Having decided to recoup all the humiliation, the captain began to be insolent to his lady, convincing those around him that they already had a close relationship. Naughty Shanshan gave her sister a kick, and Director Shu couldn't resist wearing her high heels. The falling girl instinctively grabbed onto the captain, and both fell to the floor, frozen in ambiguous poses. Onlookers gathered around the couple, attracted by the piquant scene. The captain blushed, realizing what an awkward situation they had found themselves in. Having come to his senses, Yifei helped Yingin get up, not paying attention to the whispers behind him. Madame Shu, annoyed, immediately rewarded him with a slap on the hand and told him to stay away from her. It did not escape Shanshan's attention that the lovers did not particularly get along with each other, and she did not give up trying to find out the truth. Yifei realized that Shanshan had orchestrated the incident and decided to avoid questioning by asking why Yingin was buying so many bras. Shanshan said that her sister was preparing for linen day in the office, and the captain was angry with Ying, who decided to buy him the position of a petty clerk. The young man asked if it was not a shame for men and women to see each other in their underwear, and the girl replied that there were only ladies in the office. When Shanshan added that among the office ladies there were many beauties as good as her, Madame Shu's proposal no longer seemed outrageous. When Yingin left the boutique, Yifei announced that he was ready to go to work in the office in order to better protect his beloved director. The surprised Mrs. Shu decided that she was being teased again, and in her anger she hit the unbelted guard, causing bewilderment to her sister. Fireworks began in the shopping center, and the joyful roar of volleys hid the click of the detonator from the cheering crowd. There was a powerful explosion, and the huge building was engulfed in flames in a matter of seconds. The collapsed ceiling almost buried both sisters, but Yifei caught himself in time. The former Special Forces soldier led the girls out of the collapsing building and covered them with himself, saving them from the shockwave. As soon as the heroes were safe, Yifei hurried to make sure that Yingin was not harmed. Seeing how tenderly the man looked after his grumpy sister, Shanshan realized that there really was something between the young people. When the company returned home, the captain had a presentiment that he would have a difficult conversation with Ingin's father. The fears were dispelled when Mr. Shu thanked the young man from the bottom of his heart for saving his daughters. Now Shanshan believed that Yifei and Yingying loved each other, But as soon as she told her about it, the imaginary lovers felt a pang of irritation. The family celebrated the new year cheerfully, admiring the fireworks from the window. Mom Injin delicately wished the young couple a good rest and got ready to leave. After seeing his mother off, Director Shu pushed the guy into her room and interrogated him. Yingin wondered why Yifei suddenly accepted an office position that he had previously refused. The girl's furious pressure awakened a fighting spirit in the captain's soul, which turned into insane passion. The echo of the ended wars intensified the sensual intrigue, and our hero was ready to go on the offensive. At some point, it seemed to the young man that the attack had been repelled, and that Mrs. Shu would loosen her grip. It was premature to rejoice in victory. Even a special forces soldier is not so easy to deal with an angry fury. Injin pressed the guy with the tenacity of a tank, asking what he really wanted, but he was ashamed to confess. The captain involuntarily fell in love with the fierce beauty while holding the last lines of defense. Giving free rein to his fantasies, the former Special Forces soldier missed the blow, and tears flowed from his eyes. For some reason, the thought of defeat did not upset the retired officer too much. Injin noticed that the young man could no longer control his impulses and retreated. The mother of the family was busy in the kitchen when suddenly her attention was drawn to a commotion in her eldest daughter's bedroom. The respectable lady admired the endurance of her future son-in-law, who still has enough strength for love affairs after a hard day. The daughter did not share her mother's delight and showered Yifei with reproaches for his shamelessness. Yifei made excuses that the girl provoked him by leaning on him with her whole body. Ingin decided to tie him up, but the captain turned out to be quicker. Meanwhile, Mr. Shu consulted with Shanshan, and the girl confirmed that her sister had a real boyfriend. Attracted by the noise in Injin's bedroom, the father and youngest daughter looked into the room and were shocked. The bound girl wriggled her whole body, trying to escape from the tenacious bonds. Yifei did something tricky with the ropes, but the knots did not give in. The father did not want to believe his eyes, and Shanshan found her sister's strange games more amusing than frightening. The owner of the house convinced himself that it was all his imagination, because he was tired and worried, and Ingin herself would never have thought of such a thing. Looking into his daughter's room a second time, Mr. Shu found the same scene and let out a cry of despair. Finally, the captain spooked the rope and freed the girl, and both were horrified, deciding that the head of the family had overheard their conversation and revealed the secret. Yifei tried to stop the running gentleman, and Yingin shouted that Dad had understood everything wrong. On New Year's Eve, the young people went to the park in search of the fugitive, and the guy wondered why the owner did not drive him away, but ran away himself. Injin believed that her father left the house at night because he was angry with them, and blamed it all on the guard who did not close the door to the bedroom. A flashlight flashed behind the trees, and the captain guessed that Mr. Shu was there. The respectable gentleman stood under a tree and thoughtfully peered into the night sky. Hiding in the bushes, Ingin listened to her father's muttering and realized that he was remembering an old romance. Mr. Shu took an armful of old photographs and began throwing them away. The girl secretly picked up one of the photographs and was dumbfounded. The photo showed her father in the company of a young girl in a carnival mask, whose hands were tied behind her back in an intricate knot. Yingin was shocked to the core, and Mr. Shu was sad that his daughter had inherited his vice. The dejected man took out an old photo album from his pocket and announced that it was time to put an end to the sins of the past. Yifei asked why the young lady was so excited, as if she herself was partial to masochistic games. Neither racy photos nor the collapse of plans could make Mrs. Shu angry, but she could not bear the thought that her father was cheating on her mother. When the family gathered at the table the next day, the owner of the house did not dare to start a conversation for a long time. Yifei and Yingin were wary, waiting for the storm to break out. Mr. Zhu wanted to find out whether his daughter shared his inclinations or whether the initiative came from the guy, but he tried to be delicate. Young Mrs. Shu trembled when her father said that he had heard everything last night. The young people awaited the revelation with horror, believing that it was about an affair with a fake boyfriend and a deal they had concluded. The head of the family promised not to reveal the secret, but warned that this should not be done in the future. Otherwise, the family's reputation could suffer. When the father asked if it was Yifei who persuaded his daughter, Yingin's patience ran out. She didn't want the guy to get into trouble because of her. The girl replied indignantly that it was her idea, and Dad should mind his own business and remember his youth more often. The owner of the house was on the verge of a breakdown, concluding that his daughter openly admitted to masochism and knew about his secret hobby. The head of the family was morally crushed and announced that it was time to end this ugly story, and then proudly left. After watching her father leave, Mrs. Shu dragged Yifei to her room. The girl believed that her dad would hand the young man over to the police and decided to quickly take him to the airport so that he could escape. While the captain was packing his things, Ingen went to start the car, saying that she would be waiting for him in the underground parking lot. Time passed. Yifei did not appear. Mrs. Shu was very nervous and did not notice that someone was creeping up behind her. The stranger squeezed the girl's neck and covered her mouth with a handkerchief soaked in a sleeping pill. Losing consciousness, Ingen called Yifei, but this time he was late. The worried captain looked around for Ms. Shu, but there was no one around except the janitor who was rolling a trash can. It was dark in the parking lot, but the young man managed to see the garbage man's face and identified yesterday's suspicious plumber. The criminal attacked first, but the Special Forces veteran deftly avoided the attack. The captain was ready for the attack and guessed the intruder's intentions as soon as he saw him in the Shu family's apartment. The attacker laughed and praised Yifei's reaction, calling him Burkett, and the former commando realized that his enemies were on his trail. The fake scavenger took off his work uniform, and a girl from the gang, Nan Chen, nicknamed Red Dress, appeared before Yifei's eyes. The scoundrel solemnly announced that her gang had opened a hunt for Burkett. It was the first time Yifei had heard of such a syndicate, and the girl said that Burkett disappointed her, and his fame was greatly exaggerated. When the guy called Nan Chen a third-rate syndicate, Red Dress attacked him and told him to say goodbye to his life. The captain quickly dodged blows and attacks, letting threats and boasting fall on deaf ears. Deadly attacks followed one after another, but invariably went into emptiness, and Yifei himself never hit the criminal. The criminal was touched by Burkett's nobility and asked if it was true that he did not beat women, and if so, his girlfriend was lucky to have him. A blow of crushing force followed, but this time the attack did not reach its target. To the girl's surprise, the captain did not move. Although even the strongest member of the gang could not fend off this move, Yifei asked where Yingen was, and the kidnapper mockingly replied that he must first defeat her, and only then ask questions. Desperate to defeat Burkett by force, the scoundrel decided to use a fire extinguisher to prevent him from fighting. For the first time, a retired Special Forces soldier betrayed his principles and attacked a girl. The villainess was just waiting for the enemy to reveal himself and sprayed a fire extinguisher in his face. Through the murky cloud of foam, Yifei could only make out the toes of the bandit's boots. Having blinded the enemy, the criminal crept up from behind and immobilized the guy using the scorpion sting technique. Papa Ingen wandered around the parking lot in mental turmoil, reminding himself that he had to get rid of the traces of his riotous past. The head of the Shu family understood that he needed to get rid of the incriminating photos, but he was sorry to part with the memories dear to his heart. The respectable gentleman was so consumed with mental anguish that he allowed Gangster Hu to take him by surprise. Having stunned the man with a blow, the thug grabbed him by the neck and threw him over his head. The criminal was surprised that he dealt with the retired military general so easily, but a surprise awaited him ahead. Meanwhile, in the adjacent sector of the parking lot, Yifei was trying to free himself from capture. The captain calculated the girl's tactics, which was to study the enemy, and then tease and attack without allowing her to come to her senses. During his service, the guy observed similar methods among intelligence officers from Southeast Asian countries. Taking a closer look at the bandit, the former Special Forces soldier guessed that she was from the country of Ruin Gone. Having contrived, Yifei grabbed the girl by the leg and threw her against the wall with all her strength. The villainess asked for mercy and reminded Burkett that he had sworn not to kill women. The captain replied that this rule did not apply to the Red Dress, because the transvestite was not a woman. The gangster was stunned. He was sure that he was perfectly disguised, but during hand-to-hand combat, it is impossible to pretend for long. The bandit's gait gave him away. After learning the truth, Yifei no longer stood on ceremony with the enemy, and he was forced to resort to last resort. The defeated villain tried to seduce Burkett and offered himself as a bride. The captain agreed to let Red Dress go if he became a real woman. Driven into a corner, the scoundrel did not want to give up and decided to make one last desperate push. An alert Special Forces veteran thwarted an attempt at revenge and helped the enemy complete his gender transition. The pain was so severe that the neutralized criminal no longer tried to resist. Unexpectedly for himself, Red Dress realized that he liked being a woman. Footsteps were heard behind Yifei, and someone's voice said that the fight was great. An unfamiliar young man applauded the brave fighter and announced that Burkett had passed the test perfectly. Writhing in pain on the floor, Red Dress recalled that he had once been the brilliant intelligence officer Ah Hong, who had worked his way up from the very bottom. After retiring, Ah Hong got involved with the mafia and lost a shipment of goods. after which he was forced to undergo gender reassignment surgery. Having become a transvestite, the intelligence veteran worked off his debt to the gang in a nightclub and dutifully endured the advances of uncouth louts. The head of the syndicate, Nan Chen, fought the girl off from her pursuers and offered to join his service. While talking with Yi Fei, the mafioso smiled the same predatory smile as the day he recruited Red Dress. The leader of the gangsters, named Ruin Chenyuan, admitted that he deliberately sent his servant to Burkett in order to test him in action. The mafioso concluded that Yi Fei deserves the assigned reward. One such fighter is capable of crushing armies. The bandit believed that they had a lot in common, except that Burkett, having retired, began to look like an everyman. Perhaps Ingen was involved in this. The captain threatened to kill the scoundrel if he did not free the girl, but the rage of the retired Special Forces soldier only provoked the criminal. Yi Fei kicked the insolent as hard as he could, but landed in the air. Chen Yuan grinned sarcastically and said that the attack was too slow, after which he himself went on the offensive. Yi Fei managed to get out of the grip, but it was impossible to get the bandit. He moved with lightning speed and was an expert in martial arts. Grinning smugly, the gangster said that he knew all of Burkett's techniques, and it was useless to use them against him. Yi Fei intended to wear down the enemy, but he seemed not to know fatigue and masterfully blocked the blows. The captain himself did not notice how Chen Yuan immobilized him with a cunning technique called the Shenlong Lock. Master One-Armed Dragon's improved Shenlong Castle made it possible to neutralize a stronger opponent. The criminal thought that it was impossible to escape from Shenlong Castle, but he miscalculated. The braggart clearly did not expect Yi Fei to easily pick the deadly lock. Chen Yuan's mentor once warned his students that some people were capable of breaking out of Shenlong Castle. When the Special Forces veteran grabbed his hand, Chen Yuan remembered that in such cases the teacher advised to run away. But it was too late. With a powerful kick, Burkett knocked out the criminal. When Yi Fei used his fists, the bandit regretted that he had not listened well to his mentor when he impressed upon the newcomers that they should not be too arrogant. When trying to rise, the villain was finally defeated with one blow. The captain continued to hammer the gangster with his fists, asking where he hid Ingen. The mafioso was silent, and then the former Special Forces soldier warned that the next blows would be much stronger. Chen Yuan still hoped to lure Burkett, and said that people from the predator breed should stick together and not resist the thirst for murder. The gangster's words awakened bestial rage in the captain's soul. He was ready to kill the scoundrel on the spot if he did not admit where Ingen was. Director Xu looked around the boardroom with a victorious look and announced that Huayang's company had entered the top 500 world leaders. Having thanked the employees for their hard work, a satisfied Ingen left the hall, and her faithful security guard was waiting for her at the exit. Yi Fei took the girl into his arms, glad that she was finally free. The caresses became bolder and more persistent, foreshadowing a fantastic night. The subordinate behaved outrageously, and the girl raised her hand to teach the impudent man a lesson in good manners. The fist hit something hard and cold painfully, and Mrs. Xu woke up from her sleep. The kidnapper tied Ingen's hands and put her in a trash can. But because of the noise around her, at first it seemed to her that she was being taken somewhere in the trunk. Among the noise, Yi Fei's voice was heard. Director Xu lifted the lid of the tank and saw her guard finishing off the bandit. When Yi Fei prepared to deal the stubborn man a decisive blow, Ingen called out to him. The captain turned around, and for a moment the girl felt uneasy from his fierce gaze. Yi Fei rushed to help the lady, and Chen Yuan watched with anger as he made excuses to Ying that he had taken too long. The beaten gangster asked if this was the woman because of whom Burkett decided to return to peaceful life. Ingen looked at the exhausted man with curiosity, and the captain explained that this was one of her kidnappers. The bandit yelled that victory was still his, because Madame Xu's entire family was doomed to die at the hands of the clan's strongest fighter. The criminal was hysterical and shouted that the survivors would not forgive themselves for the death of their loved ones and would curse themselves until their death. Chen Yuan miscalculated again. Betting on Brother Hu's incredible strength turned out to be a losing proposition from the very beginning. The thug's body, sent into free flight by someone's powerful blow, knocked out the wall and plopped onto the floor. Mr. Xu looked mockingly at the defeated athlete, but he could not understand what had happened, because his mentor always praised him. The retired general explained that one cannot achieve perfection without experiencing the hardships of war and without receiving battle scars. Ingen was glad to see her father safe and sound after the fight with Hu. The captain noted that Xu had no scars on his back, which means that during the war with Ruangong, he was on the front line. The general looked around the trashed parking lot and praised Yifei for a good job, and he replied that he was just doing his duty. Chen Yuan was surprised how the middle-aged man managed to defeat Brother Hu. Mr. Xu explained that strength without intelligence is nothing, and then said that he called the police, so let the bandits stay where they are. The gang leader desperately did not want to fall into the hands of the Chinese authorities, and Brother Hu was thinking about escaping. Gathering the remnants of their forces, the gangsters simultaneously attacked Yifei and the retired general. Chen Yuan ran into Mr. Xu from behind, reasoning that the second person capable of picking the lock would not be seen soon. Hu took on Berkuda, deciding that he could easily deal with the guy who looked weaker. This time, the advantage of surprise was on the side of the criminals. The syndicate head's fingers closed around the general's neck, and Yifei caught a blow to the jaw. Much to Yingying's relief, Hu's monstrous fist did not cause any harm to the captain. The strong man was rather puzzled when the deadly attack failed. The retaliatory blow threw the thug against the wall, and Yifei was disappointed. He expected more pressure from the strongest fighter of the gang. Meanwhile, Mr. Xu freed himself from the grip and wrapped the bandit's hands behind his back. Chen Yuan asked how the enemy knew how to block the one-armed Dragon Master's skillful techniques. Based on the style and tactics of the battle, the retired general realized that the gangster's mentor was his longtime enemy, Li Yinglong. When Mr. Xu reported that he had killed the one-armed dragon during the Ruan Gong War, the mafioso panicked. Finally, the general broke the scoundrel's hand because he dared to disturb his loved ones. While the gentlemen were busy with the head of the syndicate, Brother Hu managed to escape. The police arrested the gangsters, although Chen Yuan protested and shouted that he was a citizen of Ruan Gong and demanded to see the ambassador. After making the arrest, the police officer decided to talk to the head of the Xu family in private. Police Captain Gu knew Father Yingying well and politely inquired why the venerable patriarch had bothered the police again. The officer believed that Mr. Xu bothered the police too often, forcing them to be distracted from pressing matters. The captain didn't like that the general was putting himself at risk, and he sadly joked that he wanted to see the policeman's late father. Gu changed the subject and began to ask to marry Yingying. But then, Yifei intervened in the conversation, and Mr. Xu introduced him as his daughter's boyfriend. The policeman was in love with Mrs. Xu and harbored hostility towards her chosen one. Out of old habit, Yifei took up a cigarette, but caught himself in time, remembering that Yingying's dad couldn't stand smokers. Mr. Xu allowed him to smoke as an exception and decided to tell him why he did not approve of smoking. The general began to hate cigarettes after a story happened to him at the end of the war. Soldiers were forbidden to smoke at night, but young Xu Zhengguo became unduly relaxed after a successful mission and violated the ban. The commander explained that the cigarette gives away his location, and Xu said that he is not afraid of anyone and will kill all enemies, and his colleagues supported him. Despite the grumbling of his subordinates, Captain Gu, the father of the police officer, took the cigarette from the braggart. That very minute, a searchlight beam hit the group's location, and then enemy shells flew. During the shelling, the captain and 2 other soldiers were killed. If the commander had not taken the cigarette from the stubborn young man, Xu would have been dead. The grief-stricken young man took command, and he and his comrades killed the entire group of Ruangan saboteurs. The only survivor was Li Yinglong, the future master of the one-armed dragon, who pretended to be dead. When the battle died down, Xu himself buried his fellow soldiers who died due to guilt. And since then, a heavy burden has been on his conscience. The general blamed himself for the captain's death, because if he had obeyed the order then, the man could have returned to his family. The policeman, who was the deceased's son, said that Xu had long since made amends by taking charge of the Gu family. The stern patriarch did not seem to hear the admonitions and cried bitterly, showering himself with reproaches. Yifei helped calm the sobbing man by offering to honor the memory of the dead with a military salute. Gu Jiyur believed that the Xu family was attacked by the Southeast Asian mafia, but the general countered that the bandits were not like foreigners. Meanwhile, Ingen brought her younger sister and mother, who were eager to find out if everything was okay with their loved ones. Shanshan and the mother of the family joyfully rushed towards the embarrassed men. Amidst the confusion, Junior Gu tried to ask Mrs. Xu about her new boyfriend, but she only thanked her for her help and did not pursue the topic. Yifei and Yingen already realized that their elders did not know about the conspiracy and agreed to remain silent about the scandalous photos. Shanshan approached the conspirators, and the captain clung to the girl so that they would not be heard. Director Xu was indignant and, despite the guard's apology, did not intend to forgive frivolity. The girl slapped the offender so hard that he could not stand on his feet. While falling, Yifei caught the sleeve of Mr. Shu's jacket, and photographs that the general was about to throw out spilled out of his pocket. Some photographs were facing up, revealing the secret vice of the respected gentleman. A moment's confusion was enough for Shanshan and the general's wife to consider everything that should have remained hidden. Burning with shame, Mr. Shu collected the scattered photos, and his dejected wife demanded to know why he kept these photos. Injin reassured her mother and asked her to allow her father to explain himself. And Yifei sadly thought how fragile the peace in the family turned out to be. The situation in the Shu family was reminiscent of the decline of the Han dynasty, when discord and confusion reigned in the Celestial Empire. The owner of the house froze with the photograph in her hand and repeated her question, not expecting an answer. The general was ready to fall through the ground and begged to listen to him. Without letting go of the photo, the mother of the family stepped forward to meet her husband, as if not noticing the youngest daughter who was trying to hold her back. When the woman came close to her husband, the expression on her face did not bode well. Senior Mrs. Xu slapped the general and once again asked why he kept photos of her from her youth. The captain and both Xu sisters were dizzy, and Yingying's heart was relieved when she was convinced that her father had no mistresses. The mistress of the house never doubted her husband's devotion, and the photos remained from the time of their youthful experiments. The mother of the family was moved to learn that the passion had not faded over the years, and the forgiven general assured her that she was still beautiful and desirable. Meanwhile, Captain Gu ordered Yifei to go to the station and reported a suspicion of an attack on the Shu family. The policeman's arbitrariness did not escape the general's attention, and he hastily pulled the said son back. The patriarch's intervention came in very handy. The guys were already ready to fight. Mr. Shu decided to put an end to all omissions at once and declared Yifei his son-in-law. Captain Gu turned cold from the general's heavy gaze. He had never seen his named father like this and backed down. For Ingen, her father's words came as a surprise. Until now, she believed that her father did not like Yifei. The father replied that a man who also likes bandage games cannot be bad. The whole family, including Captain Gu, was shocked by the general's revelations, and Yingen guessed the reason for the misunderstanding. Yifei was also stunned to learn that he was being mistaken for a fetishist, but quickly pulled himself together. The former commando assured the girl's father that he could be relied upon, and was glad that the hectic mission was coming to an end. Injin was angry that the men did not take her into account, and decided to remind herself by sneaking up behind Yifei with a fire extinguisher at the ready. An insidious blow from behind knocked out the guy, but Mr. Shu decided not to interfere in the couple's relationship. The girl grabbed the stunned captain by the leg and dragged him around the corner. An unprecedented scandal broke out. Ingen blamed Yifei for allowing her dad to call himself son-in-law, accompanying the reproaches with cuffs. When Gu asked why the girl beats her lover, the general suggested that the young man liked it. The next day, Mrs. Zhu and her guard, who looked like a panda with lanterns on both eyes, flew back to Ye City. At the airport, Yifei experienced déjà vu. He was again loaded with suitcases and given bruises. The vengeful woman recalled all the insults. The couple was seen off by Shanshan and Gu, who had not given up hope of recapturing Yingying. And Mr. Shu did not come because he was visiting an old friend. Shanshan asked if her son-in-law knew dancer Qiao Ya and hugged him tightly goodbye to tease her sister. When Yifei said that he was friends with a famous artist, the girl did not believe it. The captain promised to introduce Shanshan to a celebrity and immediately slapped Yingen on the ear. Without allowing her companion to come to her senses, Mrs. Shu hurried to board, dragging the offending guard with her. General Shu lied. In fact, he also came to the airport and watched the plane with a peaceful look, holding a photo of the late Gu in his hands. Manager Li Yifei arrived at the office in a good mood and was only momentarily embarrassed when greeting his former security partner. Pretty female employees congratulated him on the completion of the project and predicted the position of vice president. A flattered Yifei invited his colleagues to drink together after work, causing everyone to rejoice. When the captain arrived at the director's office, Mrs. Shu admitted that she had been unbearably homesick for him since the new year. Injin took off her dress and stepped towards the guy, but her intentions were far from amorous. Horns appeared on the girl's head, and armor appeared under her dress. She believed that Yifei was pursuing her, and prepared to defend herself. The former Special Forces soldier stood in front of the demonic warrior, completely defenseless and in his underwear, not daring to resist. The Fury pounced on the captain and began to beat him with her fists. The demoness's face suddenly turned into a funny cow's face on the pillow, and the young man woke up in his bed. It was time to get ready for work. Yifei began to prepare breakfast, humming a cheerful tune. The crowded bus suddenly braked, and a schoolgirl bumped into the captain. The girl muttered words of apology, and the young man recognized his old friend Chu Xiaoyao, the victim of a street robbery. In the crowd, a pedophile quietly approached the girl, but Yifei was on the alert. The former Special Forces soldier grabbed the molester by the hand and demanded that he stop immediately. The depraved gentleman stared at the guy with displeasure and ordered him to mind his own business. The captain began to twist the scoundrel's wrist to make his words sound more convincing. Seething with rage, the Special Forces veteran ordered the scoundrel to get out. The annoyed scoundrel ran away, and Yifei persuaded himself to be more restrained. Xiaoyao enthusiastically thanked her protector, although he himself did not think that he had done anything outstanding. The bus swerved again, and the girl fell onto Yifei. When the young man picked up Xiaoyao in his arms, she complained that she didn't feel well and immediately fainted. The retired Special Forces soldier took the girl to school and fed her his breakfast. Xiaoyao was hungry and devoured Yifei's supplies while he explained that she couldn't skip breakfast. Otherwise, the fainting spells would continue. The captain noted to himself that the girl had an incredible talent for attracting trouble. This was hardly a mere coincidence. The schoolgirl promised to pay for the treat if necessary, and Yifei was ashamed of his suspicions, because a liar cannot have such innocent eyes. Yifei was late for work and hurried to say goodbye to Xiaoyao, not noticing that a stranger was watching him. The passerby seemed to accidentally touch the guy with his shoulder, and his face seemed vaguely familiar to the former Special Forces soldier. The slow passerby was Chen Yuan, accompanied by a man in a traditional outfit with his face covered. The gangster's companion attacked the captain and demanded an apology for pushing his master. The mafioso ordered the servant not to be distracted and to quickly escort him to Dufayton, a representative of the terrorist syndicate. Looking after the strange couple, the Special Forces veteran could not help but think that something was wrong with them. Today was Yifei's first day in the office position that Director Xu had promised him. Following the administrator into the office, the captain imagined that after his promotion, his life would change dramatically. Opening the door, the inspired young man introduced himself to his colleagues and said that they could always count on his help. To Yifei's horror, his boss turned out to be the pedophile from the bus, who promised to keep an eye on the proactive and promising employee. His colleagues also disappointed the captain. Instead of the young beauties that Shanshan spoke about, the most ordinary people looked at him. The staff greeted the newcomer warmly, but he himself was ready to howl with frustration. The first to greet the new manager was He Rundun, a middle-aged plump man unsuccessfully hiding his bald head under a bouffant. At the sight of the new guy, a plump middle-aged lady named Sheng Yajun blushed like a young girl, which displeased the guy. The captain also didn't like the driver Li Jisheng because he is over 30, but he behaves like a teenager, shows a goat and listens to rock music. Zhao Qingsheng, the vicious head of the logistics department, instructed Yifei to take the documents to the next department and finally recognized the guy. One young charmer named Michelle was finally found and explained to Yifei that all the beauties are in the administrative department, and here is the logistics department. The girl handed the captain a folder with documents intended for dispatch. Mr. Zhao dissatisfiedly asked why Yifei was chatting with Michelle and had not yet left on the assignment, making it clear that he would recoup himself to the fullest. On the way, the annoyed captain thought that there was a misunderstanding. Ingen was not so vile as to send him to such a hole. A message came from the director on the phone. Mrs. Xu was waiting for Yifei on the roof of the office center. The retired Special Forces soldier came to the appointed place, hoping that Ingen, out of gratitude, would not leave him in trouble. At the meeting, Director Xu said that she again needed the captain's help. Yifei had to answer Shanshan's calls and was upset that he was disturbed because of nonsense. He was counting on the development of relations. Mrs. Xu explained that her sister wanted to give them another test, so they had to pretend that they were spending time together. When Shanshan called, the young man said that he had gone to the grocery store to prepare a light breakfast for his girlfriend. After making sure that her sister and her boyfriend were together, the curious girl assured that she would be willing to cook for her son-in-law. Having finished the conversation, the captain took a breath of relief. But Mrs. Xu upset him by telling him that everything was just beginning. Shanshan was coming to visit soon, so Yifei should also move in with Mrs. Xu for a while. The guy didn't want to get involved in the sisters' relationship and tried to resist. And then Ingen promised to transfer him to the section with beauties. Returning to his office, the captain learned from the indignant Shen that Mr. Zhao had again summoned Michelle to his place. The lady was sure that the boss was harassing the girl, and the Special Forces veteran rushed to the rescue. The libertine was rudely pestering Michelle, muttering that she had a lot to learn, when suddenly the door to the boss's office swung wide open. A heavy folder flew into the bastard's face, and Yifei smiled disarmingly and apologized profusely, explaining that the volume slipped out of his hands. Confused, Michelle looked with admiration at the brave newcomer, who was not afraid to challenge the crazy boss. Without waiting for the vicious boss to come to his senses, the captain quickly took the girl out of the office. The disgraced Mr. Zhao harbored a grudge against Yifei and decided to take revenge on the new manager. Meanwhile, Chief Nan Chen met with the terrorists to find out where Brother Hu was and why the leader of the group, nicknamed the Sage, was looking for him. Chen Yuan never recovered from his arrogance and recklessly threatened seasoned criminals, demanding to know who the Sage was. Both terrorists cast bewildered glances at the self-confident young man and replied that neither of them called himself a sage. The enraged gangster attacked the servant, from whom he learned about the Sage and his plans for Brother Hu. The mafioso called his servant a lying monkey and was ready to beat him to death without listening to explanations. Suddenly, the servant knocked the boss down and announced that he was the mysterious Sage, and one of his henchmen reported that he had found Hu. The terrorist leader looked contemptuously at Chen Yuan, who had failed to expose him while he was playing the simpleton. The Sage conducted his own investigation and learned that there had been discord in the gang since two authoritative brothers went to jail. A third-rate syndicate could hardly have interested terrorists if not for the theft of a shipment of prohibited substances in which Hu was suspected. In fact, the goods were stolen by Red Dress, who was now suffering in prison among aggressive cellmates. Returning from work, Yifei replayed the events of the crazy day in his memory. Michelle feared that she had caused trouble for her colleague and warned that Mr. Zhao was an evil and vindictive person. Another message arrived from Mrs. Xu, asking her to come to her this evening. It was already dark when the newly appointed manager arrived at Director Xu's luxurious villa. The door was left open in advance. Having crossed the threshold of the residence, the former Special Forces soldier admired the stylish designer interior. Injin greeted her subordinate surprisingly cordially and offered him tea. Over tea, Mrs. Xu broke the news from her mother, which did not make Yifei very happy. Shanshan was supposed to arrive next week. The girl wanted the captain to immediately move in with her and stay until her sister arrived to get used to it. But the guy said that this was too much. Another call came from Shanshan, and under Madame Xu's gaze, the young man did not dare to hang up the call. The captain asked why the girl was calling at such a late hour, and she ingenuously replied that she wanted to make sure that she and Ingen were nearby. Mrs. Xu grabbed the phone and shouted that they were already asleep, and Shanshan calmly replied that she didn't know when they went to bed. Finally, the naughty girl announced that she was flying to City E tomorrow morning, and immediately pressed the end button, without waiting for reproaches. Sitting in the plane, Shanshan was triumphant because she managed to get 3 people through at once. Her sister, mother, and son-in-law. Yifei clutched his head with a martyr's look. All he was missing was the eccentric girl. Injin explained that her sister has been self-willed since childhood. The sisters had been rivals since childhood. But now the eldest was not going to give in to the younger and was ready to give Yifei one of the empty rooms. In the morning, Shanshan showed up at her sister's house with a huge suitcase, feigning apologies for the trouble. While the girls exchanged greetings, the guest rummaged around the house looking for Ingen's boyfriend. Yifei appeared from the kitchen and invited everyone to the table, feigning surprise at Shanshan's early arrival. Watching her sister at the table glaring at her subordinate, Director Xu realized that this time she would not allow herself to be outdone. In the evening, in the bedroom, Ingen explained to Yifei that she couldn't relax for a minute, and to confirm her words, her sister smartly poked her head into the door. The girl entered the room under the pretext that she urgently needed her sister's electric kettle. When the couple was about to continue their conversation, Shanshan barged in again and invited them to drink tea. Her sister's intrusive curiosity unnerved Ingen. She was afraid that her sister was eavesdropping on them. The situation left no choice but to move to Plan B. Plan B was to fool Shanshan by making noises at night that imitated lovemaking. The nosy sister really listened at the door and wondered why it was so quiet in the lover's bedroom at night. Finally, desperate screams and moans were heard from behind the door, and under the pressure of someone else's passion, Shanshan could not stand on her feet. The girl clearly did not expect such enthusiasm from her strict sister and her reserved boyfriend. While Shanshan marveled at the rampant passions, the flushed Yifei mockingly asked whether Mrs. Xu was having a good time with him. Struggling with embarrassment, Ingen was forced to agree that she felt at the peak of bliss. To complete the effect, the captain suggested giving Mrs. Zhu a massage to relieve stress after a hard day. While the older sister was enjoying the massage, Shanshan was kept awake all night by the sounds from the next bedroom. When the girl went out to breakfast in the morning, her pretty face was very drawn, and dark circles appeared under her eyes. Yifei did not miss the opportunity to tease the guest and asked how she slept in the new place. The girl assured that she slept well, but after a sleepless night she was tormented by dizziness, which forced her to refuse breakfast. Watching the idyllic scene in the kitchen, Shanshan was ready to give up. Ying and her friend seemed like a model couple. In the evening, the faucet in the kitchen broke. The captain volunteered to fix it and asked the lady of the house where he could get a flashlight. Shanshan finally came to terms with capitulation and went to look for her sister for a serious conversation. The girl's attention was attracted by the shadow of Yifei, who was trying to figure out how to turn on the flashlight, but from the outside it looked ambiguous. Shanshan had vulgar thoughts about the rocket preparing to take off. The girl's wild imagination painted scenes of tense anticipation at the command post. The launch was commanded by a handsome young general, Michael Toby, and his adjutant was a lovely young blonde. Finally, General Toby pressed the launch button and the rocket shot into the sky. The pleased commander congratulated Miss Adjutant on the successful launch and invited her to the bar after the shift. The girl's fantasies were cut short when it dawned on her that her son-in-law was too excited after the night. Yifei returned to the kitchen with the ill-fated flashlight, and Shanshan guessed that the two had played a prank on her at night. The young man climbed into the cabinet under the kitchen sink, illuminated the pipes, and discovered the leak. While the captain was repairing the water supply, the voice of Madame Shu was heard offering her sister something to drink. Shanshan replied that she would like some mulled wine, and the Special Forces veteran wondered why conversations in the kitchen could be heard so well in the cabinet. Through a crack in the cabinet, the young man observed the relief forms of Injin, who was looking for sugar for mulled wine in the bottom drawer of the cabinet. Shanshan complained that her sleep was disturbed. Nights like this had not happened since high school, and Yifei noted that he did not know much about Mrs. Shu. When the girl asked for more sugar, Ingen bent down again, and the excited captain could only pray not to be noticed. The mulled wine was too hot, and Shanshan almost dropped the glass. Ingen poured the drink into the sink and began to prepare a new portion. A scalding, fragrant stream poured onto the guy's trousers through the gap in the drain, and he could hardly restrain himself from screaming. When the girls went to look for Yifei, he immediately jumped out of the kitchen but was overtaken in the corridor. The annoying stain did not escape Shanshan's inquisitive eyes, and she was again overcome by immodest thoughts. The hot drink burned the skin under his clothes. The young man feverishly thought about how to sneak away and change clothes. Shanshan concluded that the rocket that made so much noise had a defect in the fuel tank and was about to explode. The situation could have been saved by disconnecting the second accelerator, but there was catastrophically little time left. Despite all efforts, the rocket exploded at the launch and smashed the launch pad to smithereens. Yingen calmly handed the captain a towel, and Shanshan decided that something was wrong between them if this was in the order of things for them. The girl again took on the role of a detective and wondered why Yifei needed to start games that were hazardous to health after the night's battles. As a result, Shanshan came to the conclusion that Ying and her boyfriend were faking a romantic relationship. The situation suited the girl quite well, and she decided to take her imaginary boyfriend away from her sister. The changed expression on Shanshan's face alerted Yingen and her faithful knight, Mrs. Zhu, needed to leave the house for a while, and she warned the captain that her sister was up to something and she had to be careful. When Ying left, Shanshan called Yifei to her place and asked him to fix the air conditioner, but the young man did not find a breakdown. Suddenly, a sofa cushion flew into the guy's back. The young man turned around, showing the stain, and the girl, smiling slyly, immediately offered to wash the trousers. The girl's concern puzzled the former Special Forces soldier. There was a catch in her. Shanshan hurried the captain and begged him to take off his trousers and immediately put them in the wash. Yifei asked if she was afraid of angering her elder sister by doing him an inappropriate favor. The naughty woman laughed and pulled off his soiled trousers, asking in the tone of a prosecutor what kind of secret connected him with Injin. The captain begged Shanshan to stop and not do anything stupid, but she got angry in earnest. The girl had not had to do her own laundry for a long time, but she was confident in herself and imagined herself as a nurse who persuades a coward to get an injection. In the end, the Special Forces veteran gave up and allowed Shanshan to work on the trousers and asked her to finish quickly before Yingen returned. The girl was in no hurry to do the laundry and continued her interrogation. hinting that a man in love had no need for lonely fun in the corridor. Confused, Yifei wondered what was wrong with him, since he was constantly mistaken for a libertine. But Shanshan's touch did not cause disgust. While the captain was wondering how to get out of this stupid situation, the click of the lock was heard. Director Shu returned to the house to get the car keys and shouted to Yifei if he had seen where they were, not finding either her sister or her boyfriend. Ingen suspected something was wrong and rushed into the room from where the fuss could be heard. As Mrs. Shu turned the doorknob, Shanshan whispered triumphantly that this was the moment of truth. Opening the door, Ingen found no one in the room. Mrs. Zhu looked around the room and thought that the guests had gone somewhere. Holding their breath, Yifei and Shanshan hid behind the bed, covering themselves with one sheet. The captain was glad that his professional reaction did not let him down when he suddenly noticed that he was clutching the girl's shorts in his fist. The Special Forces veteran began to tremble with horror and shame. The young man realized that he had accidentally pulled off the girl's shorts when he was dragging her to the shelter, and could not figure out how to get out of the embarrassment. Shanshan was not at all offended by the captain and smiled tenderly when he begged her to hide, because Yingen would never forgive them if he discovered them. The close contact of half-dressed bodies embarrassed the girl, but she had to endure it. There was not enough space for two between the bed and the wall. Shanshan complained that there was a rat in the house that was tickling her, but it was not a matter of rodents. Yifei held back with all his might, but even in Afghanistan it was easier. And if we compare him to a rat, then Shanshan is as cunning as a nine-tailed fox. Trying to distract himself, the former Special Forces soldier thought about the origin and evolution of life on the planet and mentally ordered himself to calm down. The young man understood that a new life should not be born by an absurd accident, and he must immediately bring himself to his senses. Mrs. Shu finally found the keys, and the captain regained his peace of mind. Now it was possible to open the hug and disperse, but Shanshan did not let go of the guy, making it clear that she was eager to continue. Yifei explained to the girl as delicately as possible that she was doing the wrong thing, and carefully disentangled himself from the girl's tenacious hands. The next morning, the captain woke up exhausted and doped off all day, causing his colleagues to worry, and longingly looked forward to the evening with the warring sisters. On the bus, the former Special Forces soldier again ran into Xiao Yao, who was going to work part-time after school and was incredibly happy to see him. The girl proudly announced that she was participating in a school employment program, when suddenly Yifei noticed a wasp on the sharp curve of her waist. As the young man extended his hand to shoo away the insect, someone grabbed his wrist. An attractive female police officer looked at the captain menacingly, mistaking the guy for a pedophile whom she had been tracking for a long time. Handcuffs closed around the Special Forces veteran's wrists, and the girl ordered him to remain silent until they reached the station. Xiao Yao looked at the policewoman in confusion, and Yifei mentally groaned. The detention was the last straw for him. At the station, the misunderstanding was quickly resolved. Sergeant Wang apologized to the captain and scolded the trainee for her thoughtless zeal. Trainee Lin Qiang also apologized for her mistake and said that the young man could count on her help if there were problems. The beauty of the girl excited Yifei, and he hastened to end the conversation in order to get rid of disrespectful thoughts about the servant of the law. Lin Qiang had mastered the skills of studying the enemy well and drew the sergeant's attention to the guy's predatory gaze, but he just waved it off. The observant Xiao Yao noticed that the police lady was mad at her friend because he was looking at the cop too openly while on duty. Meanwhile, Lin Qiang voiced that the police cannot indulge the scoundrels, otherwise citizens will lose faith in the law. Sergeant Wang interrupted his subordinate's speech and allowed Yifei and Xiao Yao to leave. At the entrance, the captain encountered a delegation of 3 foreigners. 2 of them were Europeans, and the third looked like a Korean. Sergeant Wang greeted them and entrusted them to Lin Qiu's care. The retired Special Forces soldier thought that he had seen the leader of the delegation somewhere. The foreigner also noted Yifei's hard gaze, but the guy's predatory eyes made a positive impression on her. Lin Qiu was not used to the appearance of Europeans and decided that in front of her was not a woman, but a stunningly handsome man with delicate facial features. The high-ranking lady had a weakness for brutal, handsome men and could not resist turning around after Yifei. Xiao Yao also mistook the woman for a guy who had his eye on her friend, but the captain did not allow her to develop this slippery topic. Lin Qiu pulled herself together and asked the head of the delegation to present documents. The lady showed her Interpol ID and explained that they had a special mission. At this time, the terrorists were planning an operation to seize the goods and discussed what to do with Burkut. The sage said that their main task was to return the stolen shipment, And if they managed to capture the old enemy, it would be wonderful. At the meeting, Interpol agents notified the police that 3 dangerous terrorists from the Plastic Warrior group had arrived in the country. The leader of the group, Shenjie, also known as the Sage, was a mysterious person. No one knew what he looked like or how old he was. Wang Da, who oversaw the trade in illegal drugs, began his criminal career in the Golden Triangle Cartel. Captain Victor, in charge of weapons, was the deputy commander of the Alpha Special Squad. And after his dismissal, he joined the bandits. Interpol's mission was to catch criminals before they did anything wrong. International experts counted on the full assistance of the local police. The head of the delegation then added that police officers were expected to actively participate in the investigation. Sergeant Wang asked how the joint action between Interpol and the city police would be coordinated. Interpol envoy Beyoncé Medici announced that she is taking command herself. It is not for nothing that she is an expert in field operations. The leadership of the infiltration was entrusted to a Korean agent named Kui Cheng-dao. Frenchman Buddy will be responsible for information support and planning of special operations. The police were at first intimidated in front of specialists of such magnitude, but did not lose their dignity. The sergeant asked what their mission was. He was offended that the local cops seemed to be left out of work. Beyoncé replied that they were tasked with catching another criminal with ties to terrorists and compiling a complete dossier on him online. After leaving the station, Yifei went to a bar to relieve tension, and then he received a call from a friend who had not made himself known for a long time. There was a good reason for the call. Captain Victor showed up in the city, and Burkett was surprised what a native of Russia might need here. Victor was expelled from Alpha for the murder of the commander and sentenced to prison, but for some reason, he walked free. The conversation between the colleagues was interrupted by Shanshan's call, but Yifei pressed end. He did not want to remember the last evening. The captain's attention was attracted by a woman's scream. Some lady urgently demanded that they leave her alone. The former commando turned around and saw 2 big guys forcibly taking a woman out of the bar. Yifei called out to the men, but they began to bully the captain, so he had to start re-educating the rude people. The woman resisted with all her might and bit the offender, for which she immediately received a slap in the face. The lady's head fell limply onto her chest, but the guys rejoiced early. Yifei had already switched to combat mode and ordered to leave the lady alone. The hooligans realized that it was better not to mess with the stranger and ran out of the bar. The woman was very drunk and did not want to return home because her husband had cheated on her, and she was inconsolable. Yifei rented a room for the lady at the Hilton Hotel and put her to bed, not understanding why he was getting involved in other people's affairs again. The guy was about to leave, but the woman continued to cry. Her husband's betrayal had destroyed her morally, and her clothes were in complete disarray. The grief-stricken lady could not put herself in order, so the responsibility for maintaining decency fell on the captain. The lady's bust should have been covered, but for a well-mannered person, invading someone else's borders is no easier than climbing a mountain captured by demons. It took a heroic effort to prevent the demons from breaking the seal and protect the sacred mountain from desecration. But Yifei was no stranger to this. The young man made an effort and began a cover-up operation so that the sacred remained hidden. When the captain covered the woman with a sheet, she resolutely grabbed his hand. The stranger turned out to be strong and persistent, like a demon. The woman was not herself and seemed to tease the young man, tearing off the sheet every time. The pain and bitterness of betrayal gave way to anger. The demon lord could envy the rage of a fragile-looking lady. The woman struggled and dodged, only a force inaccessible to mere mortals, but not to a special forces veteran, could cope with her. In the end, Yifei managed to bring the lady into a decent appearance, although it took considerable effort to calm her down. The captain was about to leave, but the stranger did not allow him to quietly sneak away. The lady stunned her defender with a kick and pulled him towards her, but Yifei did not resist because he vowed not to hit women. The lady held the guy in his grip and explained that she wanted to take revenge on her unfaithful husband and was counting on his help. Meanwhile, the police capture team arrived at the hotel to arrest the terrorist accomplice. The cops compiled a voluminous dossier on the criminal, which had to be shown on the big screen. Skynet barely had enough resources to describe all the atrocities of an agent of 3 terrorist syndicates. The man's name was Liang. He had 4 episodes of mass shootings. He was a master of bladed weapons and lived in the Hilton Hotel. The arrest of Liang provided an opportunity to find out the whereabouts of other terrorists. But the police understood that the operation would be difficult and dangerous. Lin Qiong and Sergeant Wang ambushed the hotel and finally waited for the criminal to appear. At this time, A young lady named Fang Qing, inflamed by drink and resentment of her unfaithful husband, seduced Yifei. The woman was touched by the sense of justice demonstrated by the captain in the bar. He seemed to her the ideal man. The lady continued to flirt, and through the window Leong could be seen getting out of the car and heading towards the hotel. According to Fang Qing, the hotel's decor was conducive to casual relationships. Yifei thought otherwise, although the smell of her perfume excited the imagination. Yifei was determined to resist the temptation and was wondering how to get rid of the annoying fan. The ringing of the phone in the pocket of the jacket thrown on the floor forced the lady to weaken the pressure. The young man disentangled himself from the hot embrace and grabbed the phone. An irritated Mrs. Xu asked where Yifei had gone and why he was not home yet, and the captain lied that he was meeting a friend and would not come to spend the night. Leong sensed an ambush and was fleeing pursuit, so the police called for reinforcements. Without waiting for help, Lin Qiang rushed in pursuit. Fearing for her life, the sergeant was forced to immediately begin the capture operation. Following the criminal, the girl ran into the technical room and found no one there. The police thoroughly searched the object, but there was no trace of the suspect. The terrorist agent was hiding under the ceiling and rushed at Lin Qiang from above. The criminal was armed with a knife and intended to immediately deal with the girl. Lin Qiang was not intimidated by the knife attack, and she adequately repelled the attack. Having laid the bandit face down on the floor, the girl tried to handcuff him, but Leong was ready for such a turn. The criminal hid a spare knife in his sleeve and threw it at the policewoman. Lin Qiang managed to retract the blade, but the blade tore open her uniform shirt, making her blush. The enemy immediately took advantage of the girl's confusion and knocked her down with a powerful blow. Leong mocked Lin Qing for daring to challenge him, imagining that she could handle him alone. Intimidating the girl with a knife, the scoundrel became so carried away that he forgot about the chase. Reinforcements arrived in time, and Lin Qiang escaped reprisals. The girl was glad that the villain would not be able to escape, but the criminal remained calm. 3 police officers rushed to the rescue of their colleague, blocking the exit from the building. Sergeant Wang pointed his gun at the criminal, and Leong raised his hands up, inventing an escape plan as he went. With a knife throw, the syndicate agent brought down a massive advertising sign on the police. While the law enforcement officers dodged the blow, Leong climbed the wall and climbed into the hotel window. Frustrated, Wang sent Squad 23 to search for the fugitive and helped Lin Q up. Meanwhile, Yifei brushed off the advances and lied to Yingen that he was relaxing with a friend in a bar. The young man became wary when he heard that Shanshan left home yesterday and did not return. The stubborn fan finally got hold of the captain, and Mrs. Xu heard his indignant cry, which made her doubt Yifei's words. Doubts intensified when Ying Ying heard Fang Qing purring contentedly. The guy felt like he was losing control of himself, and his eyes were clouded over. But he continued to lie that it was the barista serving drinks. Fang Qing playfully scolded Yifei for managing to have an affair while still talking to his girlfriend. The captain made excuses that he was busy and promised to call back tomorrow, but Ingen still heard suspicious sounds and hung up the phone in anger. When the lady got really naughty, Yifei barely had time to remember that he doesn't hit women. Making sure that the conversation was over, the incensed lady went on a decisive offensive. The young man insisted that he brought Fang Qing to the hotel without thinking about anything else, but only because she was drunk and did not want to go home. The lady's eyes filled with tears when her proposal was rejected. The retired Special Forces soldier felt a pang of guilt. It was unpleasant for him to see a crying woman. Calming the lady, Yifei whispered kind words and stroked her cheek so that she would not feel lonely. Encouraging touches culminated in a firm, friendly kiss. The first kiss was followed by a second, until the resistance of the mind was completely broken. The police cordoned off the hotel building, and the seizure team was ordered to search all the rooms. Having changed her uniform cut with a knife, Lin Qiang, along with everyone else, went in search of the fugitive criminal. Having received the administrator's consent to search the rooms, the police divided into groups and dispersed to different floors. Lin Qiang was assigned to the second task force, which was assigned to search the 3rd floor. Yifei regretted that he was unable to resist the temptation, but Fang Qing had already begun to taste it. Members of the second group distributed the floor sectors and room keys among themselves, and then began the search. Lin Qiang got the sector in which Yifei rented a room. The fuss in the corridor attracted the attention of the retired Special Forces soldier, but Fang Qing did not allow him to concentrate on analyzing the situation. The search began with embarrassment. In one of the rooms, a girl scared away a couple of lovers who showered her with curses. The suspicious noise came closer and closer. and the captain finally broke away from the lady and went to the window. Pulling back the curtain, the young man saw that the hotel parking lot was filled with police cars. The Special Forces veteran feared that they had come for him, and Fang Qing interpreted his behavior in her own way. The lady offered to have fun at the window. It seemed to her that a young guy should like such games, and the policewoman was getting closer. When Lin Qiang began to search the next room, the former commando realized that he could not hesitate any longer. After listening, the captain recognized the policewoman's voice when she reported on the radio that no traces of the suspect were found in room 302. When the young man realized that the girl was searching every room and now it was their turn, he felt uneasy. The key was already turning in the lock when the guy remembered that Lin Qiang could not stand debauchery and under no circumstances should she catch him with his mistress. Upon entering room 303, the police officer clearly did not expect to meet Yifei again. Without showing concern, the young man inquired about the purpose of the visit. The girl replied that a criminal was hiding in the hotel and asked permission to inspect the room, although the captain said that he had not seen anyone. Yifei mentally rejoiced that they were not looking for him. Lin Qiang noticed that he was excited and became wary. Inspecting the room, the girl did not find any evidence and was about to leave when suddenly Fang Qing fell out of the closet. The woman was tied up and barely covered with a sheet. For the chase Lin Qiang, this sight was enough to make a verdict. The policewoman looked in amazement from Fang Qing to the captain and did not know what to do. When Lin Qiang categorically stated that Yifei was a shameless libertine and a kidnapper of women, the captain realized that he was seriously in trouble. The police were about to arrest the guy for kidnapping a woman, and she was sleeping soundly and could not testify in defense of her lover. From threats, the girl switched to assault, demanding to surrender. The Special Forces veteran did not dare to beat the policeman and, moreover, the woman, and persuaded Lin Qiang to listen to him. The girl was not interested in the testimony of the one whom she had already appointed as the culprit, so she simply threw Yifei onto the floor over her head. Lin Qiang was surprised that the guy did not fall, but landed softly on his feet. The police officer immobilized the suspect by grabbing him by the neck. The young man spent a lot of energy in amorous battles and could not oppose anything to Lin Qiang. All that was left was to run. As if guessing Yifei's thoughts, the girl tightened her grip. The captain insisted that he was innocent, and both did not suspect that they were being watched. Liang hid from pursuit in a ventilation shaft, believing that the police would not think of looking for him here. As the criminal crawled above room 303, the noise of a struggle caught his attention. Liang looked into the room through the ventilation grill and was dumbfounded. Watching a fight between a policewoman and some guy, a syndicate agent decided that the couple was indulging in dirty fun. Yifei's attempts to break free from the grip infuriated Lin Qiang. Then she took out a stack and began to whip him. Holding the captain by the neck in a chokehold, the police beat him on the legs, ordering him to stop moving. The young man appealed in vain to Lin Qiang's reason. The girl seethed with righteous anger and was determined to punish the libertine. Even a seasoned terrorist thought that the couple was going beyond what was permitted. Yifei and Lin Qiang noticed strange sounds in the ventilation shaft, and the retired Special Forces soldier immediately realized where the intruder was hiding. Feeling interested, Liang almost gave himself away with a careless movement and thought about how to get out of the mine before he was found. The captain wanted to share his guesses with Lin Qiang, but the girl was overwhelmed with rage. She passionately wanted to punish the scoundrel. The scene of the flogging so captivated the criminal that he seemed to feel the blows of the stack himself and became more wound up than ever. The man understood that he risked being discovered, but he could not help himself. The girl was swinging more and more. Liang in his thoughts tried to persuade her to calm down. While beating Yifei, the policewoman felt moral satisfaction from her duty. The captain noticed that the ceiling in the room was vibrating and the ventilation grill was about to break off. The terrorist agent again lost control of himself, but the structure was not designed for sudden movements and threatened to collapse. The criminal prayed for Lin Qiang to stop the execution. The policewoman continued to whip the young man. Liang jerked again and finally brought down the structure. The falling shaft broke the ceiling, and the captain, lying on his back, warned the girl against an attack from above. The policewoman turned around and saw the body of a fugitive criminal falling on top of her. The girl realized who was hiding in the mine, but did not have time to react. The syndicate agent fell right on top of the girl, and she immediately lost consciousness. Liang was afraid that he had made his situation worse by attacking the cop, but when he realized that the girl had fainted, he regained his confidence. The criminal was about to escape, but then a vile idea came to his mind. The scoundrel wanted to get even with Lin Kyung for all his misadventures and do to her what she did to the captain. The sadist cut the girl's clothes with a knife and was ready to go even further without meeting any opposition. A strong man's hand lay on the villain's shoulder, and a menacing voice ordered him to stop. The criminal barked, "What kind of brave man dares to interrupt Mr. Lei?" To which Yifei replied that he had never heard of such a figure. Turning around, Leong recognized Burkut with horror and was immediately knocked out. Having guessed who the police were looking for, the captain decided to assist the cops and at the same time teach the scoundrel a lesson. The beating from Lin Qiong angered the Special Forces veteran, and he was heartily glad when a suitable punching bag turned up under his hot hand. Liang held a high position in the large terrorist group crew side and was outraged that the enemy was belittling his fighting qualities. The bandit used a knife, but the captain easily retracted the blade and made it clear that he did not care for this organization. The captain deliberately teased the criminal, calling him a weakling, and Liang lost concentration out of anger and missed the blow. While repelling the attacks, the scoundrel never ceased to be amazed at the extraordinary strength of the enemy. Soon, the criminal was exhausted and could not block the blows, meekly allowing himself to be beaten until he lost consciousness. When the bandit was neutralized, Yifei felt relieved, but did not take revenge on Lin Qiong, who was still unconscious. Having dealt with a high-ranking member of the crew side group, the captain hoped that this gang would no longer dare to bother him. After Liang was captured, Captain Gu arrived in Ye City as a visiting specialist. Lin Qiong met her colleague at the airport and brought her up to date. When Captain Gu wanted to see the criminal, the police took him to the Southern Hospital. The terrorist agent suffered severe brain damage and was in a coma. Lin Qiong told the captain that during an attempt to detain her, Liang incapacitated her, and when she came to her senses, the criminal was already tied up. The police were able to prove the connection of the captured terrorist with the crew side group, which is considered one of the most dangerous in the world. The detainee was the weakest in the A-class, but there are higher-ranking criminals in the city, including a top S-rank terrorist named Victor. Beyoncé Medici said that Interpol was taking over Victor, and Captain Gu was called in on the Lei Ang case, which was being investigated as part of the operation. The man was offended that a foreign specialist was in charge of a responsible operation, but did not dare to challenge the management's order. Captain Gu agreed to follow the orders of the Medici and noted that it was necessary to find the one who detained Leong. According to the policeman, the person who defeated the A-rank terrorist should occupy the highest place in the hierarchy of intelligence officers. Shanshan suddenly returned to her hometown without leaving a note, and since then she has not called or checked on her sister for a long time. Yifei happily left Madame Shu's villa, but it seemed to him that Yingying was unhappy when she heard a woman's voice while talking in the hotel. The next day, Mr. Zhao sent the young man to the remote deport warehouse. Previously, Michelle was in charge of the warehouse, but the boss wanted Yifei to replace her this week, although this was against the contract. Michelle timidly objected that there was no need for a replacement, she was doing a good job, to which the boss replied that it was necessary to promote new employees. When the girl noticed that the boss was violating protocol, Mr. Zhao rudely cut her off and said that her opinion did not bother him. Yifei used diplomacy and said that he had not yet had time to really understand all the corporate nuances and was afraid of not being able to cope with the task. Looking distantly out the window, the boss said that he was giving his subordinate the opportunity to prove himself, and he should not miss the chance. The captain could not stand it and told the boss that the decision to replace him was motivated by revenge and threatened to report to management about the violation of protocol. Mr. Zhao did not heed the warning and smugly announced that he sets the rules in the logistics department. The bastard hinted at connections at the top and added that going to court was pointless. At any moment, he could fire whoever he wanted. Looking at Michelle with a devastating gaze, Mr. Zhao ingratiatingly asked whether he really harassed her. Noticing the girl's hesitation, the boss threatened to fire her if she said too much. The heroes left the office in despair. Since the order had been given, they would have to carry it out. Closing the door behind him, Yifei said that he was ready to test how strong the boss's friends are. And Mr. Zhao immediately called Brother Hu. The high-ranking scoundrel was frightened by the determination of his subordinate, and he asked the bandit to deal with the obstinate subordinate. The young man did not immediately find his way to the warehouse. The premises were located on the outskirts, so the new assignment could be considered a business trip. Michelle warned her colleague that the warehouse is located in a criminal area. Chief Zhao has influence there, so attacks are possible. Yifei did not take the girl's words seriously, reasoning that an ordinary department head could not particularly harm him. Surveying the inhospitable outskirts, the guy felt expelled from civilization. The captain wanted to consider himself free from addictions, but here he could not resist a cigarette, because there was no one to be ashamed of. The young man could not imagine that he would again encounter Xiaoyao, who somehow ended up in this terrible place. The schoolgirl chirped that she worked nearby and immediately said that she would never have thought that he smoked. The captain was embarrassed that he was setting a bad example and fiercely pressed the cigarette butt into the asphalt. But the girl did not consider smoking something reprehensible. Xiaoyao was also not childish in her questions. To distract her, Yifei asked if she knew where the warehouse was. The girl willingly volunteered to show the way, and then the young man noticed that she was dressed revealingly inappropriately for her age. Two athletic guys on a motorcycle drove by. The man sitting behind recognized Yifei and told his friend to turn around. The big guys grabbed their bats and walked towards the captain with a threatening look. One of the bullies announced that the young man must pay for insulting Boss Zhao, and his days are numbered. It was not difficult for the Special Forces veteran to calm down the hooligans. When the hooligans were on the ground, he clarified whether Zhao had really sent them. The owner of the motorcycle replied that they were sent by Master Hu at Zhao's request, and Xiaoyao froze in panic because she knew Brother Hu. Yifei remembered that he had already heard this name somewhere, but there was no time to figure it out, and he simply beat both bandits. When Xiaoyao saw what Hu's people were capable of, she was scared to think what awaited a person who committed a serious offense. After making sure that her companion was not harmed, the girl gathered her courage and asked him for one favor. Hiding the floor in front of her eyes, the schoolgirl asked for a loan of $2,000, which rather puzzled Yifei because they were not that familiar. The young man replied that he did not have that amount of money with him. And then Xiaoyao surprised him again by offering her underwear instead of collateral. The girl looked pleadingly at her adult friend and was ready to cry. The captain realized that Xiaoyao must have good reasons to forget about decency, and he asked why she needed so much money. The girl babbled that she couldn't tell the truth yet, and then Yifei, without further questioning, handed her a wad of bills so as not to force her to lie. Xiaoyao warmly thanked her friend and ran away, and the captain once again marveled at himself. But what can he do if he cannot stand women's tears? The temporary warehouse manager, Dong Chenghuai, greeted the new manager kindly and did not instill fear. Don agreed to show Yifei a warehouse where 11 people worked. When the young man came to meet the staff, the work area was unbearably hot. Contrary to Boss Zhao's expectations, Yifei adapted to the new place and became friends with Don, who invited him to have fun that evening. A colleague brought the captain to the Tiger King Karaoke Club, which he immediately did not like. Yifei tried to leave. Visiting brothels was not in his interests, but Don insisted, and besides, it was a welcome party. A colleague assured that the club was excellent, but Yifei strongly doubted it. Yielding to the persuasion of a new friend, the young man performed karaoke and received the highest score. Manager Li's vocal talents delighted his colleague, and the captain thanked heaven for learning to sing for the next promotion. The girls from the escort entered the restroom. Don offered to choose anyone. Yifei was beside himself with indignation. Such fun was disgusting to him. The former commando decided to leave the party, but froze in place when he saw Xiaoyao among the escort girls in the company of an older girl. The schoolgirl lowered her eyes and blushed. But Don interpreted Yifei's questioning look in his own way and ignored his protests. The duet of Lily Love, consisting of Xiaoyao and her friend Xu Yui, was considered the best in the establishment, so a colleague praised the captain's taste and told the girls to stay. Yifei did not immediately notice the CCTV camera when he and Don were alone with the girls. Brother Hu's henchmen were monitoring the restrooms, and one of the street hooligans recognized the tough guy who managed to fight them off. The bandit rushed to Hu to report the appearance of a guy at the club whom Mr. Zhao demanded to beat. Meanwhile, Brother Hu was passionately interrogated by the sage and his associates Victor and Wang Da, demanding the return of the stolen drugs. Beyonce Medici managed to establish the location of the terrorists, and the capture team went to the club. Don couldn't wait to see the Lily Love duet show, and he hurried the girls to start as soon as possible. Xiaoyao revealed that she and Yui were working as escorts to help Yui's father pay off his debt to the mafia, so she asked him for a loan. The bandits took Yui's father to the 4th floor. The girl feared for his life and begged the captain to lend her $20,000 to pay the ransom. Yua cried and promised to do whatever Yifei asked of her if he helped save her father. The former Special Forces soldier could not resist the girl's tears and went to help out the debtor. Don asked where his colleague was going, and the young man, full of determination, replied that he would help pay off the debt. The sage promised to leave Hu alive if he indicated where the goods were hidden, and the bandit had no choice but to agree. A bully from Hu's gang brought 3 armed gangsters to help, but Hu forbade them to open fire so that they could save their lives. Issa, a security guard, burst into the room and announced that the club building was surrounded, and as if to confirm his words, he was shot by a sniper. Captain Gu ordered the police to put on body armor and sent the second team to Gate B. The sage released Hu and ordered his men to guard the goods. The face of Beyoncé Medici appeared on the CCTV monitor and announced that it was time to have some fun. Previously, Medici served in the French gendarmerie and was considered the best of the officers. She was nicknamed the Red Fox for her ingenuity and dexterity. Having recognized their longtime enemy, the terrorists realized that they were taken seriously. The group under the command of Kui Sendao broke through to the 6th floor. The guards did not even have time to call for reinforcements. Officer Kui from the Koguryo detachment once again lived up to his nickname Ghost. Managing to sneak into the building unnoticed, the guards managed to call for reinforcements from the lower floors, but they themselves did not hold out until the support group arrived. Buddy, a French cyber support expert known as the Electronic Mouse, has hacked into a CCTV system. When the terrorists realized that the capture group was coming from the 6th floor, the sage left to get the goods, leaving Victor in charge. The terrorist leader believed that it would be easy to fight off the police with the help of a secret weapon, and the former Alpha member demanded that the girls be brought. Hu offered the new boss the 2 best girls of the club from the duet Lily Love, and Victor looked forward to an unforgettable leisure time. On the 4th floor, gangster San Li, who had previously harassed Ingen, demanded that Yuya's father repay the debt with interest, which had already grown to 140,000. Instead of money, the bandit agreed to accept Su Yui as payment for his debt. San Li offered Mr. Su 150,000 for the girl, but the father did not want to sell his only daughter to the mafia cheaply. Mr. Su himself estimated Yui at no less than 200,000. The bandit did not object to the announced amount, but the appearance of Burkett did not allow the shameful deal to take place. Not noticing how the captain was creeping up from behind, San Li boasted that the bandits had a lot of weapons, and they easily dealt with unwanted ones. Mr. Su noticed Yifei and warned the boss, but he shrugged it off and continued to intimidate the victim, assuring him that he should not contradict Brother Hu. The captain did not let the bandit finish and jerked him around, asking where Brother Hu was, and San Li was horrified when he realized that the guards would not help. Having thrown the gangster away, the former Special Forces soldier sat in his place and handed Mr. Su a wad of money, assuring him that there was no need to sell his daughter. The man asked the young man what he had to do with this story, and the captain assured that he would pay his debt. On the 7th floor, the mafiosi set up an ambush at the elevator, hoping to intercept the capture group. When the elevator arrived, the gangsters were in for a big surprise in the form of a flashbang grenade that prevented them from opening fire. Crouching, Beyoncé jumped out of the elevator and fired a machine gun at the disorientated bandits. At the sound of shooting, several more people ran out from the side corridor, but Buddy did not allow them to enter from the side and covered his colleague. Beyoncé ran out of ammunition and had to exchange her machine gun for a pistol. A roar was heard from around the corner, and then an armored structure appeared, on which the girl had wasted the entire clip. Covering himself with a huge bulletproof shield, Wang Da blocked the path of the police. Law enforcement officers could not reach the terrorist, but the villain managed to wound Buddy. But he failed to scare the computer genius. The cyberneticist knew how to deal with armored criminals, and began to approach Wang Da from the side, asking Beyoncé to provide cover. The girl shot at Wang Da point blank at close range, but the bullets did not cause him the slightest harm. In addition to the armored shield, the villain wore an exoskeleton, so the Red Fox was unable to neutralize him. Throwing the girl aside, the terrorist said that with the help of the exoskeleton, he had defeated many fighters who were superior to him in level. Beyoncé had her own tricks up her sleeve for such a case, and she invited the criminal to fight hand-to-hand. Wang Da was confident in his invulnerability and only laughed at the girl, who for some reason decided that she could cope with him in close combat. Beyoncé allowed the criminal to get close to get a good look at the weak points of the armor. The brute realized his mistake when a thin wire, the Red Fox's favorite weapon, wrapped around the unprotected inner surface of his arm. Beyoncé quickly attacked from different sides, trying to discover several more weak links in the defense. When the giant rushed to retaliate, the girl tore one of the smoke bombs from his belt and set it off. While the criminal was making his way through the smokescreen, Beyonce jumped on top of him. Wang Da remembered in time how Victor had warned him that the Red Fox's deadly wire was especially dangerous when attacked from above. The terrorist caught the wire in flight and did not allow Beyonce to tighten the noose, and then turned around and crushed the girl under him. Having immobilized the enemy, the thug began to beat her with huge fists in metal armor. Beyonce had difficulty maintaining consciousness. She had almost no chance of leaving alive. Lin Kyung accidentally fell behind the second group that Captain Gu had assigned her to. Instead of the 6th floor, where support was needed, the girl sent her soul anxiously await punishment. The passage was blocked with debris. Ling Qiang stopped in bewilderment and suddenly heard a woman scream. As the policewoman made her way through the rubble, her uniform began to tear. Then she tried to move more carefully, and then the scream was repeated. Deciding that some woman needed help, Lin Qiang resigned herself to the appearance of holes and rushed towards the direction where the sounds were coming from. There were even more sharp pieces of reinforcement ahead, threatening to tear the girl's clothes to shreds. Lin Qiang moved forward slowly but relentlessly, but was forced to stop when she heard a buzzing sound nearby. A wasp hovered over the girl, and it was unknown how it ended up in the destroyed room. The cheeky insect landed on a police officer. Lin Qiang froze, waiting for the wasp to fly away. But the screams were heard very close, and the girl decided to make a breakthrough, accepting the threat of a bite. The girl already understood which direction to move, and the evil insect could no longer stop her. The wasp still stung Lin Qiang, but the policewoman did not retreat. With a decisive jerk, the policewoman overcame the last obstacle and rushed to help. Having got out of the rubble, the girl ran to the room where the screams were coming from. Outside the door, Lin Qiang was in for a surprise in the form of a group of cheerful girls and one guy, whom she was surprised to recognize as Yifei. On the 7th floor, Wang Da was finishing off Beyonce when suddenly his fist encountered an unexpected obstacle. Taking cover behind a wall, Buddy released several drones that opened in flight and formed a shield. Wang Da roared with frustration that the victory, which was very close, was taken away from him. But Kui, who arrived in time, did not allow him to recoup. Thanks to a camouflage cloak and nanosuit, the Korean officer remained invisible to his opponents. Kui was inevitably approaching Wang Da from behind, but the drone shields prevented the criminal from turning around and returning fire. Under continuous fire, the exoskeleton's armor began to give in, making the terrorist nervous. In a fit of rage, Wang Da smashed the shield and spotted Buddy. Turning sharply, the criminal grabbed the cyber technician, but Sui tore his comrade out of the scoundrel's clutches and covered him with himself. Freed from the deadly hold, Beyonce attacked the villain from behind. The Red Fox used the choke wire again, tying the terrorist to his own shield and rendering him unable to maneuver. Wang Da didn't think Beyonce's actions would harm him, but he changed his mind when a bullet struck the unprotected back of his hand. The bullet was fired by Captain Gu, who finally reached his colleagues. The annoyed criminal shouted insults at the captain, but it was difficult to anger the experienced policeman. Having conceived a trick, the terrorist deliberately allowed Captain Gu to come closer. Finally, Wang Da freed himself from the exoskeleton that had become useless and threw it at the policeman. But Beyonce managed to warn her colleague. The captain dodged the metal block that fell on him and left the criminal with nothing. The opponents got into hand-to-hand combat, and Wang Da again tried to irritate the policeman by calling him a yellow monkey. As a worthy descendant of a PLA officer, the captain did not succumb to provocations and defended his honor with a lightning strike, knocking the terrorist down. After the crushing attack, the criminal was no longer able to rise. After making sure that Wang Da was not dangerous, the captain noted that Beyonce took a lot of risks, but otherwise it would have been impossible to deal with the exoskeleton. The policeman noted that it would be even harder with Victor. And then the girl reproached the man for cowardice. Captain Gu just grinned in response. If he were a coward, the said father would stop respecting him and laugh at him. Victor watched the defeat of Wang Da through an electronic video camera and was annoyed by the incompetence of his accomplice. The Russian terrorist decided that it was better to deal with all the problems himself than to rely on unreliable allies. Brother Hu interrupted Victor's indignation and pushed two frightened girls, Yui and Xiaoyao, into the room. Lin Qiang ordered the girls to leave and began to scold Yifei for having decided to have fun at the wrong time. The captain did not try to justify himself, knowing that the girl would not believe him, so he chose to distract her by pointing out that his uniform had turned into rags. Lin Qiang got angry, thinking that the guy might have seen too much, and used her stack again. This time, the policewoman was unable to unfasten the young man. She suddenly lost consciousness and fell. Yifei noticed a wasp on the girl's shirt and guessed that it was poisoned by the insect's venom, but he knew how to help her. Lin Qiong's life was in danger. The only way to save her was to remove the poison. The girl began to come to her senses, but because of her dizziness, she decided that the guy was up to something bad. The policewoman pushed the captain away with all her might, but he could not allow a man to die before his eyes. Yifei explained that the wasp venom needs to be removed, and given that the bite was on the upper part of the body, the toxin should already reach the lower leg. The girl became embarrassed, and then the captain promised to close his eyes to avoid awkwardness. But it was not immediately possible to find the right part of the body. Acting blindly, Yifei constantly missed his shin. Although Lin Qiong tried to prompt him, mistaking the girl's shoulder for a shin, Yifei began to remove the poison but soon realized that he was mistaken, not feeling the characteristic taste of the toxin. Lin Qiong did not immediately pull him back. The caring touches no longer irritated her, and the captain continued to remove the poison from his shoulder. When Yifei reached his shin, the girl instinctively hit him with the baton because she was scared when she saw the man's face so close for the first time. The next time the captain missed again and accidentally kissed the policewoman, the young man again experienced strange sensations, but did not immediately realize that he had made a mistake. Lin Qiong did not use the baton this time, although it was her first time kissing a guy, and Yifei wondered why she couldn't remove the poison. In the end, the girl herself pointed her healer in the right direction, taking his head in her hands and placing it on his shin. Now Yifei had to blush, but he quickly drove away extraneous thoughts and relieved Lin Qiong of the poison. Having completed the treatment, the captain began to explain that the wasp was deliberately infected with deadly toxins, but his patient had already escaped. On the 8th floor, Victor persuaded the girls to drink so that they would become more accommodating. The terrorist was impatient to see the show of the star duo Lilylove, and he resorted to a trick. Sneaking up to the break room, Beyonce, Sui, and Captain Gu heard Victor's voice seducing Yui. The Red Fox explained that Victor was lustful and would stop at nothing to get the woman he had his eye on. Victor promised Yui that he would free her father if she agreed to drink with him, and he secretly poured a psychotropic drug into the glass. The scoundrel was already handing the glass to the girl when Beyonce burst into the room. Having betrayed her usual composure, the girl looked at Victor with undisguised hatred, promising a quick end. The criminal laughed in response. The threats of the famous Red Fox did not frighten him at all. While Beyonce was distracting the terrorist's attention, Captain Gu came from behind and attacked the villain while jumping. The policeman blocked the criminal's hands, giving Beyonce the opportunity to throw a strangling wire around Victor's neck. The ruse worked, but the terrorist remained unshakably calm, looking condescendingly at the surrounding bustle. Yifei went to look for Xiaoyao and Yue, and noticed that there was panic and commotion in the building. After some time, the young man heard echoes of shooting and guessed that a terrorist attack had occurred in the club. Looking around the corner, the captain discovered that there was a shootout between the gangsters and the police, and the gang had taken hostages. The police offered the bandits to surrender in exchange for saving their lives, but San Li and his men decided to fight to defeat. Demanding a ceasefire, the gangsters used the karaoke club workers as human shields. Beyonce wanted to take the 8th floor by storm, but she was not given reinforcements because, due to the lack of windows, snipers could not be used. The assault attempt also threatened to result in the death of the hostages, so it was necessary to act without support. Beyonce's plan was for Kui to hit the terrorist from hiding, while she and Captain Gu distracted him from the hostages. Victor calculated the opponent's plans and took care of the defense in advance. Throwing away the police, the criminal edifyingly said that the Russian captain was incomparably stronger than an A-class terrorist like Wang Da. Beyonce and Captain Gu could only guess what Victor's secret advantage was that allowed him to defeat them. The criminal moved towards the police, ridiculing them for using such primitive tactics against him. As the terrorist came closer, Captain Gu and Red Fox saw that his body was covered in nano-armor. Beyonce believed that the technology was still in development, but Victor intended to test the first version in action, starting with 20% power. The criminal started with Captain Gu, slamming the policeman to the floor with a forceful punch. Beyonce was amazed at how quickly the terrorist in nano-armor moved, but the elusive Sui, nicknamed the Ghost, had already taken aim at him. The Korean officer fired a volley at the criminal, but was surprised to find that he missed. There was a huge dent where Victor had just stood, and the scoundrel himself attacked the Korean from behind and declared that he was like a rat in a hole. The Ghost fired back with all his might, but the criminal did not seem to notice the cartridges fired at him. When the smoke cleared, the unharmed Victor mockingly asked if Tsuyu was tired of wasting ammunition. The ghost could not understand what model of nanosuit the criminal was using. Until now, he considered his invisible suit to be the latest development. The armor's power increased to 30%, and Victor, feeling a surge of strength, attacked the Korean. A blow to the body threw Tsui back with superhuman strength. Beyonce immediately rushed to her comrade, but the enemy was ahead of her. Victor's imposing shadow covered the phantom before he had time to come to his senses. Quay almost immediately lost consciousness from the merciless beatings. Red Fox could do nothing to help him. The criminal appeared before Beyonce in all his monstrous power, announcing that he was done with the rats and it was time to start hunting foxes. Despite the obvious superiority of the enemy, the girl was determined to fight to the end. Yifei assessed the situation on the 4th floor and realized that there were too many hostages. In any case, he would not be able to save everyone. His mind whispered that in a club with so many police and CCTV cameras at every turn, he would certainly be discovered. Common sense insisted that the police should deal with gangs. And if he took the fight, his peaceful life would end and he would turn into a monster. In the end, the captain made a choice and decided to run away as quickly as possible, but decided to call Xiaoyao first and warn the girls about the danger. Instead of the girl, Victor answered the call, who was no less surprised than Yifei, but immediately recognized Berkut and decided that Xiaoyao was his mistress. While talking on the phone, Victor held Beyonce in his grip with one hand, and she didn't even try to break free. Before ending the conversation, the criminal demanded that Berkut go up to him on the 8th floor if he wanted to save his friends. When there was no choice left, Yifei remembered the words of his commander, who said that a soldier must defend his country wherever he is. Doubts were left behind, and manager Lee again turned into a formidable golden eagle, mercilessly destroying his enemies. The criminal thought that Yifei ended up in the club not by chance, but as a final argument against the terrorists. Beyonce tracked down Victor for 2 years, but her plans did not extend as far as he thought, and she did not count on Berkut's assistance. For the Red Fox, Victor's capture was a matter of principle. She dreamed of avenging the death of her friend in the terrorist attack that he staged in the Flower City. The conversation was interrupted by the appearance of Captain Gu, who intended to continue the fight despite his wounds. The policeman replied that it was not in his rules to run away from the battlefield, and Victor immediately accepted the challenge. The terrorist threw Beyonce towards the captain, promising the girl that she would soon meet with her friend. The policeman was the first to come to his senses and helped Beyonce to stand up, noting that the fighter needed to train more to gain muscle mass. The Red Fox's shirt was torn, and the captain was shocked to see that there was a woman in front of him. But he found the strength to remain within the chain of command. The news about Berkut encouraged Beyonce. She believed that together they could defeat Victor, and Captain Gu decided that this was part of the plan. The criminal was not afraid of Yifei's intervention and was convinced that he could easily deal with him. At the port, the goods seized from Hu's brother were being loaded onto a ship bound for Huaxia. The size of the shipment impressed even experienced smugglers. The smuggler asked why the sage did not send people to the western entrance of the club, and Xianzhe explained that he used poisonous wasps. Then the bandit asked what Xianzhe would do with Victor if Berkut was involved in the operation, and the sage replied that he was ready to sacrifice him. Victor himself had no doubt about his victory, because he was in 9th place in the ranking of fighters, and Berkut was only in 43rd place. The criminal also believed that the nano armor, which is charged from the enemy's energy, made him invulnerable. Mocking the police, Victor began to taunt Berkut in order to deprive them of their last hope. Beyonce lost heart, admitting that the art of strategy is powerless against an irresistible force. But Captain Gu was unshakable. The policeman reminded that it is unacceptable to indulge in despondency, and the descendants of warriors do not know such a word as surrender. Victor began to insult the captain's father, accusing him of desertion, and the policeman decided that the criminal would pay for this with his life. The terrorist was convinced that Gu could not do anything to him and mocked the policeman's attempts to attack. The captain put all his strength into the first blow, but Victor didn't even move. The first failure did not stop the policeman, and he continued to strike, not noticing fatigue. In between attacks and repelling enemy attacks, the captain demanded that the criminal apologize for insulting the memory of his father. The policeman tried to use a special technique against Victor but was defeated. Gu's fighting skills impressed the terrorist. He was forced to admit that blocking the blow had used up half of his armor's power. A technique called the polar bear hammer took the last of the captain's strength, and during the fall, the policeman received a fracture. On the fourth floor, San Li ordered all firepower to be used to suppress the police forces, and the capture team requested reinforcements. The headquarters hesitated, fearing the death of the hostages, and San Li decided to take advantage of the delay to organize a retreat. While covering the retreat, one of the gangsters threw a smoke bomb to cover the retreat, so the gangsters did not immediately notice Yifei. With a well-aimed blow, the captain disarmed the first bandit he came across and took his pistol. San Li considered that he had won the fight and began to pester the hostage. But with the appearance of Burkut, the balance of power changed dramatically. Yifei was alone against a dozen enemies, but the numerical superiority did not frighten him. The gangsters could not resist the Special Forces soldier. Taking the oath, the captain swore to protect civilians from hardship and needless death. Yifei understood that among the people he protects, there are sometimes scumbags, but he could not come to terms with it. Faced with scoundrels who live by robbery and enjoy the suffering of defenseless people, the captain began to doubt his mission. For some time he thought that his service was meaningless, but at the sight of the rampaging gang, doubts dissipated, giving way to cold rage. One of the bandits managed to warn the gang about a dangerous stranger, and the armed criminals surrounded the captain. One of the gangsters tried to disarm Yifei, but nothing came of it. Having met unexpected resistance, the bandits were discouraged and did not dare to attack. The confusion increased when another criminal was knocked out, threatening the captain with a pistol. The third of the attacking mafiosi lost his gun, and Yifei already had 2 pistols at his disposal. The former Special Forces soldier immediately tried out the new weapon, killing the next bandit. The skill of shooting with both hands gave the captain a strategic advantage and ultimately decided the outcome of the battle. Rapidly moving deeper into the room, Yifei fired from all sides, keeping the gangsters at a safe distance. The police heard the sounds of shooting but could not make out what was happening behind the smokescreen. The Special Forces veteran reached San Li and asked how to get to the 8th floor, and the bandit immediately panicked and did not try to resist. Having dealt with the gangsters, Yifei freed the hostages and rushed to the 8th floor, entrusting the neutralized criminals to the care of the police. The police found San Li tied up in a state close to insanity, and his body was covered with mocking inscriptions. On the 8th floor, Captain Gu, overcoming pain, continued his hopeless battle with Victor. The terrorist early rode off the wounded enemy and was amazed at the unexpected pressure. At some point, the captain managed to reach the criminal with his right hand. The blows became more and more difficult, and the policeman began to push Victor. When the captain managed to push away the attacking terrorist, Beyonce, Xiaoyao, and Yui became inspired and began to encourage the policeman. The girls' hopes were not justified. Victor blocked the blow and took the initiative. When the terrorist's armor reached 60%, Captain Gu's counterattack failed. The skin was torn off the policeman's right hand, and the girls saw that instead of a hand, the policeman had a mechanical prosthesis. Now Victor understood why the captain managed to push him away. The cybernetic prosthesis did not allow the use of armor. 2 years ago, the captain was once again hospitalized with severe shrapnel wounds after an explosion. The surgeon removed shrapnel from the policeman's lungs and chest cavity, never ceasing to be amazed that the patient was able to survive. It was not possible to save his right arm. After the amputation, the captain had to retire early due to disability. Gu asked if it was possible to disguise the prosthesis, and the doctor replied that the arm would look like a real one if it was covered with artificial skin. The captain persuaded the doctor to help him hide his injury so that he could return to duty. The surgeon did not agree immediately because he was afraid of liability, but he wanted to know why his patient did not want to leave the police. The captain replied that he became a cop to uphold justice and protect the weak. And even in the face of death, he did not go back on his words. The policeman was overcome with rage every time he saw an unpunished villain. But in the fight with Victor, his excessive ardor let him down. Losing his composure, Gu succumbed to provocation and was captured. The captain's life was saved by Beyonce Medici, who distracted the terrorist's attention, forcing him to release the policeman. Beyonce reminded people not to underestimate women and suggested trying a new plan of attack. Victor laughed contemptuously and said that the police were looking for a futile death by trying to fight him. The idea was to block a blow aimed at the attacking captain, but the terrorist threw them both away in one motion. In her entire police career, Red Fox had never been hit with such force. Despite Beyonce's objections, Captain Gu decided to block the blow himself using a cyber prosthesis. Meanwhile, Lin Q had reached the 8th floor and was looking for colleagues to join the operation. The girl reported her arrival on the 8th floor, but was told not to engage in battle and to wait for her squad to return. The commander believed that the situation was too serious to attract trainees, but Lin Q was again willful. The girl announced that she would soon join the squad and go on the attack along with everyone else. It became increasingly difficult for Captain Gu to parry the blows, and his movements began to slow down. The terrorist taunted the enemy, insisting that he expected more. And then the policeman used the 8-degree fist technique, but to no avail. The next move, Crushing Hammer, was also powerless against the nanosuit, and the armor's power increased to 70%. While fending off blows, Victor continuously insulted the army and police, calling soldiers and policemen trash. In the end, the terrorist got tired of playing with the captain, and with one throw he slammed the policeman into the wall, bringing down a pile of fragments. When Gu was finally able to get up, the throw was repeated with redoubled force. Victor shouted after him that the captain had no right to call himself a soldier. Beyoncé decided to intervene, fearing that the criminal would finish off her colleague. When the criminal again threw the captain aside, shouting after him that he was not worthy to be called a policeman, the Red Fox blocked the criminal's path. The girl, stunned by the blow, did not think that the difference between the ranks of the terrorists was so great, and Victor roared that all Chinese men were worthless. The girl prepared for death, mentally asking for forgiveness from her dead friend, who would remain unavenged. But then Captain Gu stood up. The policeman could barely stand on his feet, but still demanded an apology and was ready to end Victor's life, even at the cost of his life. Krupnik pretended not to hear and stepped towards the captain. After the crushing blow, the policeman again repeated that Victor apologized for the insults. The criminal struck again, but the captain did not even think of giving up. Gathering his strength, Gu remembered his father, from whom he inherited the tenacity and intolerance of crime that led him to the police. The captain had special hopes for his prosthesis, which became for him a symbol of justice. 2 years ago, the doctor gave in to Gu's requests and, as an experiment, agreed to disguise the cybernetic hand. At the same time, the doctor warned the patient that the prosthesis would be directly connected to the brain and damage could lead to serious consequences. The criminal guessed that the cyber prosthesis could be the captain's secret weapon and took aim at the artificial arm. When the policeman fell on his back, Victor stepped on the prosthetic and crushed it, destroying the last hope of victory. Wanting to humiliate the policeman, the terrorist promised to spare his life if he barked, but Gu pretended not to hear anything. The captain did not allow the villain to mock him and threw it in the criminal's face that the policeman was ready to die at any moment. Convinced that it would not be possible to have fun, Victor decided to finish off his defeated enemy. When the criminal had already raised his fist over the captain for the final blow, he was stopped by an indignant exclamation. Lin Qiang pointed a gun at the scoundrel, demanding that he raise his hands. As if not noticing the disparity of power, the girl demanded that the captain be released and turned towards her. Victor was in no hurry to carry out the command. The bravery of the young policewoman amused him, and Beyoncé and Captain Gu told Lin Qiang to run away. Still holding Captain Gu in his grip, the criminal knocked the gun away from the girl with one hand and kicked it after her. Beyoncé caught the intern, softening the painful fall. Only one person could resist Victor, who was already climbing the stairs to the 8th floor. After being knocked out, Lin Qiang quickly jumped to her feet and, shouting a battle cry, prepared to attack. Putting his palm forward, the criminal easily blocked the attack and said that he was bored with the game, so he would deal with the girl. The terrorist grabbed the policewoman by the arm and threw her over her head. The Red Fox again caught the girl in flight and pulled her to the side, saving her from the next blow. Beyoncé and Gu urged Lin Qiang to retreat, accusing her of being stubborn and reckless. Out of frustration, the captain began to shout at the girl, calling her a stupid and useless trainee who violates orders and drags the group down. Victor, who was observing the squabble, mockingly assured that no one would escape the reprisal, and suggested continuing the battle. Lin Qiang bravely grabbed the terrorist's hand and demanded that Captain Gu be released. The police and the hostages held their breath in horror, awaiting reprisals, while the girl, meanwhile, responded with dignity to the reproaches of her senior colleague. Lin Qiang admitted that she was far from the best in the squad, but she could not break her promise to her father. The girl's father was a police officer and personally recruited her, warning her that he would not give his daughter any concessions and would not tolerate complaints. With tears in her eyes, Lin Qiang exclaimed that despite all her shortcomings, she was still a police officer and had no right to give up. Hearing the girl's rebuke, Victor was taken aback, but still could not resist making malicious remarks when he knocked her out. Looking around the 4 girls with a lustful look, the terrorist was wondering which one to have fun with. Finally, the criminal chose Xiao Yao. and the girl prayed for Yifei to come quickly and save everyone. Victor was already stretching out his hands to the schoolgirl when suddenly Captain Gu called out to him. The policeman ordered not to touch the girls and to fight with him. The terrorist agreed. He didn't care who he killed first. The captain's face radiated extraordinary willpower, which was felt even from a distance. Yifei felt the echo of Gu's supernatural will from afar and came to the call to stand shoulder to shoulder with his former rival. As if oblivious to the terrorist's threats, the young man expressed admiration for the amazing fortitude demonstrated by the policeman. The Special Forces veteran admitted that he was ashamed of Gu for his doubts in difficult times, and Victor was angry that his words were being ignored. Finally, Yifei thanked the police captain for his dedication and assured that he would take the fight. Having made Gu more comfortable, the guy finally gave Victor his attention and inquired whether he had mutilated his friend like that. The villain grinned carnivorously and replied that his guess was correct. Swinging his hand, the terrorist mockingly asked Yifei for permission to beat him to a pulp. Suddenly, the former Special Forces soldier called out to the criminal, calling him brother. The villain turned around and hit the captain in the jaw, and his face at that moment seemed familiar to the young man. Yifei asked Victor if they had met before, and instead of answering, the criminal rushed to attack. For the first time, the attack was unsuccessful, and Victor was knocked down. The second time, the terrorist rushed at the captain from above, but he seemed not to notice him, indifferently lighting a cigarette. The power of the armor was not enough to defeat Burkut, landing on his feet after the repelled attack. Victor asked if the captain remembered who he was. Yifei began to recall all the defeated enemies, starting with the Korean captain Lee Chengxing, but later realized that he had shot him. Then the Special Forces veteran thought about Zanbada, but he was black and tall, and only then did he remember the one who matched Victor's characteristics. The former Special Forces soldier assumed that this was the captain of Nixia using the finger strike technique, but he was wrong again. Burkut's forgetfulness annoyed Victor, and he used a new technique against him, promising that he would make him remember everything. The criminal was thrown back again, but stood up with a gloating smile as his armor finally reached 100% power. The captain was not afraid this time and parried the monstrous blow from above. Victor's fall collapsed the wall, and the rubble was immediately put to use. The opponents threw building materials at each other, and each waited for the other to make a mistake and open up. One of Yifei's throws was not energetic enough, and Victor had an opportunity to come from behind. Before attacking, the criminal called out to Burkut again. This time, the captain did not negotiate with the villain and silently struck back, and the terrorist grinned and said that the blows were too weak. The initiative passed to Victor. For some time, he simply played with the enemy, and when he got bored, he decided to put an end to his old enemy. After knocking Yifei down, the criminal again spoke about how deeply he despises all soldiers and police, but the Special Forces veteran interrupted him. Something in the captain's gaze alarmed Victor, and he backed away. The criminal could not understand why he felt threatened by Burkut. Given his obvious superiority of forces, looking at the young man, the terrorist finally understood what had disturbed him. The features of a hellish monster appeared in the captain's expression. The enemy's confusion was not lost on Yifei, and he guessed that Victor was afraid of him. But the criminal had already managed to increase his armor to 200% power. Ms. Shu's morning at the Hua Yang Corporation office did not go well from the very beginning. First her teacup cracked, and then she tore her skirt. Intuition suggested that this was a bad omen. And as if in confirmation, Mr. Zhao's call came. A vindictive boss sought the dismissal of a recalcitrant employee and slandered him. In the Tiger King Club, the outcome of the duel between Burkut and Victor was being decided. The armor of double strength was not without weak points, and this gave Yifei a chance. The power of nano armor could be doubled for a short time, but after that it was permanently damaged. Victor was worried, but he did not show his excitement and rushed at the captain. The former Special Forces soldier did not lose his cool. He also had a few tricks up his sleeve. The captain came close to the terrorist and cast the Taoist spell, Dragon Palm, from the 8 trigrams. The ensuing blow did not seem particularly strong from the side, but for the first time in the entire battle, the armor cracked. The damage to the nanosuit puzzled Victor, but did not frighten him too much. The armor could regenerate, so the blow did not cause critical damage. Yifei continued to strike, reasoning that sooner or later the number of strikes would exceed the armor's regeneration potential. On the 7th blow, the captain managed to push the criminal back. After 49 hits, regeneration slowed and the nano armor began to tear. Yifei concentrated the internal qi energy in his palms for a decisive attack. The flow of released energy multiplied the final blow. Under the pressure of an invisible force, the villain's nanosuit began to disintegrate and stopped regenerating. Lin Kyong froze, fearing to frighten off the unexpected luck. And Victor could not understand how Burkett managed to break through the perfect defense. The Special Forces veteran mastered the art of Qigong, and under the onslaught of spiritual power, the nanoparticles scattered to the sides. The young policewoman watched with delight the unknown hero and wondered who he could be. The captain added that the use of internal force had another hidden effect, which soon made itself known with delayed explosions. Victor did not believe in defeat, and Burkett explained that after being included in the rating of fighters, he beat its author and forbade him to assign ranks. Brother Hu, who suffered at the hands of Yifei, dreamed of avenging his humiliation and trained hard, building up his muscles and improving his fighting skills. The gangster built himself the perfect body and thought he could kill Burkett with one blow. Victor assigned Hu to guard the back door, and the bandit was angry that he was being left out and thought that Victor was jealous of his excellent shape. Yifei suddenly appeared at the door and asked Hu where the exit was. Having recognized Burkett, the mafioso fell into a panic and barely restrained himself from immediately running away. When the bandit finally overcame his fear and answered the question, he was surprised to realize that his old enemy did not recognize him. Yifei quickly forgot his defeated enemies and mistook Hu for a fishmonger who brought food to the club and heartily praised the good service. The offended gangster thought that he was being mocked and, forgetting his fear, offered to fight. He wanted to show the strength of his muscles. Hu roared that he was taking revenge and rushed at Yifei. The big man's fist barely touched the captain's face when he knocked the bully upside down, and only then remembered Brother Hu. The police cordoned off the club building, and onlookers crowded around, among whom Yifei hoped to get lost. It was not possible to escape unnoticed. In the crowd, the captain was overtaken by Director Shu, accompanied by colleagues from the logistics department. The young man asked why everyone had gathered here, and Mrs. Shu said that he had been denounced. Mr. Zhao shouted that Manager Li left the warehouse without permission to have fun at the club, left the goods unattended, and allowed theft. The captain asked whether the warehouse had been broken into, to which Chief Zhao said that he had received a report of several items missing, and immediately accused Yifei of theft. Michelle objected that her colleague was not capable of stealing, and Ms. Shu agreed to listen to the captain before the police arrived. Boss Zhao gloated, hoping to put the unwanted employee behind bars. But Lin Qiang, who accepted the challenge, unraveled his machinations. The girl asked who Zhao Qingsheng was here, and immediately ordered the scoundrel to be handcuffed. The arrest turned out to be an unpleasant surprise for Boss Zhao, who was confident that the deception would not be discovered. The informer was indignant and assured that another person should be arrested, but Lin Qiang said that there was no mistake. As evidence, the police presented Hu's brother's smartphone with incriminating correspondence and Mr. Zhao's bank account number. When the cops took the scoundrel away, the staff openly rejoiced at getting rid of the nasty boss. Lin Qiang's gaze lingered for a moment on the figure of the captain, surrounded by excited colleagues. The observant girl caught the similarity between Manager Li and the unknown hero who defeated Victor, but did not believe her eyes. Director Shu thanked Yifei for exposing the corrupt element and was willing to offer a position in the administrative department. The young man already anticipated a meeting with beauties, but then the joyful Xiao Yao and Yui overtook him. The schoolgirl threw her arms around her older friend's neck, asking if he was okay, and Lin Qiang began to have bad thoughts again. Yui warmly thanked him for saving her father. And the captain noted to himself that the man kept silent about the fact that Yifei beat him because he wanted to sell his daughter. In the heat of the moment, the girl offered to pay for the service with her body because she had no money, and Mrs. Shu and Lin Qiang angrily stared at the guy. The captain was afraid that Yingen would misunderstand him, and when Yui promised to give him her heart, Mrs. Shu decided not to promote Yifei. The young man relied on Ingen's prudence and said that he would explain himself in the office, but the lady director sent him back to the logistics department. When Xiaoyao gave her friend another pair of panties as a gift, there was no point in making excuses. The captain felt like he was in an Avengers movie starring women. Xiaoyao tried to console her upset friend by offering some more panties from her collection, and the guy begged her to shut up. Lin Qiang glared at the guy. She finally managed to expose his vicious tendencies. Xiaoyao chirped that all her classmates would be happy with such a gift. And after such revelations, the ladies agreed to give the floor to Yifei. The captain no longer hoped to prove that he was not a fetishist, so he began by discussing the sacred meaning of triangular shapes in lingerie design. Yifei thought that he could justify himself if he could prove that there was no malicious intent in his alleged addiction, and that he had not broken any laws. The girls did not heed the guy's arguments. Lin Qiang began to swing the stack, and the guy hastily retreated, hiding in a dark alley. The captain's solitude was broken by the light sound of footsteps, which made him wary. And then someone called out to him from the darkness, calling him Burkett. Yifei did not immediately recognize Beyoncé Medici, but the Red Fox immediately guessed his identity, because there was a hidden camera in her combat loadout. Having learned that Burkett had left the army, the girl thanked the captain for his assistance and promised to keep his secret. Beyoncé told Yifei that the Green Fists gang from Europe was looking for him, who wanted to break into the market for illegal substances in Huaxia. The loading of illegal drugs onto the ship came to an end, and the sage said that he wanted to give good advice to Brother Hu. Xianji reported that substances were strictly prohibited in Huaxia. And then news came that the police had raided the warehouse and Hu was not answering calls. When the bandits fled, a man in a cloak with his collar raised high approached the sage, and the bandit reported that Victor had dealt with Yifei. The man talked about the failure of the Russian captain and said that Burkett should not be underestimated, and no one but him should know about this because he is his brother. He Fangqing dealt with depression due to her husband's betrayal and was determined to start a new life. The woman was given the position of first executive director of Huayang Corporation and reported only to Ms. Xu. On her first day at her new job, He Fangqing ran into Director Xu in the elevator, surrounded by employees, including Li Yifei. The lovers' glances crossed. They recognized each other, but neither of them was happy to meet Mrs. He was painfully ashamed and wanted to forget about the crazy night at the hotel forever. The business lady and her casual boyfriend felt extremely uncomfortable from each other's close presence. Mrs. He was thinking about how to get out of this sticky situation, and the captain was wondering what their casual connection would lead to. Yifei was annoyed. Then he fought the temptation as best he could, but could not resist the sight of tears. Although he admitted that the lady had beautiful legs, and it was good with her, Fangqing persuaded herself to remain calm and rely on the decency of her partner, who behaved like a gentleman that night. When a guy accidentally touched a woman in a crowded elevator, she experienced mixed feelings, followed by indignation and lust clearly appearing. The young man felt the same way when he apologized for his carelessness and blamed himself for losing self-control. Obsessive thoughts about Fangqing could not get out of his head, and the captain began to come up with an excuse on the fly. Yifei recalled that the stockings came from fishing nets, which were considered a divine gift in Chinese mythology. Ancient legends said that only the kindest and most hardworking fishermen could receive such a gift. Tackles have helped people feed themselves for centuries, so there is nothing surprising in the passion for stockings, which are associated with God's gift. Lost in thought, Yifei did not notice how he lost control of himself again, causing the indignation of the Madam Executive Director. The angry woman turned to the young man and said through her teeth that he should behave more carefully. The commotion in the elevator attracted Miss Zhu's attention, and now the Special Forces veteran was wondering how to resolve the misunderstanding. Late in the evening, Yifei learned from the TV news that Victor and Brother Hu had escaped from the police. When the announcer started talking about the merits of Captain Gu and Lin Qiang, the captain no longer listened and returned to gloomy thoughts about the consequences of the quarrel with Fang Qing. The doorbell rang, and the courier announced that a package had been delivered to Li Yifei. Yifei could only guess what could be hidden in an elegant gift box of impressive size, delivered at an inopportune time. Yui jumped out of the box with a joyful cry and threw herself on the captain's neck. The captain did not expect the appearance of an unfamiliar girl in his apartment, and did not have time to pick her up. Yui couldn't keep her balance and fell to the floor, crushing the owner of the apartment under her. Meanwhile, in the capital, an unknown beauty was informed about the whereabouts of Burkett, and the young lady hurried to fly to the city of Yi. Waking up on Saturday morning, Yifei was happy that he did not have to go to work. Suspicious smells were coming from the kitchen. Yui wanted to please the hospitable host with breakfast, but she overdid it with the flavorings. The dish looked appetizing, but due to the large amount of glutamate, it turned out to be almost inedible. Yui announced that she would become Yifei's housekeeper for 2 months to pay off the debt, and began by cleaning the apartment until it shined. At first, the former commando wanted to send Yui out, but when the girl burst into tears, the captain melted, and besides, she had nowhere to go. All the stores where Yui worked went bankrupt, the karaoke club closed, and the guy wondered if a curse was hanging over her. While the young man was finishing breakfast, a crash was heard from the living room. While wiping dust from the walls, The girl knocked down the TV, the plasma screen shattered, and the captain realized why she was so unlucky. While patrolling the area around the seaport, Lin Kyong spotted a thief in the crowd who was about to steal a wallet and chased after the criminal. The thief turned out to be stubborn and ran 2 kilometers, hoping that the police would get tired of chasing him. Lin Kyong was not inferior to the criminal in tenacity and eventually got him with a stack when he tried to hide in one of the docks. Having knocked the pickpocket off his feet, the girl noticed a special feature of the criminal, namely a long nose. While handcuffing the thief, Lin Kyong saw through the window how some suspicious people who looked like smugglers were conferring behind the warehouses. One of the strangers ordered his companions to find Burkett and added that he wanted to avenge his dead brother. Before the company left for the banquet, Lin Kyong overheard part of the conversation and decided that it was poachers illegally transporting rare birds. Seeing that the policewoman was distracted, the detained thief tried to escape and, to his misfortune, attracted the attention of the intruders. Wanting to keep the meeting secret, one of the gangsters threw a knife after the guy, almost hitting the policewoman. The blade stabbed into the thief's face and Lin Kyong hid, so the attacker, looking through the window, did not notice her and said that he had killed the witness. The police wrote down the number plate of the gangster's car, and the thief, contrary to the killer's expectations, survived because the fatal blow hit him on the nose. On Monday morning, Yifei's housekeeper went shopping and he went to work, but was forced to return because he forgot his phone. Approaching the door, the guy remembered that Yui had taken the keys to the apartment, intending to make a duplicate. The captain decided to use the hacking skills he learned in the army to break into the apartment. It only took him 20 seconds. At that moment, heels began to click briskly behind the young man, and Lin Kyong rushed towards Yifei. The Special Forces veteran barely had time to cover his head with his hands, dodging a sharp kick. When the captain turned around, Lin Kyong accused him of burglary and announced that she did not want to listen to excuses. The former Special Forces soldier distracted the girl with an indiscreet question and deftly escaped the capture, immediately starting to run. As he ran, the captain was wondering whether to teach the impudent girl a lesson, but the girl soon overtook him and twisted his hands behind his back. When the policewoman took out the handcuffs, Yifei cut her down to break free from the grip and force himself to listen. Lin Kyong fell on top of the guy, and her uniform skirt withstood the sudden movements and tore. Forcing the embarrassed girl to loosen her grip, Yifei tried to free himself, and then the police almost strangled him when he screamed that he was breaking into his own apartment. In Lin Kyong's steely embrace, the captain felt unexpectedly comfortable, but the girl did not allow him to relax. Holding the young man in a double grip, the police began whipping him with a riding crop, demanding that he confess to the crime. The execution was interrupted by the return of Yuya with 2 heavy bags filled to the brim with the owner's favorite products. At the sight of the brutal beating, the girl became numb and dropped her purchases. Taking a closer look, the housekeeper noticed that the policewoman was striking sensitive areas and mistook the beatings for love play. Seeking recognition, Lin Qing increased her pressure, and the guy had the feeling that he was imprisoned under the fabulous mountain of the 5 elements. Yui's voice sobered up the fighters, with Yifei considering Lin Kyong to be the instigator, and the girl blaming the captain for resisting the police. Lin Kyong apologized and explained that she was looking for poachers, after which she asked if Yifei had seen the car with the license plate she had noted down at the port. At the entrance to the office, the captain encountered a polished young man who cursed him, but the bodyguard stopped the conflict by reminding the gentleman that they were expected. Watching the rude man, Yifei heard how he reviled Yingen and expressed a desire to punish her, and his companion said that he had to wait for the banquet. At that moment, a message came from Director Shu asking him to come to her villa in the evening and take her to the gala reception. Arriving at the villa at the appointed hour, the former Special Forces soldier was amazed at his lady's luxurious outfit and asked what the occasion was for the banquet. Mrs. Shu replied that the head of the Tianli Corporation was hosting a reception in honor of the arrival of China's first beauty. Arriving at the hotel where the banquet was taking place, Yingen warned Yifei that he should pretend to be her boyfriend. As the couple walked through the banquet hall, many people looked at Mrs. Shu, and the captain noted that her beauty also excited him. Yingen was afraid of intrigues and wanted Yifei to take her home after the banquet and help her get rid of the harassment without quarreling with influential people. Despite her ill-wishers, Yingen came to the banquet to enlist the support of an authority figure and expand the company's capabilities. For some guests, the girl's beauty evoked vulgar thoughts. After listening to the gossip, Yifei realized that a certain son had his eye on Yingen. Someone added that Sun drove the manager's woman to suicide, but Ms. Zhu told him not to listen to gossip and offered champagne. The captain's attention was attracted by two strangely dressed men. The older one bragged about how he killed a special forces soldier, and he saw the younger one with a young boor. The guys were mid-ranking mercenaries who were hired by someone as bodyguards, and Director Shu forbade contacting them. The mercenary nicknamed Sinner was of higher rank, and the younger one, Poison Fist, unconditionally recognized his seniority. Yifei listened with interest as the guys discussed Lin Qiang's fighting skills and her virtuoso use of the whip, not highly assessing their chances of winning. The mercenaries noticed Mrs. Zhu, and the Sinner asked if she would like to see Mr. Sun, who invited her to have fun together. The Sinner hinted that refusal would lead to trouble in business, and Ingen lied that she had not planned to come and was free at the last moment. The mercenary approached the girl with an obscene proposal, promising to put in a word, and Yifei obscured Ignan and demanded an apology. The Sinner did not consider Madame Shu's guard a worthy opponent because he had no rank, and the mercenaries despised retired military personnel. The thug grabbed the young man and said in a threatening tone that he did not understand who he had contacted. When the Sinner called the captain military trash and was about to hit him, someone called out to him. Turning around, the bullies saw two elite Zhongnanahon bodyguards, one of whom asked why he wasn't satisfied with us militaries. The mercenaries were inferior in rank to the bodyguards and hastily assured that they had nothing against the army. The bodyguard accepted the apology and ordered the bullies to leave. The frightened mercenaries did not believe that they got off so easily, and one of the bodyguards, leaving, cast an interested glance at Yifei. The crowd perked up as they greeted the celebrity guest as she walked down the carpet into the banquet hall. The first beauty of China, named Su Mengxin, turned out to be the same mysterious lady who was looking for Golden Eagle. Yifei also recognized the girl. A month ago, he participated in a special operation to rescue her. The guests hovered around the young lady and showered her with compliments, seeking attention. And the captain did not believe that he was seeing the girl he had saved. Mrs. Shu also went to pay her respects to the celebrity, offering her companion a snack. The mercenaries were also impressed by the beauty of the guest, indulging in impossible dreams, and were annoyed at Mrs. Shu's guard, who ruined their evening. Poison Fist noticed the young man heading towards the Zhongnanhan bodyguards, and the Sinner immediately declared him dead. Yifei brilliantly played the role of a retiree, yearning for the company of his colleagues. The captain told the bodyguards that he served in the same detachment, gave him his phone number, and suggested that they meet and have a drink together sometime. The mercenaries expected the bodyguards to beat up the insolent man, who offered friendship. But the men shook hands and talked peacefully. To the disappointment of the mercenaries, the fight never happened. And in the meantime, their ward, who had insulted the captain in the morning, approached Mrs. Shu, Sun Dongran, the spoiled son of the Tianli Group owner who organized the reception, asked why the lady did not want to meet him. While Ingen was making excuses, Yifei noticed how the young man was putting a pill into a glass of champagne. Donjan agreed to accept the girl's apology if she agreed to drink with him, and handed her a glass with an unknown drug. When Yingen extended her hand to the glass, Yifei came up and said that one person was looking for her. Director Shu apologized and walked away, leaving the glass to the annoyed young man. The assassin, tasked with capturing Berkut along with other mercenaries, was on duty in the forest, on the outskirts of the western wing of the hotel. The customer wanted to find out why Miss Su arrived in Yi City at the same time as his people, and whether she could conspire with Berkut. The boss insisted that the mercenary hide her involvement in his organization, and the girl herself believed that her fears were groundless. Lin Qiang was combing the forest near the hotel and noticed a movement in the bushes, scaring the bandit. Giving permission for the investigation, the chief warned the police officer that the number she had written down was one of the privileged ones. When the beam of Lin Qiang's flashlight illuminated the silhouette of the mercenary, the girl had to agree with the boss that a trap had been set up for them under the guise of a banquet. When the policewoman called out to the stranger, the bandit again used the throwing knife. Lin Qiang barely managed to dodge the flying knife, which greatly surprised the criminal. Then the police asked if the knife thrower was connected with poachers who were going to illegally hunt the Golden Eagle. The mercenary thought that this was not about a bird of prey, but about Li Yifei. Therefore, the plan was revealed, and she must leave, eliminating the witness. The captain told Ms. Shu that Donjan had put something in her drink, to which Yingen replied that the scoundrel had not yet allowed her to talk to Ms. Su. Watching the first beauty talk with local bigwigs, Yingen concluded that she intends to cooperate with Dongran's father Sun Nenhui. Mrs. Shu regretted that she was not born a man, because for people like Sun, she is just a toy, like the lady he drove to suicide. Seeing that the girl was about to cry, Yifei handed her a handkerchief and promised that he would protect her from anyone. But she didn't really believe it. Having mastered herself, the business lady resolutely took the captain's arm and returned to the hall, not wanting to give in to her competitors. Smiling serenely, Yingen introduced Yifei as her boyfriend, and the stung Donjon shouted that she was lying and brought the first person she met. The girl did not argue and defiantly kissed her companion, leaving a lipstick mark on his cheek. The former Special Forces soldier did not expect Director Shu to go this far, but agreed to play along with her. Teasing the young man, Mrs. Shu deliberately loudly told Yifei that last night he was irresistible, and the captain replied that he had no equal. Then Ingen invited her boyfriend to repeat the fabulous night, and said that a better gentleman could not be found, looking vindictively at Donjon. The young man began to threaten the girl and added that he made inquiries about her companion and found out that he was a simple security guard and was not a match for her. Donjon asked the mercenaries to beat Yifei, and Poison Fist assured that they would deal with him later. But now there was no point in compromising his father. Director Shu said that love is not measured by status and income. The captain overshadowed her, and the guests watched the quarrel with interest. The angry little guy threatened to ask his father to buy out Hua Yang's company, after which he would throw Yingen out onto the street. Intimidating Mrs. Shu, Dongnaran announced that the Sun family would soon sign a lucrative contract and take over the entire city. Finally, the scoundrel said that he would forgive Mrs. Zhu and arrange a meeting for her with Miss Su if she drank champagne with him. Seeing that Ingen was hesitating, the captain made an encouraging sign, urging him not to succumb to the villain's tricks. The Special Forces veteran made it clear that he would help Mrs. Shu deal with the scoundrel if he decided to take revenge. The business lady herself did not understand why she was still hesitating, and accepted the glass from the hands of the insidious undergrowth. When Yingen asked if Donjon would forgive her, the triumphant bastard did not expect the girl to step on his foot. The young man screamed in pain, and Mrs. Shu poured the drink directly into his open mouth, shocking both mercenaries, and Yifei tensed, expecting a scandal. Donjon clasped his hands over his mouth in panic, because a strange drug had been mixed into the drink. With undisguised contempt, Ingen said that it was too presumptuous to try to drug a lady who had been working since her youth without relying on her dad. In the forest, there was a fierce battle between Lin Qiang and a mercenary armed with two huge swords. The policewoman deftly avoided attacks, but she understood that she would not hold out for long. When the girl realized that she couldn't stand it any longer, she had to change tactics and let her opponent get closer to hit back. When the mercenary lunged at close range, Lin Qiang slipped between the two blades and pushed her away with all her might. Having laid the criminal on her shoulder blades, the police officer immobilized her and prepared to handcuff her. The bodyguards grabbed their master and threatened Mrs. Shu and her companion that they would be in big trouble. When Donjon began throwing lustful glances at Yingen and making dubious compliments, Yifei realized what kind of drug was in the drink. Alternating between threats and obscene hints, the young man got more and more excited, and finally yelled that all the women in the city were his toys. Mengxin asked if he considered her a doll too, to which the young man replied that she was no different from others if you gave her pills. When the undergrowth realized that he had frozen, it was too late. Two Zhongnanhan bodyguards moved towards him, pushing away the mercenaries. The mayor asked what Miss Su was worried about. The girl said that she had heard something interesting, and Senior Sun guessed that his son had been up to no good. Donzan began to deny and said that he had not said anything, but then Yifei words. Mr. Sun tried to silence the captain, but the young man, despite Yingen's protests, calmly insisted on his own. Mengxin said that she was willing to listen to Miss Shu's guard, and Senior Sun suggested that they might know each other. The captain explained that Donjon's boorish remarks about the military offended him and Miss Su's bodyguards, and the bodyguards confirmed his words. Then Yifei talked about the pills planted in the champagne that the mayor's daughter managed to drink, and the head of the city said that the young man would be in trouble. Finally, the Special Forces veteran said that Donjon had been insolent to Mrs. Su, and she added that the young man had threatened to slip her some kind of potion. The mayor was in a panic, believing that his career was ruined, and Mr. Sun realized with horror that the deal had fallen through. Ms. Su said that young Sun's behavior tarnishes the reputation of Tianli Company, so she is putting the joint project on hold. Mengxin then turned to Ms. Shu and said that her action was admirable, and then asked to show her around. The mayor began to curry favor with director Shu, and Yifei challenged Donjon to a man-to-man conversation, scaring him into hysterics. Using spectacular hand-to-hand combat techniques, the former Special Forces soldier explained to the brute why veterans should be respected. Having laid the young man on his shoulder, the captain said that the insolent man who encroaches on his woman is entering into a game with death. Madame Shu and Su Mengxian watched with interest as the offender was punished. On the way home, Director Shu fell exhausted into the back seat. The impressions were too much for her. Sitting behind the wheel, Yifei was wondering why Mengxian had come to the city, perhaps just for the sake of making deals and sightseeing. Two young men came out onto the road, blocking the car's path. Donggran's bodyguards challenged the retired Special Forces soldier to a fight because he publicly humiliated their master. By that time, the captain no longer remembered who they were, but the mercenaries decided that they were being teased, and the sinner rushed to the attack. The young man grabbed the hand raised for a devastating blow and shook it, thinking that this was a fruit seller. The strong handshake of the former Special Forces soldier turned out to be extremely painful for the powerful mercenary, and the guy absent-mindedly apologized for overdoing it. While the sinner looked at the flattened palm in horror, the poisoned fist threw a poisoned dart at the captain. The Special Forces veteran waved away the flying dart, thinking that a mosquito had attached itself to him. The weapon ricocheted, hitting the mercenary in the temple and cutting off a clump of hair, and the unsuspecting Yifei sympathetically asked what was wrong with the guy's head. Lin Qiong failed to detain the mercenary. The criminal broke free from the police grip and grabbed the girl's hair. Straightening up sharply, the bandit threw the policewoman over her head with a flourish. The woman drew her sword from its sheath and raised the blade over Lin Qiong, rejoicing that she would finally get rid of the annoying policewoman. The mercenary's plans were ruined by a well-aimed dagger, which she barely managed to dodge. The bandit decided that reinforcements had arrived and hurried to hide, fearing a meeting with Golden Eagle, and Lin Qiong was glad that she was alive. The stung Donjon also set up an ambush on the road and waited for Mrs. Ju's car to appear in order to get even with her. The effect of the drug intensified. The young man began to fall into an inadequate state. Seeing the dog crossing the road, the hallucinating youth thought that it looked like Mrs. Shu. Visions consumed the guy's consciousness, and he rushed at the dog with passionate confessions, not realizing that his father's car was rushing towards him. Mr. Sun tried to hush up the scandal, assuring the mayor that his son was a gifted young man and there was a misunderstanding, but then the driver suddenly braked. After getting out of the car, Sun Nenhui and Mayor Qin found the insane Dongran doing something inappropriate. From his father's annoyed cry, consciousness returned to the younger son for a moment, but then faded away. Tired Director Shu fell asleep on the way and woke up within the city limits, very close to her home. The girl was glad that she would finally rest. She had been very tired in recent days and had spent several nights without sleep. Mrs. Shu told how she carefully prepared for the reception, but as soon as she heard the sound of rain, she demanded to stop the car. Injin ran out of the car and with pleasure put her face under the cool streams. In front of the astonished Yifei, the girl kicked off her high-heeled shoes and began to dance in the rain. The enchanted young man admired the beauty's dance, forgetting about everything in the world. From the rainbow shimmer of raindrops in Injin's hair, Injin's gaze began to blur, and the captain shook his head, driving out the obsession. Mrs. Shu continued to dance, and Yifei hurriedly lit a cigarette so as not to look at the wet dress clinging to her chiseled figure. After finishing the dance, the girl announced that she felt much better. Yifei noticed that Ms. Shu must have accumulated too much stress and needed to learn to relax. The captain's gaze suddenly focused on one of the passers-by, who had gathered to gaze at the dancing beauty. In the crowd stood a guy with a gray lock of hair and a piercing gaze, surprisingly similar to himself. The former Special Forces soldier remembered this man well and recognized him immediately, but as soon as he turned around, the man disappeared without a trace. Concerned, Yifei asked Yingying to hurry up, and she did not argue, remembering that she needed to create a tourist route for Miss Su. The young man hoped that they would stay together in the villa, but to his horror, Mrs. Shu invited Mrs. He as well. Fang King walked briskly towards Madame Shu's resort house, pleased that the director had placed his trust in her. When the woman reported her arrival, Madame Shu casually announced that Li Yifei was also here. At the thought of meeting a casual lover, the executive director was overcome with anxiety. From excitement, Mrs. He became suspicious. It seemed to her that Yifei was plotting against her and was going to blackmail her. The woman feared that the security guard would tell Director Shu about the night's incident and she would be fired for her immoral behavior. Gossip and gossip behind her back scared Fangqing no less than being fired. Evil tongues in the office would kill her if Yifei started chatting. After some thought, the lady decided to be the first to talk to her ex-partner as soon as the opportunity arose, and no longer looked nervous when entering the house. Director Xu said that Miss Su wanted to see local attractions and needed to create an exciting itinerary. Madame Xu went out to answer the phone, leaving her subordinates alone, and Fangqing almost choked on the beer that Yifei was pouring. The lady grabbed the young man by the shirt and asked what he wanted to get for keeping silent about the incident at the hotel. The captain looked at the woman dumbfounded, not understanding what she needed, and Fangqing began to get nervous and increased the pressure. The chair on which Yifei was sitting overturned. The guy ended up on the floor and Mrs. He found herself sitting astride him. The captain suggested calming down and continuing the conversation at the table, indignant that he was grabbed without warning and not taken into account at all. Outside the door, Yingying reprimanded Shanshan for making up all sorts of nonsense and added that she would give the phone to Yifei so that the checks would stop. When Mrs. Xu returned, the young man was not in the room, and Fangqing said that he had gone out to buy more beer. In fact, Fangqing was sitting astride a guy standing in a gymnastic bridge, but on the other side of the table where Yingen stood, this was unnoticeable. The captain was proud of his resourcefulness, and Mrs. Xu unfolded the map and offered to plan an excursion route. Admiring the girl's slender legs under the table, the young man began to fidget, causing discomfort to the lady executive director. Yingen suggested starting with the old quarters, but then Yifei twitched, and Mrs. He made a cry of protest, which was taken as an objection. Madame Xu wondered where else she could take the distinguished guest, and the captain fidgeted under the table again, making Fangqing flinch. Director Xu had a habit of crossing one leg over the other while thinking, and her movements greatly excited the young man. In the restroom of Star Park, a thief wounded by a mercenary dejectedly looked at his reflection in a sink filled with water and dreamed of revenge. The unlucky criminal had already figured out how to take revenge for the injury, but did not dare to get down to business, at the same time reproaching himself for cowardice. The guy was not confident in his abilities, so he deliberately poisoned himself to cope with fear. A broken nose made the swindler's appearance too noticeable and did not allow him to return to the thief's trade, so he was desperately angry. As the criminal was leaving the restroom, he was noticed by Lin Qiang, who had just finished patrolling the park. Lost in thought, Ingen moved her feet more and more often, and the captain was completely exhausted, imagining that he was falling into the abyss. At some point, the young man felt that he was losing control over himself. Lifting the tablecloth, Fangqing told Yifei to stop fidgeting, and he asked her to help Yingying make a decision so that she would not move her feet. Mrs. He was ashamed that she had thought badly of her colleague in vain, and Mrs. Xu continued to study the map in thought. Fangqing suggested going to a water park, and Director Xu approved the idea. Madam. He recommended a few more places. Director Xu began to jot down a list, and Yifei finally pulled himself together. When the time came to decide on the final destination of the route, Yingen began to shuffle her feet again, choosing between Hualong Temple and the water park. The captain under the table twitched again, and Madame He exclaimed that it was better to go to the temple, wanting to quickly get rid of the discomfort. Madame Xu agreed and immediately dropped her pencil, causing the young man to go cold. Yifei froze, imagining how Yingen would reach for a pencil and find it under the table in an awkward position. The captain pulled Fangqing's hand and asked to distract Madame Xu so that she would not look under the table. Meanwhile, Yingying had already squatted down and grabbed the tablecloth, and Mrs. He began to tremble. Yifei was thinking about getting the pencil himself, but decided not to risk it so as not to expose the lady. Fangqing quietly pulled the wedding ring off her finger, placed it edgewise on the floor and flicked it with her finger, accelerating it. Mrs. Xu reprimanded her colleague for her awkwardness and turned her back to the table to see where the ring had rolled, while Yifei ran out of the room. Outside the door, the captain took a breath of relief, and the ladies were gossiping about what kind of noise they had just heard, and Fangqing assumed that it was a mouse. Lin Qiang again chased the big-nosed thief and grabbed him by the hem of his jeans, but he broke free and ran on without his pants. Out of frustration, the policewoman hit the criminal after him with her riding crop, and he ran even harder out of fear. Ignoring the angry cries of the pursuer, the thief ran into the first room that turned up, which turned out to be the women's locker room. Slamming the door behind him, the fugitive laughed at the policewoman and decided that he would invade somewhere else to annoy her and take revenge for the injury. A whistle was heard behind him, the criminal turned around, and a blow of a whip immediately fell on him. which Lin Qiang could only envy. The lady who knocked the criminal down was wondering where he had come from, and the girl standing next to her with a sword was alarmed that their base had been declassified. The armed women in the locker room were mercenaries from the Blood Fox squad, who were ordered to lure Golden Eagle to Hualong Temple and take him alive. The forest in the vicinity of the temple also served as a refuge for Brother Hu, who escaped from prison. The ancient Hualong Temple made a strong impression on the capital's celebrity. Mengxin asked how Mrs. Xu found this charming place. Listening to the girls chirping, Yifei grinned. Because the ladies don't even know how Hualong Temple got on the list of attractions. Politely letting the girls go ahead, the captain looked around and Mengxin asked Mrs. Xu who he was to her. For some reason, Miss Su decided that Yifei was Yingying's boyfriend, and the young man was overcome with strange excitement. Director Xu explained that Yifei was her bodyguard, who pretended to be her boyfriend at the banquet to protect her from Dongran's advances. The girls carefreely enjoyed the views, not even suspecting that a sniper was watching them. Mercenary Cutie seemed like a harmless young girl. Some monster absorbed with murder. Having discovered the Golden Eagle, Cutie requested permission to shoot and was very upset when she was forbidden to shoot because the plan had changed. The second mercenary from the Blood Fox squad noticed Lin Qiang in the forest and suspected a trap. The thief, once again narrowly escaping death, set up his ambush and opened the dart-throwing attraction to find the woman who injured him. The captain gave the girls pleasure by winning a prize in the form of a figurine of the god of wealth in the attraction. Lady Xu and Mengxin had fun at the temple fair and received the Buddha's blessing. While leaving the temple, Miss Su said that she sprained her ankle. Miss Xu went to get a first aid kit, and Yifei noted that the girl's ankle was fine. Mengxin faked an injury to talk to an old acquaintance in private. Lin Qiu heard that an important person was going to visit the temple and decided to make sure that the surrounding area was safe. But she caught the eye of the mercenary. A woman armed with 2 blades jumped at the policewoman from a tree, but the girl noticed her in time and parried the attack. A crushing blow hit an empty space. Both blades crashed into the ground. The mercenary nicknamed Twin Blades did not expect that the inexperienced policewoman would be able to survive. 2 more strong mercenaries with swords jumped out of the bushes. The men attacked simultaneously, but Lin Qiang deftly slipped between the 2 blades. One of the mercenaries continued to push the girl with his sword, and his partner took out several shurikens and threw them at the policewoman. Lin Qiang noticed the flying shurikens in time and managed to dodge. Both weapons fell a couple of centimeters from the young warrior, without harming the girl. When the mercenary stopped, Lin Qiang was surprised at herself. It seemed to her that the sirens were flying slowly, which meant that she had become stronger and more agile. The woman said that was enough for today and ordered to call Berkut. But the policewoman did not understand what they were talking about and asked who they were. The mercenary stated that they had figured out the ruse and realized that Berkut had deliberately sent his servant to them to test their capabilities. The lady explained that the Bloody Fox squad had eliminated many elite special forces soldiers and opened a hunt for Berkut. Lin Qiang thought that she was dealing with a group of illegal hunting enthusiasts, but in that case, they shouldn't have come here. There are no golden eagles in China. Meanwhile, Mengxin began a frank conversation with the captain, starting with memories of the military past. Yifei stressed that he should not be called Berkut, but Mengxin wanted to know why he left the service. The captain thanked Miss Su for keeping the secret and replied that he left the special forces because he was tired and had brought enough benefit to his country. In turn, Yifei asked why the girl came to the city of Ye and whether her father, the 3rd person in the state, approved of the trip. Then the girl said that she was just tired of everything. Like the captain, Ms. Su worked in the special department for making secret deals, but she was exposed, so she retired and acts as a private citizen. Watching her old friend smoke one cigarette after another, Mengxin noted that this was not like the Yifei she knew before. Touched to the quick, the former Special Forces soldier remarked that he was a person like everyone else, and the young lady laughed in response. Taking a deep breath, the captain assumed that Miss Su was disappointed in him, but she unexpectedly hugged and kissed the young man. Mengxin complained of pain in her leg and asked a friend to pick her up so she could admire the picturesque scenery. Yifei obediently put the girl on his back and carried her to explore the surroundings, wondering what she was up to. The captain tried to clarify the matter, but Miss Su asked him not to turn around and enjoy the moment. A walk through the forest with a beauty in his arms reminded the veteran of the dramatic events that took place just a month ago. Brother Hu finally came out of the forest and met Red Dress in one of the coffee shops, who had also escaped from prison and was working as a waitress. Su Mengxian recalled how a month ago, during the preparation of a secret agreement, her enemies figured out her whereabouts. The state entrusted the protection of the daughter of a third party to high-class specialists. But the forces were unequal. The small squad guarding Miss Su was followed by the Stika terrorist group, and the squad was eventually surrounded. The girl was on the verge of death when the command sent Burkett to her. That day, when the captain carried her out from under the fire, Miss Su realized how weak and vulnerable even the most outstanding person is alone. While crossing the river, Burkett prevented the exhausted Mengxian from drowning. The captain generously shared oxygen with Miss Su and thought of using her ruined clothes as a signal to attract rescuers. Mengxian understood that she owed Yifei her life and was deeply grateful to him, although he himself believed that he was only fulfilling his duty as a soldier. The girl's father could not come to terms with the fact that his daughter's life was in danger and fired many military personnel. Miss Su feared that her parent was involved in Burkett's resignation. But Yifei assured her that he left the army for personal reasons. Mengxian continued to inquire why the young man left the special forces, but the sound of a gunshot interrupted Yifei's revelations. The captain immediately removed the girl from the line of fire, pushed her into the bushes and covered her with himself. Sniper Cutie disobeyed the master's order and shot at the couple for fun, and then ordered the two thugs to bring Miss Su. Shooting at people at random, the young psychopath experienced pleasure and excitement, for the sake of which she was ready to disobey her commander. Cutie's partner noticed that the girl was giving away her location and violating the strategy, and she replied that she wanted to lure Burkett out. The idea of capturing Mengxian did not work. The guys from the capture group soon contacted Cutie and asked for help. Using an optical system, the girl studied the situation on the spot. Through the homing system, the figures of two neutralized stormtroopers and Su Mengxian were visible, and her companion disappeared. Cutie belatedly realized that Miss Su's bodyguard was Golden Eagle, but the captain was already approaching her from behind and was angry as a demon. Turning around at the rustling sound, the sniper saw a fierce fighter in front of her and realized that she had lost, and the Bloody Foxes recorded their first loss. The girl realized that she had made a fatal mistake by revealing herself, but she still hoped to escape from the trap into which her self-confidence had led her. The mercenary fired at point-blank range, but the captain did not lose his cool and avoided the bullets with brilliantly controlled movements. Barely perceptible from the outside, the cutie changed her tactics and made a flip jump in the air, hoping to hit the enemy with a shot from below. The girl liked to hunt people, hitting the target. She felt omnipotent, but never imagined herself in the victim's place. One day, the squad leader warned her that she shouldn't relax, because someday she would meet a truly dangerous enemy. The Blood Fox captain said that a good fighter is able to dodge a bullet and reveal the location of a sniper in the direction of his crosshairs. The self-confident girl finally met a strong opponent who figured out her trick and disarmed her while still in flight. For such cases, the sniper had a dagger in stock. But from a blow from Burkett's palm, the blade shattered. As soon as she landed, the girl realized that the fight was lost. Yifei did not kill the stupid girl, but only spanked her like a schoolgirl, asking who taught her sniper shooting. The cutie was burning with shame and humiliation. No one had ever beaten her before, not even her parents. And then Burkett volunteered to punish the scoundrel instead of them. The girl decided that this is how parental love is manifested, and came to the conclusion that she liked beatings. The sniper demanded that she be punished more, and the captain felt uneasy at the sight of such a vicious nature, and he tied Cutie up tighter. Yifei noticed a movement in the bushes and went to see what was going on there, leaving Mengxian with his jacket so she wouldn't get cold. Left alone, Miss Su remembered a similar scene that took place a month ago when the captain ferried her across the river and had to leave. The girl asked to leave her a dagger so that she could commit suicide if she was captured by enemies during his absence. Burkett resisted, as he had received orders to deliver Miss Su alive, and gave her his jacket so that she would not freeze. Looking at the back of the departing fighter, Mengxian felt safe, although there were enemies all around, and now she felt the same. On the other side of the forest, Lin Qiang was engaged in hand-to-hand combat with a swordmaster. The swordsman was joined by a shuriken thrower, and now the girl had to fight two mercenaries. The policewoman slipped between the opponents and jumped and kicked both men, knocking out their weapons. Lin Qiang barely had time to catch her breath when a mercenary nicknamed Twin Blades snuck up behind her. The coordinated blows of two swords touched the girl, but did not force her to retreat. While chasing Lin Qiang, the criminal used the wind blade technique, spinning her blades into a whirlwind. A deadly hurricane approached with blinding speed and encircled the girl. The mercenary grinned contentedly. Lin Qiang backed away, helplessly putting her hands in front of her, but help was already close. Hiding in the bushes, Yifei watched the fight and waited for the right moment to attack. In the city, Brother Hu and Red Dress formed an association against the Golden Eagle, intending to gather all of Yifei's enemies and take revenge for their misadventures. Twin Blades wanted to knock Lin Qiang down with Tornado Splash, but the girl escaped the striking blade by jumping back to a safe distance. The mercenary noted the policewoman's good training, but warned that this was not enough for a successful confrontation. Lin Qiang refused to give up and even threatened to arrest the criminal. So Twin Blades decided to eliminate her. The mercenary attacked quickly. The policewoman did not have time to dodge and took a step back to gain time. As a last resort, the girl decided to take a chance and try to knock out one of the criminal's blades with a left blow of the whip. It was not possible to destroy the experienced mercenary, but the attack failed. The noise in the bushes forced the opponents to stop, and Yifei stepped into the clearing, whom the police recognized as the mysterious master from the club. Lin Qiang did not understand that Yifei was the unknown hero, and the captain took advantage of this to help the police without giving himself away. A nun came out of the thickets and reported Cutie's failure, and then sent the Twin Blades to look for Golden Eagle, promising to deal with the police. Lin Qiang guessed that the women were acting together, and suddenly noticed that the strange nun was crying. The girl asked why the mercenary was dressed so strangely and why she was crying. And then the woman threw off her robe. The mercenary Red Widow hid a chainsaw under her monastic outfit and cried with happiness because she had the opportunity to kill someone. The Red Widow admitted to the astonished police officer that she was pretending to be a nun for the sake of disguise. Lin Qiang did not flinch at the sight of the chainsaw and accepted the fight. While searching for Golden Eagle, Twin Blades concluded that they had encountered a truly dangerous enemy who dealt with the squad in a matter of minutes. Despite her obvious superiority in skill, the mercenary was confident that she could finish off Berkut by playing on his weakness for women. Yifei noticed that someone was creeping up on him and warned that the collision would be fatal. Twin Blades jumped out of the thicket and attacked the captain with Tornado Splash. Red Dress and Brother Hu distributed leaflets calling for people to join the Anti-Berkut Association. But there were no takers. The mercenary was unable to take the captain in a swoop. With each new attack, she increased the speed of her attacks, but to no avail. In the end, Twin Blades jumped onto Yifei's neck and had already raised both swords above his head. But the enemy grabbed her and threw her to the ground. The retired Special Forces soldier initially identified himself as a bodyguard. But the villainess said that the bloody foxes had discovered him and would soon end his life. Yifei saw the killer in drag for the first time, and the scoundrel explained that it was planned this way because Berkut does not beat women. The young man clarified that he does not kill girls because he does not tolerate women's tears. But this does not stop him from hitting back and neutralizing the criminals. Twin Blades didn't believe it and demanded to look into her eyes, to which the guy replied that she needed to look at herself and change her wet clothes. Lin Qiang successfully blocked the Red Widow's first attack, but the mercenary knocked her down the second time. The policewoman escaped reprisal when Twin Blades ran into the clearing in a state of hysterics, and the imaginary nun rushed to console her. The Red Widow was amazed by the pitiful appearance of her partner and ordered to retreat, and Lin Qiang admired the skill of the unknown fighter. When the captain emerged from the thickets, Lin Qiang rushed towards him and, to his great indignation, asked to take him on as a student. Having made sure that the girl was not wounded, the Special Forces veteran hastened to hide in the forest so that the police would not recognize him. Lin Qiang ran after the master and soon heard the voices of Yifei and Mengxin. The girl found Miss Su and her companion under a tree in an ambiguous pose. The sounds made by the couple suggested a public insult to public morals that could not be left unpunished. The police knocked the guy down and accused him of indecent assault. Straightening up, Yifei explained that Miss Su had twisted her ankle, and he had helped her and was now helping her put on her shoes. Confused, Lin Qiang apologized, and Yifei put the second shoe on the girl, sat her on her back and bowed out. Left alone, the policewoman wondered where the mysterious warrior had disappeared so quickly. It dawned on the girl that the stranger was wearing the same white shirt as Yifei, and it was possible that there was some kind of connection between them. The policewoman shouted after the captain to stop. No one ever joined the association against Berkut. The partners had financial problems and had to save on food. Having caught up with the young man, Lin Qiang glared at his shirt, making the former Special Forces soldier nervous. The police officer figured that Yifei and the mysterious hero worked in the same company and asked if they had met the martial artist. For fun, Mengxin said that she had seen the master. And when the enthusiastic Lin Qiang said that he was fabulously handsome, she agreed to describe him. Miss Su described a classic Chinese man with a strong-willed face, but the girl's ardent imagination painted a portrait of a young man similar to DiCaprio. Mengxian then added that the man was going to Huolong Temple, and the police officer apologized for disturbing her and rushed in the indicated direction. Seeing the tall blonde man who had just taken off his monk's cape and was left in a white shirt, Lin Qiang walked up to him and touched him on the shoulder. The girl once again asked to take her on as a student. But when the blonde turned around, the police saw not Leo DiCaprio, but a big-nosed thief from the port. Lin Qiang was petrified for a moment with indignation and shame, and the caught criminal took to his heels. The police gave chase, and the thief begged to be released, assuring that he would improve and would no longer deceive anyone. Miss Su asked if Yifei had left her to save Lin Qiang, and when he admitted that it was his duty, she assured him that that was why she liked him. The captain did not believe that he was hearing the confession of the first beauty. But then Mrs. Su returned with a first aid kit, and the guy took care of the girl's leg. Ying saw her guard carrying Mengxian on his back, and ironically asked if he had taken good care of Madame Su. The young man did not remain in debt and said that he served the guest like an empress. And at that moment, Miss Su suggested calling her by her name. The ladies began to discuss business issues, not even suspecting that the bloody foxes were watching them from the roof. Captain Hunter, the commander of the detachment, carried out explanatory work with her subordinates, finding out the reasons for the defeat. First, Madam Commander asked Cutie why she failed, and the spanked sniper replied that the enemy was unusually strong. Twin Blades responded in her defense that the enemy was moving supernaturally fast, and promised that she would get him next time. Captain Hunter was ready for such an outcome and gave the command to retreat. Amazed at how easily Burkett deprived the experienced mercenaries of the will to fight. Despite the failures, the detachment commander did not consider the mission a failure, since the task was to force Burkett to reveal himself. After the association idea failed, Brother Hu and Red Dress took jobs at a noodle shop to cover expenses. During the meeting, Captain Hunter said that the information that Burkett does not beat women was not confirmed, and her fighters had a hard time. The boss listened to the report with a grin, and the mercenary Bloody Wolf noted that even the best fighter would have been dead long ago if he had not attacked women. When the leader of the Blood Foxes finished her report, the Blood Wolf reproached her for not killing Golden Eagle. After a pause, the criminal added that he had already warned his companions that the object of the hunt had no weaknesses that could be exploited. The chief interrupted the mercenary and said that the Blood Foxes followed his orders and completed the task, and then asked if he could defeat the Golden Eagle. Blood Wolf shot a fierce look at the boss and replied that he would defeat Golden Eagle because he was his brother and a former member of the Soaring Eagles. In the morning, Yifei drove Ms. He to the main office, replacing the driver who had taken a vacation, and the woman felt that her companion was allowing himself unnecessary thoughts. The young man thanked Fangqing for the trick with the ring, and then she suddenly asked if he thought she was a slutty woman. The lady allowed herself a night in a hotel before the divorce and was experiencing pangs of conscience, and Yifei believed that she had no obligations to her unfaithful husband. Fangqing objected that a married lady had more responsibility than an unmarried guy, and the captain promised to keep their affair a secret. When Ms. He reached the head office, she visibly perked up, and Yifei said that he would wait for her outside. After Fangqing left, Mengxian called and said that Ms. Xu was in danger and suggested that they meet to discuss the details. While the captain was wondering where trouble could come from, a glamorous girl approached the building, followed by a security guard laden with purchases. Su Huan was the vice president's eldest daughter and openly despised her subordinates, calling the guard useless trash. The spoiled girl glanced at the retired Special Forces soldier and noted that the young man was very handsome. Mistaking the guy for a driver, Huan ordered him to carry the purchases to the office, to which Yifei replied that he worked in the branch and did not report to her. The girl threatened the captain with dismissal and told him whose daughter she was. But the Special Forces veteran did not remain silent and advised him to choose his expressions. The scandal was stopped by a security guard who turned out to be a former colleague of Yifei. Taking the captain aside, he assured Huan that he himself would explain the rules to the newcomer. Then, former partner Wang, who had recently received a promotion, reported that he had already reprimanded the insolent man, and they would quickly move things. Wang explained that Su Huan is someone who cannot be complained about, although she constantly causes scandals, breaks up families, and intrigues against Madame Xu. While helping to move things, Yifei noted that the vice president's daughter could be the mistress of Fang Qing's ex-husband. Meanwhile, the quarrelsome girl attacked Mrs. He, who was leaving the office center, and began to shower her with curses. Tired of living in a noodle shop, Red Dress and Brother Hu decided to give swimming lessons and began distributing leaflets. Su Huan yelled that Fang Qing didn't dare show up at the head office, and the captain guessed that something personal was involved. The guess was confirmed. A man named Mingxing, who turned out to be Fang Qing's ex-husband, approached the brawler and apologized for being late. Su Huan claimed that Fang Qing was slowing down her husband's career, but she got an invitation to a social event and introduced him to an important person, Mrs. He muttered that she came on business, and then Huan, wanting to hurt her, announced that she and Mingxing would get married in a month. The vice president's daughter then threatened to expose Fang Qing's secrets if she caught her eye again. Ms. He objected that she had already transferred to the branch, to which Huan replied that she would get her there too when Ms. Xu survived and took her place. In the end, the scoundrel said that she would not touch Mrs. He until the wedding, and was even ready to tolerate her in the branch if she knelt before her. Returning for a new batch of bags and cardboards, Yifei saw a tearful Fang Qing exclaim that she would prefer dismissal to humiliation. Due to the victim's unexpected resistance, Huan flew into a rage and grabbed Ms. He's hair, shouting that no one would stop her from beating her rival. The Special Forces veteran cooled the ardor of the brawler and resolutely pushed her away from Fang Qing, and the astonished Mingxing did not dare to intervene. The girl fell onto the asphalt and hardly got into a sitting position, angrily surveying the square in search of the impudent person who dared to hit her. Wearing a bag with slits for his eyes on his head, Yifei inspiredly portrayed a superhero who stands up for abused women. Fang Qing agreed to play along with her colleague, although she thought that the trick would not work. But the narrow-minded Huan immediately believed in the appearance of the Golden Eagle spirit. Security guards rushed to the scene, ready to grind Mrs. Huan's offender into powder. The head of the security service turned out to be Brother Hu, who had long been looking for an opportunity to curry favor and ordered that the insolent man be given to him. With simultaneous blows of his hands and feet, the captain scattered the guards in a matter of seconds. The former bandit watched the fight with interest. He was eager to test the strength of his magnificent muscles. When all the guards were put out of action, Hu put on a threatening appearance and challenged the captain to a duel. Yifei did not recognize the old enemy, although his face seemed vaguely familiar, and dealt with the big man as easily and naturally as the last time. Su Huan was seriously frightened when she saw the indestructible Hu begging for mercy, and hurried to take cover behind her lover. Yifei had a special conversation with Mingxing, putting a lady's hat on the traitor. The captain knocked him down with one blow and said that he was taking revenge for Fang Qing. It was the turn of the instigator of the conflict. When the superhero took her by the shoulder, she lost all her aplomb and babbled that she was admitting her mistakes. The former Special Forces soldier lightly beat the scoundrel and made her promise never to seduce strange men. Having restored justice, the Golden Eagle spirit left with Mrs. He, and Huan thought that the spankings were more pleasant than painful. They were also in no hurry to join the swimming association against Berkut, because Brother Hu chose a poor advertising design. Fang Qing asked how Yifei came up with the idea of becoming a superhero, and he replied that it dawned on him when he was carrying things and came across an empty cardboard. The woman found the mask from the bag funny. Seeing the smile on her face, the captain decided that she had already recovered from the stress. Feeling safe, Mrs. He laughed with relief. The woman was having fun, but suddenly burst into tears again, causing concern to the young man. Ms. He explained that she was crying because she was touched by his concern and finally felt free from the past. Yifei was glad that Fang Qing was beginning to act deliberately. But when the woman's hands were on his shoulders, he doubted her sanity. Fending off He's advances, the captain reminded her of her conservative beliefs, but she wanted to thank her colleague for her help. Fang Qing put the bag on the guy's head and kissed him when the car started moving. The flirting continued, and the car began to swerve. After delivering Ms. He to the branch, Yifei arrived at the meeting address indicated by Mengxin and saw many luxury cars in the parking lot. Miss Su warned the guards that she was expecting a guest, and the young man was allowed into the fashionable residence without talking. A banquet was taking place in the building, and the guests began to look around at the guy, who was not dressed according to protocol, finding his behavior provocative. The captain was timid at first because he was not dressed in uniform, but he still went to the table and began to gobble up the treats. Deciding that Mengxin would sort everything out, Two ladies approached the young man and asked why he did not come to the banquet in a tuxedo, and the guy explained that he had arrived by private invitation. The beauties, Song Liangyao and Li Xinyue, were public figures. Many guests were annoyed that the girls were talking on equal terms with a simple guy. Su Huan was also present at the banquet and told the girls that in front of them was an ordinary employee of a trading company who did not belong here. Yifei joked that he sneaked into the banquet to get food through the emergency entrance and charmed both celebrities who did not pay attention to the brawler. Huan thought that the modest branch employee might not be so simple. And then two more representatives of the Golden Youth arrived at the banquet. Sun Dongran brought his friend Song Ziqiu to the banquet, who dreamed of seducing Liang Yao and Xin Yue. Red Dress redesigned the ad and offered discounted personal lessons to celebrate the swim center's opening. Huan was overjoyed at Ziqiao's arrival and wanted to discuss the affairs of Huayang Company with him. The intriguer began to complain about Mrs. Xu, but the young man waved her aside and headed towards the girls who were talking with the captain. Ziqiao imperiously grabbed Xin Yue's hand and displeasedly asked why he and Liang Yao refused him a date. The guy behaved with the girls like a proprietor, asking how they dared to talk to another man if he deigned to pay attention to them. Liang Yao ordered her friend to be released. In response, the young man demanded privacy with him, and Huan watched with interest what Yifei would do. The Special Forces veteran snatched Xin Yue from Ziqiao's hands, ordering the brute to get out, and the young man muttered angrily, who dared to contradict him. Donjan yelled that some guard was getting in the way again, and Huan noted that she could use their quarrel for her own purposes. Ziqiao guessed that this was Mrs. Xu's bodyguard, who had beaten his friend, and called him a hired dog Ying Ying. Ignoring the insults, Yifei continued to insist that the bully leave, and the angry youth hit him on the hand, causing the indignation of the ladies. Liang Yao and Xin Yue did not tolerate violence and fussed over the captain. Fearing that Ziqiao had injured him, the bully gnashed his teeth in frustration, imagining that the girl's sympathy should have gone to him. And in the end, he could not stand it and got into a fight. The captain calmly blocked the blow, and the young man barked that the guy was minding his own business, to which Yifei reasonably objected that Ziqiao started first. The enraged young man began to threaten the captain, declaring that he had graduated from a military academy and was superior to the defeated sinner in combat skills. Yifei mockingly asked, "Since when did the army train such worthless fighters?" which caused a new outburst of anger in the enemy. Watching the skirmish, Huan and Donjan enthusiastically anticipated reprisals against the daring guard. Ziqiao could no longer control his anger and screamed and attacked Yifei. The banquet manager Kui, who had a soft spot for Ziqiao and had long been waiting for an opportunity to serve him, approached the young people. The young man triumphantly pointed at the captain and said that he was violating the dress code and must leave the banquet hall immediately. The manager Kuai attacked Yifei, saying that at a private reception there was no place for beggars who could not buy formal clothes. Xin Yue noticed that Ziqiao was also dressed inappropriately, to which Kuai stated that Manager Zhao's friend was allowed more than a man on the street. The former Special Forces soldier calmly objected that he was not a guest of the banquet, and then the manager broke into a public fight, sending the captain out. The swimming center's redesigned advertisement was a success, and Brother Hu and Red Dress received many applications and earned a large amount of money. Donjan and Huan enjoyed the scandal, and Ziqiao burst into a new stream of curses, asking how he dared to encroach on his women. The captain said that he was invited by the owner of the residence, to which Kui replied that Mr. Zhao did not say that he was waiting for someone. Yifei did not know that Meng Xin was not the mistress of the residence, but Ziqiao and his followers, seeing his confusion, resumed their attacks, forcing him to leave. Huan and Donjan rejoiced, and when Xin Yue and Ling Yao promised to help the guy settle the embarrassment, the guests shouted that upstarts should not be encouraged. Ziqiao went into a rage and ordered to tell Yingyan that the director of the main office demands to ask for forgiveness from Donjan. Otherwise, she will be in trouble. The youth continued to rant that Yifei was no match for him and his friends, but his speech was interrupted by the appearance of one of Su Mengxin's bodyguards. The bodyguard demanded an explanation from Manager Zhao, and Manager Kuai trembled. The man apologized for not meeting Yifei right away and thanked the captain for protecting Miss Su on the trip to Hualong Temple. The bodyguard then added that Mengxin wanted to reward the captain, to which the veteran replied that he was following his duty. Having received a scolding for his disrespectful treatment of Miss Su's guest, Manager Zhao took it out on the banquet manager and showered him with punches. To the amazement of the public, the frightened owner of the residence fired Kui. The bodyguard apologized to Yifei for the incident, but the captain assured that the dissolute youths did not cause him much trouble. Then the bodyguard turned to Ziqiao, and he was horrified to recognize his mentor from the military school. Who knew the whole truth about him? The young man shouted that Yifei had seduced his women, but the girls denied the accusations and were outraged that they were treated like objects. The bodyguard told the bullies to get out and said that his former cadet had let him down again, remaining the same scoundrel as in the army. Thanking Liang Yao and Xin Yue for their support, the captain followed his guide, and Ziqiao caused a pogrom in the banquet hall. While smashing furniture, the young man yelled that he tried to join the Soaring Eagle Squad and was not afraid of anyone. And Huan added that he would take it out on Madame Xu. Yifei's mysterious personality made a deep impression on Xin Yue and Liang Yao, and the girls wanted to get to know him better. The captain feared for Director Xu and looked dejected, and Miss Su's bodyguard decided that he was upset by the threats of the dissolute young man. The man explained that Mr. Song got into the audition because of his connections and quickly failed. He is a worthless fighter, and his words should not be taken seriously. Bodyguard led the former commando into the room where Mengxian was waiting for him. When the young man opened the door, the girl was just changing clothes for the banquet. Yifei fell into a stupor from awkwardness, but Mengxian did not look embarrassed, and the guard wisely retreated as soon as he realized what had happened. The Special Forces veteran slammed the door shut, burning with shame. Soon Mengxian came out of the room and asked as if nothing had happened if she looked good. Confused, Yifei muttered that he had disturbed Mengxian unintentionally, but the girl was not angry and laughingly reminded her to knock. Hiding behind the screen, the girl coquettishly asked if her friend was sorry that she was not changing clothes in front of him. The young man's gaze fell on a piece of underwear forgotten on the floor, and he felt doubly embarrassed. While waiting for Miss Su, Yifei wondered whether his influential acquaintance had an unbridled dark side that she carefully concealed. On the way to the banquet hall, Mengxian reported that many were hunting for Madame Xu's branch, and the main threat did not come from the Golden Youth. Before opening the door, the girl asked the captain to accept her help as a sign of gratitude for the rescue. Signaling to follow her, Mengxian said that she had invited the most influential people so that the former Special Forces soldier could make useful connections. I surrounded Miss Su, Mr. Son deeds, and a businessman or fond on her hopes. Mengxian introduced Yifei as her cousin who left the army and took a job at Huayang Company, and asked her to take care of him. Mr. Sun was panicked when he learned who his son had quarreled with, and Mayor Qin was shocked when he learned that a member of the Su family lived in his city. City bigwigs rushed to show respect to the captain, and vying with each other to offer their services to make up for the awkwardness. Yifei looked questioningly at Miss Su, and she explained that she was repaying the debt for saving a life, and Huayang's company was now safe. After the banquet, Manager Zhao invited important people to a private reception hosted by Mengxian in honor of his savior. When Yifei entered the VIP room, the mayor thought that the attractive young man would make a good match for his daughter. The captain apologized for keeping the guests waiting, and Mengxian introduced him to Xin Yue and Liang Yao, adding that they were popular TV presenters. The guy was surprised that when they met, the girls did not tell him that they were celebrities, and they, in turn, did not expect that he was from the Su clan. Mengxian took the initiative into her own hands and made it clear that she expected active assistance from influential people for her cousin. Mr. Sun was the first to take the floor and, with an obsequious bow, asked Yifei for forgiveness for the antics of his unlucky son. The Special Forces veteran did not hold a grudge against the Sun family and was ready to accept an apology. But then Mengxian placed her hand on his right thigh under the table. Yifei remembered the discovery in the changing room, and doubts about Miss Su's integrity began to creep into his mind. The touches became more and more insistent, and the young man began to get annoyed that he was losing control over himself. When Mengxian pinched the captain painfully, he let out an indignant cry which Mr. Sun took personally. From internal tension, Yifei's face acquired a terrifying expression, and Mr. Sun realized that he would not get away with an apology. Mengxian continued to pinch the young man, and he realized that the girl was thus hinting that he should behave harshly. Mr. Sun offered the captain a fancy car as compensation, but Miss Su suggested that he should be more persistent. Now someone's hand was stroking Yifei's left thigh, distracting him from the negotiations. Sitting to the left of the captain was Xin Yue. and the young man was horrified that Meng Xin might notice her actions. The screen star persistently demanded attention, and it became increasingly difficult for the guy to control himself. Catching the neighbor's gaze, the girl paused briefly, but then resumed her flirtations with renewed vigor. The captain coughed angrily and, out of frustration with himself, again assumed a menacing look, making Mr. Sun and Meng Xin wary. Senior Sun promised Yifei a house, and Meng Xin noted that the guy had a talent for tough negotiations. And then the captain realized that he could no longer hold back. Xin Yu wondered if the young man was teasing her, and increased the pressure until she achieved the desired effect. While the girl was celebrating her victory, the guy slammed his fist on the table in frustration and scared Mr. Sun. Due to internal tension, the captain did not understand what the businessman told him and asked him to repeat it, which increased Sun's panic and delighted Miss Su. In desperation, Sun took extreme measures and offered to cede Wang Zhao's shopping street to Yifei, if only he would spare his stupid son. Satisfied, Meng Xin agreed to accept the apology, mentally thanking her friend for the excellent performance. Yifei was embarrassed because he succeeded only because of the misinterpretation of his actions due to attempts to overcome temptation. Xin Yue giggled. Meng Xin announced that the matter had been resolved, and the girl makeup artist was looking for the ill-fated item that had cast a shadow on Miss Su's reputation. Su Mengxian further stated that she had heard rumors that someone had designs on Hua Yang's company. After a pause, which made her ill-wishers nervous, the girl clarified that we were talking about attracting investments. Mengxian further added that there should be no negative publications in the press about Hua Yang's company and its investors. When the captain thanked the young lady for her help, she said that she also sent her men to the Song family to convince them not to make a fuss. The girl called manager Zhao, and he brought a gold club card for Yifei, which gave him the right to visit the residence at any time. Mengxian instructed the manager to register the property transferred by the Sun family to the captain, and he eagerly seized the opportunity to please. Miss Su went out on business and asked the young man to wait for her in the break room to take him home. When manager Zhao escorted the captain to the restroom, the former commando was amazed at its luxurious decoration. Left alone, Yifei sat down on the sofa, poured himself some wine, and for the first time in a long time was able to truly relax. The bliss did not last long. Soon the click of ladies' heels was heard behind the young man's back. Liang Yao and Xin Yue entered the restroom and immediately embraced the captain in a passionate embrace. The TV stars had been looking for a new acquaintance for a long time and were delighted to meet. But they expressed their joy too ardently, going beyond the boundaries of friendly relations. Yifei asked the ladies if they were drunk, to which Xin Yue replied that they could drink too much during the meeting. And the guy began to think about ways of retreat. The young man decided to distract the girls and began to tell a legend about a raven who found a bottle of water, but could not drink. Telling how the raven threw stones and sticks into the bottle to raise the water level, the guy realized that the tale sounded ambiguous. The young ladies interpreted the story of the raven as encouragement and began to openly flirt with the captain. When the girls began to take action, Yifei appealed to common sense, urging them to stop. But they did not want to listen to anything. Both celebrities rushed at the guy, begging him to accept a reward for saving young Sun from the harassment. The tale of the crow took an unexpected turn. Instead of one bottle of water, two turned up, and a second stick was urgently needed. Both stories ended happily. The raven got drunk to his heart's content, and the former Special Forces soldier had a good rest in the company of the stars. Admiring the sleeping beauties, the captain smoked thoughtfully, wondering how his forced concession to the ladies' whims would turn out. Fearing to wake up the girls, Yifei carefully left the room and came across Mengxian, who had just freed herself and offered to go home. Miss Su asked if her friend was bored, to which the captain replied that he had a great time, except that his back was tired. Mengxian drove her friend home and volunteered to accompany him. Having risen to his floor, the young man began to say goodbye. But the girl did not lag behind, and the captain was at a loss as to what it all meant. The former Special Forces soldier imagined that Mengxian would start pestering him and realized that he would not be able to resist. Imagining how China's first beauty would sneak into his apartment and decide to stay the night, Yifei fell into a daze. Standing at the door of his apartment, the captain quickly figured out what to do, but all thoughts disappeared from excitement. Inserting the key into the lock, the guy was wondering how he would explain to the Su family if Mengxian started an affair with him. The girl began to say goodbye, and the young man exhaled with relief that a lady from a respectable family had not stooped to a casual relationship. When Miss Su walked towards the door opposite, the Special Forces veteran was shocked to learn that she was his neighbor. The captain asked whether the daughter of a high-ranking politician lived in an ordinary apartment because she was supposed to live in a mansion or suite. Wanting to know how ordinary people lived, Mengxian settled near Yifei because she saw him as a reliable person who could keep secrets. Seeing how her strict companion perked up and relaxed, the girl asked what he was thinking about and whether he would be glad if she stopped by tomorrow. Yifei assured that he didn't allow himself too much in his thoughts. And when Miss Su left, he noted that he could hit on her when he was in better shape. The next day, a new test awaited the captain. Shanshan again went to visit her sister. In the morning, the young man was awakened by Mengxian's ringing voice, and he irritably thought that she would flirt again. Proceeding to the kitchen, the former commando found Yui and Miss Su preparing breakfast. Mengxian taught Yui how to cook, but it turned out poorly. She mixed up the seasonings and seasoned the crab with the wrong set of spices. Having invited everyone to the table, Miss Su told how she met Yui in the store and decided to help her prepare breakfast. The dish Mengxian prepared looked suspicious, but Yifei did not want to upset the girl who had done so much for him. In the army, the guy was taught to eat anything, but not live crabs, even for a special forces veteran. This is too much. The captain announced to the upset girls that from now on he would cook, and then explained to Mengxian how Yui ended up in his apartment. But she already knew everything. Miss Su asked if the young man was free on Saturday and suggested they go for a walk together. The big-nosed thief tried to start an honest life, but he was prevented by members of Brother Hu's swimming association, who chased after him, wanting to beat him up. The gangsters cornered the guy, shaking their fists and shouting that he was provoking them by selling life jackets outside a swimming center. Lin Qiong arrived in time and prevented the massacre and dispersed the fighters with special techniques. The former thief fearfully recognized his longtime pursuer, and the hooligans took to their heels, realizing that they had no chance. The guy insisted that he did nothing wrong, but Lin Qiong still arrested him to find out why he was hanging around all the time. Thoughts about the mysterious hero haunted the girl, so she lashed out at the detainees, and when she saw Yifei on the street, an idea struck her. Lin Qiong remembered that she never asked the guy where the mysterious hero had disappeared and rushed to meet him, forgetting about the detainee. The policewoman made the captain nervous by observing that he was wearing the same shirt as the unknown hero. The young man thought that Lin Qiong had revealed him, admitting that it was not that difficult, and began to figure out what to answer to the policewoman. Lin Qiong's conclusions turned out to be more original than Yifei thought. The girl concluded that he was a friend of the master and was lending him her clothes for the sake of disguise. The police officer asked the guy to arrange a meeting for her with the foreman on Saturday, and when he said that his friend was busy, she turned a deaf ear to his words. Near the office center, the captain overtook Ms. Shu's car, lowered the window, and Ying'an said that she had bad news. The girl asked the guard to move in with her while Shanshan was visiting her, and then immediately drove away, leaving the guy in a dejected mood. As she set off, Ying'an shouted to Yifei that tomorrow he was going for a walk with them, and drove on, not wanting to listen to the fact that he had his own plans for Saturday. The Special Forces veteran found himself in a pinch when 4 girls asked to meet him on the same day, and he was extremely nervous. When Fangqing asked if Yifei was free, the captain ran away screaming, although she only wanted to ask him to help deliver the papers. Realizing that he would not have time to meet everyone, the young man decided to refuse Mrs. Shu's request to accompany him and his sister on a walk. While searching for Ying, Yifei inflamed his anger, telling himself that even the lower ranks had pride, and he was not obliged to indulge all the whims of Boss Shu. Having opened the door to the director's office, the captain witnessed the monstrous reprimand that Mrs. Shu inflicted for the drop in sales during the season. Injin scolded the top managers and threatened to fire them all, and the captain realized that it was dangerous to refuse her. Noticing a young man at the door, Ingan asked why he was looking for her, but the captain quickly took his leave and wandered down the street in sad thoughts. After work, the retired commando went to the police station, intending to deny Lin Qiong a meeting with the imaginary master. Yifei found the police interrogating a detained thief and began a conversation from afar, asking what would happen to the one who refused her. The girl replied that she would beat the impudent man with a baton and put him in prison, after which she returned to the interrogation. And here, even the elite fighter felt chills. Returning home, the young man ran into Mengxian, but did not dare refuse her because she was disarmingly sweet and friendly. The guy fell to his knees in despair and was ready to bang his head on the floor in front of the amazed girl. But the real problems were just beginning. Song Ziqiao came to the mafia boss, who was protected by his family, and demanded payment for the rent of abandoned premises on the outskirts. When the Don asked what kind of payment the young master wanted, Ziqiao showed a photo of Yifei and ordered to eliminate the one who prevented the takeover of the Huayang company. The mafioso recognized Burkut, but did not initiate the young man into the circumstances of their acquaintance, and immediately called Captain Hunter and the Bloody Wolf. When the mercenaries appeared before the gang leader, he solemnly announced that the time had come to act. In the morning, Shanshan appeared on the threshold of Mrs. Su's mansion, and the elder sister and her accomplice immediately seated the guest at the table. The girl was glad that she was in time for breakfast, and Yifei found himself experiencing déjà vu. The ill-mannered pug brought by Shanshan began to run the house, and his owner announced that she would stay with her sister for about a week. The captain invited the young lady to take things to the room, but she refused help and did not even try to provoke him. The former commando believed that Shanshan was being unusually quiet because she was ashamed of what happened between them last time. After dinner, the younger sister said that she was tired and wanted to rest, and Mrs. Shu was surprised that the guest was acting unexpectedly modest. Inajin was not deceived about her sister and reminded Yifei that they could not relax since they were dealing with a quarrelsome and unpredictable person. At night, Shanshan did not try to listen at the bedroom door, and Mrs. Shu thought that her sister had changed her usual behavior for a reason. Injin believed that her sister was testing them again and had planned another trick, and now she was pretending to be quiet in order to lull their vigilance. The girl then concluded that she needed to move on to Plan B and arrange a fake date to debunk all of Shanshan's theories. The young man was not eager to play dating and tried to resist, but it was impossible to resist Director Shu. The captain figured that if the girls just saw him with Ms. Shu on the street, he might lie about something, but the imaginary date complicates everything. Dripping with cold sweat, the Special Forces veteran realized that if the ladies saw him on a date with Ingin, he would irreparably ruin his relationship with them. The young man told Ms. Shu that if they were exposed in public, they would ruin their reputation, but she didn't seem to hear. Injin wrested Yifei's consent by promising a place in the administrative department with the beauties, and he scolded himself for making an impossible promise. On the night from Friday to Saturday, all the girls slept soundly, waiting for a wonderful day. But the captain did not sleep a wink all night, drawing up a plan of action. By morning, the strategy was ready, and the former Special Forces soldier decisively began Operation Rendezvous. The first item was a date with Director Shu, to which the young man went without enthusiasm. Yifei was worried, realizing that there was no room for error. And Yingen came with her sister, who apologized for preventing them from being alone. The captain sent the girls to the coffee shop and immediately left, saying that he was going to look for a parking space. Having gotten rid of his sisters, the young man went to meet Mengxian and invited her to go to the pastry shop. Having seated the girl at the table, the former commando lied that he had forgotten his phone in the car and rushed off to look for Lin Qiong. The punctual policewoman was already starting to get nervous while waiting for Yifei in the park and did not notice that men were looking at her. When the guy finally appeared, the girl indignantly asked why he didn't bring the master with him. The captain said that the master was modestly waiting around the corner and volunteered to call him, thinking that he had let the policewoman get too close to the Shu sisters. The idea was to keep the women at a distance from each other, but Lin Qiong was getting closer and closer to the cafe where the girls were relaxing. In the courtyard, the policewoman saw a couple in love and was embarrassed that the master might have thought that she had come to flirt and not to say goodbye to the student. Seeing Yifei from behind, Lin Qiong imagined that it was her master and ran after him. The captain managed to lead the police away from Ying Ying and Shanshan, but he did not expect that there would be a dead end in his way. Before the girl covered him, the young man tore one of the sheets hanging out to dry from the rope and hid his face. Entering the role, Yifei stated that Lin Qiong did not meet the requirements that he places on his students, and his voice seemed familiar to the girl. The policewoman insisted that she could handle it and nervously fiddled with the sheet that hid the guy's face, and he was in danger of being exposed. Lin Qiong decided to demonstrate one of her favorite techniques, wanting to prove that she was suitable as a disciple, and tore off Yifei's veil. The retired Special Forces soldier foresaw her action and managed to put on the mask of the spirit of the Golden Eagle, after which he asked if the girl was ready for the tests. The policewoman imagined that under the mask was a handsome blonde man, similar to DiCaprio, who would not be able to resist her determination. Having driven away romantic fantasies, Lin Qiong asked the master why he needed a mask, and he replied that he was the spirit of the Golden Eagle, who saves women. Turning to face the girl, whose eyes were boring into his familiar back, the captain asked if she was the lady who asked to be his student. The The policewoman was on her knees begging Yifei to become her mentor, and he was thinking about how to get rid of her and answer someone's annoying calls. The young man pointedly asked why Lin Qiang wanted to study with him. The girl blurted out that she wanted to punish evil and stand up for the weak, but the guy only grinned skeptically in response. Having gotten used to the image of the hero, Yifei said that Lin Qiang should sort out her desires and make sure that she is not driven by the desire for fame and money. The girl thought for a moment, not knowing what to answer, and the Special Forces veteran puzzled her even more by asking why she went to the police. Amazed by his arrogance, the captain told the discouraged Lin Qiang to think about it and answer honestly, first of all, to herself. Once again telling the girl to think everything over carefully, Yifei was about to leave, when suddenly the police asked where to find him when the answer was found. Yifei assured that he would come to her when she was ready, and immediately rushed down the street. Engine called again, and the young man rushed to the coffee shop at full speed, sweeping away everything in his path. The captain had already seen the worried faces of his sisters in the window of the coffee shop, outraged by his long absence, when suddenly he met Mrs. He. Seeing the familiar mask, Fang Qing concluded that her colleague was saving someone again, and therefore refused to help her deliver the documents yesterday. From the window of the cafe, Yingying and Shanshan saw Mrs. He talking to a masked man and were worried that he might have bad intentions. Director Xu dialed Yifei's number again, and he was afraid that she might hear the phone ringing in his pocket. The resourceful captain attracted Mrs. He to him, hiding behind her back from the interested glances of the sisters. The sudden surge of passion confused Fang Qing, and the young man announced that he had come to save her from loneliness. The woman fainted from shock, and Mrs. Xu, dialing Yifei's number again, winced in disgust, finding her colleague's behavior obscene. Before the phone rang, the captain burst into the coffee shop and apologized for keeping the ladies waiting, citing traffic congestion. Making excuses for the long search for a parking space, the guy took a breath, pleased that at the last moment he managed to put Fang Qing on a bench in the park. Mrs. Xu began to reprimand the young man for his slowness, and he looked distantly out of the window, muttering routine apologies. Yingying was indignant that the guard was not listening to her, but the captain no longer paid attention to her anger because he saw Su Mengxin at the coffee shop. Miss Su began to look around, and the former commando realized that she was tired of waiting for him, and went in search. Fearing that Mengxin would see him through the window, the guy hugged the indignant Ingen and blocked the girl's view. Looking affectionately at Mrs. Xu, Yifei announced that today was the 3rd anniversary of the day they met, and he had prepared a gift for her, which is why he was late. Mengxin noted that the beauty in the cafe looked like Director Xu, but did not recognize her companion, and Yingen asked to clarify what her gentleman was up to. The captain said that the gift was left in the car and slipped away with relief, saying that he was going to pick it up. Leaving the cafe, Yifei caught up with Mengxin and asked why she left the pastry shop, and the girl replied that she was bored and decided to take a walk. In a lonely alley, Lin Qiang was lost in thought, wondering what her true desires were. Glancing down the street, the police officer noticed a group of 5 women hiding their faces under the hoods of cloaks that seemed familiar to her. Among the passers-by was a nun, whom the girl recognized as the Red Widow, and the police decided to detain the suspicious company. Lin Qiang chased the blood foxes, demanding to stop, and Captain Hunter sent the Red Widow to deal with the annoying policewoman. Throwing off her nun's robe, the Red Widow rushed at the policewoman with her creepy chainsaw. At the last moment, the girl jumped to the side, and the chainsaw blade crashed into the wall with a roar. The Red Widow grinned maliciously, glad that she saw Lin Qiang in front of her again and now would not let her escape. Having dispersed the suffocating gasoline fumes, the policewoman took a fighting stance and declared that she would not allow the mercenaries to create chaos. Yingen's parents secretly arrived in Ye City and went to their daughter's mansion. General Xu chuckled and said that this time they would be able to give their daughter a surprise. The head of the family wanted to hide in a suitcase and then jump out of there, waiting for the right moment. Heading to the exit from the terminal, Ingen's mother rolled behind her a suitcase in which her husband was sitting, who dreamed of scaring Ingen and her boyfriend. The wife objected that the joke about jumping out of a suitcase was extremely banal, and it would be better for them to dress up as Batman and Catwoman. The lady went to the information desk to find out how to get to Ingen's house, and at that time, another lady mistakenly took the suitcase where the general was hiding. While the woman was finding out the way to her daughter's mansion, the distracted passenger had already left, taking Mr. Xu with her. When leaving, the lady overturned the remaining suitcase, turning around at the roar. Ingen's mother decided that it was her husband fiddling around inside and ordered her to sit still. Mr. Shu dozed off in his suitcase and did not immediately realize that an unknown woman had taken the suitcase. Approaching Lin Kyong, the Red Widow had already raised a chainsaw over the girl. Letting the scoundrel come closer, the girl arched, moving away from the line of strike, and immediately jumped to the side. Condescendingly observing the policewoman's evasions, the criminal said that the girl still couldn't escape. After waiting for the villainess to open up, Lin Kyong tried to go on the attack, but the Red Widow was on her guard, and the girl barely dodged. The policewoman tried to attack from below, but the mercenary was ahead of her again, and the girl, in despair, realized that her opponent was much stronger and faster. Remembering the conversation with the master, Lin Kyong realized that she would no longer dare to run away, because she had always dreamed of being a good police officer. The Red Widow did not understand why the girl was saying this, and joyfully rushed at her, but Lin Kyong persuaded herself to remain calm. Noticing a fire shield nearby, the police officer immediately understood how to turn the tide of the battle with the help of a fire extinguisher and a crowbar. First, Lin Kyong activated the fire extinguisher to disorient her opponent. The annoyed Red Widow screamed for the policewoman to stop hiding in the foam and fight openly if she was not afraid. While luring Lin Kyong out, the mercenary called her a cowardly turtle, and Lin Kyong immediately responded. Armed with a huge log, the police boldly moved towards the criminal. After bringing the log down on the Red Widow, Lin Kyong triumphantly announced that she was no longer going to hide. At the other end of the block, Miss Su gently reproached the captain for taking so long to show up and made it clear that she didn't believe in the difficulty of parking. Seeing that her boyfriend was upset, Mengshin asked if the lady from the police had exposed him, and the guy replied that she had no idea about anything. Yifei added that Lin Kyong is too impulsive and does not understand her desires, which is why she may get into trouble when faced with a dangerous enemy. To some extent, the former Special Forces soldier sympathized with the young policewoman, fearing that she would repeat his mistakes. Mengshin stared at the guy in amazement and took his arm, but he asked her not to flirt with him in public and invited her to the cinema. At this time, Lin Kyong was fighting off the enraged mercenary with a log. Getting closer and closer, the Red Widow threatened to saw the policewoman in two. The girl was not at a loss and put the log in the path of the chainsaw. The blade went deep into the wood and got stuck. Unable to cope with the mighty ridge, the chainsaw stalled. The criminal found herself immobilized, and Lin Kyong finally understood why she went to the police. The girl concluded that she became a police officer not under the influence of her father or for mercantile reasons, but because she had always dreamed of it. Letting out a cry of victory, Lin Kyong pinned the scoundrel to the ground with a split log, making it impossible to escape. Seeing that the policewoman was leaving, the mercenary finally asked if the girl was afraid that she would be sawed in half. Lin Kyong exclaimed that she would not have made a police officer then, and the Red Widow reluctantly admitted defeat, paying tribute to the girl's courage. Yifei took Mengshin to the cinema for the first showing and immediately ran away, saying that he was going to buy popcorn and cola. Having run out of the cinema, the captain rushed back to the coffee shop but immediately met the Zhu sisters on the street, who went to look for him. Shanshan said that it was petty to give movie tickets. Ying Ying considered such a gift to be old-fashioned. But Yifei meant a bouquet of roses left in the car. Mrs. Yu did not allow the young man to finish and announced that she would go to the cinema and sent him to get popcorn. The captain was petrified because Mengshin was waiting at the cinema. And then Shanshan whispered that she had not forgotten about the unfortunate incident under the sheet. The girl said that even then, she realized that she and Ingen were deceiving her. And now she would expose them in order to take revenge on the guy for his insolence. When Shanshan left, Yifei thought that he would fail when the ladies met at the cinema, although there was a chance that they would not notice each other in the dark. The younger sister became seriously interested in the painting, and the young man relaxed, hoping that she would forget about her intention. Soon there was a new cause for concern because Mengshin chose a place right in front of the sisters. The captain decided to arrange it so that Mrs. Shu would not recognize Miss Su. When he saw that Ying Ying had fallen asleep, he was happy and took out a bottle of cola. Shanshan glanced sideways at her companions and guessed that she was being fooled, since her sister's boyfriend didn't know that she had a habit of sleeping in the movies. The bottle cap did not give in easily. The noise and fuss in the next chair distracted the younger sister from watching the film. In the darkness, the girl couldn't make out what Yifei was doing and began to imagine various obscenities. Now the younger Shu again doubted that her older sister was in a fake relationship, and the captain finally dealt with the bottle and got drunk on cola. A stream of soda came out of the opened bottle, causing Shanshan to make vulgar speculation about Mrs. Shu and her boyfriend. Splashes of cola got on Ingen's face and clothes. The young man felt embarrassed, and dark passions were already raging in the younger sister's fantasy. Yifei rushed to wipe Mrs. Shu's face with a handkerchief, but Shanshan thought they were kissing. In the end, the girl came to the conclusion that Ingen and her boyfriend were indeed ardent lovers. Miss Su also noticed a strange movement from behind and was amazed at the shamelessness of the couple, but did not recognize Yifei from the back. Worried about the long absence of her boyfriend, Mengxian dialed his number, driving the young man into a stupor. Fearing to wake up Yingen, the young man rushed to Miss Su, grabbing a bag of popcorn and cola. The girl was amazed at how quickly Yifei responded to her call, and then complained about the ill-mannered couple behind her. The romantic story of a girl who allowed her boyfriend to date other women unfolded on the screen. Commenting on what she saw, Mengxian said that she was ready to kill a man who would behave like the heroine's lover. Catching the young man's amazed look, the girl said that she was joking, and the captain realized that if he failed, he would be in trouble. The woman who had taken the suitcase where Yingen's father was hiding was already approaching the cinema and ran into Lin Qiong, who was hurrying to her master. The lady picked up a stone with the toe of her boot, which hit the suitcase and woke up Mr. Shu. The man wondered why they were not home yet. It was hot inside the suitcase, and General Shu was thinking about undressing, but did not want to embarrass Ying. Eventually, the heat became completely unbearable, and the gentleman finally stripped naked, feeling instant relief. At this time, the woman called someone and said that she would arrive soon, and Mr. Shu realized that things were not going according to plan. Looking through the crack, the man saw an unfamiliar lady and decided to put on the suit again and then explore the situation. The suitcase was too tight to get dressed, and meanwhile the lady got to the cinema and called the person she was supposed to meet. The woman informed the guy that she was waiting for him at the entrance to the cinema. The general did not know where it was, but he realized that the stranger had mixed up his luggage. The lady said that she had brought the things that her boyfriend asked for, and the general was horrified to imagine what would happen when he opened the suitcase. The respectable gentleman could not lose face and, mentally asking the lady for forgiveness, decided to run away with the suitcase as soon as she left. The general, rushing to his wife, was not stopped even by the stunning view of the woman's legs, which opened from the trunk with every gust of wind. Mr. Shu already wanted to get out, but was embarrassed by the two little girls who were looking with interest at the runaway suitcase. Having freed his legs, the man with a powerful jump saved the children from the inappropriate spectacle. Besides, one of the little girls reminded him of Injin as a child. The girl looked at the flying trunk with legs, deciding that she saw a suitcase monster, and the general was glad that he had not injured anyone. While jumping, Mr. Shu saw the blood foxes conferring below, and he did not like the women in cloaks with their faces covered. The unknown suitcase did not inspire confidence in the mercenaries. Captain Hunter told the girls not to approach it and decided to figure it out herself. Seeing the unfriendly lady approaching him, the gentleman gathered his strength and performed another ninja jump. The bloody foxes never solved the mystery of the jumping trunk and continued their mission. And General Shu, having made a hard landing, lost consciousness. It became stuffy in the Mengxian cinema, and she said that she would go out to get some air and wait outside. And the satisfied Yifei got ready to go to his sister's. When the captain returned, Madame Shu was still sleeping, and Shanshan, absorbed in the plot of the film, did not seem to notice that he was gone. Someone slapped the guy on the knee, and he thought that Ying was only pretending to be asleep and saw him with Mengxian, but it turned out to be Shanshan. Looking intently at the young man, the girl ingratiatingly asked where he had been. Devouring the captain with her eyes, Shanshan added that he hides from her sister all the time, and from the outside it looks as if he is cheating on her. As evidence, the girl presented the swimming trunks from Mengxian's dressing room, which fell out of Yifei's pocket, noting that Yingen does not wear those. The stunned commando could only babble that Shanshan was mistaken, but she objected that it was no accident that someone else's underwear ended up in his pocket. Grabbing the guy by the tie, the girl put forward a second argument, pointing out that a man in love should know that Ingen always falls asleep at the movies. The captain did not understand how his indifference to Madame Su's oddities was indicting him, and he and Shanshan stared at each other indignantly. At this time, Director Shu hugged her sister and the guard in her sleep and brought their faces closer to each other. Yifei signaled to Shanshan to remain silent so as not to wake up Ying, and she whispered that she would tell her sister about the amazing find in her pocket. The young man was amazed at the girl's malicious stubbornness, but she considered herself in her right. Shanshan reiterated that she had not forgotten what happened between them during her last visit and wanted to get even for her shame. The captain recalled that the girl herself provoked the delicate situation, but she insisted on her own. threatening to tell Ingen a lie. After muttering something about falling sales, Mrs. Shu pressed the disputants even closer to each other without opening her eyes. Now Yifei's and Shanshan's faces were touching closely, as if they were kissing, making both of them very nervous. The Special Forces veteran realized that disaster would break out if the girl screamed and woke up her older sister. The excited young man decided on a desperate act and kissed Shanshan in order to at least force her to remain silent. The shocked Shanshan did not even try to resist, and the captain was determined to see the operation with the date to a victorious end. Yifei interrupted only when he noticed that the girl had fainted. The Special Forces soldier was pleased that the obnoxious sister would stop chattering, but he immediately felt ashamed and mentally asked her for forgiveness. When Ingen woke up, Yifei was not around, and her sister seemed to be dozing, and the girl was amazed how she fell asleep listening to such a fascinating film. Having got out of the cinema, the young man checked the clock on his phone and realized that he was making Mengxin wait again. The girl was waiting for the gentleman on a bench near the flower bed and asked if the film was over, and the captain said that he had left before the end of the show, but did not immediately find her. Yifei admitted that he found the melodrama boring, and Miss Su agreed that romantic films on the first date are boring. There was a tense silence. The former commando did not deliberately choose a romantic film and therefore felt awkward. While wondering what to talk about with Mengxin to diffuse the situation, the young man heard familiar female voices nearby. Shanshan complained of dizziness. Yingying took her outside, but Yifei did not expect such a turn and was drenched in cold sweat. On the other side of the flower bed, the captain saw Lin Qiong, battered in the fight, waiting for her master. When Mrs. He showed up on the bench opposite, the brave fighter's heart sank to his feet. When Yifei realized that ladies were lurking for him on all four sides of the flower bed, he regretted that he had not been born a multi-armed demon. Even a Special Forces veteran cannot please 4 women at once, and the guy wondered if he should choose just one of them. The captain noted that the ladies were positioned very close to each other. If one of them called him, the others would hear the call and the plan would fail. Yifei intended to keep the girls in place, because if one of them left, he would have to move in 2 directions at once. It is impossible to move in different directions at the same time. This will inevitably lead to collapse, and failure for the young man was equal to the end of the world. Mrs. Shu got tired of waiting for her imaginary boyfriend, and she asked Shanshan if she had seen him, but she hesitated and pretended that she had not heard. Yingen saw that something strange was going on, and her sister was not herself, so she decided to call Yifei and find out everything. But Shanshan objected. The sudden appearance of the captain distracted Director Shu from his sad thoughts. Mrs. Shu asked where the young man could have appeared so unexpectedly. Puzzling over how to explain his disappearance, the former Special Forces soldier dropped his phone. While the captain was rummaging around the flower bed in search of a phone, he came up with an idea on how to trick the ladies around his finger. Yifei visited Mengxin and chatted with her, and then lied that he had lost his phone and hid in the bushes to crawl his way to Yingying and Shanshan. The young man hoped that he could quickly and quietly move from one girl to another, using the flower bed as cover. Returning to the sisters, the cheerful commando explained that he left before the end of the film and asked Shanshan to confirm his words. Injin and the captain turned to the girl in anticipation of an answer, but she was embarrassedly silent and eventually ran away, covering her face with her hands. Having come to his senses, Mr. Shu rubbed his bruised head and looked around, trying to figure out where he was and why there were so many people around. Having risen to his feet and examined himself, the retired general realized with horror the cause of the pandemonium. The man ran away amid the hooting of the crowd, who mistook him for an exhibitionist, and saw how people in raincoats were dragging the girl somewhere. Coming closer, the gentleman recognized with horror his youngest daughter in the bound captive, and ordered the kidnappers to stop. The Blood Wolf sent his apprentice Chop to deal with the problem, and he pointed a sword at the general, blocking the path. As if not noticing the huge blade, Mr. Shu ordered the girl to be released and warned that he would not repeat it a second time. Chop did not enter into negotiations and knocked the gentleman down with a blow of his fist. While falling, General Shu managed to grab a stone and used it as a fulcrum when striking back. Pushing away, the man kicked the mercenary in the face with all his might. Straightening up to his full heroic height, Mr. Shu said that the bandits who dared to touch his daughter would soon know the power of his anger. Chop responded to the threat with ridicule and did not believe that the anger of the middle-aged man could somehow harm him. Mr. Shu rushed into a frontal attack, but the mercenary met him with a thunderous blow from his blade. The general fought off the sword with army fist-fighting techniques, and the mercenary inevitably gained respect for the enemy. Yifei asked why Shanshan ran away, but Yingying ordered not to touch her sister and thanked the guy, giving him her handkerchief to wipe his face. For the first time in a long time, Mrs. Xu smiled, and the young man noted that a smile suited her, asking her to smile more often. Director Xu explained that she had a great night's sleep at the movie theater and was finally rested after the tense period and the takeover attempt. Yifei suggested that Su Mengxian saved the company, and Mrs. Xu admitted that she had achieved patronage through the captain's efforts and began to appreciate him. After a pause, Madam Director invited her security guard to start a relationship for real. The stunned young man did not know what to think, and an oppressive silence reigned. Without waiting for a response initiative, Yingen reduced everything to a joke, and Yifei remembered Mengxian and left, citing a phone call. The phone actually rang soon. Miss Su decided to remind herself. The retired Special Forces soldier told Ingen that he had lost something and went deeper into the bushes. Making his way through the flower jungle, the captain believed that he would quickly reach Mengxian. Abundant vegetation reliably hid the guy from female eyes and left hope for a successful resolution of the problem. Navigating through the thickets was not as easy as the Special Forces veteran thought when he saw Miss He in front of him instead of Mengxian. Before the young man ran back into the bushes, Fang Qing managed to notice him, so he had to pay attention to her. While Mrs. He was engaged in conversation, the captain wondered at what point he took a wrong turn. Fang Qing asked why Yifei ran away so quickly, leaving her on the bench, and the guy listened with half an ear, wondering what to do next. Seeing that the guy hesitated to answer, the woman assumed that the young man was in a hurry to go on a date with another lady. Out of politeness, the former Special Forces soldier replied that he had urgent business, and Fang Qing took her word for it, and the captain was amazed at her gullibility. Admiring her colleague's audacity, Mrs. He put a mask from a bag on Yifei's head and kissed him, telling him that they were now even. Fang Qing gave the young man a long kiss, which included more than just friendly feelings. Yifei's eyes peered questioningly at Mrs. He from the slits in the bag, and the woman whispered that he could go and do what he had to do. Touched by Fang Qing's generosity, the captain apologized and disappeared into the bushes, hurrying to Mengxian. According to the young man's estimate, Miss Su was sitting to the left of Mrs. Xu. But in a hurry, Yifei miscalculated again and ended up with Yingying. Director Xu watched the demonstration and did not notice anything, and the guy consoled himself with the fact that he was moving very quickly under the bushes. The next time the captain showed up near Lin Qiang, but she was not too happy to see him. Imagining himself as a tank making a breakthrough, Mr. Xu advanced towards the enemy. The respectable gentleman shook his fist with his only free hand, asking where his daughter was. Having discovered a weak point in the defense, the general threw his fist into the enemy's face with all his might, demanding the release of Shanshan. Before the chop could close, the man prepared to strike again. This time, the criminal did not allow himself to be deceived and threw the gentleman away with a roundhouse strike from his sword. Looking at the knocked-down man, Chop concluded that an opponent is worthy of respect if, despite his age, he can show several techniques. After some thought, the bandit decided to fight the retired general at full strength. Mr. Xu had already guessed that his opponent was wearing armor, and he could only be defeated by cunning. The criminal rushed towards the gentleman, swinging his sword in a deadly move, crescent slash. Barely having time to dodge the rapid rotation of the blade, the general was amazed at how skillfully the enemy performed the most complex techniques. When Chop raised his sword for the final blow, the man did not flinch and prepared to block the blow hand to hand. When the blade was already flying over the man's head, the general hit the blade with his fist as hard as he could. Having knocked out the enemy's sword, Mr. Xu forced the mercenary into a hand-to-hand battle, which he had a chance of winning. Chop turned out to be a serious opponent in close combat, and the gentleman regretted that he did not have time to free his right hand from the suitcase. The criminal successfully repelled the first attack by throwing Mr. Xu over his head. The blow was so strong that the general was thrown 10 meters before he fell on a flower bed near which the women of Yifei were located. Chop was impressed by the fighting skills of the man who disarmed an experienced mercenary with one hand. He would willingly fight a worthy opponent again. Lin Qiang was surprised to see a young man crawling out of the bushes with leaves in his hair. The girl asked what the captain was doing here and where the master had gone. And then Yifei, preparing for the reincarnation, distracted her by offering to look at the UFO. When the policewoman turned around, the Special Forces soldier had already put on his mask and was chuckling to himself at the naive girl, beaming with delight at the sight of the master. Lin Qiang thought that it was difficult to hail a taxi while wearing a mask. and pulled it off the hero to see his face and understand how he moved around the city. There was another one under the homemade mask, and the master was very dissatisfied. Lin Kyung tore off this mask as well, refusing to believe that her idol was dishonest with her, but came across a third mask. Despite the master's protests, the girl tore off 2 more masks from him and eventually gave up, admitting that it was impossible to see his real face. The policewoman lowered her head guiltily, and Yifei made up an excuse on the fly to expel her and said that she should help neutralize the gang. Lin Kyung thought that she was talking about bloody foxes and was amazed at the hero's insight, because she hadn't said anything yet, and he was already aware of the matter. The girl threw herself at the master's feet and again asked to become a student. The policewoman assured that she had thought everything through well, but the master did not believe that her decision was conscious, because too little time had passed. Without rising from her knees, Lin Kyung said that the meeting with the enlightened hero showed her the way, forcing her to find the truth in the depths of her heart. The girl added that she began to respect the master even more when he started talking about bandits, and the captain realized that there was really a gang operating in the area. People began to gather near the flower bed. Yifei considered this a bad sign and solemnly initiated Lin Kyung as a student. The touched girl cried with happiness, and the Special Forces veteran immediately gave her her first task. Pointing to Ems, he and Director Shu, the young man instructed the police to take them to safety. Yifei himself took charge of Mengxin and asked the girl to listen to him carefully. Miss Su expected to hear a confession, but the captain said that there were suspicious people hanging around and asked the girl to follow him. Mengxin looked disappointed, but the young man did not notice, watching with satisfaction as Lin Kyung convinced the women to go with her. There were no visible reasons for concern, but the Special Forces officer was alerted by 3 guys who seemed to be up to no good. After falling into a flower bed, Mr. Shu passed out for a short time and did not immediately understand where he was. Hearing the voice of his daughter's boyfriend, the man crawled closer and, parting the bushes, saw Yifei talking with a beautiful girl. The general thought that the couple was having a secret meeting and was angry at the vile traitor who had so cleverly ingratiated himself into the trust of him and Ingen. The captain occupied Mengxin, waiting for Lin Kyung to take Mrs. Shu and Fang Qing away, and Dad Yingen was already approaching him to teach the ladies' man a lesson. The retired Special Forces soldier wanted to leave with Mengxin as soon as the ladies were out of sight, and thus avoid detection. Mr. Shu jumped out of the bushes and called out to Yifei, bringing down his brilliant plan overnight. The dejected gentleman looked at the guy with eyes full of bitterness, asking how he could betray Ingen, and the captain did not immediately come up with an answer. The general ordered the obscenity to stop immediately, and the young man overcame the shock and asked how Mr. Shu got here. The upset father ignored the question and asked why Yifei was dating someone else if he was in a relationship with his daughter. Shielding Mengxin from the general's wrath, the Special Forces soldier begged to listen to him. But Mr. Shu believed that everything was clear. When the general again told Yifei to be quiet, the young man asked him to look back. A huge crowd gathered behind the gentleman. Passers-by shamelessly stared at him and filmed him on their smartphones. Out of shame, Mr. Shu was ready to sink into the ground and scolded himself for being in such a stupid position. Director Shu pushed her way through the crowd and looked at her father and imaginary boyfriend with a withering gaze. First, Yingen asked why her father was not dressed, casually noting that Miss Su had somehow found her way into a strange company. While the general was gathering his thoughts, Mrs. Zhu demanded an explanation from the captain, and the guy realized that he was finished. Changing his anger to mercy, Mr. Shu shouted to Yifei that there was danger behind him. But Captain Hunter's dagger had already rested on the captain's back. The blade got stuck in the armor that the experienced fighter had prudently donned in the morning. But his friends did not know about it and froze in horror. The leader of the Bloody Foxes exclaimed joyfully that the moment she had been waiting for had finally arrived. General Shu recognized the mercenary's cape and thought that she was involved in the abduction of Shanshan. But the criminal blurted out that it was her partner. The gentleman wanted to rush at the bandit with his bare hands, but the captain held him back and promised to free Shanshan if he took the women away. Mr. Shu tried to object, thinking that the young man was injured, but soon realized what was the matter and took charge of the girls. The general wished Yifei to survive, and Mrs. Shu asked to return as soon as possible, but Captain Hunter assured that no one would leave her. The Special Forces veteran asked the mercenary who she was and why she didn't like him, and the woman gave him greetings from Stick, who was eliminated by Burkett in the Congo. Then the bandit explained that she had received an order to eliminate Burkett from Stick's younger brother, a certain Joseph. and moved from words to deeds. Bloodwolf joined the attack, believing that the head of the Blood Fox squad was acting stupid and talking a lot. Putting the mission in jeopardy, the mercenary swung a whip. The killer preferred a sword, and the captain blocked the blows and waited for one of them to make a mistake. Peering into the face of the bloody wolf, the retired Special Forces soldier recognized his missing comrade in arms, whom he had once considered a brother. Suddenly, the criminal sheathed his sword, and when his partner caught him in treason, he only looked at her contemptuously and called her stupid. Shaking off the blade, Yifei agreed with his former comrade that Captain Hunter lacks intelligence if she blurts out secrets while the enemy is still alive. Smiling predatorily, Burkett told the mercenary that she was as stupid as her subordinates, whom she apparently recruited to match herself. The indignant woman rushed at the captain, but the bloody wolf pushed her away with his sword and said that her mission was over and he would take over the Golden Eagle. The mercenary pointed the tip of his blade at the commando and announced that he and his brother would celebrate the reunion without strangers. Captain Hunter went to her warriors, wondering what the secret of Burkett's invincibility was, and concluded that his strength was unpredictability. The fighters were surrounded by onlookers who believed that they were watching the filming of a film, and the Special Forces soldier suggested continuing the fight in a secluded place. Noting that his brother remained as naive as in his youth, Bloodwolf ordered Yifei to follow him if he wanted to return the kidnapped girl. The mercenary walked quickly and did not wait for his brother, and then the young man heard the clanking of metal from behind. Behind him stood a man in a Vietnamese hat, armed with chain knees, who introduced himself as Tzu, a disciple of the Bloody Wolf. Tzu stated that Burkett needed to fight him before going to rescue the girl, and the master had already explained to him who he would have to deal with. The blades rotated at a furious speed, forcing the enemy to stay at a safe distance. Believing himself to be invulnerable, Z boasted that he was the best warrior using chain blades. The captain remained indifferent to the boast and said that it was the first time he had heard of such a fighter, and the mercenary said that he would personally be convinced of his skill. Spinning his chain blades, the criminal threw his weapon at the commando. Yifei deflected the weapon with his hand and sarcastically asked if the enemy knew any other techniques besides the elementary ones, and Z did his best. The next movement had a complicated trajectory, but the Special Forces veteran managed to get out of this maze. Anticipating the direction of the blades, the young man never exposed himself to a blow, but these were diversionary maneuvers. Tzu planned to wear down the enemy and deliver a decisive blow from above, and was already looking forward to receiving the reward for Burkett's head. The captain noticed the threat from above in time, and did not allow himself to be confused by the ornate dances of the chains. The killer aimed at the young man's back, but missed. The experienced fighter foresaw an attack from behind. Without even turning around, the commando retracted the blade with his hand, and Tzu refused to believe his eyes. The mercenary again tried to distract the enemy with tricks with the chain, but Yifei parried every move and finally intercepted the chain. Having disarmed the enemy, the captain examined the weapon with curiosity and came to the conclusion that it looked quite funny. It was difficult for Z to accept defeat. Even when the Special Forces captured him, he did not understand what he had done wrong. The mercenary did not want to give up and threatened to use a secret technique. But the captain did not succumb to provocation. Z's fighting spirit instantly disappeared when Yifei covered his mouth and ordered him to be silent. Meanwhile, Bloodwolf ordered his disciple to take Shanshan and leave. Chop began to get annoyed. Not only was he dragging the girl on him in vain, but the boss doubts him and does not believe that he will defeat Burkett. Bloodwolf explained that Burkett is a top-ranking fighter, and after Z's failure, no one from the gang could detain him anymore, which is what happened. Chop did not know that Yifei had dealt with Z, and said that in this case the target would escape. And the Bloody Wolf replied that the only way to win was by cunning. The terrorist admitted that the captain's flight would bring big trouble to the gang, but a direct attack was doomed to failure. The student looked questioningly at the boss, and he explained that Z would inevitably lose if the former commander of the Soaring Eagles had not lost his skills. Chop couldn't imagine how this was possible, and Bloody Wolf promised that he would soon see for himself, and then Yafei appeared as if by magic. The enraged captain looked down at the opponents and menacingly asked how they dared to touch a person close to him. While the Special Forces soldier was dealing with Shanshan's offenders, his friends who remained in the park also needed help because shooting began. The guys who Yifei did not like opened fire across the area to hit Burkett, but did not find a target and were preparing to retreat. Having settled into a taxi, the big-nosed thief was annoyed that he got into trouble on the very first day, but immediately raised the tariffs, taking advantage of the general panic. When the taxi driver demanded $500, the client accused him of robbery, and the swindler decided to try his luck with Mr. Shu. Seeing a half-dressed man in the company of 4 ladies, the former thief considered them easy prey. Having stopped the car at the request of the general, the taxi driver was amazed at the beauty of the women and asked if he would like to help the ladies get home. The greasy look of the driver did not escape the general's attention, and he reminded the taxi driver that he should be driving the girls and not looking at them. Anticipating profit, the scoundrel asked for as much as $2,000 for his services and said that he was giving the beauties a discount. A sobering blow to the face forced the impudent man to moderate his appetite. When the driver invited him to sit down, Mr. Shu stopped him and asked if he had any beautiful passengers. The taxi driver agreed that the young ladies were stunningly beautiful, and then the general ordered him to indulge in shameful fun. Injin tried to reason with her father, but he persisted and threatened the driver with violence if he did not immediately do what was required of him. The former thief fell into hysterics. He could not understand what was happening, but Mengxin unraveled the general's plan. Mr. Shu pressed the taxi driver into the hood of the car and ordered him to go with him to the park. And the girls became worried that Father Yingden was not going to go anywhere. Following the gentleman's instructions, the guy imagined himself as a gunner on board a fighter. It was easier to endure shame and humiliation if you imagined yourself not as hunted game, but as a hunter. The target was hit, but the ammunition would have been enough for several more enemy aircraft. After shooting back, the taxi driver took a breath and asked if he could return to his passengers. Mr. Shu did not tolerate hack work and ordered another combat mission. The general's heavy hand discouraged the guy from arguing. Mrs. Shu pulled her father back again, but Meng Jin assured him that he was trying for their good. The former thief was indignant that he was being forced into shameful actions, but later passion awoke in him. Successful shots brought pleasure. This time the rogue worked honestly, but Mr. Zhu still refused to let him go. During the third flight, the taxi driver shot through all the ammunition. And besides, the car stubbornly refused to obey and went into a tailspin. After the crash, the young man felt completely devastated, and this time the general was pleased with him and allowed him to take the girls. When the men returned, Mrs. Shu was completely exhausted and irritably asked her father what he was doing. But Mengxin answered instead. Miss Su explained that the man wanted to protect them from harassment and therefore exhausted the taxi driver so that he had no strength left to harass them. Director Shu asked if the father would not go with them, and the gentleman replied that he should stay and help restore law and order. Lin Qiong also did not go with everyone to help the police disperse the crowd, and Mr. Shu noted that she was the officer in charge. A retired general and a policewoman saw the girls off. Ingen asked her father to be careful, but the appearance of Captain Hunter changed the situation. Looking arrogantly at the gentleman, the mercenary asked where he came from and let it slip that the squad of hired killers would not spare anyone anyway. After making sure that there was a gang of killers in front of him, General Shu said that he was not the last in the Special Forces, and Captain Hunter ordered to seize him. It was not easy to capture the Special Forces veteran. After repelling the first attacks, the man deftly pulled off the pants of the first bandit who turned up. The commander of the Bloody Foxes could not stop the gentleman from putting on trophy trousers and only cracked her whip in impotent anger. Now the retired general felt as if he had returned to his younger years serving in the Special Forces. Captain Hunter chased the man, trying to get him with a whip, but he did not think to stop at her request. Mr. Shu beckoned the mercenary and offered to fight in the forest if she had the courage, but she sent a capture group after him. The villainess demanded that the old fighter be delivered alive, noting to herself that the man had in vain gone into the forest, which was controlled by mercenaries. The criminal was impatiently waiting for the prisoner to be brought in. She couldn't wait to see how he would cling to life. While talking with the criminal brother, Yifei asked why he left the Soaring Eagles squad and joined the terrorist group. The captain persistently demanded an answer, and the mercenary replied that the two leaders would not get along, although Yifei believed that they were friends, not rivals. Bloodwolf stated that there was never any friendship between them because they were too different. The young man realized that he was wasting his time and ended the conversation, demanding that Shanshan be released. Yifei intended to later talk to his brother about his behavior, but the killer left him no choice when he asked whether the girl's life was important to him. Footsteps thundered behind the captain, and he turned around and saw Chop in a huge armored suit. The mercenary announced that Burkett was denied access to the girl, but the commando did not flinch and told him to get lost. Chop hit the young man with a sword, aiming for the neck. But it was so easy to cut off the head of an expert in Taoist practices. Yifei cast a spell of 8 trigrams and retracted the blade with the dragon palm technique, throwing the enemy away with a powerful stream of energy. The bloody wolf watched the fight with enthusiasm, and the captain shook off his palm and announced that now it was Chop's turn. The armored thug did not keep him waiting long and knocked the guy down with one blow of his fist. When Yifei straightened up, the enemy's armor became even stronger, and the mercenary explained that it was made according to a special design. Chop declared the second round open and swung his sword at the captain, saying that the bandits had already found out how he had hacked Victor's nano-armor. The mercenary's armor could absorb the energy of blows, so he was confident that he would win the battle. The criminal declared that he had had enough of Burkutt's antics and swung with all his might. Wishing the young man to go to hell, Yifei was in no hurry to go to the underworld and calculated the trajectory of the blade in advance. Having described an arc, the monstrous blade did not touch the captain, who jumped back at the very last moment. Now Burkutt was out of reach of the enemy's attacks. The huge sword crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust and fragments, and the bloody wolf noticeably perked up. The walls around the commando began to collapse from the shockwave, and a heavy stone flew towards him. Yifei kicked the boulder towards the enemy. Defending himself, the criminal put his sword in front, and the stone, hitting the wide blade, shattered into small pieces. The bandit was surprised how a huge block could crumble so easily, and thought that the matter was dirty. And at that moment, the captain got him. The Special Forces soldier hit the terrorist in the face, causing him to stagger. But for some reason, he was not alarmed by the missed blow. Yifei had a bad feeling, and Chop, amazed at the captain's poor memory, recalled that his armor absorbed internal energy. Pointing his blade at the Special Forces soldier, the criminal roared that now Burkutt would definitely lose. When forming a capture group for forest raids, Captain Hunter selected the most experienced fighters who had gone through the School of War and contract killings. The ancestors of the stormtroopers took part in the defeat of the powerful kingdom of Lijiang. The forest where General Shu hid was full of insidious traps, leaving virtually no chance of escape. The head of the Blood Foxes led the capture operation, entrusting the girls with Lin Qiang, and Cutie giggled at the thought of the imminent death of the pursued. The fighters of the assault group had already been combing the forest for a long time, but had not found any traces of the man. Mr. Zhu hid in the bushes, and after waiting for a moment, attacked one of the stormtroopers. Jumping out of the bushes, the retired general knocked the fighter down and took his weapon. When the rest of the group realized what had happened, the retired general had already taken them at gunpoint. The reinforcements arrived in time and were met with well-aimed pistol fire. None of the militants managed to use their machine gun. The group commander gave the order to shoot, but Mr. Shu managed to hide behind one of the militants. Then a grenade flew at the stormtroopers, hearing a loud bang. Captain Hunter realized that something had gone wrong. The smell of gunpowder brought the gentleman into joyful excitement. The general again felt young and full of enthusiasm, as if he was again at war. Crouching under machine gun fire, Mr. Shu escaped the chase. When the pursuers realized that the veteran had lured them into a trap, it was too late to do anything. One of the stormtroopers stepped on a rake with sharp wooden teeth carefully hidden in the grass. The second stepped on bamboo thorns and could not move, and the third was ready to give up as soon as he saw the retired general in front of him. Zhu Chengguo took no prisoners and pointed a gun at the last militant. The guy begged in vain for mercy, and Captain Hunter realized that the group was ambushed. At the sight of the death of the group, the head of the Bloody Foxes discovered wartime traps and decided that the old Special Forces soldier was taking them out of fear. Yifei had his own war. He dodged the blows of the sword, waiting for the enemy to get tired or make a mistake. When the captain walked away from another attack, Chop reminded him that resistance was useless because his armor had special properties. The Special Forces soldier did not allow the criminal to finish and hit him in the central part of the body, throwing him back. The mercenary was surprised why the armor did not work, and Burkutt explained that it works well with all types of energies, and not just with chi. The hand-to-hand technique hammer move used mechanical energy, so the armor was useless and cracked. Yifei began to strike at the vulnerable spot, not allowing the criminal to come to his senses. When the armor burst, there was a roar. As if a car collided, fragments scattered to the sides, and Burkutt trampled the enemy's helmet into dust. Left alone with the bloody wolf, Yifei said contentedly that now no one would stop them from sorting things out on the roof of the high-rise building. Lin Qiang led the evacuation, quelling panic and reminding passers-by to respect the queue. Seeing the policewoman, the two mercenaries were thinking about how to capture her. Twin Blades said that she could handle it herself, and Cutie remained waiting. Approaching Lin Qiang, the criminal felt a twinge of weakness, as if she was about to fight the golden eagle, and not the fragile girl. The police officer did not recognize the mercenary. Deciding that the woman was ill, the girl picked her up and promised to take her out of the dangerous place. Twin Blades was afraid that she would drop the dagger as soon as they started moving, and Lin Qiang thought that the lady was worse and offered to examine her. The villainess could not allow anyone to touch her, so she decided to wait until the girl was distracted and stab her. Continuing to pretend to be a victim of a terrorist attack, Twin Blades quietly pulled out a dagger and began to wait for the moment to attack. After assuring the victim that he would soon take her to a safe place, Lin Qiang accidentally touched her lower abdomen with his knee. The policewoman with the mercenary in her arms ran quickly. Strong jolts did not give the mercenary the opportunity to strike. From the strong shaking and blow to the stomach, Twin Blades felt that she urgently needed to go to the toilet. For the mercenary, it was a disaster, like a terrorist attack with a bomb planted in a crowded building that would explode in 10 minutes. A team of superheroines set out to lead the townspeople out of the affected area. Having reached the exit, the girls found that the door was blocked, and even a blow from the shield of justice did not make it give in. Having suppressed the urge, the Twin Blades exhaled with relief and wondered what to do next. The mercenary wanted to escape from the policewoman, but when she saw her tense face, she thought that the lady was injured, but was embarrassed to complain. Lin Qiang mentally scolded herself for not guessing right away and ran even faster, causing new spasms in the mercenary. In a panic, the Twin Blades felt that the tightly locked door opened a little, but with an effort of will, she suppressed the call of nature. The superheroines started banging on the door again, and the mercenary was terrified of what would happen if she didn't hold back. Lin Qiang ran at full speed, and the Twin Blades tried her best to restrain the urge, realizing that there would be no orders if she disgraced herself in public. On the roof of one of the high-rise buildings, the Bloody Wolf taunted Yifei and said that he had not changed or gotten any wiser since they parted. Getting out from under the wreckage of the armor, Chop thought that Burkut would be a good partner for the boss. Such universal fighters are rare. Chop lost because he thought that the enemy was only good at energy attacks and underestimated his excellent fist-fighting and kickboxing skills. In Yifei, the terrorists encountered the rarest phenomenon of a universal martial arts genius. Meanwhile, the captain finally managed to push back the Blood Wolf. All that remained was to find the captive Shan Shan. But the enemy was not so simple, and a sword, not yet unsheathed, was pressed into the young man's face. Balancing on the fence, Blood Wolf concluded that his former colleague and sworn brother was as trusting as he was many years ago. Yifei ordered the bandit to get out of the way, but he continued to persuade the captain to take his words more seriously. Instead of answering, the captain concentrated and began to concentrate energy in his hands, preparing for battle. As soon as power flowed through his palms, the commando looked boldly at the terrorist and made a sign to approach. The Bloody Wolf also managed to prepare for the fight and took his sword out of its sheath, concentrating his strength on the tip of the blade. The criminal's heavy gaze did not bode well, but Yifei was not afraid to go out against the sword with his bare hands. During the war in Southeast Asia, when the friends were still together, the future Blood Wolf practiced fencing diligently every day. When Yifei asked his friend why he was training, the guy replied that he wanted to become stronger. While the captain himself was training to protect his homeland, the young man was alarmed that his friend was grinning wryly when he heard about the defense of the country. And soon an unfortunate event confirmed his suspicions. In one forest village, the Bloody Wolf committed massacres against civilians and comrades, and Burkut did not have time to stop him. When the captain asked why the named brother committed the crime, he replied that there was no one here who deserved protection. The traitor appeared before the tribunal, but Yifei forever remembered the cold, unblinking eyes of the beast that he saw in front of him now. The Special Forces soldier did not fall into a stupor under the gaze of the predator and calculated the direction of the attack, leaving the criminal with nothing. The enemy imposed a rapid rhythm of battle, but the captain still found the moment to concentrate his force. The fist, charged with energy, turned into an indestructible obstacle in the path of the blade. The opponents spun in a deadly dance, but none gained a decisive advantage. Watching from around the corner as the policewoman picked up the Twin Blades and carried her in her arms, Cutie giggled maliciously. The girl never thought that the mercenary could lose, and considered Lin Qiang to be a gullible klutz who fell for a primitive trick. Twin Blades was considered the best in the squad. Her insidious tricks killed more than one elite fighter who exceeded her in rank. Coping with an ordinary policewoman is a piece of cake for an inveterate criminal, if not for her shameful weakness. The mercenary felt that her patience was running out, and she would no longer be able to restrain the urge. The pressure grew, as if a crowd driven by panic had suddenly piled on the locked doors of a building in which a bomb was about to explode. Among the alarmists, there were several superheroines who began to break down the door. The cutie turned her nose, catching the smell of the sweat of her partner, who was desperately struggling with her physiology. The girl remembered that a similar smell appears when the twin blades are preparing to attack someone. But this time, the attack was late. The bloodthirsty nymphet leaned out from around the corner and shouted to her partner to hurry up. Lin Kyung turned around at the shout, wondering who this strange girl was. And Twin Blades realized that she was losing control of herself. Iron Woman, who was many times stronger than them, arrived to the aid of the superheroines who were stubbornly plowing through the locked doors. A fireball launched forced the doors to open slightly, and a joyful crowd poured towards the exit. She couldn't stand the Twin Blades anymore, but she couldn't think of anything. Her consciousness almost faded away in anticipation of imminent shame. Cutie's screams brought the girl out of her fainting state, but her oppressed mind no longer understood the difference between a vessel and an open mouth. The inspired mercenary jumped from the policewoman's arms and rushed towards her partner. Sobbing in relief, Twin Blades used the only available reservoir in front of a shocked audience. Lin Kyung was also shocked, but she was even more amazed when a support group arrived to help the mercenaries. The fighters also witnessed a scandalous scene that forever destroyed the authority of the best of the Bloody Foxes. So the operation did not take place. The unfortunate incident undermined the squad's rating, and Cutie, who had never been in such trouble before, swore off drinking tea forever. The operation in the forest also failed. 3 teams were destroyed, the 4th was half knocked out, and the 5th did not make contact. The last of the 6th group reported failure, and then screamed heart-rendingly, and soon Captain Hunter found him crucified on a cross among a pile of bodies. The guy's mouth was shut, so he didn't scream anymore, but his eyes were pleading for help. And besides, he wanted to warn his commander. Mr. Shu was creeping up behind the mercenary, who had already raised his leg to strike. The criminal fought back with a whip, but the enemy grabbed the edge of the weapon. Freeing herself from capture, the villainess brought down the cross with the tied fighter. General Shu reproached her for abandoning the soldiers. Captain Hunter saw through the ruse and understood that the scene was intended to lure out reserves. And she also noticed a grenade in the guy's mouth. The man paid tribute to the mercenary's level of training. But the Bloody Fox arrogantly declared that he was too old to compete with her. When the criminal called the general a fool, he demanded that the insult be taken back and threatened to beat her if she did not apologize. Continuing to taunt Mr. Shu, Blood Fox mockingly asked why he would even think that she would allow someone to beat her. Finally, calling the general an insolent, Captain Hunter swung her whip and wished the enemy to fall into hell. The former Special Forces soldier barely managed to shield his hand from the devastating blow. Drawing bizarre figures with a whip, the Bloody Fox entangled the gentleman's arms and legs, and he noted her excellent technique. The mercenary replied that she had killed many capable fighters with the whip, and swung it again, believing that this blow would be the last. But she was mistaken. General Shu slipped out of his bonds and wrapped the whip around his fist, starting a game of tug-of-war, the opponents appreciating each other's strength. Captain Hunter nevertheless snatched her weapon from the hands of the old soldier and immediately sent the blow back in a serpentine wave. Several nooses lashed across the man's body. He barely had time to cover his face. Tears flowed from his eyes, and the satisfied villainess offered to surrender. General Shu jerked free of the ropes, shouting that he would never surrender. The mercenary cried with frustration. Tears also flowed down the gentleman's cheeks. But he was convinced that the scourge of the criminal wept even more bitterly, becoming an instrument of evil. In a lightning attack, Bloodwolf still caught Yifei and pinned him to the wall. When the criminal put the sword to the captain's throat, he did not lose courage and grabbed the sharpened blade with his unprotected hand. The mercenary raised his hand with the sword in a blow, but Berkut, who could not stand pretentious poses that forced him to open up, fearlessly retracted the blade. Yifei admired his brother's strength and skill. Without Taoist magic, he would not have been able to resist, but the enemy who crept up behind him did not finish him off. Throwing away the sword, the Bloody Wolf declared that the Golden Eagle did not deserve to die from the sword, so he would deal with the enemy with his fists alone. The captain sarcastically asked if the terrorist really expected to defeat the unsurpassed master of fistfighting without a weapon. Bloodwolf confirmed that Yifei had heard correctly and understood everything correctly. He intends to use his brother's favorite techniques to defeat him. The Special Forces soldier was not going to give the enemy an easy victory. and attacked him with one of the strongest techniques with a turn. To the captain's great surprise, the criminal parried the attack with 8 trigrams. Yifei was surprised where his sworn brother learned Taoist techniques. Chop did not expect that his master would master the Golden Eagle techniques so well. Bloodwolf also coped well with the Dragon Palm, throwing away his sworn brother with superhuman strength. The thrown captain flew to the very edge of the roof and miraculously avoided falling. Chop realized that his master was using chi energy, and the bandit himself, guessing his brother's thoughts, suggested that Yifei was curious about how he had mastered his techniques. Bloodwolf explained that he reached the pinnacle of skill through training and never stopped at one skill. Then the bandit began to ridicule the captain for being faithful to his principles and said that he was disappointed in him and saw no point in keeping the hostage alive. In the forest, Captain Hunter asked Mr. Shu how he stayed on his feet after so many blows. From the mercenary's experience, it followed that the middle-aged man should have fallen unconscious long ago. But everything did not go according to plan. The general declared that the lady's technique was wrong, and then he snatched the whip from her and gave her an object lesson in flagellation. Having tested the power of her weapon on her back, the criminal expected pain and suffering, but was again deceived. The sensations were reminiscent of an energetic warming massage that took your breath away. In the end, the woman became so tired that she asked the gentleman to stop. Otherwise, she would fall into ecstasy and lose her head. When the gentleman lowered the whip, the Bloody Fox asked how he managed to achieve such a stunning effect. Having appreciated the techniques, the villainess could not stand that she lost to the amateur, and he admitted that he was far from the heights of his skill. Mr. Shu then added that he had the honor of learning flagellation from an eminent master, meaning his wife in her youth. Captain Hunter did not believe that an authoritative master could take on some martinet as an apprentice. The man got angry and cut off the captive, noting that it was not for her to judge their relationship, which had lasted for decades. The criminal fell silent, deciding that it was better not to mess with someone who had been practicing flagellation for decades. And the general could finally smoke in peace. The mercenary accepted her loss, and Mr. Shu edifyingly said that she had too little practice to equal his mentor. Admiring himself, Bloodwolf ranted to Yifei that the weak are not worthy of living, and announced that he would kill the captive right now. Leaving the beaten captain on the roof, the terrorist left, and the joyful Chop, who was ardently rooting for his mentor, congratulated the master on his victory. The kidnapped Shanshan came to her senses on the roof of a high-rise building among the clouds and saw the bloody wolf in front of her. When the frightened girl dared to ask who was in front of her, the criminal was about to announce the verdict, but he was forced to interrupt. Gathering his strength, the Special Forces soldier furtively followed his brother, hiding in the fog. Fury gave strength, and the captain ordered the mercenary to step back from Shanshan, and he defiantly replied that Yifei could not prevent him. The bloody wolf was no longer afraid of his brother and mocked, playing with his sword for which he paid. The young man threw the mercenary on his back and knocked out the sword, which immediately flew down from the roof. Towering over the defeated criminal, Yifei made a stern suggestion to his brother that he would immediately say goodbye to his life if he touched Shanshan. The bloody wolf was not afraid of the captain's eyes burning with hatred. He rose to his feet, pulled out his second sword, and offered to fight right now. At that moment, Chop realized what his master meant when he spoke about the chilling gaze of the Golden Eagle, which foreshadows the enemy's imminent end. Recognizing her sister's boyfriend, Shanshan almost screamed, but covered her mouth with her hands, realizing that the young man had come to save her. The girl was overwhelmed with emotions that needed to be released, but the captain calmed her down and told her to just trust him and not be afraid of anything. Turning to face the enemy, Yifei promised that he would certainly free her. The girl was endlessly grateful for the care and looked at Yifei with adoration, and the bloody wolf reminded her that it was time to end the tenderness. The brothers began to converge, glaring at each other with angry glances. The mortal duel between opponents of equal strength and skill did not take place due to the loud intervention of the police in the person of Lin Qiang. A policewoman, broadcasting through a megaphone from a nearby roof, stumbled and fell down, but the captain managed to catch her. The girl's face moved almost close, and the commando was worried that she would finally understand who was pretending to be the mysterious master. The blood wolf was not happy about the appearance of the police officer and was contemplating an escape route, hiding the sword behind his back. The thick fog played to the captain's advantage, and he took advantage of the limited visibility to put on his mask and appear before Lin Qiang as a hero. The girl offered to help the master, noting that Yifei had just stood in his place but immediately switched to a suspicious guy with a sword. The policewoman rushed to detain the bloody wolf, and the mercenary, turning around, muttered that this time Burkett was lucky. An arrest was not part of the terrorists' plans, so he motioned for Chop to leave and bitterly admitted that he was forced to let the enemy go. Lin Qiong heard a strange guy call someone Golden Eagle and decided that this was the nickname of her master, who had already managed to escape. Yifei and Shanshan were sitting on the side, waiting for the police to finish their work, and then the cruel words of their brother surfaced in the captain's mind. The bloody wolf warned that one day a loved one would die because of him, and now Shanshan has already suffered from his showdown with terrorists. Deciding to have a serious conversation with the girl, the captain noticed that Shanshan was acting unusually modest and blushing, as if she was in love. Shanshan was embarrassed because she wanted to ask her sister's boyfriend an awkward question about whether he had dated several ladies at the same time. The stumped young man never came up with a worthy answer because a more important problem loomed on the horizon. Mrs. Zhu and Miss Su each went to look for Yifei separately and unexpectedly met, finding the guy in Shanshan's company. The business lady looked menacingly at the escaped security guard. Mengjin stood aside with a sly smile. Director Shu sternly asked the captain what was going on and why her father and Miss Su were also here. From an excess of emotions, Ingen could no longer restrain herself and asked directly if her boyfriend was dating anyone else. Yifei noticed that Mrs. Shu was taking things too seriously and tried to reason with her. But she wouldn't let up, and she even had to shout at her. A quarrel was brewing, but General Shu intervened and advised his daughter not to rush to conclusions and listen to him, because he saw everything and knows the truth. When Ying Ying, her father, and Shanshan looked at Yifei at the same time, he felt as if he was being interrogated in three ways. The young man froze, realizing that Father Yingying was secretly watching him, and Mrs. Shu said that Dad misunderstood her. The captain realized that he couldn't get away with it and wanted to apologize to Ingen's father. But he unexpectedly supported him and said that he trusted him. General Shu reported that Mengxin's morality was as impeccable as her appearance, and the young man met her on duty. Yifei also tried to get a word in, but Mr. Shu did not need excuses and said that he believed his future son-in-law and took his side. Father Yingen also talked with Mengxin, and she confirmed his conclusions. The captain hoped that everything would work out, but then Shanshan intervened. The girl announced that she also had something to say, and the brave commando shuddered because he had forgotten about the most dangerous person in the Shu family. Yifei was completely disheartened when Shanshan said that she could provide evidence to support her words. The guy was ready to come to terms with the loss of his job if exposed. He was much more frightened by the fact that he would be considered a scoundrel and a traitor. The captain did not understand why sisters-in-law were considered friends of sons-in-law. He personally got a vixen whom he would never come to the rescue of again. Shanshan told how Yifei saved her from bandits, and added that she has no doubt that he loves Yingying and would not cheat on her. Yifei blossomed and said that there was no need to thank him for saving him, because they were one family, and family members should help each other. Then the young man assured that Shanshan could always count on his help. Lin Qiong intruded into the family idol, demanding to sign a protocol, and the captain asked her if she had seen the master and what he looked like. The girl said that she had become the hero student and chirped about a handsome man who looked like DiCaprio, and the Special Forces soldier was glad that he had not been identified. The young man wished Lin Qiong happiness and was about to leave, but accidentally dropped his mask, which was picked up by the police. Almost for the first time, the girl thought that under the mask of a superhero, there could be an inconspicuous security guard of a trading company. The captain volunteered to give Mengxin a ride, but she didn't say a word the whole way. The oppressive silence continued in the house. Yifei still couldn't figure out how to defuse the situation, but nevertheless decided to start a conversation. Apologizing for ruining the weekend, the young man asked to give him the floor, but Mengxin said that there was no need to explain anything. The girl smiled sadly and assured her friend that she understood everything perfectly well. Yifei was sincerely grateful for his participation and said goodbye to Miss Su, wishing him a good evening. But she grabbed him around the waist and did not allow him to leave. The former Special Forces soldier guessed that the young lady had not only friendly feelings for him and was suffering from unrequited love. The captain tried to free himself, but Mengxin put her head on his shoulder and whispered that she had long suspected that he was in a relationship. The girl admitted that she did not expect such behavior from herself, but she could not help herself. Plucking up her courage, Miss Su admitted that she was in love with him. The young man could not believe his ears. The incredible had just happened. The most desirable bride in China had just declared her love to him. Taken aback, Yifei was speechless, but Mengxin did not need words. Miss Su has been watching the captain since he saved her in the forest. She has never met such brave, calm, and inventive guys. The inherent courage and extraordinary intelligence of Berkut, combined with simplicity and modesty, have always attracted women. But this is not the only thing. In the person of the former Special Forces soldier, Mengxian saw her ideal man. So it seemed strange to her that other women did not notice his merits. Yifei did not want to play the role of a fictional hero, and reminded him that he was just following his duty. But in life, he is far from ideal and has many bad habits. The captain further explained that Mengxian does not love him, but a fictitious image that has little in common with a real person. The speech of the Special Forces veteran caused the girl serious mental shock, but she pulled herself together and said that she understood everything. Before going home, Mengxian clarified whether she should take Yifei's words as a refusal. While he mentally scolded himself for his callousness and tactlessness, the captain was silent, fearing to blurt out something stupid, and the girl agreed that she had nothing to count on if her chosen one already had engine. Here, the young man could not stand it and told Miss Su the whole truth about the performance with a fake boyfriend and constant checks on Shanshan. After listening to the story, Mengxian became cheerful. The story seemed funny to her, and besides, she still had hope for reciprocity. Saying goodbye, Yifei asked the girl not to do anything stupid, but he had no idea how strong and deep the feeling took possession of her. Falling in love dramatically complicated the relationship with Miss Su. Since Yifei did not know how the intelligence agents who were secretly watching over her would perceive it, the appearance of the blood wolf in the city put Mengxian in danger, so the captain decided to consult with an informed person. Going to work, Yifei instructed Yui to clean up and warned that he would not be back for dinner, so the girl could only cook for herself. Wei prepared a surprise for her named brother, but did not have time to hand it over. The captain was in a hurry. The girl knitted a scarf for Yifei and was afraid that the gift would not suit her because she did not specify the size and taste preferences of the owner of the house. Yui did not indulge in despondency for long and went to buy groceries. She was already well known at the market and treated the girl kindly. Having made her purchases, the young housekeeper was about to go home when suddenly a familiar voice called out to her, from which everything sank inside. The local brat Cao Yue, who had been tormenting Yui for a long time, stepped in the girl's way and in a mocking tone asked where she had been. The bully and her friend began to insult Yui as if she was providing services under the guise of a maid, took away the scarf and criticized the product. Cao Yue said that only a homeless person would wear this scarf, and her friend added that even a tramp would disdain such a ridiculous thing. The cheeky girls brought Yui to tears, but the appearance of Lin Qiang interrupted their fun. The formidable policewoman ordered the hooligans to leave the girl alone and get out. After work, Yifei met at the tea house with Mr. Zhou, who had been expecting his visit for a long time. In the world of intelligence services, Zhou Boyu was known as a living legend and was a member of the elite Phantom unit, which included the best of the Soaring Eagles. The Special Forces unit consisted of 10 people. Mr. Zhou was 5th in rank, and Berkut, as the youngest of the Phantoms, was in 10th place. When asked why he delayed the visit, Yifei quipped that since he was declared a burden to the country, he has been solving his problems himself. Mr. Zhou treated the guest to tea and asked him not to play the fool. Besides, he did not believe that Berkut would remain in the role of an ordinary man for more than 2 years. Getting down to business, the officer asked the guest what had happened to him, and the captain replied that he had seen a bloody wolf in the city. The news came as a surprise to the intelligence service veteran, and the captain detected heavy aggressive vibrations emanating from Mr. Zhou. Yifei asked his senior colleague to pull himself together, and said that the blood wolf made itself known immediately after he crossed the sage's path. The Phantom informed the captain that his location had been revealed, but the information was not followed up, and he arrived in the city of Yi to look into it. According to the officer, the hunt for Golden Eagle was started by the Bloody Wolf and the Saint, since only they know where to look for him. Mr. Zhao believed that the criminals must have a good reason not to disclose Yifei's whereabouts, or the Saint will spare him. The captain almost choked on his tea out of indignation, because he had met the Saint only a couple of times, and dirty hints do no honor to the officer. The 5th Phantom calmly wiped the tea splashes from his face and asked why the guy was so wound up if the hints did not apply to him. Mr. Zhao recalled that Berkut in the squad was considered a genius at flirting, to which he objected that he used flirting to complete missions. Mrs. Shu's call put an end to the bickering. The business lady was dissatisfied with Yifei's long absence. The young man explained that he had met a colleague, but Ingen did not believe it and wanted to talk to this man herself. The captain handed the phone to Mr. Zhao and asked him to cover it. The fifth phantom accepted the rules of the game and cheerfully engaged in small talk. The veteran of the special services exuded courtesy and charmed Yingen. Yifei could only marvel at the miraculous transformation of the arrogant Zhao. Director Shu admitted that she was worried about her boyfriend after her relative was kidnapped, and the officer assured her that he would release her boyfriend soon. Jay reproached the captain for keeping silent about the assassination attempt on a family member, and Yifei noted to himself that ordinary people should be just as zealously protected. The former commando then questioned Zhao about the results of the Blood Wolf investigation and left with relief. On the way home, the captain tried to come to terms with the idea that the investigation remained unfinished because the person under investigation had escaped. Mr. Zhao promised to take Yifei's loved ones under the protection. The guy was thinking about how to tell them about this, but Lin Qiang's voice interrupted his thoughts. The policewoman scolded two hooligans who bullied Yui, demanding to apologize to the girl, and they hypocritically pretended to be ashamed. The girls ran away, harboring a grudge. Yue cried, and Lin Qiang consoled her and said that there was no need to be afraid of cowardly scumbags who offend the weak. The police officer advised Yui to have courage and fight back, and then said that she too was bullied as a child until she learned to fight. Seeing Yifei on the street, the girl quickly thanked Lin Qiang and rushed off, citing urgent matters. The policewoman thought that she had blurted out something wrong, and then belatedly realized that she had missed the opportunity to ask the housekeeper about the owner's affairs. In one of the warehouses on the outskirts, the gang leader was holding court over Captain Hunter. The mafioso reminded Bloody Fox that failure is punishable by death, to which the mercenary objected that not only she was to blame, but also Bloody Wolf. The mercenary did not make excuses, and with a blow of his blade on the shoulder, silenced the mercenary. Blood Wolf stated that she had let everyone down because her squad failed the plan to eliminate Burkut and could not even capture his loved ones. Captain Hunter tried to argue, but her former partner had already raised his sword over her. The blade whistled over the woman's head, cutting off a lock of hair, after which the killer sheathed the sword and said that this was not the time to scatter people. Referring to the ancient tradition of atonement, the killer suggested that the boss give the Bloody Fox a chance, and he agreed with his arguments. Captain Hunter tearfully thanked her chief for saving her life. In response, the gangster said that he entrusted the mission to Blood Wolf because he wanted to make sure of his loyalty and was satisfied. When Yifei returned to Mrs. Shu's house, the family had already gathered at the table, and Yingen greeted him warmly and in a frivolous short dress. Not understanding what was happening, the young man mumbled that he had the wrong door and rushed towards the exit. But Director Shu held him back. The captain asked why Ingen was dressed provocatively and behaved differently than usual, and the girl said that she was wrong and wanted to apologize. Director Shu then explained that she had chosen a revealing outfit to put on a performance for her parents and sister, and her father was already calling his son-in-law to the table. The general took the guy aside and presented him with a whip as a gift in gratitude for saving Shan Shan. The Yu family and the captain had a great evening of delicacies, movies, and good drinks. When everyone calmed down, the tired Yifei rejoiced that they were able to see off their relatives again, and asked Ingen why they gave him a whip. Mrs. Shu, having had too much to drink, got into a playful mood and invited Yifei to have fun together. The young man pretended not to hear, but the girl indicated her intentions so clearly that the Special Forces veteran went into panic. It seemed to Yifei that instead of an unapproachable queen, he faced a stranger who knew no shame. While the captain fought off Mrs. Shu, Shanshan helped the tipsy father get to the bedroom and persuaded him not to try to get his son-in-law drunk again. General Shu waved it off and said that he was not Yingen and did not lose his head when he drank. And the girl giggled, remembering how her sister got drunk at school. Walking past his eldest daughter's room, the man heard a noise and said that he would not be at all surprised if the tipsy Ingen did something strange now. When Mr. Shu looked into the bedroom, Yifei was tying up Mrs. Shu with a whip and trying to persuade her to behave prudently. The captain fiddled with the tangled whip for a long time, and the girl's sister and father decided that the game was becoming dangerous and, just in case, kept watch near the bedroom. In the end, Ingen took the whip from the guy and saddled him, starting a game of horses, and the nerves of the household members lost their nerve from such a sight. Mr. Shu did not see the big picture and thought that his daughter had crippled the young man. Unable to bear the shame, the gentleman began to run, and Yifei rushed after him, shouting that they had been misunderstood. While looking for the fugitive in the park, the captain experienced intense déjà vu, but he didn't remember anything because he heard women's screams. Two hooligans beat Yui because she allegedly wanted to take the guy away from Cao Yue, who stood nearby and grinned, knowing full well that this was a lie. Cao Yue again took the scarf from the girl, saying that it was knitted for her boyfriend, and then screamed that the thing was terrible and should not be regretted. By intimidating Yui, the scoundrels forced the girl to admit that the scarf intended as a gift to Yifei was made very poorly and was useless. Mocking Yui, the girls began to tear the scarf, but it was not easy since the thing was knitted to last. Yui burst into tears from resentment, and the hooligans, feeling the strength, dispersed even more. Then Cao Yue's boyfriend suggested stripping the girl and taking naked pictures of her to mock the authorities, and the company laughed joyfully. The fun did not last long. Yifei quickly rushed at him and knocked out all unworthy thoughts from him. The captain's eyes flashed lightning, and not one of the girls dared to stand up for their comrade, while the Special Forces soldier lashed out at him with his fists. Having knocked down the arrogance of the young man who had slandered Yui, the young man turned his angry gaze on the girls and made them a stern reprimand. Having taught the ill-mannered youth a lesson, Yifei returned Yui's scarf and asked who knitted it. When the girl admitted that it was her job, the captain said that it turned out very nice. The harassed girl did not believe in the sincerity of her older friend and burst into tears again, claiming that the thing was ugly. Yifei began to console Yui and said that he understood her well, because he also does not like to attract attention to himself, and it is also difficult for him to refuse people. Calming the girl, the former Special Forces soldier recalled how he himself could not refuse the ladies and ended up on a simultaneous date with 4 ladies. The captain emphasized that even with his trouble-free character, he still learned to stand his ground and thinks that the scarf is very beautiful. Yui still continued to sob, but her eyes lit up with hope and gratitude to her named brother. Fearing that the girl would burst into tears again, Yifei offered to patch up the scarf that had been torn by the vandals. A gust of wind caught Yuya's creation and tossed the pieces apart. The captain caught the scattered shreds, and the girl asked him not to be upset because it would not be difficult for her to knit a new scarf. The young man assured his housekeeper that she shouldn't give up so easily. He knew how to improve the situation. To begin, Yifei collected all the scraps of the product and smoothed out the tangled fibers. Yui had no idea how to restore a hopelessly damaged item, but her friend was surprisingly deft with knitting needles. During the service, the young man learned handicrafts and worked with both hands as deftly as the many-armed goddess of mercy Guan Yin. Having tied the scraps together, the commando handed Yui the finished product, which looked flawless. Yifei didn't even forget the funny applique with a pig's face, and said that the gift would certainly please the person for whom it was intended. Yuya's face lit up, and the captain added that if the unknown lucky man did not want to accept the scarf, he would personally teach him a lesson in good manners. The girl tied the rescued scarf around her friend's neck and embarrassedly admitted that the item was intended for him. The young man shuddered internally, because in fact he thought that the scarf was terrible. But he didn't want to upset Yui, because she was trying so hard. Wanting to encourage the girl, Yifei stroked her head, adjusting the maid's lace headdress. Yui became even more embarrassed. The young people looked at each other in silence for a while, until the captain's phone rang. Mr. Zhao said that he sent 3 soaring eagles to Yifei, but did not give names and call signs, assuring his colleague that he himself would recognize them when they met. The next day, the captain, accompanied by the Shu sisters, went to the airport to meet reinforcements, whom he introduced as colleagues. The girls insisted that they all go together, and Director Shu added that she wanted to personally make sure that Yifei's colleagues existed. Injin had already recovered from her alcoholic stupor. The captain hoped that she did not remember anything, and decided to remain silent about the night incident. 3 guys came out of the terminal building, and the captain recognized his old friend Zheng Mingrui with the call sign Silver Eagle. The young man did not expect that Zhao would send the current commander of the Soaring Eagles, who led the detachment after his departure, to help him. Having greeted the former commander, Mingrui admitted that he never thought that the famous Golden Eagle might need his help. Shanshan immediately appreciated the powerful energy of her son-in-law's colleagues, and Mrs. Shu behaved in her usual arrogant manner, putting on a frightening look. Yifei asked his friend to repeat what he had just said, and he made the same terrible grimace in response. The guys laughed and hugged, believing that they had made a good joke. The captain was glad to see the tomboy who warned about the Russian attack from the north. The women were glad that there were no fights. The fighters saluted the veteran, causing Silver a pang of jealousy, but there was also some embarrassment. Mistaking Shanshan for Yifei's girlfriend, Mingrui gave her a couple of compliments and noted that his friend had excellent taste. which angered Mrs. Shu. Injin hit the insolent man with all her might. The captain was horrified, expecting a scandal. But Cerebriani was quick-witted and was the first to ask for forgiveness. At Lady Shu's insistence, the ladies retired, leaving their friends alone, and Mingrui said that he missed Golden Eagle, although he considered himself the best successor. Yifei noticed that Silver was the same daredevil as before, but it was time to grow up, and the two junior ranks tensed, expecting a quarrel. The captain looked at his friend defiantly and asked if he was looking for a fight. Mingrui took Burkett at his word and invited him to fight in virtual reality. The junior ranks were not delighted, but Yifei readily agreed. In a simulation game, the friends relieved themselves, remembering the glorious military past. Silver suggested having a match to see who could shoot the most enemies, and the two experienced fighters paid tribute to the excitement. The match ended in a draw, and Mingrui again mocked his older comrade, noting that he was in good shape, if not inferior to him. In the second round, Yifei ran out of bullets, but Mingrui had a spitting tube. In physical reality, the player's actions looked ambiguous, and Mrs. Shu whispered to her sister that Yifei's friend had vicious tendencies. When Yifei was reloading the virtual machine, and Silver was shooting darts from a tube at the enemies, the girls felt ashamed of the guys. In the game reality, the fighters found themselves in a tough situation. Enemy hordes were advancing from everywhere, and the captain's machine gun did not want to be charged. The virtual bullet caught Mingrui, and he fell to his knees, and Yifei immediately rushed to his rescue to help him get to cover. From the outside, two men hugging each other, one of whom was kneeling, made a strange impression, causing the sisters to blush. While the guys were having fun, the ladies were seething with indignation, and their subordinates were gossiping about how true the defamatory rumors about Burkett and Mingrui were. When Yifei suggested discussing matters, the lower ranks guessed that after virtual fun, he had a serious conversation with Injin. Mingrui let the hair down again, noting that he would never have believed that Burkett would allow himself to be beaten, although he was no less hurt. Finally, Silver turned serious and announced that their mission was to eliminate the Blood Wolf. The captain clarified whether it was necessary to kill the mercenary, and Mingrui confirmed that he understood the task correctly. Traitors should not be left alive. Not wanting to listen to pretentious speeches, Yifei covered his face with his hands and advised him to think twice before attempting to kill his former comrade. All three soaring eagles looked at the former leader in amazement, and he explained that Mr. Zhao was being dark and the story looked implausible. Colleagues did not heed Burkett's arguments, and Mingrui asked to control the emanations of anger and thought that in the event of discord he would be the first to die. Seeing that the situation was heating up, Silver made a conciliatory gesture and asked Yifei to leave the matter to him. The soaring eagles took their leave, and their former commander was lost in thought, trying to imagine what the Blood Wolf was doing now. Wondering whether his brother might have been framed, the young man went to a clothing store and met his classmate there. The man said that Tao Yi from their class was getting married today and was inviting all his classmates so they could go together. The wedding took place in the luxurious house of the groom, and everyone immediately recognized Yifei, who was considered the leader of the class, and courted the first beauty. Almost all the guests were glad to see the captain, except for an unpleasant guy named Cao Yingbo, who had been jealous of his intelligence and charisma since childhood. There were rumors that Yifei founded the business, but the young man immediately denied them and admitted that he worked in the company as the director's personal driver. Cao Yingbo felt gloating when he learned that the class star's career was stalling, but he did not show it and said that the groom would soon be ready. The envious man did not triumph for long. After a while, the bored Li Xingyue called the captain and asked for a meeting. 3 soaring eagles set out to storm the terrorist base where Blood Wolf was hiding. The base was well guarded, so we had to act according to Plan A with a high risk of permanent losses. Subordinates actively escorted Cerebriani to attack, although he was not prone to reckless actions. Having crept up to the base, the soaring eagles neutralized the guards and made their way into the territory. The 2 lower ranks were finishing off the guards, and Mingrui was tracking down the Bloody Wolf, but the mercenary foresaw everything. Silver planned to attack the criminal from above, but the killer was already waiting for him. It was difficult to jump on the Bloody Wolf from the roof because the bandit was holding his sword with the tip up. It took Silver some time to accurately calculate the jump. The man nevertheless began to rapidly approach the target in order to strike. Mingrui jumped towards the Blood Wolf from the left, successfully avoiding the blade. The terrorist did not wait for the attack and jumped back with lightning speed, throwing aside that there was a rat at the base. Silver raised his voice, making it clear that the matter was more serious. And Bloodwolf, drawing his sword, noted that Mingrui had learned a lot. The criminal himself did not fight with his former colleague, leaving him to Chop, who was already creeping up from behind in the restored armor. The Bloodwolf's disciple swung his sword at the Silver Wolf, but he quickly turned around in a jump and avoided the blow. While Chop was looking around, Mingrui himself attacked him from behind, but it was not possible to open the armor with a knife the first time. Silver did not give up and continued to strike. The blade broke, but Mingrui had several knives in his unloading. Wielding 2 blades, the Special Forces soldier finally opened the armor and incapacitated the enemy. The Bloody Wolf clearly did not expect that Mingrui would get along with Chop, and Silver noted with satisfaction that now no one would stop them from fighting. The Special Forces soldier admitted that he received an order to deliver the criminal alive, but he had no idea how to do it. Bloodwolf replied that he was not stupid enough to give up, and then Silver said that he would deliver the boss his head. At the wedding party, Tao Yingbo told his classmates how the tramps who had broken into the house fled when they found out whose son he was. The guests looked at Yingbo with delight, agreeing that Director Cao was an important bird, and his son enjoyed the effect, thinking that he had beaten Yifei. At school, Yingbo suffered because the girls preferred Yifei. But revenge did not work out because the captain, talking on the phone, mentioned the name Li Xinyue. Young Cao was beside himself with rage and frustration when he learned that his classmate knew the star and could even refuse to meet her. Complaining about the lack of time, Yifei teased the envious man by mentioning another public figure who might beg in vain for a meeting. Hanging out with celebrities meant so much to Cao that he thought the captain gave off a diamond-like glow. The captain did not want to meet Xinyue for fear of harassment, but the impressed guests wanted to know all the details of their acquaintance. Young Cao was upset that Yifei was again in the spotlight, and he said that their classmate was deceiving them. Inbo wanted to catch the young man in a lie and humiliate his dignity, and he stated that such connections were not of the status of a simple driver. As a sign of proof, young Cao demanded to introduce everyone to Xinyue, and one of the guests suggested that Yifei had a girlfriend with the same name. Under Yingbo's influence, the guests began to doubt that Yifei was telling the truth, and Cao promised that his father would organize a party with the star within 24 hours. Out of excitement, the captain lit a cigarette, not understanding why he was making excuses. Inbo noticed a pack of elite cigarettes, and the joy of victory immediately disappeared. The cigarettes that the former Special Forces soldier smoked were supplied only to the central leadership, but he himself had no idea about this. When the captain was asked where he got the luxury cigarettes from, Yifei, who received the block as a gift from Mengxin, said that the guys were confusing something. Cao knew for sure that there was no mistake. He had been smoking for 20 years and knew everything about tobacco products. So he realized that Yifei really had connections. The upset groom ran into the guest room and said that the presenter had been in an accident and needed to urgently look for a replacement among celebrities. Cao did not miss the opportunity to embarrass his hated classmate and asked to invite Li Xinyue to the ceremony. As he watched the battle, the wounded Chop felt a sense of terror and wondered why all the soaring eagles were emitting this eerie aura. Silver attacked the Blood Wolf from above, hoping to throw him off balance with a kick. But he left his opponent with nothing. The next time, Mingrui attacked from below, but the mercenary's sword beat him to it. The opponent's blades created intricate patterns. Cutting through space with a piercing whistle, Silver caught the Bloody Wolf, which no one had ever managed before in Chop's memory. And Mingrui noticed that the enemy began to move more slowly. The Special Forces soldier increased the pressure, believing that he would soon wear down the criminal. Mingrui increased the frequency of attacks each time until the Bloody Wolf went on the defensive. Believing that the mercenary was exhausted, Silver prepared for the final blow and wished the enemy to go to hell. The Blood Wolf jumped back at the very last moment. The blade of Mingrui's knife tore his clothes and scratched his skin, but he himself was not seriously injured. The mercenary dejectedly examined the ruined cloak, and Silver promised that next time he would not miss. Chop could not believe that his masters were wounded, and Mingrui decided that Golden Eagle had not beaten the Bloody Wolf at full strength, since such a weak fighter remained alive. The mercenary asked if Silver had really come here to scoff, and he replied that he wanted to train on him in order to become like Burkett. Looking at the killer with a derogatory look, Mingrui concluded that he was not even suitable for training. The Bloody Wolf said in an even tone that Silver was still a fool, and soon the Special Forces officer understood why he thought so. They reported on the radio that an explosive device had been found in the warehouse, which would go off in 50 seconds. Mingrui ordered a retreat and barked at Blood Wolf. How dare he make a show? and he said that he was stalling for time by pretending to be weak. Having climbed out of the building, the soaring eagles dejectedly watched the monstrous explosion. All three were in the worst possible mood, and Silver was determined to take revenge on the bloody wolf for his failure. Cao Yingbo hypocritically tried to persuade the groom not to worry, assuring that Yifei would solve the problem by meeting the popular presenter. Tao Yi looked at the captain pleadingly, reminding him that he had once treated him to soup and could count on help, so he had to call Xin Yue. When Yifei said that his friends urgently needed a host for their wedding, the girl was glad to provide a service to the man to whom she was not indifferent. Inbo looked maliciously at his former classmate, wondering how long he would pretend, and how he would get out. The intriguer's hopes were dashed when two celebrities entered the banquet hall at once. Li Xinyue brought Liang Yao with her. The groom and guests were flattered that the holiday would be hosted by the audience's favorites. Inbo convinced himself that this was a coincidence, but still went to show off in front of the girls, asking casually if they knew his father. Xin Yue and Liang Yao realized that they were dealing with a notorious snob, and unanimously replied that they did not know who Chao Gang was. Without deigning to talk to Yingbo, the girls immediately went to Yifei and asked for help, and he promised to listen to them after the holiday. The celebrity guests proceeded to the banquet hall, and Cao Yingbo clutched his head in despair. The renowned hosts conducted the wedding ceremony brilliantly. The guests were delighted and whispered that Yifei had better connections than Cao. Cao Yingbo stubbornly refused to admit that Yifei had bypassed him again, and shouted that there had been a mistake, so he was removed from the hall. After the holiday, Li Xinyue and Su Liangyao approached Yifei and said that they were again forced to ask for protection. Song Ziqiao resumed his advances and demanded that the girls entertain him tomorrow at a party at manager Zhao's Wulong residence. After learning of the failure of the operation to capture Bloodwolf, Yifei went to visit the soaring eagles at the hotel. While bandaging his wounded comrade, Cerebriani inflamed his hatred for the traitor, and the captain reported that the failure was natural. Yifei noted that finding the culprit would now be more difficult, and Mingrui agreed that Bloodwolf knew how to hide. One of the fighters blamed Mingrui for the failure, who rejected Plan A. He objected that Plan A was different, and the captain asked to tell him more about it. When Jinyue and Liang Yao arrived at the party, Song Ziqiao greeted them with feigned cordiality, but was unable to hide his disdainful attitude. The girls were very nervous, and the flamboyant young man ordered to bring wine to make them more accommodating. People from Ziqiao's entourage ate the girls with their eyes, believing that the presence of the stars confirmed the power of the young Song. The retinue was a match for the master. Soon the guests got drunk and began to bully each other, seeking the attention of celebrities. Ziqiao called Li Xinyue over and began to open his arms. The girl pushed the cheeky young man away and returned to her friend. Sun angrily stared at both presenters and began to shower them with curses. Ziqiao reminded the girls of the previous incident and yelled that Miss Su's protege would not do anything to him, and the guests took his side. Yifei was right there and cooled his ardor by pouring champagne on the head of the rude man, who was just shouting that he was the boss of the city. Sun called the waiter and, pointing to the captain, said that he had come uninvited, and he demanded to see his club card. When the young man pulled out a gold card, the waiter almost fainted. Ziqiao also became afraid, knowing that only billionaires and government officials own such cards, which Yifei had no idea about. The guy shouted that the card was fake, but manager Zhao replied that he issues gold cards personally, and he should choose his words more carefully. It took a lot of effort for Sun to get into the private club, so he heeded the warning and said that he did not want to offend Mr. Zhao. The manager apologized to Yifei, and the captain assured that everything was fine. But still, you shouldn't let scumbags into a decent club. Ziqiao realized that by scumbag they meant him, and he became even more embittered. Knocking over his chair, the young man yelled that no one dares provoke a man who was a candidate for the Soaring Eagles squad under the command of Burkett. Ziqiao challenged Yifei to a fight. Manager Zhao, fearing a pogrom, asked the bully to leave the residence, but the captain assured that he would sort everything out. Looking intently at the youth, the young man said that since Ziqiao mentioned the Soaring Eagles so often, it would be useful for him to meet someone. Cerebriani, accompanied by two comrades, approached the young man and said whether he was the scoundrel who was disgracing the name of the detachment with boasting and deceit. Ziqiao was horrified to recognize the leader of the Soaring Eagles, who knew the truth about how he, through connections, got into the selection program without the commander's invitation. Mingrui then added that connections are not a substitute for talent and skills, so Song was eliminated in the first round and has no right to classify himself as a soaring eagle. Having finished his educational speech, Silver lightly beat Ziqiao so that he would no longer appropriate the merits of others. Looking menacingly at Sun, Mingri hinted that a serious conversation was ahead, and then, not wanting to listen to excuses, he ordered the bully to be thrown out. Yifei shook Silver's hand. The screaming Ziqiao was dragged to the exit, and Zhao decided that Miss Su was not in vain welcoming her cousin, since he had such friends. Liang Yao and Xin Yue embraced the captain and thanked him with kisses, hinting that they would not mind listening to the tale of the crow again. The next morning, Yifei came to the office without sleep, but meeting Michelle in the hallway lifted his spirits. The conversation between the colleagues was interrupted by the sudden appearance of Mrs. Xu, who immediately ordered the captain to follow her. The business lady pushed the young man into her office and announced that she had great news. Sitting down on the edge of the table, the director said that the people who were putting a spoke in the wheels of the company began to disappear somewhere. When Ingen shared her joy with the guard, a seductive smile played on her lips, and the captain could not resist complimenting her. Mrs. Xu did not stop the young man and concluded that she could smile more often if the problems were successfully resolved. Yifei supported the idea, and Ingen reported that he had made a valuable contribution to the common cause and deserved encouragement. The young man was counting on the same reward as that drunken knight. Having misinterpreted the pose of the girl rummaging through the bottom drawers of the table, Yingying took out the transfer order to the administrative department, but did not sign it when Yifei muttered that there was no need to reward him right in the office. For frivolous thoughts, Mrs. Xu gave the guy bruises and bumps, and the captain admitted that he had mediocrely missed a chance for career growth. Immersed in dark thoughts, the Special Forces soldier wandered home from the office and did not immediately notice how the Mengxian sports car slowed down nearby. The girl presented Yifei with tickets to a sea cruise on a luxury liner as a gift. The captain wondered why there were 3 tickets, and Mengxian admitted that she wanted to compete with Madame Xu for his favor. While the amazed young man was gathering his answer, the girl stepped on the gas, leaving the guy in bewilderment. Song Ziqiao stayed late at the office of the Song Tian Corporation, where his parents had assigned him as a director, and did not allow himself to be disturbed. Having waited until it got dark, the young man went to bow to Don Joseph. The youth reprimanded the bandits for not eliminating Yifei, and then the mafioso explained that Li Yifei and Berkut were the same person. Joseph then added that because of Young Song's misinformation they almost died, and then Ziqiao said that Yifei was going on a voyage. Threatening the young man with a sword, the Bloody Wolf demanded to confirm his words, and Joseph came up with a plan for a new operation requiring the participation of Ziqiao. Lin Qiong again pursued the long-nosed guy, who changed his job again and became a cosmetic salesman. The crook tried to get into the women's locker room at the police station and claimed that he wanted to offer the girls depilatory cream. The police officer did not believe the scoundrel and chased after him. Fleeing for his life, the former thief decided to hide in the men's locker room. Captain Hunter appeared around the corner and swung her whip, aiming at Lin Qiong. The blow of the whip knocked the girl off her feet, falling. Lin Qiong hit her head on the paving stones and lost consciousness. Twin Blades said that this policewoman had caused them so much trouble, and Captain Hunter proclaimed that no one would escape the Blood Foxes. Then the mercenary asked what to do with the frightened thief, and the commander replied that there was no need to kill him. He would still be useful to them. Taking revenge for the failures of the last days, the head of the Bloody Foxes trampled the unconscious body of the girl and promised dark days to Berkut. Yifei went on a voyage with both Shu sisters. The sight of the liner delighted Shanshan, and the captain decided that the girl had not yet been on a cruise. Su Mengxian approached the travelers, who was also getting ready to go sailing and was feignedly surprised at the meeting. Mengxian offered to come on board. The bodyguard entrusted her to Yifei's care, and the captain was amazed at what a huge ship they found themselves on. At the port, the captain noticed a young couple discussing the purchase of some rare bottle of wine on behalf of a certain Tian Xiao. A guy named Yitian Lin was a taster and was in high spirits, and the girl Laura pulled him back and told him to be quieter. Yifei took Yingen's arm, causing her mixed feelings, and noted that the strange couple was also going on a cruise. Director Shu said it was time to board. The captain clarified what role he should play this time, and Madame Shu said that it was up to him, and Shanshan noted that they were a beautiful couple. Yitian Lin approached Yifei and asked to take a photo of him and Laura, although the girl was clearly not in a good mood and was irritated by the violent emotions of her fellow traveler. The guy thanked the captain and wanted to introduce him to his companion, but the girl told him to move away and not show that they were together. The smell of Laura's perfume seemed familiar to Yifei. He tried to remember where he could have met her, but then Ingen came up and said that she had found their cabin. The young man said that he would come up now, not even suspecting that at that moment a hired killer was tracking him. The ship's interior shone with luxury, and then the captain heard a familiar voice telling about military exploits and the rescue of the wounded commander. Silver lied to the girl about how the commander handed over command to him, but she did not believe that the Special Forces captain could be such a weakling. Yifei ingratiatingly asked if he was such a fool, and his subordinates were glad to see him, because they were ashamed of Min Grui. The guy did not immediately understand who asked the question and began to slander the commander. And then the captain got seriously angry and called the braggart to order. Ashamed, Min Grui apologized and introduced the captain to the girl. Yifei asked how Silver got on the cruise, and he explained that he was taking a leave of absence and the captain warned him to handle the lady with care. Min Grui replied jokingly that he would learn gallantry from the commander, and then the start of the auction was announced on the ship. When the host announced the start of trading, Yitian Lin became excited. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The captain approached the young man, wanting to find out why he and Laura were close again, and whether there was some secret intent behind this. Yitian explained to his new acquaintance that auctions are often held on the ship, and then Yifei called out to Su Mengxin. The girl said that she had a seat in the box. She had already shown the Shu sisters there and was waiting for him to join them. So Yifei said goodbye and left. Laura noticed that the guy was very difficult if he sat in the box for the authorities and oligarchs, and reminded them that it was time for them. Their lot was next. Su Mengxin invited the guests to enjoy their stay in the elegantly furnished box, and the captain agreed that the place was wonderful. The presenter announced the next lot, which was rejected by a bottle of wine from the Titanic, which Yitian and Laura were eager to get. The taster was overcome with a joyful feeling. Laura pulled him back again, and Mengxin said that there was a curious story connected with the bottle. Miss Xu agreed that the fossil wine is amazing, but there is still no point in purchasing it for an exorbitant amount. Mengxin noticed that the young man was watching the auction and offered to buy the bottle, using the right of first vote. The captain hurriedly objected that it was not worth it, and Yingen wondered why Miss Su would be so protective of her guard, and tension hung in the air. Yifei slipped away from the ladies to get some air, and at this time the bottle went under the hammer to Yitian and Laura. The taster was incredibly happy about the purchase, but Laura again upset him, reminding him that the bottle was bought for Director Tian and not for him. Meanwhile, bandits made their way into the ship's wheelhouse. The terrorist pointed a pistol at the captain and ordered him to carry out all the orders of the Bloody Wolf. The fugitive Soaring Eagle announced that the ship had been captured, and from now on, he was in charge of all decisions on the ship. Yifei was smoking on the deck and wondering what Mengxin was trying to achieve, and at that time the assassin sneaked up on him. The young man threw the criminal aside with a blow of his fist, but could not knock her out. The woman landed on her feet and assumed a fighting stance, announcing that she had come to take the captain's life. The mercenary pelted Yifei with throwing knives and immediately jumped back to a safe formation. The captain was amazed at her supernatural speed. I had to use Taoist magic for protection. Using the technique Return of the Heavenly Dragon, the commando turned all the released knives back. The blast of energy released forced the criminal to fall to one knee and fight off her own weapon. The woman dodged the attacking knives with amazing dexterity. The next attack was even faster. Yifei barely had time to parry. The mercenary released shuriken, forcing the enemy to open up, and threw a dagger after him. But the guy ducked down in time and left the line of attack. The next throw was also unsuccessful. The young man put up an energy shield and caught the released dagger. The third dagger encountered an invisible barrier, and the captain edifyingly said that the killer's secret weapon was useless against him. Yifei threw the dagger after the criminal, multiplying the blow with a powerful impulse of energy. Having dodged at the last moment, the mercenary was surprised that the enemy could throw daggers no worse than her. And at that moment, Yifei grabbed her. Throwing the woman onto her shoulder, the captain began to tie her hands. After leaving the auction, the happy Yitian Lin went to look for a new acquaintance to share his joy. Finding his friend fiddling with a lady on the floor, the young man was taken aback. The taster thought that he had disturbed the lovers and delicately stepped aside, muttering that he had not seen anything. A little later, Yitian remembered that the girl sprawled on the floor did not look like any of his friend's companions, and decided to stop the crime. The taster had a powerful blow that threw the captain away from the mercenary. At first, Yifei didn't even realize who had attacked him. Turning to his opponent, Yitian said that he would not tolerate violence and why pester a stranger if he already has 3 fans. Yifei asked if they were accomplices, and the guy repeated that he considered it his duty to protect women, and promised the mercenary to teach the offender a lesson. The captain tried to explain to the taster that he was not a rapist, and there was a misunderstanding, but he did not listen and rushed to attack. When she came to her senses, Lin Qiang found that she was suspended by her hands from the ceiling in a cramped room without windows. The girl looked around, trying to figure out where she was, and discovered that another prisoner was hanging nearby. By the smell of the sea, the policewoman guessed that she was on board the ship and asked her comrade in misfortune if he knew where they were. When the neighbor turned around, Lin Qiang recognized the long-nosed thief, and he recoiled in horror as the girl kicked him, shouting that it was all because of him. The voices of the guards were heard from behind the door. One said that the prisoners were unconscious and they could have fun with the girl, and the second readily agreed. Then the guard added that we had to hurry before the boss returned, and the policewoman realized that she had to get out of the casemate as quickly as possible. Lin Qiang asked the thief if he had thought about escaping, but he was silent. And then the girl came up with her own plan, counting on the help of her cellmate. The policewoman decided to pull her neighbor closer so that he could bite her rope. But the movements caused him unbearable pain. When the girl pulled the guy towards her with her feet, he was unable to do anything due to severe pain. Lin Qiang pulled the thief even closer, but he still could not reach the rope and cried out in pain, causing the guards to become wary. 2 strong men in bulletproof vests entered the cell, attracted by the noise, and the prisoners pretended that they were still unconscious. Having found nothing suspicious, the bandits went off to get drunk, deciding to save the girl for last. And Lin Qiang wondered what to do next. The taster proved to be a strong opponent even for a special forces veteran. Yifei put energy protection in Yitian's path, but he resisted. The captain used Dragon Return again, raising a cloud of debris. But Yitian still stood on his feet. While the taster was trying to blink, the commando kicked him in the jaw, forcing him to open. Without allowing the guy to come to his senses, the captain hit him in the body with a bolt of concentrated energy and this time knocked him out. The mercenary concluded with displeasure that her defender was a very weak fighter if he could be knocked out with just 3 blows. Yitian guessed that Yifei concentrated energy in her palms when she blocked blows, and assured the girl that he would be able to protect her. Accidentally catching his eye on the slits in the mercenary's clothes, the young man became very worried. The taster grabbed his head, and his hair began to turn red. And Yifei, deciding that the enemy was neutralized, asked him why he was helping the villain. Having controlled himself, instead of answering, Yitian suddenly rushed forward and found himself behind the captain. Turning around, the young man knocked the commando down with 1 blow. The assassin noted in surprise that her protector began to move faster. While shielding himself from the blows, Yifei also noticed that the enemy had become stronger and more agile. Finally, the taster knocked the captain onto his back and slammed him to the floor. The girl was once again amazed that the modest-looking young man killed Burkett himself with 1 fist. Yitian hammered the commando with his fists until he punched a hole in the wall, and when the dust raised settled down, he discovered that the guy had disappeared. While the taster was looking around, Yifei came in from the side and hit him in the body. Staggering, the enemy arched, and the captain, calling on the dragon power, again attacked him in the body but did not make him fall. Yitian survived the 3rd blow to the jaw, and the commando realized that he too was using energy for protection, and its strength was increasing. Unexpectedly for the captain, the young man grabbed him by the leg and happily announced that he had caught the jumper. A throw over the head by the leg turned out to be quite sensitive, even by the standards of a seasoned Special Forces soldier. Having flown to the wall, Yifei received a parting blow with a fist with an energy charge. One of the bandits guarding Lin Qiang and the thief noticed the noise in the cell, but his partner did not attach any importance to it and took him away to have fun. Lin Qiang tried to free herself by swinging on the rope, but nothing worked, and she again fell on her neighbor. The thief reasonably noted that they could rest a little and gain strength if they were already left alone. Having replaced her anger with mercy, the police wanted to find out what pushed the thief onto the criminal path that began with the theft of lingerie. The guy remembered how in the morning he noticed a neighbor's girl who was hanging washed clothes on the roof. Hiding, the young man waited for the neighbor to leave and pulled the laundry off the line. The guy completely lost his head from the smell of freshly washed laundry. Lin Qiang interrupted the guy, but he still convinced her to listen to the story to the end. The young man paid a visit to his neighbor and asked whether the item belonged to her. And the girl, in the same way, began to accuse him of vicious inclinations. In addition to his long nose, the young man acquired a phenomenal sense of smell, and by the smell of his laundry, he guessed who was stealing his washing powder. The police asked the thief if he was married, but he replied that he was still single. The guy then said that he snuck into the locker room to return a lady's wallet, and at the park they paid him to scare the ladies in the restroom. The police officer promised to reconsider the case and asked the guy why he was in poverty, and he replied that he was raising 2 brothers and a sister alone. Jin's younger sister adored her brother, just as he did her, and one day the young man decided to save money and buy her an expensive toy hare. The little girl objected that she was happy with the bunny that her brother found in a landfill, but the guy saw with what delight she looked at the advertisement. One stormy evening, while the young man went to work part-time, the girl became seriously ill. At the hospital, Jin was diagnosed with a severe autoimmune disease. To save the girl's life, a bone marrow transplant was required, but the guy could not pay for the treatment. Jin consoled her saddened brother as best she could, assuring her that there was no need to worry about her. She was feeling well and wanted to go home. The guy borrowed money from whomever he could and worked tirelessly, but he did not collect the required amount, and he had to take his sister home. The girl was grateful that her brother had done so much for her, and most of all, she wanted him to be happy. When there was no hope for recovery, the young man took a crooked road, although he knew that he would not escape legal punishment. The young man became a criminal because he wanted to save more money, which he could not obtain legally. Since it was not possible to cure her sister, her brother could at least buy her a new bunny that would brighten up her last days. Hiding among the pile of rubble, Yifei grabbed Yitian's hand and, gathering his strength, threw it back. The mercenary involuntarily admired the power of the blow, which even her mentor could not withstand. And the taster was already on his feet. Announcing the 3rd round of the fight, the captain plunged into a deep combat trance. Realizing that he faced an opponent equal in strength and skill, the Special Forces soldier decided to fight at full strength. Yitian smiled slyly and said that Yifei's dying speech sounded boring. The guys furiously glared at each other, preparing for the decisive battle. At the sound of the fight, Mrs. Zhu and Laura ran out and told the men to stop. The young people turned around. Each of them was thinking about how to explain to his lady, and the mercenary, guessing that the guys knew each other, disappeared. Yifei and the girls told Yitian how everything really happened, and he felt embarrassed that he had beaten a good man in vain. Laura demanded that her companion apologize for his reckless behavior, and the taster admitted that he was wrong. Yitian asked the captain for forgiveness and invited him to the bar as a sign of reconciliation, and the former opponents paid tribute to each other's skill. Over beer at a bar, the Special Forces soldier asked his new friend why his hair was red, and he explained that this happened when he was worried. While watching the boys, Director Shu and Laura studied each other. Laura realized that this was a strong woman, and Ingen appreciated her intelligence, and both noted that they had a lot in common in appearance and character. As Yitian explained how he and Laura were hunting for fossil wine, Yifei glanced at the bartender and asked if they had met before. The bartender was Brother Hu, who assured the captain that he had made a mistake and was glad that he did not deign to pay attention to him. And Yifei and Yitian became friends. At the bar, Ms. Shu was approached by Song Ziqiao and Cao Yingbo, persistently inviting her to drink with them. Ziqiao gave Yingen a routine compliment, and Cao invited Laura to have fun together. The long-nosed thief, whose name was Aku An, told Lin Qiong that he wanted to fulfill his sister's last wish. But even that he failed. The policewoman advised him not to lose heart and behave like a man. Aku An's story moved Lin Qiong to tears, and she said that she should not give up, and the guy asked her not to be sad because of the thief. Lin Qiong believed that crimes did not detract from the young man's life drama, and promised to help him out, and then asked him to help her free herself. Aku An remembered that Jin wanted him to be happy, and he felt ashamed in front of his little sister. Mentally asking Jin for forgiveness for his cowardice, the young man suddenly realized how he could free himself from captivity. Under Lin Qiong's astonished gaze, the guy cut the ropes and jumped to the floor. Catching the policewoman's gaze, Aku An explained that he had suffered too much and decided not to be modest in the future. The young man realized that he had no right to give up because his younger sister was waiting for him. An angry Lin Qiong kicked the guy, indignant that he was stalling for so long when he could have gotten rid of the ropes in a matter of seconds. The former thief mumbled words of apology, but the policewoman cut him off and ordered him to quickly untie her. Having freed the girl, Aku An explained that he was a mechanic by profession and always carried a file with him, with which he cut ropes. All that remained was to neutralize the guards, and Lin Qiong came up with an insidious plan There were languid sounds coming from the cell. The intrigued guards opened the door and were shocked by the frank dance of the long-nosed guy. The criminals were dumbfounded, and Lin Qiang crept up from behind and hit the big guys with a fire extinguisher. After praising Eku Anya for her talent for cosplay, which had confused the bandits, the policewoman got out of the cell and realized that they were on a ship. Twin Blades and Cutie came out of the darkness to meet the young people and announced that they would not allow the prisoners to escape. Cao Yingbo pestered Mrs. Xu, asking if she remembered Director Cao's son. Director Xu remained silent, but Daddy's boy imagined that he had charmed her and began to persuade her to drink a glass. Young Chao enjoyed the attention, glad that Yifei was not around, but the captain soon appeared, and all the courage disappeared at once. Out of frustration, Cao began to tear out his hair, and when he found out that his former classmate had come to the bar with Yinggen, he fell into hysterics. Since high school, Yingbo harbored a grudge against Yifei because he was the girl's favorite and no one paid attention to him. In his youth, Chao was also jealous of the captain's success in sports and the authority he enjoyed among his peers. Plucking up courage, Inbo asked what kind of relationship his classmate had with Ingen. To spite the envious man, the former Special Forces soldier hugged Miss Chu around the waist and proudly announced that they were a couple. Yingen looked at the captain in bewilderment, and he said that this time she would have to pretend to be his girlfriend. And Ziqiao stood up for his friend. Struggling with fear, the young man shouted that Yifei would soon be punished for insulting Mr. Cao, and he began to court Laura. The young man, carried away by flirting, did not notice how the angry Yitian came up from behind and, grabbing the impudent man by the collar, ordered him to get out of sight. Ziqiao barked that the guy would pay for attacking an influential person, but the menacing, unblinking gaze of the taster made him feel uneasy. Yitian's expression was the same as Yifei's in a battle trance, but Song still got into the fight, angry that the stranger was not in awe of him. The opponents got into a fist fight, and the taster decided not to spare Laura's offender. With one blow of his fist, Yitian knocked out the young man, and he slammed into the bar counter. Ziqiao turned to the burly bartender for protection and said that he was a friend of the captain, but Brother Hu did not dare to intervene, although he would be happy to help. The captain and his new friend instilled insurmountable horror in the former gangster. A supernatural horror emanated from both of them. Mr. Cao helped his beaten friend up and took him away, but he continued to shout threats and declared that the guys would not survive the night. Yitian rushed to Laura to make sure she was okay, and Yifei, looking after the brawlers, thought it was worth finding out more about them. The boys had barely caught their breath when the sounds of gunfire were heard outside. Bandits with machine guns burst into the auction hall and opened fire. The leader, named Kier Hofuda, announced that the ship had been captured by the Sishenshi group and ordered everyone to kneel and put their hands behind their heads. The second terrorist demanded to hand over the cash register, and Su Mengshan and Shanshan hid in the box, hoping that they would not be reached. Mrs. Xu remembered that her sister remained at the auction, and the captain went to the rescue, instructing the taster to take the girls to their cabins. Yifei was determined not only to save the girls, but also to save the ship from the invaders. Lin Qiong desperately fought back with hand-to-hand combat techniques against the blades of the mercenary, avenging the humiliation she had suffered. Twin Blades attacked the policewoman, shouting that she must pay for the harm she had caused, but she did not understand at all what was going on. The villainess became even more furious, deciding that the girl was teasing her. When Lin Qiong dodged the blow, Cutie was already waiting for her, who met the policeman with a kickboxing technique. The first attack was repelled, but the girl understood that the outcome of the battle was unpredictable and ordered Eku Anyu to run while she distracted the criminals. The mercenaries mockingly declared that the policewoman would not escape alive because they intended to take revenge on her for the destroyed image of the squad. Lin Qiong repeated that she had no idea why she angered them so much. The cutie reminded the girl of the unfortunate incident, because of which the twin blades were disgraced, and she herself stopped drinking tea. Lin Qiong screamed in horror when she realized that the criminals were the people involved in this scandalous incident, one of whom she was trying to help. Throwing a rifle over her shoulder, Cutie declared that the witnesses to their shame should disappear from the face of the earth. Ekuan became afraid when he saw a military weapon in the girl's hands, and the police threw him out of the line of fire and ordered him to hide. The cutie began to shoot at the prisoners, avenging all the insults, shame, and defeats. The girl, blinded by hatred, did not notice that Lin Qiong and Ekuan had found shelter. Performing a somersault, the twin blades flew over the container behind which the policewoman and the former thief were hiding. While landing, The mercenary touched Lin Qiang's arm with one of her blades. The second sword was aimed at the girl's throat, but the policewoman managed to dodge. Leaning on one hand, Lin Qiang threw the criminal away from her with a kick from both legs. The twin blades fell, and the girl, overcoming the pain, grabbed her. Pinning the mercenary to the floor, the policewoman demanded that she order Cutie to stop shooting. The bandits were rampaging and mocking the hostages in the auction hall. Two scoundrels caught the girl and began to behave inappropriately. Yifei's appearance forced them to pause, and the captain politely asked what was going on, whether they were filming a movie here, otherwise he had gone out and didn't know. The young man's words made the bandits laugh. One of them beckoned to Yifei, saying that they were making a film, and the girl screamed for him to run. Instead of answering, the Special Forces soldier put the criminal on his shoulder and beat him with his fists. The discouraged bandits opened fire, but the captain had already taken the pistol from the neutralized thug, and the girl had hope of salvation. Jumping up, Yifei dispersed the terrorists with kickboxing techniques and knocked out a pistol from one of them. Having taken possession of two pistols, the commando could fire from both hands, paving the way to the government box. When the captain reached the box and called Mengxin, the room was empty. While Yifei was wondering where the people had gone, a bandit in the hall shouted that he had found the women. Kier Hofud ordered the girls to be taken to the boss, and the captain clenched his fists in anger, feeling that his loved ones were again in trouble because of him. Terrorists began to surround the lodge, hoping to capture Yifei. When the bandits broke down the door, the young man met them with aimed fire. The first terrorist who stuck his head into the room was killed on the spot. When part of the capture group was killed, one of the militants threw a grenade at the captain. The unperturbed Yifei kicked the flying ammunition and threw it back. The grenade crashed into a crowd of stunned bandits and immediately exploded. The captain ducked down, waiting out the explosion, and then climbed out of the box, holding his pistols at the ready. Hearing the roar, the terrorist leader became alert and sent his henchmen to figure out what happened. Yifei went down to the auction room and was walking around the stage when he was attacked by a group of bandits. The Special Forces soldier began firing pistols in all directions, forcing the criminals to flee. While firing back, the captain noticed how a sniper was catching him in his sights and immediately took down the shooter. The terrorists were amazed at Yifei's skill, which they could not oppose. Although they were experienced professionals, a huge machine gunner nicknamed Big V volunteered to deal with Burkett if he was covered. The big guy moved towards the captain, firing continuously from a light machine gun, which was impossible to suppress with a pistol. Hiding from a hail of bullets, the Special Forces soldier rolled off the stage and took cover under the platform. Having discovered Yifei, the delighted thug roared that the legendary Golden Eagle was a complete non-entity and asked if the captain wanted to save the women. Holding the twin blades on the floor, Lin Qiang again called for a ceasefire. In response, the criminal laughed and said that the police could consider her dead, and then a chainsaw crashed into the wall of the container. The Red Widow rushed to the attack, shouting that she would avenge everyone, and Lin Qiang realized that she could not stand against the three criminals. The girl hurried Ekuan to run away while she could still cover him, but he continued to sit in the corner, cowering and covering his ears. The young man was wondering what to do next, and an intense internal struggle was going on in his soul. Lin Qiang reminded her ally that he should think about his younger sister, and Ekuan, crying in shame, finally obeyed and rushed away. Noticing that the girl was distracted, Red Widow swung her chainsaw, but Lin Qiang dodged, finding herself face to face with the twin blades. The policewoman fought off the mercenary with kickboxing techniques. But to do this, she had to come out of cover. The wall no longer protected her from gunfire. Unable to cope with the three villains, Lin Qiang rushed about helplessly, fleeing the shots, while Ekuan ran along the corridor and thought about Jin Jin. The frightened guy mentally agreed with the police that he was of no use in battle. He had never been able to resist aggressors. The young man remembered how hooligans attacked him and began to extort the money he had saved to buy a doll hair for his sister. The young man wanted to throw a stone at the extortionists, but was afraid to get into a fight, because there were children with him who in vain begged the scoundrels for mercy. Fearing reprisals, Ekuan gave his savings to the hooligans. Faced with aggression and pressure, the guy always fled and now felt disgusted with himself. Meanwhile, Lin Qiang was fighting hand-to-hand with the twin blades attacking from behind. When the girl deflected the blow, the mercenary took her out with one of her blades, throwing her against the wall. As the exhausted policewoman gathered the strength to stand up, the Red Widow hit her with the edge of the chainsaw blade. As the injured Lin Qiang began to rise, the twin blades attacked her and pinned her to the container. The cutie sitting on top of the container pointed her rifle at the policewoman. Yifei moved away from the machine gunner, and Big V ordered his accomplices to go around the stage to the left and encircle Burkut. As he prepared to repel the attack, the young man remembered his conversation with the Blood Wolf during the fight on the roof. Then the traitor told the captain that he would suffer severely because of his attachment to his loved ones, just like he once did. With an effort of will, Yifei silenced the voice of the Bloody Wolf. Rising to the attack, Yifei exclaimed that the traitor would not be able to impose his worldview on him because they were too different. Shots were fired in all directions. The commando scattered the entire support group and was left alone with the machine gunner. Big V aimed a machine gun at the captain and announced that he was giving him the opportunity to test his skills on him. The commander of the invaders realized that the appearance of Burkut had radically changed the balance of power and ordered his henchmen to take away the captives. Big B's machine gun suddenly fell silent, and a male figure stepped out of the smoke, which Kirho Fude had not expected to see. Yifei came out of the smoke and asked the leader of the terrorists whether his henchmen had somehow managed to harm the girls. Shan Shan and Meng Xin realized that they were saved, and Kirho Fude ordered a retreat, reasonably reasoning that such an enemy was beyond their strength. One of the militants stared at the leader with disapproval and declared that Kirho Fude had no right to escape. The bandit looked menacingly at the rebel, and he calmly continued that one of the 4 holy ambassadors should be as brave as the Bloody Wolf. Then the daring fighter threw off his camouflage, and the captain recognized Minggui, who edifyingly said that his boss should be strong-willed and tough. When Silver Eagle announced that he was starting the battle, the terrorists panicked, but Meng Xin and Shan Shan were noticeably encouraged. Minggui quickly wielded his daggers, and none of the bandits could keep up with him. One of the bandits tried to stop Cerebriani with a machine gun burst, but he beat him to it. With superhuman dexterity, Minggui interrupted the knife thrown at him with his fist, redirecting the blow to the machine gunner. Yifei at this time interrogated the leader, where his commander was. The criminal was silent, and the captain used force, saying that he would still find out everything he wanted. But then Silver said that Mr. Zhao was calling. Yifei caught the phone thrown by Minggui in flight and learned from a conversation with Phantom that one of Mengxin's guards had given away their location. The traitor was captured while trying to escape. But when the captain suggested that something was wrong in the Su family, Zhao reminded him that he was retired. Concluding the conversation, Zhao made it clear that he did not want Yifei to participate in the investigation and ordered the detainee to be eliminated. Shanshan threw herself on her son-in-law's neck and burst into tears, and Mengxin was glad that she again saw in front of her the golden eagle who saved her in the forest. Yifei himself knew that Burkut had returned, but, unlike Miss Su, he understood that the ruthless Punisher was far from the image of a romantic hero. Pressing the muzzle of a rifle to Lin Qiang's forehead, Cutie exclaimed with joy that she had finally caught the hated policewoman. Satisfied that the opportunity for revenge had finally presented itself, the young villainess did not notice that Eku An was approaching her from behind. By bringing a heavy bottle of water down on the criminal's head, the young man helped Lin Qiang free herself. Rubbing the bump on her head, the girl turned around, looking for whoever was bothering her, and the guy said that she was making too much noise, but it was of no use. Looking around at the mercenaries with a furious look, Eku An barked that they did not dare to shout at him because he had returned and had ceased to be a coward. On the day when the young man gave his savings to the hooligans, the leader of the gang warned that next time he would have to pay more. Seeing that the extortionists were unhappy, having received less than they expected, Eku An began to fuss and apologize that he could not collect a larger amount. Jinjin was unbearable to see her brother suffering, and she said that she did not need a gift, asking her to leave quickly. With tears in her eyes, the little girl insisted that more than anything she just wanted to be with her brother, the most important person in her life. Remembering his sister's tear-stained eyes, the guy decided to return, but Cutie just laughed and said that such a coward would not do anything to her. The girl was sure that she would kill Eku Anya with one shot, but she was unable to shoot when the guy poured a bottle of water on her head. While Cutie was trying to control the attack of hydrophobia, the guy pushed the Red Widow away from Lin Qiang, shouting that he would not run away anymore. The policewoman immediately took the chance to turn the tide of the battle and, gathering her last strength, rushed towards the twin blades. Taking the criminal from behind, the police broke her arm. The fracture could not incapacitate the experienced mercenary. Dodging the twin blades with her healthy hand, she wounded Lin Qiang in revenge. The girl threw the criminal away with a kick and immediately realized that her strength was running out, and she was unable to repel the next attack. It was also not difficult for the Red Widow to knock out Eku Anya deeply. Starting the chainsaw, the mercenary was glad that no one would bother her anymore. First of all, the Red Widow wanted to deal with the policewoman, but Eku An suddenly stood up and grabbed the woman across the waist. While holding the mercenary in his grip, the young man demanded that Lin Qiang be released. The Red Widow easily broke free of the grip and used her free hand to knock the guy down. The criminal kicked the guy sprawled on the floor and then grabbed him by the hair and ordered him to repeat the request, pretending that he had not heard. Lin Qiang shouted that for the sake of her sister, the young man should not have gotten involved with hardened criminals, but Eku An wanted the little girl to be proud of him. In the face of death, the young man's greatest regret was that he was never able to save anyone. When the Red Widow raised the chainsaw over the guy's head, the rage added strength to the wounded policewoman. The girl straightened up with difficulty and threw the sword removed from the wound at the criminal, ordering her to retreat from the young man. The Red Widow deflected the blade flying towards her, and Lin Qiang mentally prayed for at least someone to come to the rescue. All hopes were dashed when the bloody wolf entered and reproached the mercenaries for taking too long. Having dealt with the bandits, Yifei entrusted Mengxin and Shanshan to the care of the Silver Eagle, and he assured that the girls were under reliable protection. Shanshan looked at the captain admiringly, lavishing praise, and he was glad that she did not see with what fury he destroyed the terrorists. Noticing that the captain was distracted, Kir Hofuda grabbed him across the waist and threw him into the glass barrier, shouting that they would die together. The bandit acted so quickly that Mengxin and Shanshan did not understand what had happened. In another part of the ship, the Blood Wolf was scolding the Blood Foxes, and the mercenaries were more afraid of their tough boss than the beaten Lin Qiang. According to the terrorists, the women acted too slowly. Twin Blades tried to get a word in, but the boss wasn't interested in explanations. The traitor declared that the Blood Foxes were not worthy of being called an elite squad of assassins, and the Twin Blades began to justify themselves. When the Red Widow moved towards Eku Anya again, the policewoman tried to get up, but her strength completely left her. Eku An looked at the girl with hope, but she could no longer help him because she had lost a lot of blood. Losing consciousness, Lin Qiang prayed to heaven for someone to come to the rescue and save the guy from the psychopath with the chainsaw. Eku An was thinking the same thing when the Red Widow raised her infernal device over him. The glass barrier shattered into fragments, and a man burst into the room, causing the mercenary to be distracted. The young man, who miraculously escaped execution, decided that heaven had heeded his prayers and sent an angel to help. Yifei acted as the heavenly messenger, landing deftly on his feet. Eku An recognized the captain because he had seen him at the residence when he worked as a waiter, and in the cinema when he worked as a receptionist. The young man looked around and asked the former thief who he was and why Lin Qiang was injured. Eku An imagined that he saw an angel, and in the confused mind of the policewoman, the image of her adored master appeared. Before she fainted, the girl thought that she could rely on him, and Bloodwolf asked Yifei if he had thought about his words. The criminal did not wait for an answer. No matter what the former Special Forces soldier answered, he was determined to destroy him. Bloodwolf ordered the women to finish off all three opponents, but Twin Blades and Cutie were cowardly and did not dare to attack Golden Eagle. The Red Widow suggested attacking together, but the girls trembled, plunging into the abyss of their shame under the influence of Yifei's overwhelming aura. The mercenary asked why her partners were delaying, but Twin Blades did not dare admit that every time she saw Golden Eagle, she wanted to go to the toilet. The Cutie, in turn, dreamed that the captain would spank her again. Realizing that there was no point in relying on her partners, the Red Widow decided to act alone and rushed at Yifei. Eku An warned the captain to be careful, but the chainsaw blade had already rested against the Special Forces soldier's chest. The young man pulled the blade away, and the Red Widow was amazed at how he managed to stop the chainsaw with his bare hands. Having stumbled, the mercenary instinctively grabbed Burkett's shoulder and knocked him down. Yifei himself, in search of balance, also grabbed the mercenary and felt his hands rest against something soft. The Red Widow blushed and became numb, and Eku An was amazed at the ingenuity of the unknown hero, with the help of which he defeated the dangerous criminal. Twin Blades and Cutie were demoralized and could do nothing to help their partner, and there were tears of relief in the eyes of the former thief. The guy threw himself at the captain's feet and asked to be taken as an apprentice so that he too could become a real man. Mrs. Xu and Laura were negotiating. Yitian, excluded from the conversation, was desperately bored. He was shushed all the time, and he regretted that he did not leave with Yifei. Seeing that the guy was exhausted, Laura sent him for fossil wine and assured him that the young man's noisy behavior could be tolerated. Yingying asked why Yitian's hair changes color, and Laura explained that this happens when he is worried, and all his feelings and reactions are heightened. Director Shu laughed, noting that it was like a joke, and the girl added that a guy is uncontrollable when he gets very nervous. The cabin door rang, and Laura went to answer it, thinking that Yitian had returned. Looking through the peephole, the girl found an unfamiliar man with a malicious smile on the threshold. The leader of the gang, Stick Joseph, did not wait for an invitation, but knocked down the door and unceremoniously burst into the cabin. Shy from the upcoming meeting with two sarcastic ladies, Yitian returned with a bottle of wine and was surprised to find that the door was open. The cabin was empty and in complete disorder, and the young man guessed that the girls had been kidnapped. The taster's hair turned red again, and he declared that the kidnapper was to blame for provoking him, whoever he was. Looking at the neutralized mercenaries, Yifei did not understand how these mediocre fighters could beat the police and the long-nosed guy to a pulp. The Special Forces soldier did not want to take on students, but after learning the story of the former thief, he promised to help his sister and instructed to take Lin Qiang to a safe place. Recognizing the young man's merits, the captain encouraged him and explained that brave is not the one who is not afraid, but the one who is honest with himself and knows how to overcome fear. In parting, Yifei told the guy that his sister would certainly be proud of him. Approaching the Blood Wolf's cabin, Yifei said to himself that it was time to settle the score once and for all. Chop, who opened the door, did not dare to detain Burkett, who once brought fear to him. The Blood Wolf was not surprised by the appearance of his named brother, and said that he had been waiting for him for a long time. The enraged Yitian made his way into the auction hall and smashed the bandits right and left, spreading panic and despondency around. None of the defeated militants was able to answer the question of where Laura and Mrs. Shu were hidden. Captain Hunter stood up behind the taster, wanting to look at the guy who had destroyed many elite fighters, and asked who he was. Yitian did not answer and asked where the girls were, to which the villainess laughed and said that the boss had invited them to a cup of tea with a continuation. A silver eagle burst into the hall with two knives strapped to his wrists and finished off those whom the taster could not reach. Soon, Min Grui had another opponent, a pretty blonde in a cowboy hat who was excellent in martial arts. Beyonce, nicknamed the Bloody Bear, was the fourth holy ambassador of Stick's group and therefore considered Mingri a weak opponent. Noting Yitian's good preparation, Silver explained that he was looking for a friend's girlfriend, and the taster said that terrorists had kidnapped his companion. Mingri offered to cooperate, warning that criminals were dangerous. But Yitian said that anyone who interfered with Laura's rescue would soon regret it. The Bloody Bear took him at his word and challenged him to a fight, and the young man accepted the challenge without hesitation. It was not difficult for the taster to block the first blow, but against his will he fell in love with his opponent. Having gazed at the girl's graceful movements and satiny skin, Yitian missed the next blow and was ashamed of his behavior. The young man gathered his will into a fist, forcing himself to concentrate and analyze the actions of his opponent. Watching the girl, the taster realized that she was moving rapidly and forcing him to be distracted by using her attractiveness. Beyonce confirmed that beauty is not for nothing considered a weapon, and she also had a surprise in store. The surprise turned out to be a secret technique that sent the guy into a deep knockout. Unable to repel the attack, Yitian was wounded, and Captain Hunter mockingly asked if Silver Eagle was worried about his friend. Mingrui looked at the woman with an impenetrable gaze and replied that since the guy was approved by Burkett, then she and her accomplices should worry. Blood Fox didn't expect that Silver realized that she and Beyonce were CIA agents, and Stick's group was under the control of the Jiang country. Captain Hunter denied everything. But Mingrui already knew who was behind the terrorist attacks in small countries and the kidnapping of the daughter of the head of a technology concern. Taking a stance, Silver reminded that in any disagreement with the Jiang country, the location of the aircraft carrier is decisive. Rushing to attack, Mingrui asked the mercenary where the aircraft carrier of the Jiang country was now located. The saboteur met the Silver Eagle with a whip and an angry rebuke that Huaxia did not dare compete with Zhang. And he himself was apparently tired of living. After finishing his diatribe, Bloodwolf asked Yifei what choice he had made. Without allowing the commando to answer, the killer suggested that he give Su Mengxin to Joseph in exchange for a recommendation to join the Stick group. The renegade further explained that the CIA needed a hostage to put pressure on the Huaxia leadership, and if Yifei got Miss Su, they would be together again. The captain clarified whether Mengxin would meet the same fate as the kidnapped Lady Meng, and emphasized that the traitors had undermined Huaxia's position in the trade wars with Zhang. Yifei was convinced that people like Bloodwolf betrayed the memory of the fallen soldiers, so friendship and reunion between them was impossible. The Bloodwolf did not like being openly called a traitor, and he told the captain that he was disappointed. The traitor reminded Yifei that the country did not appreciate his merits, since he was forced to resign and earn a living as a security guard. The Bloody Wolf put pressure on the captain's vanity, but he did not allow himself to be manipulated and said that he would not listen to the demon that his brother had become. Having picked up a bat dropped by someone, Yifei took a fighting stance and announced that he intended to capture the enemy alive and hand him over to the authorities. The Bloody Wolf ridiculed the captain, who decided to compete with him in fencing, and Chop was offended that Burkut had encroached on the master's favorite weapon. The terrorist believed that Yifei would lose because sword fighting takes a long time to learn. But the commando was ready to confirm his skill. The villain student was confident that in the art of fencing no one could surpass his mentor, who received the nickname Holy Bloody Sword. The Bloody Wolf rushed with a sword at the named brother, exclaiming that he had only himself to blame for the outcome of the battle. The terrorist tried to disarm the enemy by cutting his bat with his sword, but the captain moved his weapon away from the attack. Then the Special Forces soldier launched a counterattack and hit his former comrade. Fury flashed in the bandit's eyes, and Chop could not believe that Burkut had taken out the invincible Blade Master the first time. Preparing for a retaliatory strike, the criminal distracted Yifei's attention with intricate passes. It was not so easy to deceive the Special Forces veteran. He mastered the art of diversion no worse than his opponent. The Blood Wolf's disciple couldn't help but admire Golden Eagle, who had adopted his master's masterly technique within a second. When Yifei informed his former comrade-in-arms that his moves were calculated in advance, the terrorist, in a fit of anger, cut off the bat. To Chop's amazement, the disarmed Burkut did not lose his head and rushed at the renegade with his bare hands. The young man was even more amazed when the Bloodwolf collapsed to the floor from the blow of his fist. Catching the young man's surprised glance, Yifei declared that he did not need a weapon to defeat the traitor. Snatching the sword from the enemy's hands, the captain went on the offensive. Destroying luxurious interiors, the Bloody Bear chased the taster around the cabin, who could not concentrate on the battle. Noticing that Yitian was tired, the bandit began to tease him, showing off her charms and reproaching her opponent for looking in the wrong direction. When Beyoncé again caught the guy looking at her sculpted forms, the young man boiled with anger and finally pulled himself together. The criminal did not imagine that the exhausted fighter would find the strength to make a breakthrough. The taster dealt a sensitive blow to the bear, but her opponent parried with deafening force. Having knocked out Yitian, the girl burst out laughing, and Captain Hunter, with a victorious grin, told Mingri that his friend had been defeated. Having crashed into the wall, the taster lost consciousness, and Beyoncé called him a fool, but noted to herself that she almost died at his hands. Chuckling, Captain Hunter announced that Silver was left alone, and the bear ironically asked what he intended to do. The fighter was not taken aback and replied that he would show the bandits his defensive techniques and immediately rushed to the attack. Provoking the enemy, the bear allowed the young man to come close and hit him with her fist as hard as she could. To the amazement of the terrorist, Mingrui avoided the blow and attacked from below. But Captain Hunter came to the aid of her partner and lashed the commando with a whip. Silver realized that the women were duplicating each other's actions when, while trying to evade the whip, Beyoncé's legs wrapped around his neck. Holding Mingri in a chokehold, the criminal began to wring his hands. But it was not easy to immobilize the Special Forces soldier. With a kick, Silver Eagle freed himself from the grip and knocked the scoundrel off her feet. Leaning on his hand, the guy gave the criminal a kick before Captain Hunter arrived. Barely having time to dodge the scourge, Mingri thought that the bandits were working as harmoniously as the Golden Eagle and the Bloody Wolf during the years of their joint service. While fighting the traitor, Yifei suddenly burst into demonic laughter and knocked his opponent upside down. The captain, heated by the battle, announced that back in the army he dreamed of knocking down the arrogance of his former friend. But then Chop intervened and timidly asked not to hit the master, assuming that the guy had suffered enough from a cruel mentor. Yifei suggested that he whip the master, but Chop did not dare to hit the teacher. The Special Forces soldier told the young man that during his service, the Bloody Wolf often pretended to be a slutty woman in order to get closer to the victim. The embarrassed student did not want to listen to how his teachers were defaming him. And then the captain advised him to take a closer look at his mentor. Chop was forced to admit that the master had a feminine appearance, and the offended Bloodwolf shouted that pretending was part of the mission. Out of resentment, the terrorist found the strength to get up and resolutely took up his sword, promising Burkut a quick death. Despite the menacing cries, The criminal was in no hurry to attack and froze in an arrogant pose with his eyes closed, greatly perplexing Yifei. When a palisade of ice blocks grew on the captain's path, he realized that the enemy had plunged him into a parallel reality of his consciousness. The Special Forces soldier remembered that there are only 5 swordsmen in the world who master the fighting technique in the Kingdom of the Grey Plains, which stops the passage of time. Yifei was even glad that he had a unique opportunity to fight with one of the greatest swordmasters in his inner world. The bloody wolf pathetically said goodbye to his former friend, and red streaks began to appear on his frost-covered figure. The flying blade showered the captain with a scattering of sharp fragments, but only the young man's shirt was damaged. Finding that Golden Eagle had withstood the first blow, the outlaw agreed that he was worthy of being called the leader of the Soaring Eagles. When Yifei asked what kind of liquid appeared on the blood wolf's body, he said that he would become a god by turning completely red. The captain did not even think about falling into awe, and without hesitation punched the newly minted god in the jaw. The crushed criminal fell onto his back, knocking down several pillars of ice, looking contemptuously at the villain. Burkut said that in the role of a hero he looks ridiculous and becomes more beautiful only when he is beaten. A blinding red beam erupted from the rubble, knocking Yifei back. Shaking off the ice shards, the bloody wolf announced that the transformation was over, and everyone who stood in his way would die, saturating him with their blood. The terrorists realized that they were losing the battle and conspired to use their feminine charm to distract attention. When Mingri reported that there was a flaw in the seduction tactics, the bloody fox felt sick with fear, and the bear lost her breath from the tight clothes. The women were outraged by the coldness of the guy, giving out mocking advice instead of compliments. And Captain Hunter clarified whether he was a bachelor. With feigned embarrassment, Cerebriani replied that when girls meet him, they tend to run to the bathroom, which drove the villainess into hysterics. Out of frustration, Beyoncé decided to resort to a last resort, which she hoped to use against Burkut, and asked her partner for help. With curses and threats, the girl began to approach the Special Forces soldier. As soon as she mentioned Yifei's call sign, Mingrui realized that the jokes were over. The opponents rushed at each other, but the bear refrained from striking and rushed past, leaving the Silver Eagle in bewilderment. Having picked up a piece of fabric dropped by the girl, the fighter discovered that there was a piece of underwear in front of him. And at that moment, the villainess attacked. Having dodged, the young man was amazed at the meanness of the technique, and instantly went on the offensive, deciding that he would not allow himself to be fooled. While distracting Silver Eagle, Bloody Fox stated that his weak temperament was interfering with relationships, and at this time the bear got him. Having grabbed the bandit's hand, Mingri barked that he couldn't be fooled, but Captain Hunter jumped up from behind, and the 2 women knocked out the guy. Crouching next to the lying Special Forces soldier, the Bloody Fox began to taunt the worthless fighter, who was easily deceived by the simplest tricks. Beyoncé sat on the Silver Eagle and promised that he would be taught how to fight well if he joined their organization. Trying to free himself, Mingri felt that his hand seemed to be stuck in the air, because the magic of the Grey Plains slowed down the passage of time. The bloody wolf fed on the blood of colleagues treacherously killed during their last joint action. Yifei had already guessed that the charges against his former comrade-in-arms were fabricated, and the apostate hastened to satisfy his curiosity. That day, the future terrorist instructed his comrades from the Fighting Bear squad to take civilians to the base, while he himself remained to cover the retreat. Among the war bears was the Blood Wolf's beloved Shengling, who took care of the rescued little girl. When parting with the girl, the young man did not suspect that he was saying goodbye to his beloved forever. Returning to the base, the young man discovered that his colleagues had been killed by terrorists who had been recruited into the squad by traitors at the top. The 2 thugs who tortured her mocked the mutilated body of Shengling, who was still clutching the murdered child. From the interrogation, it followed that a powerful clan from Shangjing was behind the treason, after which they executed the criminals and fled abroad. Disillusioned with all his ideals, the renegade dreamed of taking revenge on both Stick and the military, and Yifei was supposed to be the first to die in the Grey Plains. Having dealt with Golden Eagle, Blood Wolf planned to hand over Su Mengshan to the terrorists, and then deal with Silver Eagle and Shanshan. Finally, the renegade wanted to return to the captain's cabin and kill Mrs. Zhu, but Yifei resolutely opposed his villainous intentions. With the power of his imagination, the criminal brought down thousands of blades charged with hatred on his former colleague. Having lost his balance, the captain sensitively plopped his back on the gray fabric of fictional space. Without allowing Berkut to come to his senses, the bloody wolf began to concentrate his power for the next blow. The secret practices of the Taoists helped Yifei to withstand the epicenter of the hurricane. Shielding himself from the whirlwind, the Special Forces soldier thought why the terrorist intended to look for Ingen in the captain's cabin if the girls remained in the guest room. A terrible guess gave Yifei strength. Although the enemy already considered him defeated, Chop, who was watching the fight in the real world, saw his mentor's hair become covered with frost. The young man guessed that the master had penetrated into the deepest layer of the kingdom of the Grey Plains, and rejoiced, believing that the enemy was doomed. The teacher and student underestimated the power of Berkut's rage, who realized that the bandits had kidnapped women in his absence on the orders of the Bloody Wolf. The monstrous retaliatory strike came as a surprise to the terrorist, who imagined himself to be a god. The energy of righteous anger invested in the blow in an instant knocked the scoundrel out of the kingdom of the Grey Plains. Chop did not expect that the captain would escape from the trap, and hurried to help the master. And he was surprised why Berkut did not use all his power at once. The Bloody Wolf thought that Yifei despised him, but the commando found his reproaches offensive and addressed the traitor by his real name. Mingui impressed Beyoncé, and she offered to become his lover if he revealed information about the soaring eagles. Captain Hunter hinted that she too would not mind entering into a relationship with the Silver Eagle in exchange for secret information. Resisting temptation, the young man remembered how he once asked the captain when he would become as strong and invincible. Mingui believed that he could surpass Bloodwolf, but could never compare to Golden Eagle, and his only advantage was speed. Wanting to encourage his subordinate, Yifei said that Silver Eagle's strong character and ability to control himself also give an advantage in battle. Bloody Bear tried to hurt Mingui's dignity with obscene jokes, but the fighter did not succumb to provocations. The scoundrel did not expect such perseverance from the defeated enemy and became even more sympathetic to him. Taking advantage of the girl's confusion, Silver freed himself from the grip and jumped to his feet, informing her that she couldn't handle such a tough nut to crack. Beyoncé started flirting with the guy, calling herself Little Red Riding Hood, and suggested they go mushroom hunting together. In the American woman's plans, the young man was assigned the fate of a mushroom in her basket, but such prey was within her capabilities. Trying to seduce the leader of the Soaring Eagles, the bear herself became inflamed with passion for him. But the Special Forces soldier remained firm and unshakable. Having thrown Beyoncé away, Mingui broke her glove with brass knuckles, and the girl decided that God had turned his back on America and had given her over to the power of Satan. The villainess fell to her knees in front of the Silver Eagle, and Captain Hunter began to unfurl the whip to help her partner. This time, the Special Forces soldier figured out the tactics of the saboteurs and blocked the blow, at the same time neutralizing the leader of the Bloody Foxes. Snatching the whip, Mingui aroused Captain Hunter's voluptuous memories of old shoes lessons, but still did not understand why she blushed. On the other side of the deck, Bloodwolf continued to vent his grievances and reproached Yifei for his disrespect, still believing himself to be a deity. The criminal could not believe that the captain defeated him so easily, because the dead warbears generously shared their divine power with him. The apostate then proclaimed that he would never submit to a leader who could not save his comrades and allowed his sworn brother to be slandered. The revelations of the fugitive Special Forces soldier amazed the captain. He did not suspect that a merciless and arrogant fighter could take loss so hard. Yifei sincerely sympathized with his former comrade in arms and wanted to take the overwhelming burden off his shoulders, offering to go together to Zhou and explain the situation. The terrorist ignored the proposal and asked if Yifei had killed Stick with the same unexpected release of power. Having received an affirmative answer, Bloodwolf stepped behind the rail and rushed into the sea, warning the captain to be careful with Joseph. Falling, the bandit pushed away the outstretched hand of his named brother and expressed hope that Berkut would someday become like him. Having ordered Chop to save the master, Yifei asked how to get to the captain's cabin, and, after listening to the explanations, went to rescue the women. A hired killer was guarding the young man, but a Special Forces soldier discovered her and ordered her to come out into the light. Since he had no time to play hide-and-seek, the mercenary was in no hurry to attack and expressed respect for the fighter who destroyed Stick, with whom the three strongest criminal leaders could not cope. The captain, overwhelmed by combat rage, abruptly stopped the flow of praise addressed to him, deciding that the criminal was talking her teeth into him. Looking at the girl with the eyes of a demon, Yifei demanded to get down to business, since he did not have time for the ceremony. The bandit was delighted and said that Berkut could be free as soon as he took the blow of her blades. Sophia was considered the best among the young assassins, and the elders presented her with the daggers with which their legendary leader killed 5 kings. The elders instructed the girl that she should use the daggers as soon as she took them out, and that she could hit both an enemy and an ally. The mercenary promised to reveal Joseph's secret if Yi Fei could withstand her blow, and the captain asked if she had surpassed her masters. Going on the attack, Sophia did not know that the Special Forces veteran had already met with the elders of the assassins and knew all their techniques. The beauty's dizzying somersault did not impress the captain. The young man remained in place and was frankly bored, watching her. While still in flight, the girl grabbed her blades and threw them at the Special Forces soldier. Without moving, Yi Fei rolled up his jacket and waved the daggers away as if they were insects. The next blow of the roll, reinforced by a reversal, was intended for the mercenary herself. Sophia failed to block the captain's attack. She almost flew overboard and hit her back on the railing. Having caught the daggers in flight, the Special Forces soldier rushed at the criminal and threw one of her blades in front of him. Having made a sweep, Yi Fei knocked the mercenary onto her back and put the second dagger to her throat. Having torn the veil from the girl's face, the winner ordered her to tell everything she knew about Joseph's gang and his plans. The frightened criminal said that several sticks of dynamite were hidden on the ship, and the liner could blow up at any moment. Sophia thought that Burkett had already dealt with the head of the mountain clan of assassins, and admitted that the hostages were taken to the captain's cabin. Fearing that the commando would remember her, the girl reached for the fallen veil. Yi Fei tried to immobilize her, but stumbled and fell on her. The faces of the mercenary and the captain were touching closely. Sophia blushed with embarrassment, and the gallant young man apologized. When Yi Fei released the girl, she promised to help him get off the doomed ship, saying that she would be waiting on the left deck. Then the mercenary warned that Joseph had taken possession of Styx's power, and the captain was curious about why she took care of him. Sophia explained that she was hired and did not owe anything to the bandits, and then offered Burkut a duel after the end of the mission and disappeared. At this time, the Silver Eagle fought off Captain Hunter and was inevitably approaching Beyonce. Remembering that Minggui led the squad of Soaring Eagles after Golden Eagle left, Bloody Bear panicked. The girl screamed that she was ready to give up, but she had one condition. The American woman's request was that the Huaxia commando become her boyfriend. Minggui laughed in response, but deep down he wanted to end his loneliness and at least not be inferior to the captain on the love front. The girl assured that she would resign from the CIA if the service interfered with their relationship. But Cerebriani said that there was another objection to their relationship. Having refused Beyonce, the young man quoted a Chinese proverb that says that peace in the country is impossible if there is a lady with curvaceous figures nearby. The beauty's pride was wounded, and she angrily told Mingdu that he was rejecting her because of some secret vice. When the criminal surrendered, the sarcastic commando Sesso told her that she was not girls. After getting Xin Yue and Liang Yao drunk, Song Ziqiao dragged the unconscious girls into the captain's cabin and began to rudely pester the celebrities. Looking with disgust at the triumphant scoundrel, Xinyu asked what he had given them, and the young man admitted that he had given the girls sleeping pills. Ziqiao boasted that the drug was so strong that one drop was enough to render women helpless for the entire night. Song told his friends that Yi Fei would not help them, so they should blame themselves. And Joseph asked if they were really the captain's mistresses. Ziqiao confirmed that the girls were in a relationship with the former commander of the Soaring Eagles, and the terrorist leader nodded in satisfaction. The lustful youth rejoiced that he would take revenge on his enemy by spending the night with his women. Wanting to annoy the scoundrel, Xin Yue said that she and her friend had already given the night to their chosen one and considered him an unsurpassed lover. Out of anger, Ziqiao became hysterical, and Joseph realized that Yi Fei was not in love with any of the celebrities. They were just a passing infatuation. Calming his accomplice, the mafioso said that he had caught Burkett's passion and would teach the captain a lesson. Chao Yingbo hovered around the bound Mrs. Xu and indulged in dirty fantasies, admiring the slender legs of the unconscious girl. Feeling embarrassed for his friend, Ziqiao told Yingbo to behave decently, but he could not help himself. Lost in their unworthy thoughts, the villains did not notice how Yi Fei opened the door and threw a homemade shuriken. In flight, the captain's weapon split into 2 parts. One of them hit Cao on the forehead, forcing the libertine to leaving it. Song Ziqiao also got what he deserved. The second half of the shuriken smashed his face. When Yi Fei kicked the door open, Xinyu was happy about her old friend, deciding that he had come for her and her friend. And Joseph was wary. Glaring at Joseph, Yingbo, and Ziqiao, the commando asked which of them kidnapped his girlfriend. The captain's accusatory gaze fell on Zikiao, and the cowardly youth turned cold, and Joseph clapped his hands with joy. The leader of the terrorist group, Ferocious Tiger, was the brother of the murdered Stick and was happy to have the opportunity to take revenge. Yifei had not met Joseph before, but because of the resemblance to his brother, the criminal seemed familiar to him. Smoking a cigar, the bandit laughed at the Special Forces soldier's bad memory, and the emboldened Zikiao attacked the young man with his fists. Without even deigning to look at the bully, Yifei slapped the scumbag across the face. Contrary to his custom, the captain did not even try to soften the blow, and the young man fell to the floor and screamed that no one dared to hit him. Noticing that Sinyue and Liang Yao had fainted, the commando demanded an antidote and threatened to kill Song if he disobeyed. The guy said that he would not share with someone who threatened to kill, and the captain, playing with his fork, hinted that stubbornness would be costly. Zikiao shouted that his family would equip 4 warships and destroy the captain's entire family if he harmed him. Yifei poked the young man in the face with a fork, and he, bursting into tears, gave the medicine, and the commando hurried to help the girls. Xin Yue and Liang Yao stretched out on the sofa in picturesque poses, causing the young man to blush. The ladies struggled with sleep, but drowsiness took hold of them more and more, stretching and yawning loudly. They no longer remembered decency. Yifei fed both friends a pill and prayed for the drug to work quickly. Looking at the girls, the captain was glad that Ingen was also sleeping and did not see what he was doing. Otherwise, he would have had to face a heartbreaking explanation. Lost in thought, the Special Forces soldier did not notice how Joseph's body was transformed and acquired superhuman strength that crushed walls. Yifei blocked the ladies with himself, and when the terrorist called out to him and asked if Burkut now recognized him, half of the bandit's face withered, like a mummy's. Joseph believed that Stick, the strongest man in the world, had been killed in a cowardly manner and injected himself with his brother's genes to gain his strength and repay his death. Having asked her friends to wait a little, Yifei clarified whether it was because the man was working for Jiang, and the criminal confirmed that he was ready to do anything for revenge. Liang Yao and Sinyue wished their defender good luck and kissed him on both cheeks. Having calmed the girls, the commando turned to the terrorist and said that he would accept the fight if someone's brother insisted so actively. Studying the enemy, the captain gave him the first blow, into which the bandit invested supernatural power. Demonstrating his overdeveloped muscles, Joseph told Golden Eagle to forever remember the strength of the late Stick. Rising to his feet after the deafening blow, Yifei finally remembered who Stick was and what he was famous for. Summing up the results of the first clash, the Special Forces soldier concluded that the brother, thirsty for revenge, had completely adopted Stick's strength and his fighting style. The criminal hit the captain in the face, shouting that it was too late for him to think about the nature of Stick's power. The enraged bandit wanted the hated Burkut to experience the full power of his anger, and he began to thrash the enemy with his fists. Despite Joseph's frantic pressure, the Special Forces veteran managed to gather himself and concentrate the energy in his hands for a retaliatory strike. Before counterattacking, Yifei diverted the terrorist's attention and forced him to discover an unprotected location. Joseph withstood the blow with dignity and decided to release all his brother's strength in order to cope with such a skilled fighter. The criminal knew that he would die, putting all his energy into the blow, but was not afraid of death. His whole life was subordinated to the idea of U-200B, 200 retribution. The Special Forces soldier again made a roll out of his jacket, which he hoped to use instead of a spear. A well-aimed shot pierced the bandit's shoulder, limiting the mobility of the heavily muscled arm. When the captain swung his hand for another blow, Director Shu came to her senses. The girl watched in amazement as her humble guard dealt with the criminal who had kidnapped her and Laura. When Joseph screamed, Yifei decided he had had enough and hurried to Yingen, who was looking at him with wide eyes, as if for the first time. Having cut the rope, the Special Forces soldier picked up the freed girl in his arms. The captain looked tenderly at Mrs. Shu, and there was no longer arrogance in her gaze. The girl was pleased that Yifei had come for her. The young man assured that it was his duty to protect the director, but Ingen felt that the guard was too tense. The guy tried to say something else, but Mrs. Shu realized that he was guided not only by diligence and ordered him to control himself. To be more convincing, Yingen awarded the captain a bump on his head, and at that moment, Yitian ran into the cabin, looking for Laura. The taster had recovered from the beating and was eager to engage in a fight. But Yifei, who had preceded him, pointed him to Laura, who was sitting in the corner. The young man rushed to his companion but tripped and fell on Laura, causing her indignation. Seeing the irritation in the girl's eyes, The guy assured that he didn't have any vulgar thoughts, but out of excitement he hugged her tighter than he should have. Calling Yitian to order, the offended Laura also gave him a bump. And the bandit, who came to his senses, asked what the secret of Yifei's incredible strength was. Pinned to the wall with a spear, the criminal posed no threat, and the captain said he could train Joseph as well. As the commando prepared to reveal his secret, Miss Shu, Yitian, and Laura looked at him in awe, holding their breath. Yifei admitted that the fight with Stick was the most dangerous. At times he despaired, but then he remembered what was said in the TV news and newspapers. By watching Chinese news every day and devouring pounds of press, the captain cultivated the will to win, which gave him strength. The forces waxed and waned until finally there was a breakthrough that cost Stick his life. And since then, Yifei has not been afraid of anyone. The terrorist was looking forward to an answer. But what he heard was not at all what he expected. The Special Forces veteran said he drew strength from the state ideology. Joseph was ready to fall into the ground. The criminal swore, deciding that he was being taken for a fool, and exclaimed that he could have come up with a better excuse. According to Joseph, stories about cosmic rays and mutant spider bites would look more convincing, but Yifei was not going to prove anything. The enraged bandit roared that it didn't matter anymore, because everyone would die with him, and his henchman was just planting explosives in the boats. An angry shout from Mingrui came from the upper deck, and a man in camouflage, whom Joseph recognized with horror as his assistant, flew overboard. Following the falling man with his gaze, the Silver Eagle asked what he was doing at the boats, and if the strange guy decided to look for death, he found it. The terrorist leader did not expect to see the leader of the Soaring Eagles alive, and asked how he managed to fight off 2 CIA agents. The criminal did not believe that the Jiang country's envoys could fail, and Mingrui recalled Mao's saying that imperialism is a paper tiger. The freed hostages brought by Cerebriani gathered near the boats, and the captain gave the order to begin loading and leave the ship. Joseph admitted his defeat, but finally said that Yifei and his loved ones would be killed by the saint, who knew the location of the Golden Eagle. Supervising the loading of people onto boats together with Sophia, the Special Forces soldier swore to himself that this time he would not allow the saint to leave. When the liner exploded, the passengers had already sailed to a safe distance, and no civilians were injured. Silver fired his flare gun and reported that a rescue helicopter would arrive soon, and the captain praised him for his good job. Sophia found herself in the same boat with Lin Qiong, who cast withering glances at the mercenary, and the commando was afraid that they would fight. The policewoman was the first to break the silence and, angrily pointing her finger at the blonde, blurted out that she was connected with terrorists and she did not belong here. When trying to explain herself, Lin Qiong accused Yifei of colluding with the bandits, and he rashly said that he would rather drown than contact the criminals. Suddenly, a huge wave rose and carried the boat out to sea, and the police thought that the captain had jinxed them. The storm threw the victims onto a lost island infested with snakes and sea creatures. Having come to her senses, Lin Qiong saw that a crab had climbed onto her and screamed heart-rendingly. Sophia knocked down the crab with a dagger, but the policewoman imagined that they wanted to kill her, and then the mercenary reproached her for ingratitude. The servant of the law grumpily replied that she had nothing to thank the criminal who had encroached on her life. Lin Qiong continued to lament, and the mercenary, playing with daggers, sarcastically inquired whether the girl was afraid that she would kill everyone. Meanwhile, the Zhu sisters also came to their senses, and Shanshan immediately asked what happened and where they ended up. Sophia replied that the girls ended up on a desert island, and she and Yifei pulled them out of the water, and then Ingen asked why she was helping them. Shanshan looked around the island in search of her imaginary son-in-law, but he disappeared without a trace. After looking around, the girls noticed a light nearby and became worried. The fire was approaching, and Lin Qiong remembered the tales of virgin islands inhabited by tribes of cannibals, and she became afraid. Yifei emerged from the bushes with a torch and asked what happened during his absence. Throwing herself on her son-in-law's neck, Shanshan scared him and hid behind her sister. Lin Qiong threw a stone at him out of resentment, and Mengxin giggled nervously. The young man explained to the ladies that they had been carried far from the ship, so they would have to spend several days on the island waiting for rescuers. After a pause, the captain added that they needed shelter for the night and volunteered to build a hut, and the ladies were glad that there was someone to take care of them. The mercenary reminded the Special Forces soldier that he had promised her a duel. When Yifei refused to fight, the girl decided that he was a coward, and the captain explained that now they should think about shelter and not about fights. Then the Special Forces officer noticed that the women's clothes were torn, and they must be uncomfortable in rags. The beauties were embarrassed, and Sophia whispered that next time they would definitely fight. Lin Kyung suffered the most, but when Yifei asked if he needed help, the girl tried to gouge out his eyes and called him a lecher. The retired Special Forces soldier began construction and tried to work quickly in order to finish it by nightfall. The young man found it awkward to involve girls in the work, and then Shanshan took the initiative by organizing a women's construction team. The guy didn't know whether to rejoice or run away in panic when 5 beauties in swimsuits volunteered to help him. In the army, the captain was accustomed to hard work, learned to survive in extreme conditions, and was considered one of the most resilient fighters. Spending the night in a hut side by side with 5 beauties in bikinis turned out to be a difficult test, even for a Special Forces soldier accustomed to difficulties. Sitting between the Shu sisters, Yifei did not sleep a wink, fighting temptation. Looking at the sleeping Yingyan, the guy was surprised how ruler Liu Xianhui managed to remain calm in a similar situation. Remembering the era of the 3 kingdoms, the captain tried to imagine himself as an emperor surrounded by lovely concubines. Later, Yifei decided that he did not need a harem, since he had enough worries from one fake girl, and then Shanshan tossed in her sleep and pushed him. The push turned out to be quite strong. Rolling to the side, the captain buried his nose in the relief bust of Ingen and woke her up. Having caught her bodyguard in an outrageous position, Mrs. Shu asked what was the matter and, without waiting for an answer, broke the guy's nose. The embarrassed captain muttered that Shanshan was to blame, but she had already woken up and, with a sly smile, rejected all accusations against her. While the Special Forces officer was making excuses, the girl complained about the noise and turned over on her other side and again accidentally pushed her son-in-law. The young man again found himself face to face with the angry Ingen, but was no longer afraid of a scandal. Mrs. Shu did not believe that her sister's restless sleep was to blame and slapped the guard in the face, having no doubt that he was pestering her on purpose. Sophia remained outside on guard duty and heard the screams of Yifei and his strict boss coming from the hut, but decided not to interfere. The next morning, there was an abrasion on the captain's cheek, but he was cheerful and pretended as if nothing had happened. Concerned, Lin Qiang asked what happened to Yifei's face, but he lied that he fell when he went out into the bushes at night. Gathering his courage, the young man asked everyone to gather in the clearing to discuss a plan of action, and Mengxin was the first to support him. The captain handed out sticks to the girls for drawing lots and ordered them to split into 2 groups to go in search of food and water. Miss Su drew the first lot, hoping to be on the same team as her lover. Lin Qiang did not want to cooperate with the assassin and made a scene. Sophia did not remain in debt and said that she did not need a stupid partner. The policewoman was offended and challenged the mercenary to a fight, and she immediately used her daggers. Having dodged, Officer Lin shouted that using a secret weapon was dishonest and demanded to fight openly. Accusing Sophia of cowardice, now the assassin student got really angry and kicked the girl in the ribs, proving that hand-to-hand combat doesn't scare her. Lin Qiang said that the enemy herself had asked for trouble, and she could no longer escape from the island. And Sophia prepared to throw the blade. The fighters were ready to destroy each other, but the captain arrived in time, separated the warriors, and ordered them to calm down. Yifei reminded that the situation is critical, so fights are unacceptable if Lin Qiang wants to see the master, and Sophia is counting on a duel. Appealing to common sense, the Special Forces soldier recommended that the girls forget about prejudices for a while and not create problems for themselves and others. The squad consisting of Sophia, Lin Qiang, and Mengxin left for the jungle, and the policewoman was still angry with Yifei for putting her in the same group with the bandit. Officer Lin grumbled that she could have taught the criminal a lesson if not for the promised meeting with the master, and Miss Su chuckled, knowing who her hero was. Then the policewoman began to be indignant that there was no water or food in the forest, when suddenly a rustling was heard in the bushes, and the girls decided that they were being played. This time, it was not Yifei who jumped out of the thickets, but an angry bear, prowling the jungle in search of prey. The predator was rapidly approaching. Lin Qiang grabbed Mengxin and shouted that she had to run, hoping that Sophia, who was walking in front, would hear her. Thinking that Yifei was messing around in the bushes, the mercenary hit the beast with her knee and ordered her to go look for food, and her companions ran away without finishing shouting. When a growl was heard in response instead of human speech, the girl realized that there was an animal in front of her and did a somersault, leaving the predator behind. The enraged bear raised its paw to strike, but the mercenary decided to engage in battle so that Miss Su and Officer Lin could escape. The daggers did not harm the beast, but the girl forgave her partners for running away, and Lin Kyong admitted that she did not think that Sophia needed help. Yifei went in search of food with the Shu sisters. The observant Shanshan guessed that he had quarreled with his sister and took her son-in-law into circulation. The captain denied it, but Shanshan objected that loving girls do not beat their boyfriends, and the young man lied that Yingen killed mosquitoes. Mrs. Shu sulked. The Special Forces soldier convinced his imaginary daughter-in-law that everything was fine with them. But Shanshan's intuition told her that the couple had problems. Injin went deeper into the thickets, reminding them that the main problem is that they have no food and water, so they need to get down to business and not talk. Shanshan stuck out her tongue at her sister and said that she should be softer, otherwise she would not be loved. But she said that she did not care what others thought. Yifei signaled to his daughter-in-law to remain silent and suggested that she concentrate on finding something to eat. When suddenly, Mrs. Zhu's scream was heard from the bushes. Having rushed to the rescue, the young man saw that the girl had been bitten by a snake. The captain crushed the viper and began to remove the poison from the wound on his leg in front of the excited Shanshan. Director Shu didn't like being touched without permission, and the commando explained that he was saving her life. The young man asked if the snake had bitten Injin somewhere else, and the girl, blushing with shame, admitted that the viper had bitten her. The guy was taken aback, but Shanshan looked at him with such hope that he could not let her down. Kneeling down in front of Yingying, Yifei thought about how to resolve the embarrassment. Life is like a series of choices, but if Jack Ma had a choice, he would have become a teacher. And Ren Zhengfei did not found Huawei and devoted himself to his family. If the captain could act of his own free will, he would not have agreed to play the boss's boyfriend, and the shameful incident would not have happened. The thought of a man's touch made Mrs. Shu tremble. The guy didn't know how to approach her, and Shanshan didn't understand what was going on. Finally, Yifei figured out how to get out of the difficult situation, because if he removed the poison with his eyes closed, he would not be considered a lecher. Just in case, Director Shu slapped the Special Forces officer so that he would not try to kiss her. Shanshan mockingly asked why the son-in-law was still afraid to be alone with Yingying, causing the captain to once again experience the fear of being exposed. Having closed his eyes, the young man could not find the wound for a long time, so Mrs. Shu herself had to press his head to the site of the bite. Noticing that her sister was watching them with interest, Yingen sent her to look for water, and Shanshan ran away, declaring that she would not disturb the lovers. When the girl disappeared behind the trees, Yifei told Mrs. Shu that there was no need to hug his neck anymore, but she was in no hurry to open the hug. The young man was very surprised when Mrs. Shu asked if he would like to become her boyfriend, because he had been playing this role for a long time. Yifei couldn't believe his ears when Yingen clarified that she was offering him a real relationship. Lin Kyong wanted to entrust the bear to Sophia, but she objected that the knife would not pierce the bear's skin, so she had to hide and wait for him to leave. The bushes crackled again. The police ordered the girls to disperse and rushed into the thicket to take advantage of surprise. Shanshan appeared behind the trees, extremely surprised that she was mistaken for the danger of the beast. Director Shu appreciated Yifei's devotion, who was always there to help her out in all her troubles, not wanting to be the center of attention. Finally, the girl asked directly whether the captain agreed to become her boyfriend, and the timid captain hesitated to answer, stuttering mid-sentence. Having gotten rid of the bear, Sophia caught up with Shanshan and asked where Yifei was, and the policewoman added that she needed to warn him about the predator. The Special Forces soldier was still gathering his thoughts, when suddenly the rest of the girls rushed into the clearing, being chased by the bear. The guy picked up Ingen in his arms, but the beast was already close, and the ladies vied with each other to persuade him to run away. The captain reassured Mrs. Shu, promising that he would be able to protect her. The bear had already stretched out its paw to the young man, but Yifei threw the beast away with one fist. Love endowed him with superhuman strength. Now that there was no longer any need to hide his feelings, the Special Forces veteran could look tenderly at his girlfriend. Mrs. Shu looked with admiration at her boyfriend, who had just defeated the bear, and was happy to hear that from now on, she was Yifei's girlfriend. The young ladies looked warily at the dead bear, amazed at the strength of the unremarkable office security guard. The captain himself, with Ingen in his arms, barely had time to dodge the collapsing carcass. The technique with which Yifei killed the bear reminded Lin Kyong of the unsurpassed fist-fighting technique demonstrated by the secret master. When the girl asked how a simple security guard knew the techniques of her idol, the guy realized that he had been driven into a corner and did not know what to answer. There was no need to lie. The policewoman came up with the answer herself, deciding that Yifei was a master's student and imitated the teacher in everything, including fighting bears. Lin Qing's logic made the captain clutch his head, and at this time Sophia demanded revenge, admitting that he deserved to be called Burkett. The mercenary took a stance and drew her blades, inviting the former Special Forces soldier to demonstrate his skills in full force. The young man reluctantly accepted the challenge, and Lin Qiang encouraged him, shouting that he must teach the impudent bandit a lesson and not disgrace the teacher. Armed with 3 throwing knives, the assassin attacked first. Without moving, Yifei caught all 3 knives released by Sophia. The next time the girl used ancient daggers handed over by her mentors. To enhance the effect, the mercenary attacked from behind, doing a somersault behind the Special Forces soldier. After performing a flip jump, Sophia, while still in the air, threw her daggers at the captain. Yifei threw the caught knives towards the flying blades, redirecting them towards the girl. The secret weapon was used against the owner. One of the blades whistled very close, scratching the skin of her cheekbone. The assassin student once again noted the phenomenal speed of the enemy, who announced that it was now his turn to strike. Swinging, the commando ran into a stone and fell on Sophia, pinning her to the ground. The captain realized that he was putting the girl in an awkward position and hurried to get up, but slipped and fell again, which only worsened the embarrassment. The wrestlers froze in an ambiguous pose, but Sophia did not even think of being indignant. And when Yifei finally got to his feet, she asked to take her as a student. The girl wanted to learn the art of throwing knives from Burkut, and the Special Forces soldier promised to help. A helicopter appeared in the sky, and the captain was glad that he would soon leave the island and finally get rid of his restless charges. The next day, rumors spread that the strongest S-rank fighter had arrived in Ye City, defeating Joseph, Bloodwolf, and Captain Hunter. The inseparable mercenaries Sinner and Poison Fist also went to the airport to look at the first royal soldier in the city. Having changed his profession, the former thief Eku An received the nickname Hell's Nose and 15th place in the ranking of S-class fighters. Having heard a lot of gossip about the hero who received his title before everyone else, the mercenaries did not take their eyes off Eku Anya, and when he spoke, they trembled. The imaginary royal soldier was surrounded by an enthusiastic crowd, and he was completely at a loss, wondering what all these people wanted from him. Recounting the rumors, the Sinner noticed that the hero's lowered nose spoke of a fighting spirit, and his partner added that this is how he defeated all his enemies. The mercenaries were filled with awe, and Ekuan himself wanted to quickly see his sister, whose treatment Yifei had organized in exchange for a favor. Ms. Ju received a call from manager Fang Yeyu asking for a meeting at the Eden Garden Resort Hotel to provide important information about the company. Yifei took both sisters to the hotel. Director Shu began studying the report, and Shanshan went to the ladies' room. In the restroom, the girl heard Fan's assistant report to Ziqiao that he had brought Yingen, and he ordered to detain her until noon and give her sleeping pills. Shanshan immediately called the captain and knocked out a glass of champagne from her sister, explaining that sleeping pills were mixed into the drink. Director Shu was furious and demanded an explanation, and Fan smiled as if nothing had happened because the girl managed to take a sip from the glass. The drug began to act, Shanshan picked up her sister, and Ziqiao appeared on the threshold with a squad of thugs and mockingly greeted Yingen. Madame Shu reminded that Miss Su would not tolerate such antics, but the scoundrel believed that Mengxin was not his order and ordered both sisters to be tied up. Armed with a bottle with its neck broken off, Shanshan warned that she would fight anyone who dared to approach them. Director Shu began to lose consciousness. Her sister tried to take her away, but the girl could not stand on her feet. When Young Song stood in the way of the girls, Shanshan threatened that Yifei would destroy him, but the scoundrel said that the entrances were blocked. The girl had no doubt that her son-in-law would easily deal with the scoundrel, but the bastard was already reaching out to Ingen. But an unexpected blow tempered his ardor. Shanshan kicked the scoundrel with all her heart in the most sensitive place, and the youth writhed on the floor and screamed that he was abusing the girl right now. Rising to his feet with the help of his bodyguards, Ziqiao slapped the obstinate woman such a slap in the face that the girl collapsed to the floor. The satisfied scoundrel was already unbuttoning his trousers, but the captain did not allow him to mock his daughter-in-law. Before Ziqiao could turn around, he was knocked down and stunned by a brutal kickboxing technique. Shanshan greeted her son-in-law with delight, and the commando noted that she had finished off the scoundrel well, and now he would finish with Sun and the others. The beaten young man had difficulty distinguishing faces and did not immediately guess who dared to hit him. But when he recognized the Special Forces soldier, he felt terrified. The young man did not understand how Yi Fei managed to break through, but Fan clarified whether it was the same guy, and the captain confirmed that such non-entities could not hold him back. Introducing himself as a friend of Ziqiao, Fan advised not to anger Mr. Song, otherwise he and his family would be crushed into powder with a snap of his fingers. Dreaming of taking revenge on Yi Fei for the thwarted takeover and discrediting him, the young man ordered the captain to be beaten, and Shanshan asked to be careful in battle. The Special Forces soldier did not wait for Ziqiao's bodyguards to attack him, and rushed like an arrow towards the offender of the sisters, leaving the guards out of work. The security did not notice how the captain grabbed the guy by the collar and began to beat him, asking whether he no longer wanted to live, because this was only the beginning of the reckoning. Shanshan was admired by Yi Fei's strength, and when he reported that she was too kind and had suffered too, she said that her son-in-law would be acquitted by avenging her. The 3 bodyguards attacked the Special Forces soldier, but he met them with powerful blows from his fists. The young man fought hand-to-hand with 3 big men without much effort, managing to attack accurately and masterfully avoid blows. The captain spent a little longer with one of the big men than with the others. The bodyguard deliberately distracted Yi Fei and shouted to his charge to leave while he could still detain the enemy. The guards were unable to buy enough time from the captain for Sun and Fan to escape, and the commandos scattered them around the hall like 9 pins. When the young man grabbed Ziqiao by the hair, the youth demanded to let him go and threatened that he would kill Yi Fei if he hit him. The captain silently slammed the scoundrel's face into the wall and warned him that he would break his leg so that he would remember his lesson and no longer bother the girls. Throwing the scoundrel to the floor, the commando immediately fulfilled his promise, and young Sun howled in pain, feeling his bones being crushed. Taking the sisters away, Yi Fei instructed Fan to take Ziqiao home and tell his relatives that the young man would pay with his life if he returned to his old ways. Having learned about the incident, the head of the Song family scolded his son for poorly raising his grandson, who was beaten for harassing ladies. Ziqiao's parents were sadly silent. There was nothing to object, and a dejected Cao Yingbo stood next to them. The mother admitted that she spoiled her son, but the beating dishonors the whole family. Cao agreed and added that his friend could remain disabled. The patriarch ordered the woman to get up from her knees and agreed that the man who beat the young man must be punished. Otherwise, the honor and future of the clan are at risk. Senior Song feared Yi Fei's strength and decided to seek help from the 3rd respected family member, who promised to deal with the offender. Ziqiao had been asking for trouble for a long time and had harmed Yingying. So the captain decided to find out more about the Song family and asked Miss Su for a meeting. The girl arrived at the appointed place in a bright red sports car and was happy to wash the bones of the Song family with her old friend. Mengxian believed that this small family did not deserve attention, and the guy told about Ziqiao's prank, adding that he was interested in the clan's past. Wondering whether Burkut would also come to her defense, Miss Su thoughtfully surveyed the surroundings and noticed that someone was running after the car. An old man who called himself the 3rd respected Song clan looked into the car window and asked the young man if he was Li Yifei. Yifei nodded and pressed the gas pedal, increasing the speed to the limit. The car rushed forward, and the old man, who had damaged his nails on the glass, rudely cursed the former Special Forces soldier. The 3rd respectful one chased after the car, shouting that the offender Ziqiao would not escape and threatening to chop the disrespectful guy into pieces. Having left the city limits, the car stopped. The captain got out of the car, and the old man asked in amazement why he stopped running away. Yi Fei explained that he did not intend to flee, but took his pursuer to a deserted place so that innocent people would not be harmed during their battle. The old man became more enraged than ever and kicked the guy, threatening that Ziqiao would tear him to shreds for beating him. The blow fell into the void and did not make an impression on the Special Forces veteran. The captain did not even have to move from his spot to dodge it. The old man demonstrated spectacular kickboxing techniques with surprising agility for his age, but never touched the captain. When 3rd Venerable tried to hit Yi Fei with a jumping kick, the captain deliberately dodged at the very last moment. Having jumped to a safe distance, the guy feigned admiration for the strength of the old man, who was running level with the sports car, saying that he was invincible. The spectacular receptions greatly tired the 3rd dear one. He could only scold. Then the old man asked why the guy shouldn't give up, and Mengxian could barely contain her laughter, realizing that her friend was mocking his opponent. The pompous old man said that it was too late to apologize and rushed at the young man. Yi Fei remained in place, and with a bored look watched the throwings of the old man, who naively believed that he could kill the golden eagle himself. Lin Kyung was patrolling the streets as usual when she suddenly noticed an old acquaintance who had made an appointment for her in a secluded alley. While waiting for the policewoman, Eku-an perfectly got used to the image of a royal soldier, which caused the girl's involuntary irritation. Officer Lin slapped the guy in the face so that he would not imagine himself, but Eku-an could not get out of character because they could approach him at any moment. The former thief reported that recently 2 suspicious individuals wanted to use him to sell illegal drugs. The young man said that since he began to portray the royal soldier, various influential people approached him. 2 unknown people offered the guy to accompany the shipment of substances to Japan, promising a generous payment. And Lin Kyung decided to track down the bandits. Eku-an did not want to get involved with the mafia. He fell to his knees and complained that he was very scared and did not have the necessary skills, but the girl was adamant. In the fight with Yifei, the third venerable demonstrated a number of impressive tricks, but was not very successful. The persistent old man did not lose heart and insisted that the young man should not think about escaping, and finally hit the captain with the sole of his foot. This was where the elder's successes ended. The Special Forces soldier instantly parried the blow and confused the enemy with intricate diversionary maneuvers. The old man declared that even a royal soldier could not withstand 4 attacks in a row, but Yifei killed the enemy with 1 blow of his fist. The third dear one did not immediately understand what had happened, and the captain explained that he was playing a joke on him, but he was already tired of messing around with the weak old man. The old man was deeply hurt by the deception and returned home beaten, and Father Ziqiao sadly reported to the patriarch that the third venerable had been defeated. A little later, Su Mengxian contacted the head of the Song family and stated that she would not tolerate disrespectful treatment of her friend Li Yifei. The clan leader was seriously frightened when he learned that Miss Su was patronizing their enemy. The patriarch muttered that it was a misunderstanding, but Mengxian said that she knew everything and that there would be retribution for the attack on Yifei and his family. The head of the family began to make excuses, but Miss Su had already pressed the end button, and Grandfather Ziqiao could only say hell out of frustration. The captain asked how he could thank Mengxian, and the girl suggested going shopping together. In a fashionable boutique in a shopping center, the girl bought a new swimsuit and hat, and the commando noted that his friend had excellent taste. When Mengxian went to the ladies' room, Yifei stayed in the hall with his purchases and noticed that a lady was staring at him. The captain immediately recognized the girl. It was the famous singer Ning Xin, who was distinguished by her quarrelsome and headstrong character. The artist also recognized an old acquaintance and decisively moved towards him. Yifei did not want to cross paths with the capricious celebrity once again, but she did not let him slip away. Approaching the captain, the girl asked if they had met before in order to start a conversation, although she had no doubt who was in front of her. Turning to face Ning Xin, the commando pulled a hatbox over his head to get rid of the assertive lady. When the artist asked the young man's name, he gave a fictitious name and said that she had mistaken herself. One of the fans recognized the star. Ning Xin was surrounded by fans. Taking advantage of the turmoil, Yifei took to his heels, and the girl rushed after him. The Special Forces veteran took refuge in the ladies' restroom, and the singer, having forcibly fought off the fans, sneaked in after him. Yifei ran into the toilet stall so the artist did not find him and left with nothing, suspecting the guy of unhealthy addictions. Finding herself with a young man in a tight, confined space, Miss Su became embarrassed, and the captain explained that he was hiding from an annoying person. The Special Forces soldier also felt awkward, fearing to offend the girl with a careless movement. Having touched the door latch, the guy gave himself away with a roar, and Ningxian guessed that there was someone in the booth. The girl unceremoniously opened the door to the box and looked inside. Back at the police station, Lin Qiang was thinking about how to proceed with the investigation. Fearing ridicule, the policewoman did not dare to turn to the chief for help, and she also feared that the senior officer would take credit for the success. Then Officer Lin thought about bringing Yifei into the investigation. And then the girl was attacked by drowsiness, which she considered a shameful weakness. The policewoman did not want to disappoint her father, and she decided that she would act on her own. Determination did not last long. The girl was unable to overcome fatigue, and she herself did not notice how she fell asleep right at the table. Lin Qiang never managed to rest. She was soon awakened by the menacing shout of her boss, who could not stand it when his subordinates slept at work. Entering the toilet stall, the brash celebrity did not expect to meet the famous Su Mengxian there. Ning Xin started small talk to smooth over the awkwardness, but Miss Su kicked her out. saying that she would continue the conversation in a more appropriate place. The singer submitted, promising to wait for Mengxian outside, while she wondered where the young man had disappeared to. The captain positioned himself under the ceiling of the box, resting his hands and feet on the walls. It was difficult to maintain his balance, and a drop of sweat fell on Ningxian's cheek. Losing her patience, Miss Su pushed the singer out of the booth, and she was surprised why her friend was making such a fuss. After leaving the restroom, the artist wondered what could be dripping from the ceiling, and again banged on the door, guessing that someone was hiding above. Bursting into the box, the star found Miss Su in the arms of a man who hid his face under a homemade mask from a hat box. Yifei and Mengxian kissed passionately, pretending to be lovers. The captain whispered to the girl that the situation was out of control and asked her to play along with him, while Miss Su dreamed of the kiss being real. Embarrassed, Ningxian apologized for disturbing her, and the commando edifyingly said that it was indecent to peep. The ashamed star ran out the door and, after waiting for some time, returned for Mengxian. But there was no trace of both lovers. After emerging from the restroom, the young people walked past a poster with a portrait of Ningxian, and Miss Su asked Yifei how he met the star. The captain admitted that he once accidentally offended the singer, and since then, they have been playing dirty tricks on each other, and Mengxian assured that the girl did not recognize him in the mask. The Special Forces soldier explained that Ningxian has the intuition of a genius, so she cannot be deceived. And to confirm his words, the artist stood in their way. The star foresaw the direction in which her acquaintances would move, escaping pursuit, and immediately asked without mincing words why Yifei was avoiding her. The young man began to explain but did not have time to finish, noticing that the attackers were approaching them. Two guys with swords came out from around the corner, looking extremely unfriendly, and the captain asked who they were and what they needed. The bandits told Yifei not to meddle in other people's affairs and to get away, and the retired Special Forces soldier concluded that this time they were not coming for him. Drawing a curved Japanese sword, one of the guys moved towards Ningxian. The captain knocked the killer down and ran to the girl, and meanwhile the second mafioso was already creeping up on him. Turning around, the young man knocked the katana out of the assassin's hands. Grabbing the criminal by the neck, the Special Forces soldier threw him over his head with all his might, saying that one must be prepared for retribution when deciding to commit a crime. Ningxian was worried that her friend had killed the stranger, and the captain replied that there was no need to worry about those sent to kill her. The star arrogantly said that she would not thank Yifei, although her intuition tells her that he is right, and Mengxian mentally called her a bitch. Miss Su said that the mall was dangerous and Ningxian had better leave, and the singer agreed that she should not appear in the Chronicle of Incidents. Mengxian noted that the captain was afraid of the artist, and the captain explained that the star has a complex character, and for now you should not catch her eye. Yifei later added that Ningxian was not easy to get rid of. She would soon realize that she was being avoided, and then decided to interrogate the surviving bandit. Turning to the wounded criminal, Yifei asked if he was Japanese if he went into action with a katana. Members of influential clans, including representatives of the Yakuza, Green Mafia, and the Song family, met in the dojo of the famous Blade Master. When the guests took their seats, the first word was taken by the beautiful hostess of the hall, Kang Lan. After the welcoming speech, the beauty asked what she owed to the visit of respected people. The second Deer House song said that the Golden Eagle had appeared in the city of Ye in Huaxia, and called for a unification of forces in the name of victory over the enemy. To the surprise of everyone present, Kang Lan reacted coldly to the proposal and demanded proof, and then Xian Jie, nicknamed the Sage, spoke up. Confirming the information from the Song family, the bandit said that Yifei had thwarted his plans and asked which organizations were interested in eliminating him. Kang Lan did not want to get involved with Huaxia. Then the Sage promised to lure Burkut to Japan, but the girl said that she did not care about the special forces. Leafing through a magazine with a photo of Ningxian, Komodo Koji from the Yamaguchi group noted that Kang Lan was as cowardly as a mouse and was a disgrace to Japanese blade masters. The Yakuza believed that if three authoritative groups cannot deal with one guy, their leaders should commit harakiri. The dojo owner asked if the gangster had a plan, and Komodo assured that he would eliminate Yifei, but Kang Lan asked to consult with Miyamoto's boss. The man believed that he did not need anyone's advice and would soon either finish with Burkut or commit seppuku. As the sage predicted, Mrs. Shu, on behalf of the head office, soon arrived in Japan to study the competitive environment and took Yifei with her. The captain did not want to fly to Japan, But Director Shu reminded them that their trip was extremely important for business development, so there was no need to be capricious. In part, Ingen understood her boyfriend because abroad she had to be protected much more carefully. But then a familiar voice invaded her thoughts. Chao Yingbo approached the girl with flowers, lavishing compliments and dancing with joy that he had finally met his passion. The libertine thought that Ingen did not know that he had participated in her abduction and began to flirt with her. But the appearance of the captain discouraged him. Seeing the commando, Yingbo almost fainted, and Mrs. Su explained that Yifei was her bodyguard, and Mr. Cao came to Japan on business. Finishing the conversation, Ingen asked the captain to take her to the hotel, not suspecting that they were being watched. And Cao looked longingly after the beauty. Sun Donjan, obsessed with a thirst for revenge, contacted the leader of the terrorist group Cult of Truth, Mom, and ordered him to kill Yifei. At the hotel, Director Shu wanted to relax, and her boyfriend went for a walk and in the lobby came across Ning Xin, who had come on tour. The star quipped that Yifei was apparently kicked out by his girlfriend because he deserves nothing else, and he thought that the singer was acting like a bitch from an anime. Having exhausted the limit of barbs, the artist asked her friend how he was doing, and when she learned about his resignation, she immediately said that she was not worried about him at all. Hearing the elevator bell, the young man felt danger approaching and pushed the girl into his room, ignoring the indignant cries. The former Special Forces soldier's instincts did not deceive him. Two A-rank militants sent by the Yakuza arrived in the elevator. The eldest of the bandits sent the student to Yifei's room, and the captain pressed the singer against the wall and covered her with himself, ordering her to remain silent and not move. The Special Forces veteran was preparing to repel the attack, but Ning Xin feared that she was being harassed. Seeing Ingen sleeping, the artist decided that the guy had lost all shame. But when a blade pierced the door, morality faded into the background. Sometime later, the junior Yakuza Komodo Kuraryu knocked down the door, and Ingen, who had put on soundproof headphones, did not wake up. Preparing for battle, Yifei concentrated energy in his palms, and Senior Master Yokohama, who was ensuring the student, felt powerful vibrations of power. Kuraryu called upon Shinobu's blade, charging his katana with the power of destruction, and did a somersault, aiming for an attack from above. Throwing himself at the captain, the Yakuza had no doubt that he would deal with Burkett with one blow, but his hopes were not destined to come true. Two daggers whizzed through the air, stabbing into the killer's sword. Kuraryu looked around in amazement, looking for the insolent person who prevented him from completing the task. The Yakuza was even more surprised to learn who released the daggers. Having foreseen the possibility of an assassination attempt, Yifei assigned Sophia to guard Ingen. While the girl was distracting Kuraryu, Master Yokohama took care of the Golden Eagle, hastening to help the student out. Accepting the battle, the commando ordered Ning Xin to leave the room and hide in a safe place, and this time, there were no objections. Drawing intricate patterns with his sword, the Yakuza noted that Burkett knew how to evade attacks, and warned that this fight would be remembered for a long time. Parrying complex fencing techniques, Yifei moved with amazing speed, which delighted his opponent. Coming close to the Blade Master, the captain looked the swordsman straight in the eyes, releasing an aura of otherworldly horror. The killer was familiar with psychic pressure techniques, and was amazed at how great Yifei's strength was, which could only be matched by Kong Lan. Having distracted the enemy's attention, the Special Forces soldier split the blade of the sword with a blow of his fist, and Master Yokohama involuntarily admired the resourcefulness of the enemy. The next blow, enhanced by the release of energy, knocked out the man, and the swordsman admitted defeat, praising Yifei's skill. Having dealt with Kuraryu, Sophia stated that she was not hired as a bodyguard, and asked that she be taught how to throw knives as soon as possible. While reprimanding the student for the blade stuck in the guy's helmet, the commando saw that Sophia and Ning Xin, exhausted from snoring, were waking up Ingen. Having forbidden him to disturb his beloved's sleep, the captain examined the bandits' weapons and, judging by the red guard of the sword and the shape of the blade, realized that they were from Yamaguchi's group. This gang had previously attempted to kill Ning Xin in Huaxia, and the singer was afraid that the gangsters had followed her to Japan, but Yifei knew that they were hunting him. The investigation led Lin Qiang and Ekuan to the land of the rising sun. Cao Yingbo arranged a meeting for them at the port, believing that he was dealing with mercenaries. The former thief got used to the role. Well, Cao felt serious pressure, but still asked who Mr. Hell's Nose had brought with him. Ekuan introduced Lin Qiang, disguised as a guy, as his assistant Xiao Fei, Yingbo did not suspect anything and reported to Xianji that the fighters had arrived. The sage and the bloody wolf looked with interest at the imposters, trembling with fear. The young people were afraid that the terrorist would remember them from the battle on the ship. And Cao proudly announced that he had hired an S-rank royal soldier. Hell's Nose did not inspire Xianji's confidence, so he assigned Bloodwolf to test the fighter's skills. Drawing his sword from its sheath, the bloody wolf moved towards the imaginary mercenaries, and the policewoman thought with horror that he would recognize them, and wondered how to distract him. Pointing his sword at Eku An, the fanatic never remembered the long-nosed guy from the sunken liner, since he did not consider his opponents worthy of memory. The bloody wolf's heavy gaze destroyed his will and shackled his heart with grave cold. And the former thief did not know what to do with this nightmare. A wave of chilling horror emanated from the terrorist. Realizing that her partner could not stand it for long, Officer Lin was wondering how to help him. The girl decided to bluff, putting on a carefree appearance. The policewoman said in a cheeky tone that angering Hell's Nose was dangerous to life. While acting out, Lin Qing was disgusted with herself and thought that she was disgracing the police. But the bloody wolf finally sheathed his sword. The fugitive commando approached the sage to report on the results of the check, and the imaginary mercenaries went cold. At that moment, their fate was being decided. Bloodwolf reported that the guys had resisted the pressure of his aura, and Jian Jie ordered them to follow Cao, not noticing that Ekuan had wet his pants. Waking up, Mrs. Xu expressed dissatisfaction with the presence of strangers. She had no complaints about Sophia, but she still had questions about Ning Xin. Injin asked what the star was doing in their room and attacked Yi Fei, demanding to end the adventures because he already has a girlfriend. Despite the young man's admonitions, the singer made a scene, shouting that she had known her boyfriend much longer than Miss Xu herself. Having lost patience, Ingen kicked all three out the door, and Sophia was surprised why she too fell under the hot hand. Before leaving with Sophia, the captain asked Ning Xin to stop his persecution, but the artist did not want to give up on the captain. Left alone, the singer told herself that no one had ever run away from her. Yi Fei brought the student to the representative office of the Yamaguchi group. The girl was surprised and asked why he took her with him. Kuraryu did not want to be dragged along the floor and agreed to indicate the location of the branch where he expected to get a place after the tests. The captain told Sophia that he would now teach her a master class in throwing daggers. In the branch office, the Yakuza boss scolded the junior ranks for the failed liquidation of Burkett, considering them worthless fighters. Komodo remembered the unsuccessful attempt to capture Ning Xin and shouted that such non-entities as his subordinates should be subjected to harakiri. Hearing the noise outside the door, the bandit barked that what kind of ignorant people dared to disturb him during the meeting, and Yi Fei and Sophia appeared on the threshold. Komodo ordered the gangsters to deal with the uninvited guests. The captain didn't seem to care at all about the hordes of gangsters with drawn swords pouring in from all sides. It was not difficult for an experienced Special Forces soldier to deal with ordinary militants using fists and kickboxing techniques. While Burkett dispersed the bandits, Sophia protected her mentor, distracting the criminals with throwing knives. Considering the girl an easy prey, one of the Yakuza crept up from behind and swung his sword at her. But the mercenary noticed him in time and parried the attack. Throwing away another gangster, the commando ordered Sophia to carefully observe his actions. With a lightning-quick movement, the young man threw something at another bandit, and a long needle stuck into the big guy's forehead. After warning the student that he would demonstrate the throwing technique only once, Yi Fei fired 6 needles at the approaching fighters. All the needles reached their target, but at this time Komodo came from behind, intending to decapitate both of them with one blow, but Yi Fei's fist beat him to it. The captain and the mercenary looked at the defeated enemy with interest, crawling towards the wall. The Yakuza shouted that they should not approach him. Komodo said that he attacked at the request of a respected person, the mere mention of which, in his opinion, should have scared the young man to death. Having admitted that Kang Lan had sent him, the bandit expected to see fear in the eyes of the winner. But this news did not upset the Special Forces veteran at all. Yi Fei painted the body of the bound Yakuza with obscene inscriptions and launched a live broadcast, and Komodo dreamed of seppuku, marveling at the morals of the youth. The captain asked if Sophia had time to review the technique of throwing needles, explaining that this was necessary for learning to throw knives. The Special Forces officer added that one of the soaring eagles had excellent command of the technique of flying daggers, and the girl wanted to reach the same heights. The lesson was interrupted by the appearance of a beautiful young Japanese woman in a luxurious kimono. In one hand, the lady was holding an embroidered umbrella, and in the other, a katana. Folding her umbrella, the girl ceremoniously bowed to Yifei and introduced herself as Blade Master Kang Lan. The captain asked what the young lady wanted, and the girl replied that she wanted to consult with the great warrior who defeated the Bloody Wolf. Seeing a worthy opponent, Sophia rushed into battle, to which Kang Lan noticed that the mercenary's fierce strength was balanced by her weaknesses. With a light, graceful movement, the Japanese woman parried the attack, sending her opponent into a deep knockout. Incapacitated, Sophia was amazed at the incredible speed of the fencer, and Kang Lan noted with satisfaction that now no one would interfere with them. Addressing Yifei, the girl called him Golden Eagle, making it clear that his reputation as an invincible fighter did not frighten her. Kang Lan put her hand on the guard of her sword, hinting at a duel, and assured that no one would disturb them in the night garden among the cherry blossoms. The captain apologized to the lady and said that he did not have time to talk, but instead of answering, he heard the whistle of a blade cutting through his jacket. The Japanese woman bowed, sheathing her sword, and the commando looked at the hole in surprise, not understanding how he could have missed the moment of impact. The fencer became convinced that Burkett was indeed a strong fighter because she was unable to defeat him due to the powerful energy shield protecting his body. The girl admitted that she likes tough guys, but Yifei did not allow himself to be bewitched by flattery and picked up a branch from the ground that replaced his sword. The captain announced that he was fencing in the Ran Mu style, which he studied in southern Shaolin. But Kang Lan would live because he did not kill women. The nobility of the enemy put the lady in a romantic mood. In the twilight cherry orchard, she could have passed for a fairy, if not for the naked katana. Calculating the blow, the girl thanked her enemy for the warning. The fighters crossed their weapons, and the Special Forces soldier barely had time to parry the attack from below. The captain noticed that the Japanese woman was unusually fast and nimble. Kang Lan also had a hard time. She almost lost her balance from the recoil. Dealing blow after blow, the skilled fencer kept her opponent at a long distance, leaving no opportunity for a counterattack. The Special Forces soldier tried to get Kang Lan in a jump, but that's what she needed. When Yifei could no longer stop, the girl reported that he had been caught. The insidious Japanese woman met the enemy with two sharp blades. The slightest mistake threatened with death. The captain landed safely between two sharpened blades, escaping with a deep scratch. Lin Qiong went to a meeting with a contractor, every now and then snapping at intemperate men attracted by her revealing otaku-style outfit. After visiting a family friend, the police explained that the Huaxia Mafia was bringing illegal substances to Japan and asked to arrange a meeting with the dealer. Out of respect for the girl's father, Uncle Fukushima helped her and advised her to wear his daughter's clothes so as not to be different from other party girls. When Lin Chong arrived at the club indicated by her uncle, the Japanese dealer did not want to do business with the frivolous girl dressed as a pheasant. Despite his youth, the curator of the dealer network was very careful and, just in case, ordered a search of the guest. Although nothing suspicious was found during the search, the young man told the girl to get out, and his henchmen began to laugh at her. When some gangster disparagingly called Lin Qiong a baby, the offended young lady knocked out the insolent one with one blow. Convinced that the visitor was not so simple, the leader of the gang ordered to surround her. Looking closely at the daring girl, the Yakuza was amazed at her self-control. The girl was not at all afraid of bandits ready to avenge their comrade. In passing, the young man noted that the guest was not bad-looking and was worth getting to know better. But first he had to deal with the police agent. The mafioso pulled out a gun and shouted that there was an undercover spy in the gang, and Lin Qiong understood why she felt so uncomfortable under his gaze. The policewoman was afraid that she had been discovered, but one of the gangsters gave himself away, saying that he had been confused with someone else, and the girl's heart was relieved. The bandit was pleased that the provocation was a success and pointed a gun at the exposed agent, yelling that bald men had no place among the Yakuza. Pointing to his fighters, the gangster noted that they live happily and do not deny themselves anything, which is why they all have excellent hair. The young man believed that an agent who lived in fear of exposure would certainly go bald from stress, and the spy was annoyed that he got burned over such a trifle. Having handed the policeman over to his thugs, the Yakuza approached Lin Qiong and apologized for keeping him waiting. Having seated the policewoman in a chair, the gangster young man announced that it was time to get down to business. Hanging over the girl in a threatening position, the gangster demanded a deposit of $1 million before he would consider options for cooperation. Looking expectantly at Yifei, Kang Lan told him her story and admitted that she was from a noble family, and at the age of 10 she became the heiress of the clan. 3 years later, the girl entered the Minami Tatsu Dojo, learned the teachings of the Wind Blade, took initiation at the age of 18 and founded a fencing school. Because of the spots on her skin, Kang Lan did not enter into a relationship and devoted herself to kendo, losing all emotions and desires except for the dream of a duel with the Golden Eagle. A blinding flash of light interrupted the girl's story, and the captain brilliantly escaped the trap. While parrying a blow from above, the fencer noticed that the sword was moving harder than usual. Sang Lan's graceful, complex feint, with its trajectory, resembled a dragon curled into a ring, waiting for prey. Being in the center of the flow of power, the Japanese woman prepared to deliver the decisive blow. The dragon's mouth was supposed to slam shut, swallowing the Golden Eagle. The young man realized that it was time to remember the Shaolin techniques of energy attacks. The Special Forces veteran did not want to fall into the dragon's mouth and use the Ranmu technique, for which the girl was not ready. The release of energy split Kang Lan's katana into small fragments, along with her dream of victory. When Berkut left the battlefield, flashes of power were still dancing on the branch that replaced the sword, and the defeated Japanese woman sat on the paving stones in a state of shock. Consoling the girl, Yifei said that she was a great master if she was able to use speed to create an air blade that increases the attack distance. Kang Lan was surprised that the captain had figured out her secret, and Sophia realized that her teacher had burned the air sword using Ranmu's energy techniques. The Japanese woman bowed respectfully before the winner and said that she was pleased to fight with the living legend of martial arts. The Special Forces soldier admitted that he himself received great pleasure from the duel with an outstanding opponent. Because good fighters are rare, Yifei extended his hand to the Japanese woman, and after the handshake, which turned out to be unusually soft, the girl noticed that no rash appeared on her palms. The captain then turned to Sophia to make sure she was okay. But then Kang Lan called out to him, convinced that she had received a sign from above. Shy and blushing with embarrassment, the young lady proclaimed that Berkut, who defeated her in a fair fight, should become her husband. The fencer explained that she made a vow to marry a man whose touch would not leave red spots on her skin. Marrying a foreigner was not part of the Special Forces soldier's immediate plans, and he took off before Kang Lan finished her story. The next morning, Ms. Shu was in a bad mood. She had a meeting with the leaders of the Aoki Corporation, but she was irritated by the arrogance of the management. Then Injin asked how her boyfriend spent the night, suggesting that he was partying in clubs, and the captain refused, omitting the details. The businesswoman asked Yifei to behave more modestly because the negotiations were not going well due to the president's illness, and the deputies were weaving intrigues. In the end, the girl warned that she was not in a good mood and would not tolerate flirting with other women, and the retired Special Forces soldier assured that she would not let her down. Yifei wanted to add that he was honesty himself, but said nothing in time because Kang Lan burst into the room and threw herself at his feet, calling him husband. Catching Injin's withering gaze, the captain, with the tenacity of a doomed man, begged him to give him the floor. The guy began to tell what happened at night, but Mrs. Shu looked at him like a wolf, and the dejected Japanese woman begged him not to leave her. The young man pretended that he did not know Kang Lan, but she said that it was absurd to deny everything after last night, which cost so much effort. Fearing a scandal, Yifei persuaded Mrs. Shu not to give in to emotions and listen to him, and the strict businesswoman changed her anger to mercy. As soon as the captain spoke, Lin Qiong ran in an extravagant club outfit and proposed marriage from the doorway. The retired Special Forces soldier mentally swore the last words, dreaming of disappearing into thin air. When the police asked why there were so many people in the room, Yingen could barely restrain her scream, and Kang Lan became curious about how Yifei would get out. While leaving for the meeting, Mrs. Shu ordered to wait for her in the car, and the captain attacked Lin Qiong for causing a scandal. The girl did not know that Yifei was not alone, and therefore came to share information about the sale of substances, and the guy asked if she had come here for pills. He ignored the barb, and the policewoman explained that she had proposed marriage to him because her father had promised her $1 million in dowry. Then Lin Qiong talked about the meeting with the dealer, and said that she could give her dowry as a deposit for the goods to open the network. Later, Kang Lan appeared, and kneeling down in front of the captain, said that she had brought her beloved husband a bento that she had prepared herself. When asked why she had come, the beauty handed the guy an elegant box, and when he recoiled in horror, she decided that he didn't like the bento. Lin Qiong scoffed that her acquaintance had returned to old habits, but the former Special Forces soldier resolutely objected that this was not so. A scandal was brewing at the entrance to Aoki's company office. Security did not allow Ms. Chu to meet with the director, Claiming that her pass was out of date, the businesswoman warned that Chairman Aoki would be unhappy. But the guards said that all decisions were now made by Director Miyamoto. Mizuchu was about to make a scene when Yifei came over and complained that she was deliberately not allowed into the office to disrupt the negotiations. Soldiers began to gather at the entrance, and the head of security threatened to force the girl out if she did not stop creating problems. For the sake of his beloved girl, the captain was ready to start a fight. But then, Kong Lan approached the disputants and asked what had happened. Under the stern gaze of the famous fencer, the guards became shy and fell silent. In Aoki's meeting room, Director Miyamoto treated Cao Yingbo to champagne and thanked him for preventing Miss Chu from entering the meeting. The vengeful young man also decided to prevent Yingen from returning to Huaxia, and the director was delighted, promising to give him the girl. Cao confirmed that his family and the Song clan would work with Aoki's company when Miyamoto took over, as the chairman had no successor. Having learned about the arrival of a strange guest, the meeting participants went downstairs, and the malicious director asked what she was doing here. Noticing Cao in the crowd, Yingen realized who was scheming, and Miyamoto yelled at the guards and told Kang Lan that she had no right to enter the office. The girl calmly objected to the loud director that she was here legally, leaving her to choke with anger. Cao Yingbo got cold feet when he saw a girl in the hall who looked like the famous swordswoman, and just in case, he asked if her name was Kang Lan. Mrs. Xu demanded an explanation from Cao, who muttered that outsiders were interfering with the negotiations. But the girl objected that she was not an outsider. The fencer explained that she took the pseudonym Song Lan to practice kendo, and her real name was Reiko Aoki. Chairman Aoki Masao did not hide the fact that he had a daughter, but no one could have imagined that she would turn out to be a blade master. The guards were glad that the rightful heir had finally been found, and Miss Aoki assured that she would personally look into the matter after a long absence. Kong Lan then addressed Principal Miyamoto, emphasizing that Ms. Xu had been treated undignifiedly and that it was unacceptable to treat guests this way. The schemer did not want to moderate his ambitions and reminded the girl that, according to tradition, the successor to the family business should be a man. Reiko smiled brightly and said that she was marrying Yifei, and took his arm, and Director Xu swallowed the lump in her throat. Kang Lan's willfulness outraged the guy, but then he caught himself thinking that he was attracted to both girls, and besides, he could take care of each. Cao was deeply hurt, but still muttered words of congratulations, and Reiko asked if a married lady could become a successor. Miyamoto said that the decision was up to the chairman. Reiko immediately ordered everyone to go to Mr. Aoki together, and the director cursed quietly through his teeth. Straight from Kang Lan's office, accompanied by Yifei, Mrs. Xu, and the businessmen, she went to the hospital where her father was being treated. When the girl entered the room, Mr. Aoki Masao rose with effort in his chair, seeing his daughter for the first time after a long separation. The man was very excited at the sight of his daughter suddenly appearing and wanted to say something, but immediately coughed. Kang Lan exclaimed that her father had not changed at all, and Mr. Aoki shouted, "How dare she come here after abandoning her family?" The captain was horrified to expect a scandal when Reiko asked if her father was happy with her. But he had already recovered from his anger and allowed her to stay and do what she wanted. The father hugged Kang Lan, begging him not to leave, but he boiled again when she introduced him to the groom, and the guy was amazed at the quick change of mood. Mr. Aoki grabbed Yifei by the collar and glared at him. Reiko immediately stood up for the guy and demanded Aoki's corporation as her dowry. The captain was afraid that the girl's straightforward attack would worsen the situation, but the chairman unexpectedly agreed to fulfill his daughter's whim. Yingying and Yifei were shocked, and Cao Yingbo and Director Miyamoto, who ran into the ward, looked at the head of the board with concern. Mr. Aoki announced that reconciliation with his daughter had given him strength, and he was handing over his affairs to her, and she recommended Mrs. Xu as a reliable partner. Miyamoto wanted to intervene, but he chickened out when the boss glared at him menacingly, and Kang Lan added that he did not let her into the office and interfered with the negotiations. The head of the board informed Miyamoto that he would sort out his machinations at the board of directors, and negotiations would be conducted only with Mrs. Xu. Mr. Aoki then ordered Director Miyamoto to apologize to Yifei and Miss Xu, and when he hesitated, he shouted at his subordinate. The exposed schemer had no choice but to apologize to Ingen and her boyfriend. But deep down, he harbored a grudge against them. When the chairman returned to the office, a partnership agreement with Hua Yang's company was signed. Chang Lan congratulated Director Xu on the successful deal, expressing the hope that the cooperation will be successful and they will meet more often. Ingen did not want to see her rival at all, but kept her face, and when Reiko turned to the captain to engage him in conversation, he had already fled. After negotiations, Yifei and Lin Qiang explained to Ms. Xu that the policewoman was not claiming to be her boyfriend and why she was proposing a fictitious marriage. Injin had mercy on her boyfriend and said that she forgives him because he helped her conclude an important agreement. The young man assured that it was all due to an absurd coincidence of circumstances, and the girl asked to be warned in advance about such cases. As a sign of reconciliation, Yifei invited Yingin to dinner when suddenly an extravagant schoolgirl pushed him, muttering that, "You need to watch where you are going." It was the girl herself who was buried in her smartphone, but it was easier for the captain to apologize than to quarrel with her. Lin Qiang thought indignantly that her friend was not shy about flirting on the street. But then she noticed that there were too many strong men around. The policewoman whispered to Yifei that they were in danger, but he himself understood everything and reacted in time to the pistol shot. The Special Forces soldier covered Ingen with himself and threw her to the ground. And this time, the girl was not irritated by the close contact of the bodies. Praising the cult of truth. Mama, one of the militants, opened his coat and activated the suicide belt. An explosion of monstrous force thundered, and the captain did not have time to do anything. When the smoke cleared, Yifei saw with horror that Yingin had been wounded in the head by shrapnel and was unconscious. Having picked up his beloved in his arms, the young man noticed nearby a guy with a katana and an old girl with a flail. Having instructed Lin Qiang to deliver Yingin to the hospital, the captain stepped towards the bandits. But the police did not want to leave her friend alone with the terrorists. Yifei assured that he would deal with the bandits himself and shouted at the girl, ordering her to carry out the order at least once in her life without arguing. Watching the transformation of the good-natured guy into a ruthless fighting machine, Lin Qiang did not argue and ran away, carrying Mrs. Xu in her arms. Wrapping the flail chain around her hand, the terrorist rushed at the Special Forces soldier, but he, to her amazement, did not even think about running. Bumming up, the criminal untwisted the chains and, with all her strength, threw a cannonball at the captain, but it still did not budge. Putting his palm forward, the young man caught the flying cannonball and pulled the chain towards himself, and the girl realized that the battle was lost. The second bandit attacked from behind and raised his sword over Yifei's head. But the commando had a surprise for him. Swinging his katana, the criminal believed that he had struck the captain, but he intercepted the blade with his bare hand. Clutching the brush in one hand and holding the blade of the sword with the other, Yifei made a spinning jump, and the criminals found themselves opposite each other. The overwhelming aura of the Special Forces soldier deprived the bandits of the will to resist. The captain sharply spread his arms. The inertia threw the terrorist with the sword at the girl, and he, without meaning to, pierced his partner with the sword. The terrorist fell on her back, and the sword bearer was left alone with the furious enemy. Turning around, the bandit tried to attack from below and was hit in the shoulder, dropping his sword. The Special Forces soldier picked up a katana and executed the criminal with his own weapon. Leaving the scene of the fight, the young man found himself in a new trouble. Yakuza with swords advanced from all sides. Yifei was surrounded. Gangsters from the Yamaguchi group rushed towards the enemy, threatening to immediately deal with the stranger from Huaxia. Finding himself in a dense ring of enemies, Yifei had no doubt that he would cope with them through exceptional skills. The dealer from the club was the son of director Miyamoto and sent bandits to Yifei to please his father, who gloated that the enemy would pay with his life for his shame. The mafioso said that he had deployed 70 elite fighters under the command of 2 gang members against the arrogant Chinese, and the victim would not escape. The bandit was confident in the skill of his fighters, but they were unable to resist the captain. Praising his men, the young man said that any of them would destroy 100 enemies, but an entire Yakuza squad could not cope with the Special Forces veteran. The gangster believed that the Huaxia army was as weak as in the era of the Sino-Japanese War. But now the Yakuza themselves were helpless in the battle with Yifei. Among the bandits was an East Asian militant known for his brutality, and the captain was glad to have the opportunity to destroy the sadist. Miyamoto looked forward to heading Aoki's corporation after the liquidation of Yifei and ordered his son to close down the illegal pharmaceutical business, and the young man obeyed. Looking out the window, the director noticed that it was raining, wondering if the mission was completed, and the gangster assured that the captain was left without help and doomed. The dealer added that he sent the strongest S-rank fighter from the Yakuza, not realizing that Yifei had already dealt with him. Lin Qiang took Yingying to the hospital, making sure that she was immediately sent to the operating room. And then the doctors asked the girl to leave the operating room. After wishing the victim a speedy recovery, the police noticed that someone was trying to enter the hospital. Bloodwolf and his accomplice were going to capture Madame Xu to blackmail the captain. The Sage sent a fugitive Special Forces soldier after Injin, saying that Burkut had been lured into a trap, and he need not be afraid of his former colleague. Going on a mission, the terrorist took with him a girl who dreamed of taking revenge on Yifei. Approaching the hospital where Director Xu was, the criminal said that she would make the Golden Eagle girl experience the same pain as her. After the operation, the patient was placed in intensive care, and the doctor explained to the worried Lin Qiang that the lady would recover if she lived until the morning. The policewoman squeezed the girl's hand, begging her to hold out until tomorrow. Officer Lin stayed at the hospital overnight to look after Yingying and headed to the vending machine for an energy drink. Bloody Wolf's assistant crept up from behind and opened fire from a multi-shot carbine. But the girl was saved by her professional reaction. Seeing that the policewoman had survived, the criminal reloaded her carbine and stepped towards the girl. Lin Qiang didn't care who was in front of her. Shielded by the broken door of the vending machine, she rushed to the attack, telling the stranger to get out of the way. Before the enemy opened fire, the police tried to hit her in the stomach, but she avoided the blow by doing a somersault. Carbine bullets smashed the improvised shield to smithereens, leaving Officer Lin defenseless against the armed criminal. Swinging, the woman hit the policewoman with the butt of her gun, and the girl was thrown against the wall. The Bloody Wolf entered Mrs. Xu's room and stopped at her bedside, carefully examining the girl. Father and son Miyamoto drank to victory, and the pleased director remarked that only fools do not understand that a single person cannot resist the system. The elder Miyamoto dreamed of how the Japanese would recapture Huaxia, but then someone from the Yakuza ran into the room and said that he had bad news. The director began to scold his subordinate for violating etiquette, but when the guy said that all the fighters had been killed, Miyamoto almost choked on his champagne. The director's son grabbed the young man, shouting that the Chinese could not defeat the Yakuza elite. But the gangster said that Yifei killed everyone with his own weapon. Then the guy said that the enemy made his way with a sword, leaving behind 3 streets littered with the bodies of the dead. When the young man blurted out that the captain had entered the building and was now on the first floor, Director Miyamoto went cold. Father and son were mortally frightened because something happened that they did not expect at all. The elder Miyamoto ordered that good defenders be found for him and his son. But only 2 mercenaries volunteered to deal with the troublemaker. The contract expired at midnight, and the younger Miyamoto was glad that the 2 did not have time to leave. When Brother Hu's swimming center went bankrupt, he and Red Dress ran into debt and returned to crime. The director was inspired, and his son complimented the Red Dress, and he coquettishly lowered his eyes, saying that he did not expect to find a gentleman here. The mercenaries went in search of the Chinese who disturbed their boss, and Yifei, meanwhile, broke down the door and dealt with the guards. Red Dress called out to the captain and said that he would regret crossing Director Miyamoto's path and meeting them. Brother Hu showed off his huge biceps, comparing himself to a bomber, and Red Dress boasted that he was as elusive as a ghost. Then, the transvestite said that their association was known in different cities of the world. But as soon as Yifei turned to face the bandits, his courage instantly disappeared. At the sight of the old enemy, the criminals were seized with panic, reinforced by the oppressive aura of Burkut. The commando threw both mercenaries out of the building and went to look for the leaders, and the beaten bandits were happy that they were alive. Another Yakuza squad rushed to help, but the captain slammed their leader into the wall with one hand and killed all his fighters. While searching for mafia leaders, Yifei stopped in front of a steel door with a complex locking system that, according to Miyamoto, no one could open. The director announced over the loudspeaker that he intended to deal with Ms. Xu, and the younger Miyamoto reported that a helicopter was waiting on the roof. The father assured the young man that there was nothing to be afraid of and ordered the killers to be sent to the hospital. But meanwhile, Burkut was already breaking down the indestructible door. Taking a drag on his cigar, Miyamoto imagined how he would deal with all the enemy's loved ones. But the captain's strong fist destroyed the villain's fantasies. The blow, amplified by the release of internal energy, threw the plump man away, followed by debris from the broken door. A stream of destructive force picked up Director Miyamoto and threw him down from an impressive height. The fall was so strong that the criminal businessman died on the spot. The Blood Wolf was wondering how to kidnap Ms. Xu, who still had not regained consciousness and did not need oxygen support. Noticing movement behind him, the terrorist turned around and noticed that someone had fired flying needles at him. From the window, the fugitive commando saw Sophia on a tree and asked where she learned to throw needles. The girl replied that she would finish off all the bandits that the Bloody Wolf brought with him. To confirm her words, the mercenary threw another needle at the enemy. After serving in the Soaring Eagles squad, the terrorist had no difficulty defending himself from flying needles, and Sophia switched to close combat. Jumping from above, the girl wanted to reach him with her sleeve dagger, but the criminal managed to put his sword in front of him. Having blocked the blow, the Bloody Wolf again asked who taught the mercenary to throw needles. But instead of answering, she kicked him in a swoop. Having torn a dagger from her armlet, Sophia threw it at the terrorist. But the former Special Forces soldier blocked the blow with his sword, without removing the blade from its sheath. Taking the blow, the criminal split the blade, and the mercenary was amazed at how easily he destroyed the assassin's relic. Sophia was annoyed at the loss of an ancient weapon that had killed several kings, and her anger gave her strength when the bandit swung his sword at her. Fighting off the attacks of the Bloody Wolf, the mercenary gained even more respect for Yifei, who is capable of defeating such serious opponents. The girl remembered how her mentor explained that the skill of a terrorist lies in continuous, insensitive attacks. Later, the captain clarified that the damage was imperceptible to him, and Sophia could not cope with the Bloody Wolf, whose level of training was slightly higher. The girl was indignant at how Yifei could consider the blow that split the blade weak, despite the fact that the criminal had not yet used energy techniques. After another attack, the mercenary realized that she could no longer block the enemy's attacks. With the next blow, Sophia flew out the window, but managed to grab a tree branch. Returning to the intensive care ward, the girl discovered that the criminal had managed to escape, taking Miss Shu with him. While the captain was beating Director Miyamoto, his frightened son did not even try to intervene, and Burkett ironically noted that the Japanese were no longer the same. Radiating the aura of a demon, Yifei announced that the army would protect the people of Huaxia, and those who humiliate others would be humiliated themselves, and the guy curled up in horror. The Special Forces soldier extended his hand to the younger Miyamoto, proclaiming that people like him are polluting the planet. But now there will be one less scoundrel. At that moment, the young man had a bad feeling and realized that Mrs. Shu was in danger. Throwing the young man aside, the captain hurried to the rescue, and then a shrill car horn was heard outside the window. Looking out the window, Yifei saw Ningxin's car at the entrance. The girl waved her hand invitingly, shouting that she needed to hurry. Armed with a silencer, the artist invited the young man to sit down. Having taken the passenger seat, the captain asked why the singer so blithely followed him into the Yakuza lair, as if she was tired of living. Pursing her lips, the star replied that she happened to be passing by, and then asked what Burkett had been doing all these years, diverting the conversation. Without talking about his affairs, Yifei thanked Ningxin, but she said that she did not intend to help him, and then the car swerved. From the sudden movement, the young man fell onto the girl's lap, and she became completely furious, demanding to immediately remove his hands. Lin Qiong fought an assassin in a hospital park, while the bandit mocked her with a makeshift shield made from a trash can lid. The policewoman herself understood that the lid would not be able to withstand fire for long, and in a long-range battle she had no chance of winning. The brave girl threw the very lid she used to defend herself at her opponent. While firing at the lid, the mercenary did not immediately notice through the smoke that Officer Lin was about to attack her from above. The criminal easily knocked out and immobilized the policewoman, but the sudden appearance of a third party did not allow her to finish off the girl. The mercenary stared at Yifei as he got out of Ningxin's car, and the captain, no less surprised by Lin Qiong's defeat, asked who she was. Having conveyed greetings from the sage, the terrorist promised to avenge her family, saying that Ingen had been kidnapped and fled, throwing a gas bomb. The Special Forces soldier guessed that the Holy War organization was behind the kidnapping of his girlfriend. The leader of the Cult of Truth, Mamu, asked Jian why he needed a hostage, and he replied that there was no other way to deal with a fighter of this class. The Bloody Wolf delivered Ingen to the terrorists, and the sage edifyingly said that it is necessary to work out a strategy and not act according to a scheme. Shenja boasted that he brought 2 S-rank royal soldiers. One of them was Blood Wolf's assistant nicknamed Detonator. The second S-class fighter turned out to be Eku An, posing as a mercenary nicknamed Hell's Nose. Then the sage reminded that on their side was the second respected Song family and the martial artist One-Armed Dragon, and he himself was no slouch. Looking at the leader of the Cult of Truth, Mama, nicknamed the Holy Father, playing backgammon, the terrorist assured that together they would cope with Burkett. The Holy Father wanted to kill Lady Shu after capturing Burkett, but the arrival of Father Yingen in Japan changed the balance of power. Arriving in the land of the rising sun, Su Zhenguo and his wife Mei wanted to surprise their daughter and have a good rest. The couple won an excursion to Japan without telling Ingen anything, and her dad, knowing about the popularity of BDSM in the country, wanted to remember his youth. The couple's joy was marred by a meeting with Lin Qiong's father, a retired police commissioner, who, instead of greeting him, called General Shu a moron. Mei tried to be nice, and the general asked if Lin was spying on them, and he quipped that an animal like Shu was not worthy of being followed. After complimenting Ying Ying's mother, the commissioner asked if it was difficult to live with a gorilla, and Mr. Shu, seething with rage, tried to send him away. In his youth, Lin Chenhai loved Mei and could not accept her choice, believing that in marriage she had lost herself and could not follow her hobbies. General Shu countered that his wife was still beautiful and free to pursue her interests, referring to BDSM, while Lin was talking about basketball. The man added that the opponent should admit defeat, and then said that Ying Ying had found a good guy and would marry before Lin Qiong. The commissioner calmly replied that he had come to meet his son-in-law, and the general sarcastically asked what kind of fool decided to marry his daughter. The policeman said in an even tone that his son-in-law was an outstanding person, alluding to Yifei, who was suffering severely from a gas attack at the time. The captain lied to the worried Ning Xin that he had a cold. Lin Qiong felt guilty for not protecting Mrs. Shu, and soon Kang Lan appeared in the park. The commando asked Reiko to find out where Yingen was, and Ning Xin asked the policewoman in a whisper who this lady was, and she said that Kang Lan was Yifei's wife. Having clarified who she was talking about, the fencer was not at all embarrassed and assured that she would fulfill any request of her husband, no matter how many women he had. Yifei asked the girl not to call him husband, and Ning Xin began to shake the policewoman, wanting to know more about Reiko. And then Lin Qiong's dad called. The girl lied that she couldn't meet her father at the airport because she had a date, and pressed end. Although the commissioner wanted to look at her son-in-law. In fact, all four of them went to storm the headquarters of the Cult of Truth Mama, where the Bloody Wolf had delivered Ingen. Having knocked down the front door, Yifei was the first to burst into the headquarters building and demanded that Xianji be brought to him. Two fighting masters, sumo wrestler Takasa and his young partner Izumo, came out to the screams, declaring that uninvited guests have no right to see the sage. The Special Forces soldier told both of them to get lost. But then the militants came running, and the head of security ordered the elimination of the insolent people who disturbed the leader's peace. The horde of terrorists did not cause the captain and his girlfriends the slightest harm. The flying needles released by Sophia struck without a miss. Having stopped the attack, the mercenary said that the way up was clear. Burkett could go after Ingen, and she would provide cover. After tracking Lin Qiong's phone via GPS, Commissioner Lin and Mr. Shu walked out to the headquarters building. Surprised that she had chosen a strange place to meet, the general noted that it was not good to interfere in the affairs of children, and the policeman explained that he would watch his daughter's boyfriend without interfering with the lovers. When Lin asked what was known about Ying Ying's fiancé, Zhu admitted that he initially wanted to kick him out, but relented after learning how much he cared for the girl. The commissioner replied that Lin Qiong also says that her boyfriend is ready to do anything for her. That's why he is worried and is looking after the girl. Mr. Shu sighed and said that adult children could not be kept. And then Mr. Aoki joined the men, sharing the opinion of the general. Commissioner Lin immediately asked if the elderly gentleman was a member of the Yakuza. Mr. Aoki avoided answering, complaining that his daughter had run away with some strange guy and was accepted into the company of concerned fathers. The men asked who her chosen one was, not realizing that all three were talking about the same person who was destroying the Citadel of Terror. At the stairs leading to the upper floors, Yifei and his friends were ambushed, and Reiko said that she would take over the militants. The terrorists began to fire from their machine guns, but Kang Lan jumped high, moving out of the line of fire and drew her katana from her sheath. Coming from behind, the fencer knocked out the bandits' weapons with a slashing blow. Dispersing the fighters, the girl felt the pull of the aura of a strong master behind one of the doors and decided that this was her concern. Reporting that the stairs were clear, Kang Lan told her friends to go to the upper floors without her. The girl explained that a warrior of the Holy Sword was waiting for her outside the door, and the captain guessed that he was talking about the Bloody Wolf. Lin Qiong immediately rushed to the stairs. Yifei lingered for a while, telling Reiko to be careful, and the girl asked not to worry about her. On the fourth floor, sumo wrestler Takasa, who had incredible strength, was waiting for Sophia. Demonstrating his power, Takasa smashed the wall with his fist, raining down a hail of debris on the girl. The mercenary bent down, dodging stones, and calmly waited for the enemy to come within striking distance of her. At this time, the girl felt Izumo sneaking up on her from behind and released 4 needles at him. Having made a somersault, Izumo hid from the needles behind Takas, and he left the next move to his partner, calling him baby, which caused his protest. Wanting to prove with action that he was not a child, the young man jumped high, planning to attack Yifei's student from above. In the jump, Izumo threw out many throwing knives which he hid in the sleeves of his kimono. But Sophia was saved by her ability to move with lightning speed. When the young man exhausted his supply of knives, the opponents simultaneously attacked each other in the air, and the mercenary managed to throw a new batch of needles. Landing, Izumo shielded himself from the needles with his hands, and Takasa shielded him with himself and said that he would block the opponent himself. Having appreciated the excellent coherence of the duo, the mercenary realized that she had a difficult battle ahead of her. Analyzing the couple's tactics, Sophia noted that defense and attack occur at the same time. Distributing tasks, the enemies act like a spear and a shield. As a decisive argument, the girl expected to use a secret weapon received as a gift from the elders in addition to the daggers. Having attached a compact mortar to her armlet, the mercenary moved towards the tandem. The shot did not scare off the fighters. Takasa only whistled mockingly and shielded Izumo. A spell was inscribed on the sumo wrestler's impressive belly, protecting him from any weapon. Takasa boasted that no one would pass him by, and Yafei and Lin Qiang, who broke through to the 4th floor, were met by a Yakuza detachment from the Yamaguchi gang. The leader of the squad announced that they intend to avenge the murder of director Miyamoto. Lin Qiang took charge of the gangsters and ordered Yifei to go after Yingying. Deciding that there was no place for a civilian in battle, and the captain thought that she had matured, the police decided that professionals and not lonely enthusiasts like Yifei should pacify the bandits and rushed into battle. The mafiosi did not expect such pressure from the girl, so the first attack was successful. Having dashingly knocked down the first attacker, Officer Lin brought confusion to the ranks of the mafia. The daredevil who approached the girl was immediately hit in the forehead with a heel and flew off upside down. 2 guys with swords ran up to the policewoman from behind, but she, without even turning around, knocked their weapons away from them and knocked them over. The rest of the Yakuza had already recovered from the initial shock and went on the offensive, and Lin Qiang realized that there were too many opponents. The gangsters were already indulging in voluptuous fantasies, imagining what they would do to the girl, and the police attacked with renewed vigor. Wishing the scoundrels to go to the underworld, Officer Lin dispersed them with hand-to-hand combat techniques. From a powerful blow from a policewoman, 2 bandits flew out the window of a multi-story building, breaking the glass. The men sitting on the bench mistook the crashed criminals for suicides. Lin Qiang beat up the gang members while moving at breakneck speed, but the mobsters had high hopes for Hell's Nose. Having ordered the Yakuza to leave, the imaginary royal soldier declared that he would deal with the girl himself. The gangsters believed that the fighter who defeated Joseph would easily put an end to the impudent girl, taking the nose crooked from the blow as a sign of anger. The policewoman again deceived the bandits' expectations by knocking the fake mercenary off his feet. The Yakuza froze in bewilderment, and Ekuan whispered to Lin Qiang that he had obtained important information about the supply of drugs and asked her to play along with him. The former thief and the policewoman put on a performance, and the guy slapped the girl across the face, shouting that he was ready to turn a blind eye to the fact that she was Chinese. Feigning a knockout, Lin Qiang activated the fire extinguisher to talk without witnesses, and Ekuan snapped that the gas would not stop him. Hiding behind the clouds of gas, Officer Lin and the former thief simulated combat, and the Yakuza praised Hell's Nose's skill, believing that the girl was finished. When Ekuan shouted to the public that it was time for the enemy to realize his mistakes, the police asked in a whisper how he ended up among the bandits. The guy said that he had tracked down the delivery route and gave the address of the warehouse where prohibited substances were stored, which belonged to the Huayang Company. One of Yamaguchi's fighters broke through the clouds of gas and exclaimed that he had arrived to help Hell's Nose. Lin Qiang grabbed the sword, but the fake mercenary got ahead of her, and with a blow from behind incapacitated the uninvited assistant. While stalling for time, Ekuan shouted for 2 more guys to be sent to him, and while the Yakuza ran to the rescue, he called out the name of the supplier. When the bandits arrived in time and were neutralized, the guy said that President Cao was using the Ingen Company to supply drugs to Japan. Ekuan then added that the Song family was also involved in the traffic. And meanwhile, the captain found the place where the terrorists hid Ms. Xu. Zhenju and the Holy Father were waiting for the special forces to appear while playing backgammon. and the detonator was guarding the tied-up hostage. Yifei ordered the girl to be released, and the sage mockingly clarified which one, because there are many of them, and proclaimed that the golden eagle had fallen into a trap. The trick was to force the group to split up and leave the captain without support. Having lost all his friends, the Special Forces soldier was left alone against the most powerful enemies. The angry captain rushed headlong at the terrorists, but they did not seem to notice him and continued the game. When Yifei was already close, the cult leader raised his hand and made him stop with an imperious gesture. The captain did not understand how the criminal turned his palm into an insurmountable barrier, and the Holy Father said that there was no need to worry so much. Holding the Special Forces officer by the hand, the terrorist ordered Burkett to remain silent while he and the sage played a game. Having finished his parting speech, the Holy Father threw Yifei aside with a relaxed movement so as not to interfere with the game. Having finished the game, the leader of the Cult of Truth, Mamu, straightened up to his full height and declared himself the Son of God, the right hand of God, and the first man in Japan. In the world, the terrorist bore the name Gensho Akira, which he named last. And the captain realized that in front of him was a dangerous criminal with delusions of grandeur. The projectiles fired by Sophia bounced off the sumo wrestler's voluminous body, and Takasa boasted that not a single weapon in the world would penetrate his defense. The criminal roared joyfully that the girl should admit defeat without entering into an argument. The mercenary silently pointed to the side. Turning his head, Takasa was horrified to see that one of the projectiles had pierced Izumo's chest. Bursting with tears, the man begged the young man not to die and wanted to resuscitate him. But Izumo asked him not to touch the broken ribs. Takasa nevertheless tried to give his partner artificial respiration and ordered Sophia to help him. But the young man died. Mourning his friend, the sumo wrestler decided that he had no reason to live without Izumo. With a heartbreaking cry, Takasa threw himself out the window, and soon Sophia heard the loud bang of a falling body. In the battle with the Holy Father, Yifei had not yet managed to seize the initiative. The terrorist threw him back again. Contemplating Gensho's actions, the captain concluded that the terrorist had no special abilities other than enormous strength and decided to attack first. Raising his fist, the Special Forces soldier noticed in surprise that he could not hit the target. The enemy's figure seemed to multiply in his eyes. The young man struck again, but his fist fell into thin air. The criminal slipped away unnoticed, and the captain began to lose his temper out of frustration. Yifei tried to hit the Holy Father with his foot, but he began to split into two again, and the guy stopped in confusion, wondering what was wrong here. Without looking up from the backgammon, the sage said that strength is useless if there is no point of application, and Burkett, who did not expect to meet his sworn enemy, is doomed. Gensho explained that while studying in Tibet, an insight descended on him, and he received a gift from higher powers with the ability to evade any attack. The Holy Father thought that he was marked by God for his fidelity to his chosen path, and had no doubt that he would finish off Burkett, who was only a man. In hand-to-hand combat, Yifei moved as quickly as possible, but none of the blows reached the target, and he himself began to miss attacks. The captain wondered why Gensho was always ahead of him, although he did not move too fast, and attacked again to test his reaction. This time, the Special Forces soldier did not have time to do anything at all, receiving a powerful slap from the enemy. And in the meantime, Xianji entered the battle. Yifei switched to Xianji, but he avoided retaliating, explaining that the Holy Father has the ability to slow down the enemy's reaction. Then the criminal announced that this was the trap prepared for Burkett, and the captain and his friends would say goodbye to their lives today. The sage believed that Yifei underestimated his ability to prepare single and serial traps. For example, Sophia had to fight with the one-armed dragon. The serial trap for Lin Qiang and Eku An was the sudden appearance of the second venerable of the Song family. Throwing away the new enemy, Sophia thought that he had flown out of a broken window. The girl considered her mission completed, but the one-armed dragon appeared again and punched her in the jaw. The mercenary managed to dodge. Noting that the unknown master successfully fights with one hand and knows how to manipulate energies, Sophia struck her opponent from behind in the shoulder, but the one-armed dragon did not seem to notice the attack and grinned ominously. The retaliatory blow from the Southeast Asian master, enhanced by the release of internal strength, threw the mercenary into the air, dangerously close to the window. Without having time to regroup, the girl collapsed on the floor, losing consciousness. The enemy had already extended his hand to her, but then someone grabbed his wrist. General Shu stood up for Sophia and decided to look for Lin Qiang together with the retired commissioner. Having fought off the Yakuza, the policewoman and the imaginary mercenary were discussing what to do next, when suddenly Eku-an noticed that a blade was flying in their direction. Covering the girl with himself, the former thief took the blow upon himself, and soon the thrower himself appeared, revealing the legend of Eku-anya. While Lin Chong was tending to the wounded man, the second venerable of the Song family, armed with 5 swords, came very close and announced that he would kill both of them. The gangster learned to throw swords from the Ching Chung sect, but Lin Chong ridiculed his taste for spectacular effects as she prepared to block the blades. To second venerable's surprise, the flying blades were stopped by a wall of fire, and the criminal began to look around for the shooter. Commissioner Lin took aim at the bandit with an anti-tank rifle, taking up a position on the overpass. With his finger on the trigger, the policeman ordered the gangster to move away from Lin Chong. Dodging Gensho's blows, the Special Forces soldier absolutely did not understand why he was losing the battle. Having missed another blow, the captain realized that his reaction was being influenced from the outside. Yifei assumed that a substance was being sprayed in the room that affected the reaction rate, and noticed that the detonator was pointing his eyes to the side. In the direction indicated by the girl, a smoking incense burner was discovered, and the young man realized that something had been mixed with the incense. Deciding to test his assumption, the commando rushed to the incense burner, but the Holy Father stood in his way, confirming the captain's conclusion. Xianjia and Gensho simultaneously attacked from both sides, but the guy dodged and still brought down the incense burner with a kick. Pretending that nothing had happened, the sage pointed at the detonator, saying that Yifei should remember her, and she exclaimed that the hour of reckoning had come. Despite the respirator that hid half of the girl's face, the Special Forces soldier recognized her, but did not react to the threats. Tianji offered the captain to surrender in exchange for Lady Shu's life, but Yifei remained silent. The sage recalled that everyone knows that Burkett cannot stand women's tears and will undoubtedly break down when his girlfriend is made to cry. The terrorists were shocked when the Special Forces soldier said that he would not allow himself to be killed, so let them shoot at the prisoner. The Holy Father did not expect that the enemy was so heartless. The sage immediately gave the command to open fire, and the detonator raised her carbine. To Xianjia's amazement, the girl did not shoot at Mrs. Shu, but at him. Fleeing from the fire, the criminal rolled to the side, and long blonde hair came out from under the hood that hid his face. Taking advantage of the general confusion, the captain rushed towards the leader of the terrorist cult. Now nothing prevented Burkett from throwing the terrorist away with one blow, and the young man realized that he was right about the incense burner. Having dealt with the Holy Father, the commando rushed to Xianjia, who turned out to be disguised as a woman. Yifei was numb for a moment, but the shot from the mercenary nicknamed Detonator did not allow Xianji to seize the initiative. The exposed terrorist showered the traitor with reproaches, and the young man recognized her voice. Under the guise of a sage was hiding a holy celestial from the Holy War Organization, with whom the Special Forces soldier had crossed paths more than once. Yifei asked why the saint would not calm down, and she, in turn, asked the mercenary why she betrayed them. Although she hated Burkett, the detonator admitted that she did not forgive the captain for not protecting her father, but she blamed the Holy War for his death for carrying out the terrorist attack. Yifei ordered the girl to leave and take Ingen, and the saint said that the terrorist attack was prepared by Klutzes. If she had been responsible for the attack, no one would have been saved. Despite the failure, the Celestial Lady was in no hurry to admit defeat. Hoping that her last trick would work, according to the terrorists' plan, Burkett had to fight 2 S-class warriors, but one of them was taken on by Mr. Shu. The one-armed dragon recognized the old enemy and was glad that he would recoup his injury by killing the general's daughter in front of her father. Shu Zhengguo at first pretended that he did not remember the enemy, and when he lost his temper, he announced that he recognized him by smell and would avenge the death of his friend. Watching the fight, Sophia wondered who these men were, admitting that she had been too careless to allow herself to be attacked suddenly. The one-armed dragon promised to give the general an advantage by fighting without a prosthetic, and the mercenary concluded that his rank was higher than that of a royal soldier. Old enemies rushed at each other with fists, intending to settle all scores once and for all. Exchanging blows, the opponents moved with blinding speed, not giving each other a moment's rest. Intensifying the blow with a shoulder turn, the one-armed dragon forced Mr. Shu to go on the defensive. While evading the blow, Mr. Shu simultaneously attacked the enemy, catching a suspicious movement below out of the corner of his eye. Hiding behind his empty sleeve, the enemy unexpectedly hit the general with his knee under the elbow. Mr. Shu reminded his opponent that he had threatened to defeat him with one hand, but he only snapped back. Tensing his monstrous muscles, the one-armed dragon invited the general to taste the power of his blow. A native of Southeast Asia quickly rushed at the general, leaving no time to defend himself. Yifei ordered Lady Detonator to take away the awakened engine and stepped in the path of the saint, who was trying to rush after the girls. Looking straight at the Celestial, the captain asked why she was pursuing him and his loved ones, and she smiled wryly before starting the story. The terrorist accused Burkett of disrupting the plans of the Holy War and undermining her faith as a result of a fleeting relationship. The Special Forces soldier assured that their connection was an absurd accident, but the saint firmly decided that she would not let him leave, and a swarm of bees appeared next to her. With a wave of her hands, the celestial lady released insects onto the young man. Yifei thought with a shudder that bees could be poisonous, like in a karaoke club. The captain tried to drive away the insects by slashing through the air, but hand-to-hand combat and qigong techniques were powerless against the swarm. The bee-bitten palm became red and swollen, suggesting that the saint wanted to deprive Yifei of the ability to concentrate power in his hands. Having deprived the enemy of his main advantage, the criminal went on the offensive. Another swarm of bees hovered behind the celestial lady, ready to rush at the captain with a wave of his hand. And the commando realized that he would not repel the attack. A helicopter called by Commissar Lin hovered above the Mamu Cult of Truth headquarters, while his daughter was fighting off the second Venerable Song clan. Lin Qiong screamed and rushed to her father, who ironically asked if she really had a date, and then asked the pilot to descend. The bandit did not count on someone else's intervention and, out of anger, called Lin trash, and he replied that Trash was the one who ruined his daughter's date. Looking at the gangster's weapon, the commissioner noticed that he had chosen an unethical way of fighting, but he just shrugged and threw his swords. Dodging the blades, the retired policeman was surprised that the criminal considered his throwing techniques to be special kendo skills. While loading the weapon, Lin noticed that if throwing swords is a special skill, then firing an anti-tank gun can be considered a weapon art. Jumping from the overpass, the commissioner did a somersault in the air and grabbed the gun. Even before he landed, the former policeman began shooting at the flying blades. Gently diving to the floor, Father Lin Qiong opened fire on Second Venerable, who continued to throw. Nuts and gears fell from the blades destroyed by the shots, and the commissar caught the enemy using flying mechanisms. When accused of foul play, the gangster replied that he didn't care what the weapon's operating principle was, as long as it was capable of hitting enemies. Commissioner Lin considered that such recognition gave him complete freedom of action, and fired at the ceiling, scaring the enemy to the point of trembling. A broken concrete slab buried the criminal, and the former policeman stated that bandits make weak fighters. Turning to his daughter, the commissioner asked where her boyfriend was and ordered him to be taken to his son-in-law, who at that time was fighting off the bees of the celestial goddess. The angry insects made it impossible to attack directly, and the captain had to simultaneously dodge the terrorist and the swarm. When the saint once again released the bees, Yifei thought of taking off his jacket and shielding himself from the insects. Having rolled up his jacket into a tube, the captain began to spin it like a top, erecting a kind of shield in the path of the swarm. The celestial woman tried to break through the defense, but nothing worked. Catching the perplexed look of the criminal, the commando explained that she could not defeat him because he had found a way to block the bees. The terrorist continued to attack. Yifei defended himself and did not immediately realize what had happened when the fist under his jacket rested against something soft. The saint screamed indignantly and rushed at the captain, shouting that she would drive the demon out of him. And the guy finally understood what caused her anger. As she ran, the girl stumbled and fell on top of the embarrassed commando, muttering an apology. Having crushed the captain under her, the terrorist almost strangled him in a steel embrace, and the young man was mentally annoyed at her physique. The Holy War stood above all terrorist groups, organizing sabotage and coups on the instructions of the leadership of the Jian country. Since the celestial being was elected leader of the organization, terrorists have mastered the arms trade, kidnapping people and secret documents. The saint believed that she made her organization stronger thanks to her fierce faith in God, for whose glory she committed her atrocities. The girl doubted her faith only once, when she met Burkett, and since then she considered him her demon. The terrorist believed that Yifei was disrupting her plans and depriving her of peace with her touches, but he believed that the problem was with the girl herself. The celestial objected, noting that only the touch of the golden eagle causes a strange reaction, and ordered Holy Father Gensho to kill the Special Forces soldier. Having repulsed the first attack by the leader of the Cult of Truth, Meimu, the captain struck back but missed, Surprised at how he managed to dodge, the terrorist attacked again, and the young man had to put all his strength into defense. While Burkett was blocking the Holy Father's blows, a celestial lady jumped up from behind, but the captain managed to intercept her. Although he managed to fight off the criminal, Yifei could not shake the feeling that there was a catch somewhere. The movements of the Holy Father made the Special Forces soldier wary and did not seem entirely natural. Blocking another attack from Gensho, the young man was annoyed that his blows were still missing their target. When trying to launch a counter-offensive, the captain noticed that the enemy's figure seemed to be multiplying before his eyes. While Yifei was wondering where the real criminal was, the saint attacked from behind again. And after a crushing blow, the guy was struck by a guess. Gensho thought that he had already defeated Burkut, assuring that he would not be able to take advantage of his superiority in strength. But then the Holy Father was attacked by shortness of breath. The Special Forces soldier realized that the effect of the stimulant that the incense burner was spraying had ended, and the enemy would no longer be able to dodge the blows. The one-armed dragon clenched his hand into a fist with all his might, dreaming of quickly dealing with his old enemy. Rushing to attack from the spot, the master put all his anger and despair generated by the injury into the blow. Mr. Shu did not have time to block the blow and flew to the side, but at the last moment he managed to regroup, preventing himself from being knocked out. Landing on his knee, the Special Forces veteran went on the defensive, noticing that the enemy was moving faster with each new attack. As the master's single arm wrapped around Mr. Shu's neck, he remembered the technique used by gang leader Nan Chen. The one-armed dragon proclaimed that his castle was no match for the pitiful efforts of his students, and the general would die the same death as his comrades in the war. Mr. Shu tensed his neck muscles and picked the lock, throwing his opponent away from him. The retaliatory blow knocked the man down, and the one-armed dragon said that the Huaxia soldiers would never compare to the Ruin Nan fighters, the third army of the world. Contrary to the master's expectations, Mr. Shu stood up without receiving serious injuries, but only complained of pain in his neck. Having said goodbye to the dream of revenge, the one-armed dragon let out a cry of despair. Unable to contain his curiosity, the criminal asked the general how he managed to leave the castle unharmed. Remembering his fun with his wife, the gentleman admitted that he often trains his neck, practicing similar techniques. The former saboteur was horrified, thinking that the venerable veteran was practicing strangulation techniques in his spare time. Knowing how difficult it is to train the neck, the master wondered what kind of pain the general went through during training, but had no doubt that he would easily defeat him. Mr. Shu refused to consider himself an easy prey and decided to continue the battle. The man realized that the time had come to fight with full power and demonstrate all his skills. Having let the enemy closer, the general kicked the enemy in the jaw. The criminal staggered but stood his ground, and Mr. Shu said that his opponent was a very mediocre fighter. In an attempt to take revenge, the one-armed dragon intended to deliver a paralyzing blow to the lower part of the body. The Special Forces veteran anticipated the attack and was the first to hit the enemy in the solar plexus, which caused the criminal to lose his breath. While the former saboteur was gasping for air, Mr. Shu knocked him down and put his only hand behind his back. The master did not understand why he lost, and the veteran said that it was time to wise up if he had not yet learned that one should not scold the army and harm his family. Announcing that he wanted to teach the enemy a lesson, the general tore off his hand, venomously asking whether he still considered the Ruin Nan army to be the third in the world. The leader of the Cult of Truth, Mamu, also did not expect that Burkut would figure out his trick. Switching to monster mode, Yifei warned that no fighter in the world could compare with him in terms of reaction speed. The Celestial Goddess and the Holy Father attacked at the same time, but the captain was faster than both when the poison stopped working. The terrorists did not have time to track the actions of the Special Forces soldier. The saint managed to intercept his hand only at the very last moment. While the girl was holding Yifei, Gensho rushed from the side, threatening to immediately finish off the young man. With his free hand, the captain grabbed the attacker by the throat and pushed him away with all his might. The leader of the destructive cult toppled over, and the commando began to methodically pound the terrorist into the floor. The powerful blows caused the concrete coating to crack, and the saint did not dare to come to the rescue of her accomplice. Losing consciousness, the terrorist whispered that the celestial lady would be Yifei's next victim. The girl felt uneasy, and Burkett mockingly asked if it was time to remind how their previous encounter ended. Turning around, the captain looked at the terrorist with the eyes of a monster and announced that she had apparently forgotten what a terrible enemy she was dealing with. The Special Forces soldier's eyes flashed lightning, but he was true to himself and was not going to kill the criminal. but simply spanked her like a girl. While courting the Celestial, Yifei reproached her for terrorist attacks, connections with a sect, and the abduction of her beloved, and she complained that she was fatally unlucky with Burkut. Retiring after the punishment, the saint declared that she would not admit defeat and would one day tame her demon, avenging all the insults. In the person of the Bloody Wolf, Kang Lan found a worthy opponent, but he unexpectedly stopped the battle. The renegade announced that his mission was over and promised that they would continue the duel sometime later, leaving the fencer in bewilderment. Having found Yifei, the girls started talking, vying with each other. Lin Qiang said that she had called an ambulance for Yingying, and Reiko said that she had news. Then it turned out that 3 people were looking for the young man at the same time, each of whom considered him their son-in-law. The Special Forces soldier was amazed at the labyrinth of passions that fate had led him into, and then was horrified, wondering how to get out of this sticky situation. Yifei asked Lin Qiang to explain to her father, but she said that she could not tell the truth because she wanted to get a dowry and expose the dealer. While Mr. Shu was talking with the doctors, watching his daughter being taken to the hospital, the captain instructed the girls to take the men to adjacent rooms. Lin Qiang and Reiko told their parents that their son-in-law was asking for a private meeting, and Sophia told Yingying's father that Yifei wanted to talk to him alone. The policewoman took the father to the office and asked him to wait at the door, explaining that her boyfriend promised to come any minute. The commissioner insisted that he wanted to enter first, and Sophia took the general to the room on the left, assuring that her master would be free soon. Reiko invited her father to wait for her son-in-law in the room to the right of the office occupied by the retired policeman. Anticipating serious trouble, Yifei decided to start with Yingen's father and said that he was glad to see him in good health, since it was dangerous in the building. Looking at the captain from under his brows, Mr. Shu concluded that he was not taking good care of his girlfriend, otherwise she would not have gotten into trouble. Yifei found it easier to obey than to devote Yingen's father to the details, and the general started shouting, asking whether his son-in-law followed his instructions. Commissioner Lin and Mr. Aoki heard noises coming from Mr. Shu's room, and their daughters became worried that their plan might fail. Justifying himself, the Special Forces soldier exclaimed that although he was to blame, his heart sank with pain, as if under the blow of a whip, when his beloved was suffering. The young man begged Ingen's father not to give up on him, and the gentleman suddenly relented and put his hand on his shoulder. Looking intently at his future son-in-law, Mr. Shu squeezed his shoulder and looked into his eyes intently, collecting his thoughts. Tearing up, the gentleman declared that he believed Yifei because a man who enjoyed being whipped could be considered trustworthy. The captain was outraged at being mistaken for a BDSM fan, but later realized that the general trusted him because he saw a kindred spirit in him. Touched, Mr. Shu invited Yifei to take a photo together, and he thought with a shudder that the photo could compromise him. When the general said that he wanted to send a photo to Lin Qiang's father to show off his talented son-in-law, the commando decided that he was finished. Hugging the stunned guy, the gentleman took out his smartphone, and the captain realized that Commissioner Lin in the next room would immediately see the photo. Telling his son-in-law to smile, the general said that he was sending a photo, and Yifei thought that the death of Pompey would seem like a trifle if the ruse did not work. After receiving the message from his rival, Commissioner Lin hurried to look at the photo of Yingying's groom, and Lin Qiang felt a chill. At the moment the photo was taken, the captain made a grimace that distorted his face beyond recognition, and the girl realized that the situation was not hopeless. The commissioner was surprised why Shu's son-in-law looked like an idiot, and the general asked why Yifei made such a face, against which he looks handsome. Lin Qiang sent a message asking him to distract her dad, and the captain decided to get rid of Shu by offering to show him a new bondage technique. The young man tied up his future father-in-law and ran away, mentally asking for forgiveness. But the man was pleased that a worthy replacement had grown up. The Special Forces soldier rushed into the office where the commissar and his daughter were waiting for him, reminding himself that he had to address Lin Qiang by name, although this was not easy. When Yifei ran into the room, the policeman met him with an icy gaze and gloomily stated that his son-in-law had finally deigned to appear. The commissioner asked the young man to tell about himself, and he made himself look like a complete loser, emphasizing that he did not have a car or a house. The only merit of the guy in the mind of Lin Qiang's father was military service, and he asked in which unit the future son-in-law served. The captain randomly named the squad where Lin served, who immediately asked if he remembered instructor's son. And Mr. Aoki, meanwhile, was losing patience. Changlan's father decided that he was not respected. His daughter reassured him as best she could, and the commissioner listened with rapt attention as Lin Qiang detained Yifei for the first time. The Special Forces officer recalled all the cases when the policewoman created problems for him, to which the girl replied that he behaved suspiciously. Lin Qiang was embarrassed when she saw how often Yifei helped her out and thought that Ying Ying had excellent taste. But she immediately reprimanded herself for her unworthy thoughts. The captain started another story, but the commissioner interrupted him, saying that at first he considered him a trickster when his daughter began to praise her boyfriend. Watching the couple's bickering, the policeman realized that they loved each other, because his daughter did not chat so cheerfully with anyone except her father. The commissioner wanted to bless the lovers, but he was distracted by the indignant cries of Mr. Aoki, who was tired of waiting for his son-in-law in the next room. Throwing his gun over his shoulder, Lin Qiang's father said that he needed to teach his noisy neighbors a lesson, and the Special Forces soldier mentally compared himself to Napoleon at Waterloo. Ordered to wait for him in the room, the policeman went to pacify the brawlers, and the young people grabbed his clothes, persuading him not to start. Ignoring the pleas, the commissioner proudly walked to the exit and gave Yifei a powerful slap in the face, ordering him to get out of the way. Flying to the side, the young man crashed into the wall, and Lin Qiang's frightened father began to apologize, assuring that he did not want to harm his son-in-law. Having broken through the partition, the captain's head ended up in Mr. Aoki's room, and Kang Lan proclaimed that her father was worrying in vain. Her boyfriend had arrived. The Special Forces soldier politely greeted the girl's father, but he declared that the disrespectful young man did not dare lay claim to Reiko's hand. In a fit of anger, Chairman Aoki called the guy a toad, and he willingly agreed with him, hoping that he would be kicked out. But Kang Lan ruined everything. After offering Yifei some beef soup, Reiko asked if Dad had any objections to her marriage, and the man, to the captain's indignation, backed down. The dish looked very appetizing and exuded a captivating smell, so the young man forgot about everything and pounced on the treat. Kang Lan watched in awe as the guy gobbled up the soup on both cheeks, and did not immediately notice that he was trying to say something. Lin Qiang tried to drag the captain back into the room. Yifei wanted to ask for help, but with his mouth full, he did not succeed immediately. Choking on beef, the commando tried to get out of the hole in the wall, and when Reiko asked where he was going, he complained that he was being pulled back. Kang Lan grabbed the young man by the shoulders and pulled him towards her, while Lin Qiang, with no less ferocity, dragged him in the opposite direction. When the girls simultaneously pulled Yifei onto themselves, the captain was afraid that his spine would be broken. Feeling resistance, the policewoman shouted at the young man to be left alone. But Reiko was not going to give in. The commissioner again expressed a desire to call the ill-mannered neighbors to order, and Lin Qiang had to let the captain go. Fearing that the deception would be revealed, the police decided to incapacitate the father. The man blocked the blow and looked straight at the girl, asking why she was preventing him from entering the next room. At this time, Yifei began to jerk his legs and accidentally hit Lin Qiang's father on the head. The policeman immediately got a huge lump. He staggered and fell unconscious. The worried girl rushed to her father. Reiko also paused, and the commando took a deep breath with relief. It was not possible to relax. Stepping aside, the fencer said that it was necessary to set an engagement date. The captain finally realized that Kang Lan was serious about the wedding, and was not putting on a performance in order to take over Aoki's company. Yifei belatedly realized that the girl had used retreat tactics in order to advance according to the precepts of Sun Tzu in order to win him over. Kang Lan's feigned pliability lulled the guy's vigilance. He turned out to be completely unprepared when she began to prepare for the wedding. The young man drew another historical parallel, comparing Reiko's decisive move to the offensive with Rommel's blitz attacks in Africa. Chairman Aoki agreed with his daughter that the engagement should be announced as soon as possible. When the commando tried to get a word in, Kang Lan pushed a plate towards him, and her dad noted affectionately that his son-in-law liked her beef soup. Forgetting that this was a blade master in front of him, Yifei wanted to object, but the Japanese woman gagged him with a piece of meat, and Mr. Aoki again started talking about the engagement. A potion was mixed into the soup. Yifei's jaws went numb. He could no longer argue with Reiko and was delighted when Lin Qiang burst into the room. Her father burst in after the girl, and chaos reigned in the room. Rubbing his bruised head, the retired policeman saw a new acquaintance in the room and asked what he was doing here. Mr. Aoki explained that he had come to see his future son-in-law and hurried to introduce him, and the commissioner thought that the coincidence was no coincidence. When the policeman turned in the indicated direction, Yifei was already gone. On a sunny morning, Director Shu woke up in the hospital and was glad that the horror of captivity was over. Having looked around, the girl found her boyfriend nearby, who had just dozed off on a chair, resting his head on the edge of the bed. Injin was filled with tenderness, looking at the captain, who saved her again. But the loud Mr. Shu invaded the idyll, waking up the guy. Mrs. Shu reminded her father that there should be no noise in the hospital, and Yifei asked him to speak more quietly because his daughter needed peace and recovery. There were soon more guests in the ward. The three of Lin Qiang, Ning Xin, and Kang Lan came to visit Yinggen. Wanting to talk privately with her friends, Ms. Zhu asked her father to leave, and the worried policewoman asked if everything was okay. Director Shu announced that they were all indebted to her boyfriend, who, out of old habit, began to be modest, and Lin Qiang felt hurt for him. There was a tense silence as another guest entered, although Detonator was unarmed and no one responded to her polite greeting. Her friends surrounded Mrs. Shu, shielding her from the terrorist, but she was not at all interested in Ingin. Turning to the captain, Detonator called him father, shocking all the young ladies. While planning an operation in Japan, one of the officers complained that the Navy was unwilling to intervene due to diplomatic nuances. The second officer said that the group consisted of nothing but non-entities. His colleague expressed annoyance that Kang Lan refused to cooperate. Crushing a coffee cup in his fist, the commander decided that he would have to make do with the army, which would test the strength of the Japanese. Taking off her respirator, the mercenary told Yifei that they had not seen each other for a long time, and he nodded with satisfaction, making sure that she was who she said she was. The girls stared in amazement at the commando, getting used to the fact that such a young man had an adult daughter. Detonator quipped that she wouldn't remember all the girls hovering around the captain, because they replaced each other so quickly. A chorus of indignant voices descended on Yifei, asking when he managed to have a daughter, and the guy begged to be given the floor. 10 minutes later, Madame Shu and the other ladies learned all the details of the family drama. The Detonator was the young man's niece, but he treated her like a father. Dying from wounds at the next action, the brother asked to look after his daughter, and the mercenary lamented that the captain saved her and not her father. Yifei asked not to judge the girl harshly, but she said that the Sergeant's Mutual Aid Association wanted to hire her, which had stolen a valuable document. Kang Lan added that this group of retired military personnel does not shun the most dirty deeds, and Detonator said goodbye and left. The news caused mixed feelings in the captain, and he reminded himself that he had retired. But Lin Qiang's joyful exclamation interrupted his thoughts. Beaming with happiness, the policewoman announced that her father had just transferred her $1 million, and the operation to capture the dealer could begin. Taking Yifei with her, the girl went to meet with the Yakuza, and the Special Forces soldier was quietly indignant at why she forced him to wear a mask and sword belt. Lin Qiang whispered, and pointed to the dealer who was accompanied by Cao Yingbo. The captain had already forgotten his enemies, but both young men seemed familiar to him, and Miyamoto Jr. pointed his finger at him and asked who it was. The young man replied that he was Miss Lin's bodyguard. His name was Torin, and he was an S-rank fighter, but he was not worth paying attention to. Chow opened the case he had brought with him and showed the customer an excellent quality product. Having praised the product, the girl asked who the supplier was, and Cao, without going into details, said that the product was sold by the cargo police. Lin Qiang assumed that the dealer did not open his channels out of fear, attack, but he pulled out a gun and told the girl that she was wrong. Aiming at the policewoman, the younger Miyamoto said that he had no intention of selling her the shipment at all. The girl clarified whether the young man's prank should be regarded as a deception, to which the bandit burst out laughing and asked what she herself thought about this. Yifei rushed forward and smashed the gangster's gun with the edge of his palm. The stunned mafioso asked who Miss Lin's bodyguard really was and how he pulled off such a stunt, and the girl decided to play a joke on him. The policewoman exclaimed that they were traveling superheroes eradicating the world's evil, and then announced that Cao and Miyamoto were under arrest. When the police led the dejected criminals away, Lin Qiang congratulated her assistant on the successful completion of the operation. The girl was glad that everything worked out for her and finally believed in herself, and the captain quietly grumbled that it was time to rid him of his stupid outfit. Commissioner Lin watched from afar as his daughter exchanged jokes with a strangely dressed guy, offering to come up with a name for their squad. General Shu thought that he had seen a young man in a mask somewhere, and asked the policeman if it bothered him that the girl was having fun with a ridiculous stranger. Lin explained that he rarely sees his daughter so happy, adding that he approves of her friend, and invited his old rival to drink for reconciliation. The next day, Yinggen and Yifei went to the beach, and the girl immediately dragged her boyfriend to swim. Seeing his beloved in a bathing suit, the Special Forces soldier blushed. Until now, he had rarely had the opportunity to openly admire her beauty. The lovers had fun like children, showering each other with salty splashes. After swimming, Mrs. Shu dozed off on a sun lounger under an umbrella, and the complacent captain graciously allowed two boys to bury him in the sand. Having waited until evening, Ingen lay down to sunbathe and asked the young man to rub her with sunscreen if it didn't bother him. The Special Forces soldier willingly complied with the girl's request, but was forced to interrupt when he heard cheeky male voices nearby. Expelled from the Yamaguchi gang, Komodo Koji had fun on the beach with his henchmen and persistently demanded Miss Shu to join his company. The captain remembered that somewhere he had seen this shaven, impudent man, who had already grabbed Ingen by the hand and invited her to go for a ride, bragging that he was from the Yakuza. The young man took the rude man by the strong shoulder and turned him imperiously towards him. Recognizing Berkut, Komodo almost fainted from all-consuming horror. Yifei was surrounded by Komodo's cronies, demanding that he behave respectfully. But he frowned and muttered that it was they who had to think about what they were saying and to whom. Not heeding the warning, one of the guys began to bully the captain, believing that he was talking too much, and the second began to laugh at the guy. The Special Forces soldier's patience ran out, and he swung his arms and hit the hooligans hard. Both bullies flew upside down, and Komodo, in a panic, threw himself on his knees in front of Berkut, bitterly repenting of his behavior. Mrs. Shu took pity on the ignoramuses, so Yifei did not finish them off, but only drove them away and gave them a kick to the leader after them. Delighted, Ingen immediately thanked her boyfriend with a hot kiss. Then the girl said that Yifei had ceased to be a simple security guard for her and asked for forgiveness for not immediately recognizing his merits. Overcoming her embarrassment, Director Shu admitted that it must be difficult for him to be in a relationship with her. The romantic scene was interrupted by the ringing of a smartphone, and the commando was surprised to recognize the voice of Su Mengxin's high-ranking grandfather. The politician immediately accused Yifei of molesting his granddaughter and using intoxicants to instill passion for a gentleman who was no match for her. Expressing his anger, the old man said that spies had stolen secret data from the destroyer and would soon transfer it to the base, and then asked to return the documents. The young man remained silent, and the official reminded him that he had once led the Soaring Eagles, and the captain sarcastically asked who forced him to leave. The old man asked not to mix personal hostility and politics, then started talking about citizens in need of protection, and then promised a reward. Yifei irritably pressed the end call, not knowing what he was promised for the reward, and Ingen became agitated, seeing that something was wrong with him. When the commando turned around, the girl was amazed at his ferocious appearance. From the frightened look of his beloved, the captain realized that he needed to be alone and calm down, and decided to take a walk. And Mrs. Shu felt a pang of jealousy. Sitting on a deserted shore, the young man admired the sunset and thought about his extraordinary fate. The retired Special Forces soldier was lost in memories and thought that Blood Wolf was not so wrong when he said that Yifei would become like him. The captain absolutely did not want to become like a traitor, but he could not overcome his pride. Concerned, Mrs. Zhu went in search of her beloved and carefully crept up behind him, affectionately hugging his neck. The girl asked her boyfriend what happened, but he remained silent and insisted that everything was fine. Guessing that her boyfriend was in crisis and feeling lost, Ingen advised her to listen to her heart and assured that she was ready to wait. Having spoken, Mrs. Shu delicately left, leaving the young man alone with his thoughts. The decision was not easy for Yifei, but in the end, he gathered his will and called Miss Su. A friend's call found the girl in the massage parlor, but she immediately felt that the captain was depressed about something and asked what was the matter. The Special Forces soldier asked Mengxin to convey a message to her grandfather, and the girl guessed that the restless old man was looking for a meeting with Berkut. The captain ordered him to tell his grandfather that he rejected his personal proposal, but was ready to complete the task if it came from the state. Mengxin flew to Kyoto by helicopter and burst into her grandfather's office, asking why he involved Yifei in dirty affairs, and he asked whether to wait for Berkut.